with a nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Come on! Y'all ready? They ready! We ready! We ready! Oh, yeah! You know, I didn't like the energy yesterday. Didn't like the energy. all right. Warriors lost by 39. We're all doom and gloom. But today's a new day. Game 6 is happening at Chase Center with another opportunity for the Golden State Warriors to go to the conference finals. And Langford, it's time to turn this baby up. It's a Friday, the 13th, a payday Friday, a Frisco Friday. It's time to turn up and see the Warriors finally eliminate this pesky, annoying, arrogant, young upstart team in the Memphis Grizzlies. What's up, my man?
Oh, so that's what We Ready was for? I thought that was for the Giants-Cardinals. Game 5 of the season series going on tonight.
Very funny. Very, very funny.
I thought that's what that was for.
Very, very funny.
Game 6, dude.
Who's even pitching that matchup? I don't even know.
I don't know either. Game 6. Dude, like, Lubin and I were talking about it. I don't like calling it a must-win because it's not do or die for the Warriors, okay? It's not. But it has a feeling to it like that classic, you lose this game, you forget that Game 7 is even a thing, and you've just lost all hope. I mean, I go back to Mets-Red Sox. Whenever you replay the highlight of Bill Buckner and the ball going through his legs, you forget that there's one full game after that. Like, the Red Sox were just done after that Game 6, and that's what it feels like it could be with the Warriors if the Grizzlies end up forcing a Game 7.
You know what's funny about that 86 World Series?
What's that?
Red Sox lose Game 6. We all know that.
Yeah.
They came back in Game 7, and they were up 3-0.
Yeah.
Midway through the game.
Yeah.
People forget that.
Then Darryl Strawberry clobbers one like 450 feet.
And the rest is history.
Yeah.
We forget all about that. Some of these Game 6s, Game 6 can loom over a series. Giants-Angels. Blow a 5-0 lead. To your point, you got a whole game left. But the way the Giants lost Game 6 to the Angels, with them coming back winning 6-5, you just knew they had no shot.
Exactly.
Mentally, they had no shot. So if you're up 3-1 as a Golden State Warriors, and you know you have a trip, the plane is going to be on a tarmac, just in case you have to go back to Memphis. Now, you do have 2 days off before Game 7, but right now it's Operation Win at All Costs because the Suns lost last night. And so Dallas and Phoenix is going 7. If the Warriors can not only win this game, they get 4 days of rest. You get to chill a little bit, go through some shoot around, ice up, get everybody healthy and ready for a Western Conference final. So, to me, it does feel like a must-win. It feels like you have to win this game at all costs because the confidence level of the Memphis Grizzlies will be sky high. Again, I go back to, you look at the last 2 games, the Warriors have only led for 45 seconds. Memphis has been the better team probably for most of the series. The Warriors have just been better in key situations, and that's why they're up 3-2.
Yeah, and you could make the case that the series was tied 1-1 because Ja Morant and what he did in the final stretch of a game. But then after that, Game 3, obviously the Warriors dominated. In Game 4 and Game 5, it felt like that was the Grizzlies' game, and the Warriors were just lucky to even be a part of it. This Game 6, I'm not going to call it a must-win. I need to come up with something new. Like, it's a please God win. Like, that's what it is for me.
This is a monster game.
Yes.
And this is a game that I think the star has to be the star. And that is Stephen Curry. I'm looking at him, and there's some data we'll get into all throughout the show. We're going to have a fun show. By the way, make sure you listen in between 7:30 and 8 o'clock because we're gonna give away some tickets. We're going to give away some tickets. So make sure you are listening to this show between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and learn how to win tickets in Game 6 tonight between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. You want to be in the building. You want to be there. This is a huge game, and I think Chase Center will be rocking. But this is why Steph Curry, I believe, needs to come out fast, and you can't wait 7 minutes to get up his first shot.
I got something on that.
He's got to set the tone because there's a couple things I was talking about yesterday where when he's going and he's cooking, the building roars differently.
Yeah.
They get up out of their seats. But it's just, you can flip the game right away. If you go out there in the first quarter and you're Stephen Curry and you drop a 12, 15-point quarter on the Memphis Grizzlies, all of a sudden their defense is scrambling and it opens everything back up for Clay. It opens everything back up for Jordan Poole. It opens everything back up for Andrew Wiggins. And all of a sudden, they're playing the best basketball, the easiest basketball, and seeing one-on-one coverage. And Steph's all of a sudden getting trapped and triple-teamed, and all of a sudden, everybody else is getting open shots. So I need Stephen Curry to get off to a hot start tonight at Chase Center.
Now, I'm with you But can I just say something here? I want to, because I watched the first 7 minutes over this morning and went possession by possession.
Yep.
Because that was a huge talking point yesterday, and throughout the day, throughout the night, was Steph didn't take a shot within the first 7 minutes of the game. Well, I went through every single possession, and I'm not going to go possession by possession with you, but there were maybe 2 out of the first 15, 16 offensive possessions prior to Steph taking a shot where maybe he could have gotten an open look, but there were 3 shots in a row, 3 possessions in a row where Klay had an open jumper, and he knocked down a couple of them. There was one where maybe it was that play where Draymond dumped it to Kuminga in the post, and he just got totally stripped. That was one where maybe they could have taken a little more time off the shot clock and tried to get the ball to Steph. I do understand that. But there was one where Wiggins is transition and tries to be aggressive. He gets an offensive foul. And actually, in the first 7 minutes, Steph did take a 3.
The one from the FedEx Forum logo.
Yes. And
I know exactly what you're talking about.
He knocked it down.
And it went down.
But it was an offensive foul on Klay.
Yep. Because I remember Darrell Wright looked at me and said, "Did you see that?" And I was like, "Oh, I did see that." Steph means business.
So by the time, though, that Steph took his first shot, it was 24-15. And then he made it a 24-21 game when he took his next 2.
Right.
Like, I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, as far as all the reasons as to why they lost in that game 5, because I still agree with you. I do think Steph needs to get going early, and I do want to see him take a shot.
It's not the reason why they lost.
But it's certain, like, as far as the totem pole as to why they lost that game, it's very low for me.
They came out with no energy at all. I mean, again, the points in the paint. The last 2 games when Steven Adams has been back in the starting lineup, they are a plus 28 in points in the paint. The first half in game number 5 was just atrocious for the Golden State Warriors. It's not the reason why they lost. They didn't lost because they didn't bring it. That was a team-wide meltdown in game number 5. But Steph Curry, his first shots in each game of the series. Game 1, got a shot off 2 minutes and 5 seconds into the game. Game 2, he didn't get his first shot off until there were 6 minutes and 18 seconds left in the first quarter. Game 3, he didn't get off a shot until there was 2 minutes and 14 seconds left. Game 4, he didn't get off a shot until there was 8 minutes and 10 seconds left in the game 4. That's 3 minutes and 50 seconds into the game. But still, I need more. And then, of course, game 5, 4 minutes and 39 seconds. So this is courtesy of my guy E_F, who was tweeting at me yesterday. And that's some great research because I went to go look at it again. I was like, oh, damn, he was right. So, I mean, I want him to get going earlier in this game to kind of send a message to Memphis.
Agreed. Both him and both Steph and Klay have been terrible from 3 in the first quarter. And at home, I think between both of them, they've only made 1 combined. As far as 3-pointers in the first quarter. I could be wrong on that.
No, I think you may be right about that.
Steph is averaging like, I think 7 to 8 points a game in this series in the first quarter. But from 3, I mean, he was shooting at like an 18% clip or something. And I do think, though, if they get off to that start that they got to in Memphis at Chase Center, like in the first quarter, when Klay is knocking down shots, that, like, you can make a case. Not saying it is, because you're absolutely right. Steph is going to be the one that blows the roof off that place, but you can make the case that Klay is kind of like the appetizer, you know? He makes that 3, that gets the people going. Then Steph makes a 3, that gets everyone going. Then all of a sudden, Jordan Poole comes into the game off the bench. I actually think he should be starting tonight, but that's just
I'm glad you brought that up.
And then Jordan Poole makes a 3, then it just goes nuts.
That's my point. I think you may have to just go back small and just try to hit him in the mouth. And you just involve Steven Adams in every high pick-and-roll situation and just go at him. The Dallas Mavericks, over the last 3 games of that series, have just said, you know what, Chris Paul? We're going at you relentlessly. Every pick-and-roll, you're going to have to play defense, and it's going to sap all the energy from your offense. And what is Dallas doing? They forced it Game 7, and they've gone at Chris Paul. You look at Boston, they exploit mismatches. Philip Miami, they said, you know what? We're going to involve James Harden in action. Let's see if James Harden can play some defense today. That's what the Warriors need to do. Go pick on their weak link. Their weak link in that defense, I'm not saying in the paint, but on the perimeter, it's Steven Adams. You got to involve him in everything. Blow by him. Make him work defensively.
Get him out on the perimeter, because as I was watching those first quarter possessions too, it was just Steven Adams just sticking in the key. He wasn't even
just chilling.
He wasn't even trying to go to the 3-point line at all.
Well, that's why you can't start Looney and Draymond.
No.
Jaren Jackson Jr. and Steven Adams were literally in the restricted area.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to have Anthony Slater on at 8 o'clock. In his latest article, he was showing clips of this. They were literally in the restricted area while Draymond Green was on the three-point line and Looney was on the wing. You cannot have two guys that you're not even worried about. You can't play 3-on-5 offensively against a team like this. And hopefully the Warriors make that adjustment knowing that now Ja's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
So the zone defense that you saw in game number 5 that got torched, this Memphis Grizzlies team is now moving the ball around. Everybody's touching it. And once Ja learns that, this team's going to be scary in the future. They've got to figure out a way to just, you know what? I want the head of the snake done. Go shut down Tyus Jones. And I want Wiggins on Tyus Jones defensively to shut down the head of the snake. Pressure him on the ball. Make it hard for him. This is where you miss Gary Payton II because he could do all these things, 94 feet. But I think you got to take away Tyus Jones right away and just snuff him out because he is feeling comfortable.
He has been a little too Jalen Brunson-like. Jalen Brunson from the Mavs. Just coasting around the mid-range and just able to hit that shot when he gets an open look. Tyus Jones, it's interesting, man. I was thinking about this yesterday. Who would have thought that the two X factors going into this Game 6 would have been, because I'm with you. I think Tyus Jones is a key here. I mean, you could let Desmond Bane average his
16, 19.
Yeah, average his 18 points that he normally does. You don't want to let Jaren Jackson score threes at the volume that he scores them and what he also did in the paint.
Yep.
But you got to stop Tyus Jones, and I never thought, Bonte, that we would be thinking Tyus Jones and Otto Porter Jr., both of those X factors for each team. And that is one injury where I've just been keeping up with it as much as I can. He is going to be questionable for tonight as far as I know. That's right?
Right, yeah. Questionable. Right foot soreness. If
they manage to, if they get Otto Porter Jr. back in, I don't know what his minutes are going to look like. He's not going to be able to get as many as he normally would. But this goes to a piece that Tim Kawakami had on The Athletic, and he said you got to start that 3-guard lineup with Steph, Poole, and Clay. And then you get Draymond and Wiggins in there, and I totally agree because
go with your best 5.
You can't beat them. You just can't beat them in the half court right now. You just can't. You
got to run these dudes.
Yeah,
you got to run these dudes. You got to go out there and play with your best 5. Try to get these dudes into foul trouble. Try to get these guys into foul trouble left and right. So, look, Game 6 tonight. We're going to talk about the NFL schedule release.
Yeah.
I've already booked some flights, Lakeford.
Oh, I think I can guess where.
Well, Vegas, but
the question is which hotel you staying at.
But see, I'm not going to Vegas New Year's Eve. I'm flying in the day of.
Oh, wow, on New Year's Day.
On New Year's Day. Because Vegas on New Year's Eve, the prices are sky high.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not paying for that. I'm an old fogey now, Lakeford.
Yeah.
I'm going to be 40 at that point. 40. I'm going to be in the 40 club. Vegas is not for me. So I'm flying in the day of and maybe do the show from Vegas the next day. But I'm flying in the day of, get there about 10 o'clock in the morning, and that's all good. But also...
So in order to make up for those costs, though, by the time you're like 40 years old, you're going to rent one of those Lamborghinis that you could possibly do and just drive all the way to Vegas in a Lambo?
No, I'm not going to.
Little midlife crisis?
Dude, midlife crisis.
Even though that's not a midlife crisis yet, really.
That sounds like a midlife crisis. 12-hour drive in a Lambo just to do it.
Make up for those hotel costs with a Lambo rented on the day of.
Driving through the desert? That is just silly.
Like Rick Barry on the Salt Flats.
The Salt Flats. Rick Barry, you're going to hear from Rick Barry over the next 72 hours. He's probably, who knows what type of mindset he's in right now. But also Chicago, because the Giants play at Wrigley that weekend. The Niners play the Bears.
Oh, that'd be great.
So I've got the flight to Chicago.
Nice.
Already purchased the Cubs Giants tickets. That's done. I got to worry about Soldier Field. Remember, Anna used to live in Chicago for about a year, so we got some places to stay. So NFL schedule release, so I'll get your thoughts on the Raiders schedule. You guys opened up in L.A., if I'm not mistaken, right?
Yeah. Dude, I haven't even looked at the beginning of the schedule because it's the back end of the schedule that scares me. That's daunting because it's tough. It's a sandwich where the bread are the tougher teams and then the meat is kind of the easy part where you really got to take advantage. But as I've said as a Raider fan since the beginning of, or at least since the beginning of this new regime with Ziegler and McDaniel, everyone's asking me, not everyone, maybe 3 or 4 people that actually care. But they're saying, what do you think of the Raiders this season? You excited? I'm like, yeah, I'm excited until they get to December. Show me what they look like in December. That's really where I'm at.
Those first 5 games, man. At LA against the Chargers. At home against Arizona. at Tennessee, which I don't think that's that daunting at all. You guys should beat Tennessee.
I think so.
King Henry, just go 8 in the box, make 10, and he'll beat you. I like your chances.
Yeah, Patrick Graham and his illusion of complexity. He's a new D coordinator for the Raiders. I don't know what that means, but I like it. Sounds good.
Sounds great. At home against Denver, Russell Wilson, Sunday, October 2nd, the first time you get to see Russ in the Broncos uniform. You did that Kansas City.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football.
Yeah.
Arrowhead Stadium.
Prior to the bye week, it's brutal. You know what's interesting, man, is I was thinking about these NBA playoffs last night and how in the East, I mean, you got the two teams with the Heat and the Sixers where there's a little player-on-player rivalry there. Obviously, Jimmy Butler going against Joel Embiid, saying he really likes to beat him and all that stuff, former teammates, all that. And you have that intrigue there, but within the West, you got the Warriors and the Grizzlies, which is, would you say is rivalry too strong of a word? It's a budding...
It's a budding rivalry.
It's a budding rivalry.
It's a budding rivalry. It's not there yet because you need another matchup in the postseason, but there's been a lot of trash talk.
Yeah.
Let me say, it would be a rivalry from the Warriors' standpoint if they were to lose this series.
So you got that, and then with Suns and Mavs, I'm excited for Game 7, but one thing you're seeing is a budding rivalry. I don't know, maybe these two already hated each other, and it's
Luka
just...
and Booker?
Yeah, they do not like each other.
There's a lot of trash talk going on.
Like in baseball, you can have a player-on-player rivalry, but it doesn't really work unless it's a pitcher and a batter, and they just go at each other, once every 9 batters. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Then in football, you might have a quarterback-on-quarterback matchup, but those two don't play against each other. So, but when in basketball, you got two players who don't like each other, and they're going at each other.
And they're young.
When Luka had that and one and gave Devin the stank face when he was on the ground, I was like, damn, Luka.
Well, Luka walked off the floor in Game 5 at the Footprint Center in Phoenix and said, it's easy to talk when you're up. It's easy to talk when you're up. And so Luka was giving that smoke yesterday. He was talking that talk. And now we got a Game 7 Sunday between the Mavericks and the Suns. Philadelphia gets ousted. James Harden takes 2 shots in the second half. Scores 0. 2 shots and score 0.
Sixers fans thought they got rid of Simmons for not shooting the ball in the playoffs. And then they get James Harden.
Hey, look.
2 in the second half.
I hate to say I told you so, but I told you so. How that story was going to end in Philadelphia. And now, I'm just going to bookmark this, Langford, as Shasky would say.
Yeah.
Depending on how the season ends for the Golden State Warriors and looking at the offseason, and the way Joel Embiid was talking at the podium, I thought he was all class yesterday. Sat there at the podium for 25 minutes, answered every single question, even was critical of James Harden, said, probably could have been a little more aggressive. Yeah, you're right. And Tim Legler on SportsCenter last night just eviscerated James Harden. He turned the ball over. Bam Adebayo gets a steal. They're even, right? And Bam Adebayo's dribbling. He's a center. Harden's a guard. They're down 14, 5 minutes left in the third quarter. The effort for James Harden to get back on defense, he didn't even contest the layup. It was embarrassing. And so Joel Embiid, he kept talking about, I could be traded, this guy could be traded, that guy could be traded. You know what? Just keep an eye out on Joel Embiid.
Yeah.
Keep an eye out on him.
He, he's a jokester. He's a trash talker and all that, but
he's a baller.
He's also a stand-up dude.
Yep.
Like, he's very honest. I really liked him after Inside the NBA gave him that criticism one time where they were going after him, and he just said, I'm going to take that, use it as fuel, and learn from it, instead of just taking it as criticism, and, these guys are wrong, and they're bashing me, and then taking it personally. He doesn't do any of that. I really like Joel Embiid, but you're saying... Watch out in the offseason.
I'm just saying, we haven't talked offseason here yet. We got playoff basketball. We got Game 6. But I'm just saying, keep your eyes out on Joel Embiid. Just saying, bookmark that. Yes, Joe Shasky, he's off today. I'm seeing the comment on YouTube. Joe Shasky keeps taking days off. He's not going to be able to afford Warrior tickets. It's true. It's true. He's not exactly on salary around these parts, is he? No, I'm kidding. Stephen Lakeford in, nice guy. We always have a great time, and it's going to be a fun show. We got Game 6 tonight. Game 6 between the Warriors and the Dubs. And it's the question of the day, 888-957-9570, because Dub Nation was fired up yesterday. Took a ton of calls yesterday from all over the nation. But the question of the day, to win Game 6, the Warriors need a big game from who? Who do they need a big game from? What needs to happen to close out the Memphis Grizzlies? And does Steve Kerr have a chance to coach today? We're going to ask Anthony Slater. Anthony Slater's going to have an update on Steve Kerr. Boy, do they miss him. But they're back at home. They're 5-0 in the postseason at Chase Center. Let's see if they can close out the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. I expect it. That's all coming up. Don't forget, make sure you are listening to this show between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and learn how to win tickets to Game 6 tonight between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. You want to be listening, folks. YouTube, Twitch, Xfinity mobile text line. Langford, you got to get up here, man. You got to go to Game 6. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Lucky and Lucky California. Lucky California is bringing you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. This week, select sizes of their Sunny Select pasta. They are 4 for $5. Try them at Lucky California, the golden state of eating.
I'm Trista Crick.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Langford and I just talked about Aaron Judge. How that should be the next high-priced giant. Give me Aaron Judge right now. Right now.
Yeah, I've changed my tune on him.
Yeah.
Like if you would talk to old friend, old producer from the morning show, Cody Elias, he would know that I wasn't a big Judge fan. I didn't like the hype. I don't know why. Maybe I was jealous, but can't deny. That dude's unbelievable.
Dude, I remember Shasky, we were arguing last year. Remember that? We were arguing about Aaron Judge. I say, dude, go get Aaron Judge. I don't want no Aaron Judge. I think he's changed his tune, too.
Yeah, but the Yankees would be stupid, in my opinion, to not pay him.
I think
he's
going to be a free agent now.
I think that's an objective fact if they just do
Dude,
not pay him.
They stopped negotiating, so you know what? Hey, Aaron, you want to come back to Cali? Come back to Cali. John Sterling.
Yeah, actually have some broadcasters who call a home run correctly instead of calling a home run that ends up being a
John
foul ball.
Sterling has blown like 5 calls already.
Yeah, brutal.
I mean, just 5 calls we know about.
It is gone, but caught.
There's one where Stanton caught it, and he's like going through the home run call, and who's his co-host? Who's his co-host? The female. She's really good, though. And she's actually funny, and she's just like, Stanton caught that ball. Or he goes, what happened? He caught it. That's what happened or something.
Yeah, there was another one where they were showing a replay of a home run, and then John Sterling actually started calling a home run.
What was the name, Spadoni?
Susan Waldman.
Susan Walden. There you go. There you go. By the way, good morning, everybody out there getting off your graveyard shifts, getting ready for work. If you're already at work, thanks for spending Friday with us. Don't forget to make sure that you want to listen to the show between 7:30 and 8 o'clock to learn how to win tickets to game number 6 tonight between the Warriors and Grizzlies. Good morning to Spadoni. Good morning to Lutman. And Ryan Bowser's in the building. Ryan Bowser's here on a Friday. What the hell?
Oh, my God.
He's working backwards. He's supposed to come in on a Monday. Friday's supposed to mail it in at the house. Instead, he comes to the studio on a Friday. Maybe he just wants to get out the house. I don't know what the hell's going on in this world. Good morning to you, Langford, as well, as we get rolling. YouTube, Twitch, and the Xfinity Mobile text line. You guys are always rocking and rolling. We'll get back into the scheduled talk here. Warriors and Grizzlies, 888-957-9570. We have our referees tonight. Our referees.
Oh, boy.
Kane Fitzgerald is your crew chief. Josh Tiven and James Williams, a.k.a. Gucci Man, is in the building at Chase Center.
You're a lot more plugged in with these refs than I am. Is that good or is that a bad thing? Kane Fitzgerald as the lead guy. Is that good or bad?
I don't know if that's good.
You got to Google it.
I don't know
I guess
if that's
I should.
good.
You know what? You're right. Let me.
I don't know if that's
Fitzgerald's
good.
referee record.
But I know Gucci Man is a little inconsistent.
Really?
Gucci Man can get a little overwhelmed.
Kind of like the rapper. Comes out with a good album every now and then, a little inconsistent.
Yeah, basically.
And then he'll
like
come out with a
Lemon Heads.
Christmas album the next one, and then it's like, what is he doing?
Yeah, ever since Lemon Heads, he's been hit or miss, right? But, man, the Warriors, and I'm seeing a lot of texts about Miami being scary. The Miami Heat is scary.
Oh, man. When Jimmy Butler can go off and he's feeling it, and they have a guy like Bam Adebayo and just the rest of their team, Max Strus and Tyler Hero. They got a deep squad in Miami.
You know what's funny? Did you see Jimmy Butler walking off the floor in Philly?
No.
He goes, they picked Tobias Harris over me.
Yeah, actually, I did see that.
Tobias Harris. Play, play, play.
That's that same energy as like Draymond Green remembering every draft pick before him from the second round.
Exactly. It's good knowledge.
Yeah.
And then at the podium, Joel Embiid is like, I can't believe we let Jimmy Butler leave. I don't know how that happened. How did that happen? We let Jimmy Buckets walk. So I'm telling you, Joel Embiid is going to have a heart-to-heart. I'm not saying he's out of Philadelphia, but he's like, look, man, I don't know what they could do, but we need some tough guys. We need a PJ Tucker. We need to be more aggressive. That guy went out there playing with a broken right thumb, torn ligaments in that thumb, a broken face, with the mask on, gave everything he had, and you got James Harden dogging it once again, like he did, what was that? I think that was like 6 or 7 years ago when they played the San Antonio Spurs in a Game 6 at home in Houston. And no Kawhi Leonard was involved in that game. He was inactive for that game, and they got beat by 39. And Harden scored nothing in the second half. Remember Game 6 against the Golden State Warriors in 2019? James Harden. When did he score in the second half of that game? He dogged it.
Yeah.
He dogs it, man. And it's embarrassing that his season and Joel Embiid and Doc Rivers tonight, but I know we give Doc Rivers a lot of slander and we give him a lot of hate, but man, he had to sit there with the Ben Simmons situation. Then you trade your core and Seth Curry, Andre Drummond, who else? Of course, Ben Simmons, for James Harden. And James Harden comes there, already has a hamstring issue.
Yep.
And just dogs it.
Yep.
Dogs it. So, I kind of feel for Joel Embiid, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's movement out there.
Yeah, I mean, it's gone from trust the process to lust the process, I guess, because he liked it for a little bit. It looked good. It was like, hey, yeah, I'll trust the process here with the Sixers. I'll trust it. But no, it's more lust than love. I don't know if he's going to be there that much longer. I think he's done trusting that process.
Do you trust the Warriors tonight?
I do. I really do.
Why do you trust them?
Because they're at Chase Center. That's the reason why. Like, I'm not fully convinced they would have won that last game if they were at Chase Center, but I do think that it would have been a different game and it wouldn't have gotten so out of hand in the second quarter had Steph and Clay knocked down the shots as early as they did, because I think the crowd would have gotten into it and that the Warriors would have fed off of that crowd. But you did ask the question before the break, though. And that's the question of the day. It's going to be asked throughout. Of course, you can weigh in at the Xfinity Mobile text line at 888-957-9570. It's also the phone number if you'd like to weigh in on that. Same number.
Go figure.
The big question of the day is who needs to be the guy tonight in order for the Warriors to beat the Grizzlies in Game 6? Who needs to have that big game?
Right.
To me, the guy who hasn't had a big game these past couple of games, Jordan Poole.
Yeah.
And it's no coincidence to me that when Ja Morant goes out, Jordan Poole has his worst games of the series, because if you look at the matchup stats with him and Ja Morant, they are very much in favor of Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole overall was 7 of 9, and I think 3 of 4 from 3 when going one-on-one against Ja Morant.
Yep.
So I thought, okay, I see those, but let me go back and look at the Jordan Poole highlights from the first 3 games, and you will find that when he is one-on-one with Morant and everyone else is moving off the ball, trying to move them out of their positions, the defenders, that is, they leave Jordan Poole open for a layup. He's able to just blow right by Ja Morant. So Jordan Poole, to me, is the one that needs to make the biggest adjustment in Game 6 and needs to have that big game if the Warriors want to get over the top. That's me.
And how do you have a big game? Well, you can't over dribble. You have to be decisive.
100%.
You have to let the game come to you. You have to play at a controlled speed. You can't dribble into no man's land. You can't force it here. And I think if he starts tonight, he'll get that starting juice again.
Yeah.
And he'll be able to cook, whether it's against Tyus Jones, whether it's against Dillon Brooks. Dillon Brooks going to shadow Stephen Curry wherever he goes, and that's fine. I think you can get these guys into foul trouble. So I'm with you with Jordan Poole. He has to have a big game.
Yeah.
For me, I need Steph Curry to come out and attack. He's got to attack from the get-go. And they have to play with the lead for once. I mean, it's incredible, not only over the last 2 games that they've only led for 45.7 seconds, but that every single game of the series, Game 1, 6-0 Memphis. Game 2, 8-0 Memphis. Game 3, 21-8 Memphis. Game 4, Memphis is leading after the first quarter, 24-20. Game 5, 21-11. Like, every single game of the series, they've gotten off the slow starts. Heck, the first quarter has been terrible for the Warriors throughout the postseason. They've only had 2 productive first quarters, really, where they've led, I believe, against, the Nuggets and then, of course, the Memphis Grizzlies. So they've got to get off to getting off to a fast start tonight, getting that crowd into it and giving them something to cheer about. That is imperative to me. That is the biggest thing. And if they get off to a slow start and they're playing uphill again and they're down 8, they're down 9, all of a sudden the building gets a little uneasy. All of a sudden shots start falling short. All of a sudden you got problems.
That's when you start forcing shots. That's when you start forcing shots, is when it's an uphill battle in that first quarter. But the defense needs to be locked in too. Like, going back to the whole thing with Steph in that last game, not shooting for the first 7-8 minutes of the game, whatever it was. They scored 21 with 6.5 minutes left in the first quarter.
Wow.
You can't let the Grizzlies score 21.
No, you can't.
In the first half of the first quarter.
You can't. You can't.
Like, you can't do that.
You can't.
And then have it end with a 40-point, damn near 40-point first quarter.
Yeah, 39.
Like, the defense needs to be on point too. And if they're going to start off though with that 3-guard lineup, if they do, with Steph, Jordan Poole, Clay, Wiggins, Green, we all know what that is now. If they do start off with that, I agree with you, because Steph has been aggressive with that 3-guard lineup. So I do think that Steph needs to get going early, but in its entirety, I think Jordan Poole is the one that needs to, clean up some of the mess because there are going to be some turnovers, there are going to be some fouls, and Jordan Poole has been able to save them a lot of times with his offense and shooting the basketball.
And we'll get into Draymond Green a little bit later.
Yeah.
Because Mike Brown said yesterday as he met with the media via conference call, Draymond Green has to let it fly. Has to let it fly tonight. And Draymond Green, what did he say?
Love that.
Before the end of the regular season, this is the time of season I start to hit these shots.
This is the time of the season with 40% Draymond.
So
remember that 40% Draymond.
I do remember that. I do remember that. So let's we're gonna have an entire conversation about Draymond Green. Make sure you are listening to the roast this morning between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and learn how to win tickets to Game 6 tonight between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. But Langford, you asked me something about the schedule before last segment as we were talking during the break. Let's get back into schedule talk and break down the Niners schedule. We'll get into the Raiders schedule, some of the most intriguing national games this year, Sunday Night Football, Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football. We'll talk about the schedule because everybody's going crazy. Did anybody already book their flights? So what was the question you have for me, Langford?
So I haven't traveled to many NFL stadiums before. I haven't been to any of them, as a matter of fact, outside of California. So I'm wondering from you, I would like to know from you, which would be the stadium to go to if you had to pick any on the 49ers schedule this year? Which one is the one to book your flight for?
And we can let the YouTubers, the roasters on Twitch, as well as the Xfinity mobile text line chime in on it as well. 888-957-9570. If you have any schedule thoughts, what's the one city you have to go to this year if you're traveling to watch the 49ers? Is it Atlanta? Is it Chicago? Or is it Vegas on New Year's Day? They're going to have the Niners or Raiders play on New Year's Day? That is amazing. More coming up on the roast.
This morning. Now, back to the morning roast with Vontae and Shasky.
888-957-9570. What is the city you have to visit this year when it comes to the 49ers schedule, their road schedule? So this year in 2022, it's nice guy Stephen Langford's in for Joe Shasky, the butcher. He'll be back on Monday. Had to go to a wedding in Joshua Tree. Poor guy. Poor guy's not going to be able to watch the Warriors tonight.
You two performing at that wedding?
Why would they perform at that wedding?
Well, Joshua Tree, one of the most famous albums in God's country.
Oh, man. You ever been to Joshua Tree?
Never been to Joshua Tree.
Apparently you could like stay outdoors or something. It's like you sleep outdoors or something, be in a pool. It's not my kind of, not my scene.
What, you mean glamping?
Yeah, is that what they call it?
Glamorous camping?
Is that what they're calling it? Glamping?
Yeah, there's a glamping thing you can do. You can go to Airbnb and go glamping anytime you want.
Spadona, you been to Joshua Tree?
No, I heard it's very lovely, but I'm with you, Vontae. I'm not an outdoors, like, monument, that type of thing kind of guy. Like, glamping, as Steven says, is great, because if you're glamping, you're in a cabin, you got Wi-Fi, you got a TV.
Right.
I can do that, but I'm not going tent on top of dirt. No.
And so
you sleep on an air mattress. It's not like you're on top of dirt. You're not just sleeping on the ground. You could get
it's not comfortable.
Did you hear Shasky? I don't sleep on dirt. Hey, you know, he's gotten bougie. I don't even know if he's from the city anymore. But look, he flies out of Ontario. You got to drive 2 hours to Joshua Tree. You got to fly. You got to drive 2 hours.
I'm taking offense
from an airport.
I'm taking offense to this camping thing, man. I was a Boy Scout all the way until my second class.
Were you a Scout's honor?
No, and then I stopped after a little while. Then I stopped.
Mr. T was probably the most
second class. That's where I got.
Shout out to Pinewood Derby.
Yeah.
The Pinewood Derby
Dude,
was great.
If Benny gets in the Boy Scouts, you best believe I'm tricking that thing out.
The Pinewood Derby was great because it wasn't a competition between the Boy Scouts. It was a competition between the dads to see who could build the best.
And who could cheat without getting caught.
Yes, exactly.
So you're going to be that dad, Spadoni?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. What do you gotta say?
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Before we get to the schedule, though, for the 49ers, because I am curious and I'd like to know because, you know, I haven't been to any NFL stadiums really outside of here in the Bay Area. I've never even been to Levi's for a game. I've been to Levi's for an open practice, but never been for a game yet.
Tyler Miller on YouTube saying, do some peyote and glamp. It sounds like we got to do peyote to glamp to get in that mindset. By the way, shout out to Dante Wiley. Dante Wiley out there on YouTube. Got to shout him out, man. He's been all over the place, tweeting, Instagramming. They're all roasters or something else, aren't they?
Yeah.
Or something else.
Even when they tag me in it, it's like, I wasn't even involved.
They know your tag. They find you, Langford. They even tag Lubman. I'm seeing Lubman getting tagged in tweets now. They're adding Sam Lubman.
The cream rises to the top, baby.
Cream rises to the top.
He's getting
cream rises.
The social media street cred's just rising for me.
It is. It really is. Good to hear your voice today, Lubman. You were freaking out yesterday. What were you freaking out yesterday about? Oh, no, actually, I was freaking out. Oh, so check this out.
That's probably why I was freaking out.
Before you get to your story, Langford.
Yes.
Before you get to the story, check this out.
Yeah.
Check this out. So, you remember a couple years ago, I got to judge the Warrior girls.
Yeah.
I got to make cuts for the Warriors girls dance competition, or for the cheerleading squad.
That I do.
Anna went with me because she was never letting me go alone to that. And, you know, run into some people and, you know, we judged and it was a great time. So I've been asked, this is funny. So I've been asked that from somebody was like, hey, Bonte, you know, hold on. I gotta find it. Sorry, here it is right here. So yesterday, here's the text out of nowhere, 2:22 p.m. Hey, Bonte. You know, I got your number for NBC Sports Bay Area. The 49ers Gold Rush is looking for a judge for the interview portion of their audition process. This will take place Wednesday, the 25th at Levi's Stadium. I think you would be an incredible judge, and they would absolutely love to have you. So I'm like, you know, what time? 2:30 p.m. arrival. Interviews from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. It's a long day. And the text says, it's a long day, but you would be a great, in all caps, a great addition to the panel. I said, I'm not sure the Warriors might be playing. And then I look at the conference final schedule and I said, actually, they wouldn't be playing. I have Wednesday off. Then, you know, the missus at the house, Anna said, so let me get this. You come in here complaining how tired you are, and all of a sudden you want to go down to Levi's and judge this competition? For what? For networking, Anna. I need to network with the Niners. You don't need to damn network. You always talk about being tired and yada, yada, yada. So
That's a long interview process.
it's a long interview process.
5
So-
hours? I think that's my, my math's correct.
Yeah, that's 5 hours.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a long day down in Santa Clara.
you
That's
go.
after doing a morning show. And if the Warriors do win tonight, that means the conference finals will be every other day.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have played that previous night, and then the judging, and then they play again on Thursday. So I feel like Harry and Lloyd and Dumb and Dumber when the end of the movie. Remember the bus came down and the girls come on with the bikinis. They're like, "Hey, we need somebody to massage us in town. We're looking for somebody. Where's
Yeah.
it at? Oh man, maybe you find somebody that way or something like that." And they just basically blow the whole
Yeah.
process
The town is back that way.
back that way. Then they run. Then they go. Yeah, it's just so I'm feeling like I'm gonna miss this event, and it may be one of those things that I regret in life. How do you feel about that, Langford?
What makes you qualified to do that?
I have no idea.
Like, what is it?
it's
Your
just a great question.
Is it your big step and dance moves? Like, what is it? You know?
It's a great question, Langford.
Boy, that's a great question.
I'm not looking for an answer either. I mean, I do like. Look, the way I broke down the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders after that playoff game when they played the Niners, the choreography of the Dallas
You
Cowboys
broke
cheerleaders.
down the choreography,
Dude, it was next level. Their steps, they were in unison. The way they kicked their legs up, the way they waved those pom-poms. I was like, I see why the Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders are the best in the business. Number 2 is the Raiderettes. When the Raiderettes before a game, the way they did it at the Coliseum, it got me going.
Yeah.
It got me going. They set the tone.
Yeah.
The Dallas Cowboy cheerleaders were setting the tone. I was like, oh my God, everything is bigger in Texas. This is amazing. Maybe that's why I'm qualified. I don't know.
is that coming up later on in the show at 8:30? We're going to do your top 10 cheerleading squads in the NFL, other than schedule leagues. Is that what we're doing? You break down cheerleading tape.
So if I'm not able to do it, Lakeford, you do live in Campbell, California.
That I do. I can't be a judge. What am I going to do?
Go through the interview process and judge the damn cheerleaders.
It's like a head coaching interview. You hear those things
It's-
like the last 10
Dude.
hours. This thing's going to last 5 hours.
Let me tell you, I took more notes during that Warriors audition than I did in college, in all 4 years of college.
Of course. When you were the water cooler man at City College. Oh, man.
Dude, yeah.
So what? You're just going to say, you know what? No, I can't do it. But instead, the technical producer who fills in as a host when Shasky's off, he could do it. Is that what you're going to say?
Hey, man, this could be your big break, buddy. Could be your big break.
Hey, man, making connections, you know? Yeah.
It's a tough one. We got to an argument over that one, and I think Lundman was on the tail end of that. When Baby Chaz is yelling at me, Ed is yelling at me. They're both yelling at me, and I'm rattled on the couch like I just want to watch Sixers in Miami and go judge the damn competition. But it doesn't look like I'm going to judge the competition unless we did agree on this. I said, she goes, so, all right, so you're not going to do it, right? I said, all right, look. The Warriors blow a 3-1 lead. That means they won't be playing in the conference finals. And that means your boy will be getting rested. So if they don't go to the conference finals, I think we could work this out.
Wow, so 99% of you really wants the Warriors to get past this series, but there is that 1% of you where you're like, there's a silver lining here, or rather a red and gold lining, I guess.
Yeah. So a lot of people are saying, go, Langford, go. Langford, don't cat off. Go do that. Give the gig to Guru. Guru works from 12 to 3, and if he called in sick that day, I mean, we know why.
Lay off.
And he'd be, don't want Mia Johnson out there.
Monte, help me.
Yeah, he don't want him down there in Santa Clara. So I got an issue here.
Yeah.
Sorry to derail the show.
No,
but
it's okay.
It's a third world problem for
Yeah,
me.
no, I got some qualifications. Back in high school, I participated in 2 different dance things. One for Mr. IHS over at Irvington, where I did a full-on ribbon dance for the crowd at Irvington.
A ribbon dance. What's a ribbon dance?
You know, you have the ribbons. I like the movie Old School, and then I saw what Will Ferrell did, so I kind of imitated what Will Ferrell did with the ribbons. So I did that, and then I also participated in Ritmo Latino one year. I was stiff as a board. I got made fun of a lot after that.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Stephen Langford at high school was an experience. I just have it was an experience.
I had a good time.
Sounds like you had a great time.
I had a fantastic time. Not a great dancer, though.
Let's go to Poke in Richmond.
Poke
in Richmond. We don't have calls on schedules. We don't have calls on the Warriors. We have calls on the Warriors in the cheerleading, judging. Poke, what's happening? How are you doing?
Man. What's going on, fellas? Hey, listen, as far as the cheerleaders, man, you got to get to an HBCU, Bonte. You got to go. My oldest son go to Alabama A&M.
Oh.
You can flip a coin and hit any HBCU football game and see some cheerleading that you ain't never seen in your life. So that's for that. As for the Warriors, man, everybody calm down, man. They gonna win tonight, and we gonna party, and it's gonna be a good weekend in the Bay Area. As far as shows, you need to look at Atlanta. Atlanta is a genius show by Donald Glover. Trust me, you would dig that.
Pope, great call. Atlanta, I just haven't watched the new season yet since they've been in London. I just haven't had time to watch it. It's stacking up on a DVR. I love Atlanta. What about you? And by the way, HBCUs, Langford, it'll blow your mind away.
Really?
Trust me. It's one of the biggest regrets I have in life is not going to an HBCU. I may not be in this position that I'm in right now. It's probably best that I didn't go to an HBCU. Ain't no guarantee I would have graduated from an HBCU. I thought he was going to say you could flip a coin and do something else. That's where my mind went.
Yeah, of course it did. Shout out Gators.
Yeah, everybody thought the same. Everybody thought the same. Our heads are so far in the gutter, it's not even funny.
And you asked me what about Atlanta, the show?
Yeah.
Oh, it's fantastic.
You watched the new season yet?
I haven't watched the new season.
Yeah.
I need to catch up. But I've watched that episode with I can't even remember the name of the character. It was
the Michael Jackson one.
Yes.
Oh my God, that was
one.
like trippy.
Yeah, with the egg.
Yeah.
You know, the egg. They crack the egg with the hammer, and then the yolk. But Donald Glover to me is one of the greatest artists of this generation. So I will support anything that he does, going back all the way to Derek Comedy. But I don't need to go. I don't need to start rambling off my Donald Glover knowledge. Let's get to the 49ers schedule.
Yeah.
Going off
hold
a
on.
little too
Before,
much.
we are.
We're off the rails, bro.
Dude, the judging thing. Like I'm getting blown up right now. Hey, I'll go judge. I'll go do it for you. So maybe we'll do that next week. Since I probably can't judge and I'm going to regret it, somebody better FaceTime me and let me in on the process.
What, put you in on like an iPad like the Warriors are doing with Steve Kerr right now as he's trying to coach the team?
Maybe I can interview from home. Maybe that'll make Ed happy.
There you go.
You know, the text line said, wow, Bonte, you're going to pass that up because your girl has an issue? That's an opportunity. That's what you have to tell her. I tried to take that, but she's not dumb. She's not dumb. What opportunity? Well, how does it benefit you? You know, and it has today's flex. Don't worry, Bonte. Zucci man, hey, Ed ain't having that issue. Ain't going to that. So anyway, you are listening to 95.7 The Game. KGMZ FM at H31 San Francisco and Odyssey Station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy Simplified. 49ers schedule 2022. Remember last year I broke it down, win-loss record, Super Bowls, all that stuff. Got to have a game, tribe game. I'll wait for Shasky for that so we could all chime in on that because it's a lot more fun when all three of us do it.
You went with a full like Cold Stone Creamery type of schedule. You said, oh, that's a like it game. I like it.
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. I love that one. And that's a gotta have it game.
That's a gotta have it game.
Yeah.
Trap game. Gotta have it game. Body bag game.
The body bag game.
Divisional game. Primetime game. Super Bowl preview game. Schedule loss.
Yeah.
Short week. It's just, it was insane.
Hey, man,
last
if the Warriors don't make it past this series, we're going to have plenty of schedule talk to talk about right up until training camp starts. So,
Yes.
you know, we're going to have plenty of time to do that one. But as far as the 49ers schedule, though, I'm looking at it, and I think the number one thing that stood out, because I really don't think that it's that daunting of a schedule. I think it's, you know, in bursts it is, but I do like how they have multiple home games, even including the one in Mexico City. I know they're counting that as a home game, but they got, 6 straight if you're including that? So you're going to be right after the bye week, or at least 7 straight, excuse me.
Arizona's in Mexico City.
Right, that's what I'm saying, but you still got 7 straight after that.
That is pretty
if
good.
If I'm not mistaken there.
Chargers at home, Arizona, Mexico City, Saints at home, Miami at home, Tampa
never
at
mind.
home.
You got at Seahawks, so never mind.
At Seahawks, and then Washington at home. You play Vegas, but it's a very, I mean, they don't leave the Western time, they don't leave the Pacific time zone after the bye week. Think about that.
Yeah.
They don't leave the Pacific time zone after the bye week.
That's huge.
That's huge.
Yeah.
So the traveling gods are on the 49ers side. Absolutely. But you asked me what was the the city you have to go to.
If you are going to purchase airplane tickets this morning, you just saw the NFL schedule for the 49ers and you're a 49er fan, because I haven't been to that many NFL stadiums. I've been to Allegiant, but I didn't go when there was a game. I just went to take the tour, which was pretty cool.
Yeah,
the
no
stadium tour, you get to go to the locker room and all that sort of stuff. But other than that, I've never been to any other NFL stadium. So really, I'm wondering from you, because I know you've been to a lot, I'm wondering from the listeners, which is the one that you're booking your tickets for? I mean, is it the one in Vegas on New Year's Day? I mean, is it Chicago? Is it Denver? Is it Carolina? I mean, Carolina, I don't really know what the stadium's like, but the crowd at least looks energized.
Yeah, Charlotte,
even though the team stinks.
Charlotte, North Carolina, I hear is a very underrated city. The Queen City, I hear it's fun. Out in Charlotte, vibrant. I'm looking at Chicago. I booked tickets to Chicago because the Giants happened to play that same weekend at Wrigley Field. And every time I went to Chicago, the Cubs weren't in town.
Yeah.
The White Sox were in, so I went to Guarantee Rate Field and watched the White Sox Kansas City Royals game. Oh, you talk about a depressing time at a stadium. I don't even remember who was on the field. It was.
When was this?
This was 2018, I believe.
2018.
Yeah, 2018. So that kind of stunk. So Chicago, I think.
The White Sox and Royals.
Guaranteed rate field in the south side of Chicago. There's nothing around it. Take the subway, which was fun, but we got tickets for like $10. It was a joke. It was a joke. It was sterile. Nobody was there. They had their little, how Oracle Park has their Acme Public House or whatnot. They had their little version of it. There was literally 3 people in there.
Eesh.
It was rough. So White Sox game out, but the Giants are at Wrigley Field that weekend in Chicago. So I think the Bears are a must go see Soldier Field, the new renovated Soldier Field. Got to see that before they build their new stadium in the next 10 years. Denver's an interesting road trip. I would say Denver. Denver's a must-go-to. In Atlanta, with their new stadium, Mercedes-Benz Stadium. Now, if you haven't been to SoFi, I say get to SoFi. By far and away the best stadium I've ever been to in my life.
Yeah.
And, of course, in Legion Field in Vegas. I think that's a gotta have it, gotta go to. Now, a lot of people are talking about Mexico City. I'm not that intrigued with Mexico City. It's above sea level. It's going to be 100,000 people in that stadium. I just
hope that it could be. I just hope that the field can be ready on time, because I remember when the Raiders played there.
Oh, it was a joke.
They didn't even have. They had some sort of concert there the night before, and they hadn't even fixed the grass. They were still trying to fix the grass leading up to the game.
Which one was that? The Patriots or that the Texans?
I believe it was the Patriots. Well, I could be wrong about that, but I remember Estadio Azteca. I was like, "What is going on? How did they not have the field ready when they knew that they were going to do this the entire time?"
Yeah, no. Estadio Azteca. They came back and beat the Texans on that Monday night game. I remember that. I was my first month here, 95-7 the game.
That's when Brock Osweiler got the laser in his eye.
Yeah, and then when the Raiders played the Patriots, the laser pointers came back out. So that was an ugly game because Obi Melifonwu was playing cornerback that game.
What a time.
And the Patriots were running no huddle, and they just picked on the old Obi Melifonwu, and that game was an absolute joke.
Second round pick.
Yeah, Gronk had 150 yards that game.
Yeah, it was rough. So I would say for me, Chicago #1. If you haven't been to Chicago, Atlanta #2, and of course you got to go Vegas. Those are my top 3 destinations for the 49er road trips.
I feel like I'd want to go to Seattle. Just to see a Seattle versus 49er game, but they're not. That'd be later on in the season. It'd be week 15. It'd be cool to be on Thursday Night Football, but it also would be Seattle in December, in the middle of December?
Yeah. I still haven't been to Seattle. That's one stadium I want to go to.
Yeah,
that's one game I want to go to.
It's interesting, man. I'm looking at the first 4 games, too, with the Bears, Seahawks, Broncos, and Rams. I mean, if Trey Lance starts, which I think he's going to, when Trey Lance starts. I know you don't want me to say when Trey Lance starts, because I do believe he will.
Yep.
But you're going up against Justin Fields.
Then
you got to prove yourself against the Seahawks at home. Then you got Russell Wilson
in Denver
at home, prime time.
In Denver,
excuse me. And then you got the Rams.
Monday Night Football.
Again, prime time, but this time at home. Those first 4 weeks for Trey Lance, those are going to be some big 4 weeks, man.
Big 4 weeks. Now, the schedule does, again, after the bye week, the Niners don't have to leave the Pacific time zone. They play the Rams on Sunday Night Football at home. You go to Mexico City. You go to New Orleans. New Orleans comes here. Miami comes here. Tampa Bay and Tom Brady comes here. Now, you want to talk about intriguing home games? Patrick Mahomes, Tom Brady coming to Levi Stadium. That's pretty cool.
That's big.
Yeah. And, of course, you got Matthew Stafford and the L.A. Rams coming to Levi Stadium as well.
That's why we were confused, though, with the Buccaneers thing. That's why we were confused with Mike Florio when he said that the Tom Brady is for sure going to the 49ers.
Yeah.
Because we knew that the 49ers were going to be playing the Buccaneers. We knew they were going to be playing them at home. It's why would the Buccaneers want to trade Tom Brady when they're about to play him in Levi Stadium if you would be the quarterback. Like, really? And then there's also everything else that's around it. You know, we don't even need to discuss that. But,
no doubt.
But you know, it's just this schedule, though, I'm not looking at it like I am last year, because I remember last year I was looking at the home stretch where they played Jacksonville in Jacksonville. This was after 2 straight games at home. Then you're back at home. Then you go to Seattle, then you go to Cincinnati, then you go back home, then you go to Tennessee. I'm like, man.
Tennessee short week.
I was like, that's a lot of traveling for a team. And maybe we, you know, at this time when schedules get leaked, maybe we do, not leaked, but schedules get released, not leaked. The schedule leaks were really frustrating.
Yeah, they are.
But I think we do kind of just amplify the travel. And maybe it does make a big difference,
Right.
but in the grand scheme of things, if your team's a good team, the travel's not going to affect them too much if they're better than the other team. It will a little bit, but a large chunk of the game is due to the play on the field and depending on how good your team is.
Yeah, I'm with you there. The Raiders, I'm looking at them at Tennessee, at Kansas City on Monday Night Football, at Pittsburgh. That would be a fun game to go to on a Saturday.
Yeah,
but it's Christmas Eve. So if you're a big Christmas guy, you're probably not going.
It's the 50th anniversary of the Immaculate Deception, as we call it around here.
Yeah, no, it was a fraud. I got robbed in that game.
Yep.
That was John Madden, to this day, wouldn't talk about it. Rest in peace to John Madden. Patriots on Sunday Night Football. You got both LA teams at SoFi Stadium Thursday Night Football. So you go to SoFi twice, which is basically 2 home games for the Raiders.
Yeah.
Because they own LA. You get Matt Ryan and the Colts at home. Colts have been a tough matchup for you guys. You go to Seattle. You have Russell Wilson in Denver. You end the season against the Kansas City Chiefs. You have the Niners on January 1st. That game's going to be wild.
Yeah, but I don't care what team they're playing in December. To me, as a Raider fan, it's just what's Derek Carr going to look like in December.
Wow.
Because if Derek Carr looks like the Derek Carr he has been in previous Decembers, I know he did beat the Colts last year, but if he's the same Derek Carr that we've seen, then it doesn't matter which team they're playing. They're not going to have much of a chance.
No. Any Sunday night, Monday night games stick out to you? Like week 1, you get Russell Wilson going back to Seattle.
I think that's one where, I mean, they knew what they were doing when they booked that one. I'm very intrigued to see how Seattle fans react to it. I know we got Mauser running YouTube and Twitch, and he's live in studio.
He's already talking about his stepdad's got tickets. He's already talking about
I wonder how fans are going to react to that one when Russ comes back.
He'll get a standing ovation.
Yeah.
He'll get a standing go. The first game of the season, Buffalo in LA against the Rams. That's a juicy opening game for the NFL season.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are picking the Buffalo Bills to go to the Super Bowl. That is next level. Then you get Brady and the Cowboys for the first Sunday Night Football game, which I think is that's going to be a lot of fun as well. So Bills, Rams are opening season. I'm not mad at that.
Yeah, the only random ones, like I'm not looking forward too much to Thanksgiving. I'm not looking forward to Patriots and Vikings when that's on NBC.
Yeah, that's the game you fall asleep on after eating all the Thanksgiving food.
100%.
You just pass out on that one.
And then the next week after that, Packers, Eagles.
Although you get the little, you get that on Thanksgiving. You know what I'm saying?
Nothing signifies Thanksgiving more than the Viking horn that they play way too damn much.
All right, let's take a little break here. Let's get back into the Dubs, baby. Where you at, Dub Nation? It's time to turn up here. I already gave you the damn outfit that I'm wearing tonight at the Gatehouse, Langford. Let's get into Game 6. Will it be a Game 6, Clay? What version of Draymond Green will we get tonight? We'll get all that sound from Mike Brown. We'll also have some Stephen A. sound about James Harden. And I know my boy Philly Zoo listens every morning. You better be worried about Embiid leaving, buddy. You better be worried.
James Harden is trash.
Oh, wait till you hear.
Is that Stephen A?
Wait till you hear what he has to say.
Don't be disrespectful.
Sorry, Stephen.
And make sure you are listening to the roast this morning between 7:30 and 8 o'clock and learn how to win tickets to Game 6 tonight between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. That's right. Listen between 7:30 and 8 a.m. and you will get a chance to get to go see the Warriors eliminate the Memphis Grizzlies tonight in Game 6. Because you know what, nice guy? I am guaranteeing a victory. And I'll tell you why on the other side. Brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Feel the bloom at Outdoor Supply Hardware.
McKee got hit in Seattle, and I was livid. It was Mahorn hit him, and I mean, he hit him hard. And I told Derek, get your ass up. And I said, Nick, call the same play. And the officials knew I was mad. And he tried to come in. I said, you guys didn't do nothing. And I said, call that same play. And I promise you, any of these touch Derek McKee, I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Xavier McDaniel, you think he'd be fired up for a Game 6? How do you think he'd roll into Chase Center? tonight for Game 6 with a chance to eliminate the Memphis Grizzlies. Xavier McDaniel, former Sonic, former Knick, former Net. Heard what he said. He'd break your freaking jaw if you mess with one of his players. If you would have saw Jordan Poole get popped like he did on the back screen in Game 5, what do you think Xavier McDaniel would have done? He told us. He played in over 900 games in his career. He would have been kicked out in half of them.
Yeah. He might not be playing in Game 6 if Xavier McDaniel was playing in this series.
He probably would have made it this far.
Yeah.
Probably would have made it this far. He may have been coming off a 2-game suspension tonight. All right? The guy probably would have walked in to the arena full uniform with the gym bag saying, I'm ready to go, coach. I don't need a pregame warm-up routine. Just let me get on the treadmill for 45 minutes, and I'm ready to roll.
Yeah.
Let me make sure I shave the eyebrows off.
Yeah.
X-Men is turned up.
I think he would be.
I'd love to watch a game with him. I'd love to watch this game with him. Game 6, Warriors and Grizzlies. Don't forget, in 10 minutes, we're going to let you know how to win tickets to game number 6 between the Warriors and the Grizzlies. The Warriors on the cusp of a conference final berth. They haven't been there since 2019. All right? A 2-year hiatus in the playoffs. How are they going to stop the Grizzlies, who are all of a sudden found a rhythm? Desmond Bane, he's in the rhythm. Tyus Jones has found the rhythm. Steven Adams has made a difference with a double-double in game number 4 and 13 big rebounds in game 5. Jaren Jackson Jr. all of a sudden feels good. Feels good about his game. DeAnthony Melton feels good coming off the bench. Brandon Clark quietly, 14 and 7 last game out in just 11 to 14 minutes. So how are the Warriors going to do this tonight and oust the Memphis Grizzlies and get 4 days of rest? Dub Nation, where you at? 888-957-9570, 888-957-9570. That's the hotline as well as the Xfinity mobile text line. And I almost forgot, Langford, it's Friday. It's a shout-out Friday.
Yes.
Shameless shout-outs at 740.
Yes.
Shameless shout-outs.
Shout out anybody. Shout out whoever you want. A business, you could shout out your family, whoever. Doesn't matter. I shouted out my barber last time before I shouted out my mom before Mother's Day. I still feel kind of bad about that.
She probably doesn't feel good about that either.
No, and I messaged my barber. I said, "Hey man, I shouted you out," and then he calls me. He's like, "Oh dude, that's sick. Thanks man." And then he said, "Would have been cooler if you were on camera though." Like, yeah, that makes sense. If I'm giving a shout out to my barber, I was in the back room, and it's like, can't exactly show him the haircut that I got.
Yeah, we need a camera on that. What did we call this back here? We didn't call it the cockpit. We called it the.
I like the dugout, but I think we were done with the dugout. The
control room.
The command center.
The command center.
The command center. Yeah.
We need a camera on the command center.
Because I think the control room is its actual official radio name. I think it's actually called the control room.
And we don't want to do it
there that day. Sorry.
And we don't want to do official radio names here, Spadoni. We like the command center. We need a camera on a command center, like 3 boxes here. We need a box of me, a box of you, and a box of Lubman and Spadoni. And you guys can look at Lubman. He's wore those Jordans every single day.
Yeah.
Every single day since he got rid of the Phillies. The
Crocs today with socks, by the way, for Lubman.
I ain't mad at that.
Comfortability. That's the number one thing. The best ability is comfortability.
Yeah, no doubt. And then you got Ryan Mauser back there stretching like he's working hard. Oh, dude's been stretching like, oh my God, whew, tough day on the roast, man. Tough day. So, what needs to happen for the Warriors to win Game 6, Langford? What needs to happen tonight?
I
obviously, other than winning.
Yeah, I know, right? I understand that you want to get off offensively to a hot start. Understandable, right? You want Klay to knock down the shots. You want Steph to at least take a shot within the first 7 minutes. I understand all of that, but I need the defense to be locked in to start the game because immediately, 21 points with 6.5 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Like, that's unacceptable if you're the Warriors, and I think the Warriors understand that. But they let Desmond Bane get going with a couple of threes. You can't have Jonathan Kuminga in the starting lineup because as soon as Jonathan Kuminga was there, they just gave the ball to Jaren Jackson Jr. and Jackson just backed him down and went in for an easy layup. Like, you can't have that happen in the first quarter. So to me, it's even more about, just as much about getting off to a hot start on offense, it is slowing the Grizzlies down when you're on defense because that Grizzlies team has just gotten off to these leads. They get their confidence up. They start getting cocky. They start talking a little bit. You want to silence them and make them become the front runners that Draymond Green was talking about because Draymond, the reason he said the explanation for his dancing was if you end up losing and you're just down, then you're a front runner. It doesn't matter if we're winning or losing. You're not going to get me down.
Right.
I'm going to stay up at all times.
Right.
So you are going to make sure, you got to make sure on defense that you keep the Grizzlies down and don't let them get cocky. Make every single shot contested and tough on them because you weren't getting that early on in the game.
510 Xfinity Mobile text line. Warriors going to pick and roll Memphis to death tonight. Conference Finals. Here we come. That's Tony of the USMC. I would pick and roll Steven Adams every single time down. Today, I think it's just a day to get away from the read and react offense. Now you don't want to just throw it away and throw it in the trash can, but I want Steph Curry to get the switch on to Adams and go to work.
Yeah.
I want Steph Curry to do it early and often so Taylor Jenkins has to think about, you know what? Yeah, I can't play this guy. I can't play the king-size Kiwi today. That's what I want. I want them to play him off the floor. Also, they need to get Draymond Green going. And the Grizzlies have said, you know what? We're going to let Draymond Green shoot. We're going to let Kevon Looney shoot. Here's what Mike Brown had to say yesterday about the Grizzlies sagging off of Draymond Green.
Just watching the way that they play, they do a great job of just clogging that paint. As soon as the ball is close to getting near the paint, Jaren Jackson's coming in, Steven Adams is in, Steven Adams is off, Draymond, and they're long. And it's hard at times for guards to kick the ball out because there aren't a lot of outlet passes. And then you give them credit, too, that once they collapse, they do a great job of flaring out and trying to still contest shots. And so one of the things we have to do a better job of is we have to get off the ball a little bit sooner. We can't penetrate as deep, and we just got to make the next simple pass. And then on top of that, Draymond has to continue being aggressive. If Steven Adams is off him, he's got to let it fly. He's knocked down big shots for us before, and then he's got to keep playing his dribble handoff game.
And I'm with Mike Brown there with Draymond, and I'm with you on the pick and roll situation because Lubman and I were talking about it yesterday. It's been the default, really, just to when the Warriors are struggling, it's been the default just to say, all right, well, you got to get him into a pick and roll. And sometimes it's just that doesn't work. You need more than that from the Warriors during the regular season, more than just a pick and roll in order to win the next game. But when you're going game after game after game, and you're a sixth game into the series, these last two, Steven Adams has proven just that he can clog the paint, and he's just going to stand there. So any way possible that you can get Steven Adams out of position, and if pick and roll is the way to do that, then pick and roll him to death because that might need to be the option there. And when it comes to Draymond, I want to see that energy that he was bringing in the first quarter. In that first quarter, one of the reasons why Steph didn't take a shot in the first 7 minutes of the game is because Draymond had an open look from three. He took it. He ended up clanking it off the back iron. He had an open bunny. Took it, made it. And then he also had that dunk in transition in the first quarter. So Draymond was aggressive, but you also need Draymond to actually be in all four quarters because the Warriors, and shoot the ball.
And I get it. Draymond's not the same player he was in 2016-17. We all get all that. But, talking to players and talking to coaches and being around Chase Center, a lot of people are, scratching their heads saying, in those two lost seasons, why didn't Draymond just shoot it 8 to 10 times from the three-point line and say, you know what, I'm going to work on my game. We're not going anywhere. So let me work on my game so when Clay is back, when we are at full strength and we are ready to roll and get back into championship contention, I will be ready to go with my three-pointers that I'm getting. They're giving Draymond Green warm-up threes. Those are warm-up threes that he has at his stable, and yet he's not even looking at the basket. 0 for 2 in Game 5, 2 for 4 from the floor. And the Warriors' record when he scores 8 to 10 more points. I believe this year, they're 19-4 when he scores 8 or more points, if I'm not mistaken.
That's not a small sample size.
It's not a small sample size. So go ahead and score. Let's go to the lines. The lines are lit up right now. Let's go out to the lines here, talk a little Dub Nation. Don't forget, in a minute, we'll explain how you can win tickets to game number 6 tonight at Chase Center. You want to be in the building, folks. Austin in the Bay. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, how y'all doing this morning?
Good morning, man. Good morning.
How you doing this morning? Okay, that's what's up. Hey, this is what I got. Hey, how we won our 3 championships? We led by the 3, and we died by the 3. And now in these past few games, since Adams been back, we ain't running in the fast break. We get the rebound, we letting them get back and set on defense. Only person that's really running the fast break is Draymond Green, and nobody's running with him. If Steven Adams ain't gonna guard Draymond Green, we gonna see where his conditioning is at. We gonna run him down. run him down. I guarantee he'd be out the first quarter if we run in this transition and run that pick and roll. That's all I got.
All right, Austin. Run that pick and roll. Get out on the break. You may have to go small to start. We'll ask Anthony Slater at 8 o'clock. How does he see the lineup playing out today at the start of game number 6? And by the way, we said we're going to give out tickets. You better be listening right now. So here's the rules here, Langford. Know the show. Know the roast. Listen between now and 8 o'clock. Now and 8 o'clock. And at 8:15, we're going to ask a question about what happened between 7:30 and 8. Be the first caller to call in with the correct answer, and you will be today's winner. Again, know the show. Listen between now and 8 o'clock, and at 8:15, we're going to ask a question about what happened between 7:30 and 8. Be the first caller to call in with the correct answer, and you will be today's winner. That'll be the contest line at 844-999-GAME, 844-999-4263.
It could be something from you. It could be something from me. This isn't a situation here where you just, want to have the radio on in the background and you're not really listening. You need to listen intently from now until 8 o'clock so you're ready for that question at 8:15 so you could possibly win some tickets to Game 6. And now, Draymond Green, right? If he takes that open shot, it's not necessarily the corner three because there's been a couple of them where he has that open look in the corner and then sometimes it's just like, man, you can just drive baseline and maybe hit a floater or something like that. I don't need him taking a corner three. That's not what I see from Draymond. But when he's at the top of the key, like I've seen Draymond blow the roof off Chase Center when he hits that three at the top of the key.
And then he starts barking.
When no one's around him. And he does that celebration where he puts his arms straight down and he starts running on the opposite side of the court because everyone's away. It's only him in the middle of the court, in center court. Like there's something special about that. So I'm with you. It's the top of the key three to me where it's the open look. Not so much in the corner, not in the right wing, not in the left wing. Right at the top of the key, man. I need that.
And then you have Game 6 Clay. Last Game 6 is for Klay Thompson. 28 points per game.
Yeah.
Over 45% from the three-point line. Game 6 Clay became a thing.
Yeah.
And it was all birthed in Oklahoma City back in 2016. He's had some monster Game 6s. 2018 against the Rockets. He lit them up.
Yeah.
Game 6 the next year against the Rockets. Lit them up. He was having a phenomenal Game 6 when he tore his ACL against the Toronto Raptors. He hit a deep three in that game. Warriors went up 4. I got an email from NBC Sports saying, hey, your flight has been booked for Toronto. I'm like, oh, my gosh, we're going back to Toronto. But then we know what happened. Klay Thompson, he came out on fire in game number 5. I really don't worry about Klay Thompson because shooters are going to shoot. To me, it's more about Draymond Green not turning the ball over, and it's more about Steph Curry setting the tone here. Let's go to Rove and El Cerrito. El Cerrito, Rove, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, the name is Roz, though. Roz.
Roz, okay, we got you. We got you, Roz. What's up, Roz?
Yeah, we need Klay Thompson. He's been kind of a little bit disappointing. He's been missing them little 15-footers right there. Normally with Klay Thompson hits and his 3-pointers. We need the Klay Thompson in regular season that played against the L.A. Lakers. He got off on that game, over 30 points a game in that game. And we need to shut down on those turnovers. Last game, 19 and before the half? That's way too many.
Yep.
We get that going. Draymond with his high IQ on the court, we're rolling.
There you go, Roz.
It's the shot turnovers, too. Like the numbers you see in the box score, the amount of turnovers that you see, I don't think when Steve Kerr and Mike Brown, by the way, every time we criticize Mike Brown for his head coaching job, I know that Steve Kerr's not on the court, but Steve Kerr's trying to make those adjustments off the court too. Like he's still talking to the team and still in communication with the team. It's not like he's just going to sit back. He's going to try and help as much as he can. So I do think we need to involve Kerr in this. I think when it comes to the shot turnovers, that's been the real issue with Klay. Like the passing turnovers, the ones that actually count toward the box score, you need to see better ones from Draymond, obviously, when he's threading the needle, smarter passes and all of that. But it's the shot selection with Klay that you want to see improve, which we have seen. When he gets an open look, he's going to take them, but it's those frustrating ones with 16 seconds left on the shot clock, and he's backing his defender down and tries a turnaround jumper. It's just some of those when they don't go in, it's very frustrating.
It is. 4 shots, and they've all been forcing shots here. Draymond Green, I'm looking at him, round number 1, 164 minutes, 48 points, 37 assists, 8 turnovers. Round 2, 131 minutes of action, 24 points, 28 assists, 20 turnovers. It's got to cut him back. It's got to cut him back. And the Warriors. And here's the issue. Like we talked about the first half, the last 3 games. 14 turnovers in Game 3 in the first half. 11 turnovers in Game 4 in the first half. 14 turnovers in the first half in Game 5. The problem with Game 5 was that the Memphis Grizzlies finally took advantage of the turnovers. They hadn't been scoring off the turnovers because the Warriors did a great job of getting back on defense in transition. Grizzlies weren't capitalizing. They did in game number 5 in the first half, scoring 23 points off those 14 turnovers. So you turn the ball over again. Now the Grizzlies are saying, oh, they're giving us the ball. Yeah. We're deflecting the basketball. Let's capitalize on this. And they finally did in game 5.
You do have to give the Grizzlies defense some credit for the way that they're able to obstruct those passing lanes, those ones that the Warriors think are open, which might be open against other teams, but just weren't in that game. I'm with you there. And I think we also, look at the amount of turnovers the Grizzlies had in the first half. 4 first half turnovers. Like that's pretty damn good when you're going up against a team like the Warriors who prides themselves on their defense with their along with their head coach, led by their head coach. Mm-hmm. So that's going to have to change too. Not only are you going to have to limit the turnovers, but you're going to have to create more turnovers from the Grizzlies, man. Like their passing was very crisp in that last game. I got to give them some credit.
37 assists.
Yeah.
37 assists.
Yeah, there's been a lot of those shoestring passes with the Warriors where, they have an open man, but they got to catch it off the ground and they can't really get in rhythm with their shot. We've seen that a lot. So it's not just the turnovers they need to limit, but they just need to be more, this is my favorite word to describe passing, by the way, crisp. They need to be more crisp with their passing.
I like that.
I'm a big crisp guy.
Crisp. I like crisp.
Yeah.
Like a crisp, ice, cold soda. Crisp.
Yeah, something that's crisp.
Shout out Cocoa Crisp.
The passing needs to be crisp. Weekend at Bernie's. Cocoa Crisp.
Cocoa Crisp.
Fan
Weekend
favorite.
at Bernie's. Very underrated movie, Weekend at Bernie's. Even part 2. I watched that movie at, this is how old I am. Watched it at the old Tanforan movie theater.
Wow.
They had matinees. You got in there, if I'm not mistaken, it was $3.75 a movie. $3.75 a movie. I also saw Last Action Hero there, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Remember that one?
Yes.
One of his worst movies. One of his worst great movies.
You mean one of his best?
I do. I'm a big Schwarzenegger, the actor movie.
Yeah.
The actor in Schwarzenegger. I'm the politician, but the actor, big fan.
Yeah.
Big fan. All right, let's go to David. By the way, 2 minutes, shameless shout-outs. Shut them out. Let's go to David at SF. David, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game. Good morning, David.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Anytime.
I just want to make a few points. One is Jordan Poole. I feel like his dribbling is just out of hand, and I feel like he gets in his head, and he's too fast for the pump fake. So he should just go for his first initial shot. And then my second, I'm hearing a lot of stuff on the wire on social media, like this game was fixed. It's worth $70 million tonight, and it's better if they just win at home. They have 2 more chances to win at home, get $70 million. How sweet is that? I don't know. What is your take on that?
I don't know. I don't know about that. What about you, Langford?
Not going to lie, I'm trying to look up the net rating of these lineups. Like, that's what I was trying to look at as the caller was going on there.
Yeah, I don't know about that one. I don't know about that. I don't know.
But look, with the starting lineup, though, like, I want to see if Otto Porter Jr. can't go tonight, right? Like, we really need him to. But also, I don't think he's going to be getting 30 minutes on the floor if he comes back, if he has a foot injury. Because if he does come back, with the way that foot injuries are, I'll just assume that he's coming back because they need him. Like, they can't. I actually think that, there's a chance that they just said, this second half, it's not looking too good right now. Yeah. We'll give you a break here for the rest of the game, just in case so you can get ready, because it's looking like we're going to go to a game 6 here. But the starting lineup, when they have Kuminga in the game, it just isn't working out. So I want to see that 3-guard lineup as much as possible tonight. As much as possible. I want to see Steph, Clay, Poole, Wiggins, and Green. Like, it's all out, in my opinion, tonight at Chase Center.
I agree. You got to go. This is a big game, man.
It's huge. Like, someone was mistaking me earlier on the text line for thinking, the Warriors, if they lose this game 6, it's going to be okay for game 7. It's quite the contrary for me. I'm not feeling too great if it goes to a game 7. I'm not feeling great at all, actually.
That's playing with fire. And then, because if you get to game 7, let's say hypothetically you get to game 7, and you win that game, then you got the conference final starting on Wednesday. Now you're doing yourself a disservice when it comes to rest. So 888-957-9227, 957-9570 if you want to have a quick take on the Warriors and shameless shout-outs. You know what? These calls on the board, they're going to give out some shout-outs here, Lubman. So let's get these guys to give some shout-outs. Let's go ahead and hit the intro.
It's Friday.
Yeah, I'm a shameless, horrible human being.
Your chance to shamelessly shout out whoever or whatever you want.
I need to shout out somebody. I forget their names. They would know who I am if they're listening.
It's time for shameless shout-outs on the Morning Roast.
You know you make me wanna.
Oh, yeah, it's Friday, baby. A Frisco Friday, a.k.a. Payday Friday, here on the Roast. 510. We'll give him the first shout-out from the 510 on the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout out to my coworkers at Waste Management of Alameda County and my fellow Teamsters Local 70 from your boy Panda. Shout you guys out, Waste Management. Also, what's up, Bonte 650? This is Conrad. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Tatiana, handling business, being an amazing new mom. Our baby girl, Malia, is 2 weeks old. Shout you guys out. That's big time. What you got, Langford?
I'm going to shout out my nephew Anthony. He just turned 2 this past week.
I love that.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if he's we're having these parties for him, and it's just, I don't know if he's going to remember these parties. It's more for the, it's more for the adults just to get together.
Let me tell you, they're not going to remember the parties. What you will remember, though, the money you lost in your bank account. Trust me, I know all about that one.
So I don't have to spend anything. That's going to be on my brother, but shout out to my nephew, Anthony. It was his 2nd birthday.
Number 2.
Spadoni, what you got? Who you shouting out this week, Spadoni? Everybody gets a shout out. Everybody gets a shout out. I'll shout somebody out for you. I'll shout out your beautiful wife, Jade, pregnant with number 2. Number 2. Benny's gonna have a baby sister, man.
Number 2.
Yeah, you like that. You like that. Well played there. Lubman, what you got? He's on the phone. So let's go to the lines here. Let's go to Dave in SF. Dave, who you shouting out today?
To my son Vince with Snack City Kitchen, my homeboy Jimmy Ford at Ring of Fire over there in the Crocker Park, Excelsior District.
Love it.
Much love, baby. Dub Life, baby. To my homeboy Mac Shannon from Oakland, Hustler Only Apparel. Let's do this. Warriors, get fired up. Dub Life, baby. Let's go.
Let's go. Shout out to Taco Bell's $5 breakfast box. So damn good, 650. You're lying. I didn't know they had a breakfast box. If that's the case, your boy's in trouble.
You're learning about all these $5 boxes. I think this is relatively old Taco Bell news.
Dude, I've stayed away. I'm trying to lose weight, baby.
That's true.
You see my cheeks slimming down just a little bit? Just a little, not much. Just a little. Shout out to the new Kendrick Lamar album from the 405. Langford and I were talking about that between a break. I'm 4 songs deep. I think you've listened to most of the album.
I listened to a lot of it, yeah. I got up to Savior was the last song that I listened to. So I got 4 or 5 left.
Not bad.
Bell. So damn good.
It is. I haven't been in a while. Maybe I'm due.
From the 510, shout out to my wife, Christy, for always taking good care of us. That's from the 510. And then also from the 510, shout out to all the teachers in the Mount Diablo Education Association, Teachers Union, Union for Women, that great contract, strength in numbers, go Warriors.
And shout out to Casey and Marin. We got into a little beef a couple weeks ago. Casey and Marin, we're all good, man. We're all good. We got into a little back and forth. The guy sent cupcakes to me yesterday. He sent cupcakes to the station because he apologized. He was a little, seriously. Casey and Moran, you didn't have to do that.
Really?
It's all love.
That was Casey and Moran?
That was Casey and Moran, man. Look, I like having little beefs, little enemies like Javier and Vacaville. We go at it all the time, but I love the guy.
Yeah.
Where has he been? Javier Vacaville, he's breaking down Mike Brown and the Sacramento Kings. That's where Javier is.
Just wait till the offseason comes with the Warriors and trades start popping up. That's when you're going to hear from Javier and Vacaville. Damn, those cupcakes were good, by the way. They were. I think we ran
very high quality cupcakes.
I took the last red velvet.
Yeah, that's the one I had.
But I didn't feel bad.
I pounced on that red velvet very fast.
Let me. I guarantee you, those cupcakes probably dissipated in 15 minutes.
Yeah, just like with any company, business, whatever, whenever food gets delivered, it's like we just come out like birds. We just flock to whatever food is out there.
I opened the box. Shasky tried to grab the box to open it. Dude, grab me the box. This is my box. Not your box, Joe Shasky. This is my box. I left, grabbed my red velvet. I came back. It was gone. Let's go to John in Richmond. John, what's happening? You're on the roast.
How's
John.
it going, fellas?
What's up, baby?
Thank you guys for keeping me company.
Yeah.
I want to thank you guys for keeping me company every single morning. I want to shout out to you guys. I also want to shout out to my lovely wife, Mia. She's a teacher out in Chinatown, Oakland. And you know what? It's not her birthday. It's not our anniversary. She's just supported me through a bunch of hard stuff. I'm only 33. We've been together 13 years. We're married, and she really just supports me through a lot of my BS that I go through. So thank you, Mia. And thank you, 95.7 The Game. Y'all are killing it. Thank you.
No problem at all. No problem at all. Let's go to John in SF. John in SF. What's going on? Who you shouting out?
I'm shouting out my lovely wife, Ariane of HC Global, and I'm also shouting out the men and women of the United States Postal Service, especially Zone 22. And for tonight, man, let's have a clean game. I want a nuclear Steph. I want Game 6 play. I want a pool party. Let's go!
Jonathan in SF. That's right, baby. I forgot he was a postal worker. That was him, not John Lubman. Get Jonathan. It's Jonathan in SF. Freaking Sam Lubman.
He said John on the phone. That's why.
All right, so he's trying to be incognito. Who you shouting out, Lubman?
You know what? I'm going to give a shout out to Sharks legend Patrick Marleau for officially announcing his retirement this week.
Yeah.
He is the Sharks all-time leader in games played, goals, points, game-winning goals, shots, power play goals, and shorthanded goals. He is Mr. Shark, so congratulations on a great career to the great Patrick Marleau.
I love that. I love that. I love that. I love that. Tsunami.
Legend.
Tsunami. Down in San Jose, my main man, Tsunami. What's happening? Who you shouting out? And how are the Warriors going to win this game tonight?
What's up, big fellas? Hey, I'm a shout out to the two guys you guys are going to have at the top of the hour later, man. I was watching some of his film breakdown last night. Mike Brown has got to step up, and so is Draymond Green. But Mike Brown's got to learn how to coach, man. He's mailing it in right now. Step up. Shout out to him. Let's do it.
I love it. I love it. I love it. Shameless shout-outs, 888-957-9570. Not too late to get in. We have a lot of shout-outs on the Xfinity mobile text line. Shout-out to my girlfriend, Jen the Queen at Top of the Hill, Daly City. Big-time Warriors fans. We want those tickets at 8:15. That's many. Well, you better be listening. 8:15, we'll ask you a question, and you better get the answer right. You better get it right, Langford.
I want to shout out this person who made this Twitter called the NFL Schedule Leaks, because as the schedule leaks were rolling around, everyone was going crazy. It was at NFL Game Leaks, and the way they'd put their tweets, they'd format them, they'd say NFL Week 4, Patriots at Packers, 4:25 p.m. Eastern, CBS. It'd look all official, puts the NFL logo on his profile picture, getting a ton of retweets, and then he follows up after the schedules were actually announced and says literally none of that bleep was real. And then he says, you know, this is a message about spreading misinformation and how easy it can be. Just to check your sources, people. Check your sources.
I love that. See, a lot of people think Casey and Moran sent me a shot. He was basically calling me a cupcake by sending me cupcakes.
That's pretty good.
I trust me, with Casey and Moran and the way we've gone at it over the last 2 years here on a roast, or not even 2 years. I don't think we made it 2 years yet, but we'll see about that.
Casey is one of the most diabolical callers that we've ever had on this station, so that's no shocker, but the Red Velvet were fire.
Yeah, they were fire.
I mean,
so
if that was a diss, as far as disses go, it's a pretty tasty one.
Yeah, and an expensive one, from what I hear. An expensive one. Raiders for life. Shout out to Tito's Vodka. Wants to shout out Tito's Vodka. Must have had some fun with Tito's Vodka the other day. Haven't had vodka in a long time. Shout out to Burner and Cookies. That's from Tyler Miller. Shout out to Burner. We got to get Burner in the studio. And by the way, shout out to Gunna and Stunnaman 02. They're performing at a halftime of game number 6 today at Chase Center. Gunna goes global and Stunnaman 02 performing at halftime at Chase Center tonight for Game 6.
They need something to, compete with what we were seeing in Game 5 in Memphis. We need something to compete with that. We need to get the crowd going.
Yeah, we got to get them going. Shout out to my beautiful wife, Icenia. We bought our first house. That's Oscar and EPA. Shout you guys out there on the Xfinity mobile text line. Troy and Campbell. Troy, who you shouting out today on the Morning Roast? What's up, Troy?
Bonte, Joe, we're shouting out my daughter's 12U travel ball, Campbell Crush, gearing up for the summer. We're going to get it. First tournament down in Santa Barbara coming up. We're going to get it.
Let's go.
Campbell Crush.
707. Shout out to Bay Area Sports giving us playoff runs. I was actually thinking about this last night. The Giants, with their 107 wins last year, going up against the Dodgers in the first round. The Niners going on that run to the NFC title game. And now you got the Warriors a game away from the conference finals. It's been a hell of a year in the Bay Area when it comes to the sports scene. No championships, but damn, some riveting games, some riveting action, very entertaining stuff here in the Bay Area. 888-957-9570. Spadoni, you got a shout out yet? Shout out.
Yeah, shout out Christian Pulisic for scoring a goal this week for Chelsea and a great win. He's been downtrodden lately, as Steven knows, who's a huge fan of Chelsea. And shout out to him, the American from Hershey, Pennsylvania, Bonta.
Hershey, home of the chocolate. Home of Hershey.
You can talk about Casey and Marin being diabolical with that cupcake stuff. That's Spadoni. That's Spadoni being diabolical. He understands that me and Christian Pulisic, it's a love-hate relationship with me and that guy.
Why?
Because he's not as good as people think he is.
He's better than what they think, actually.
He can't compete within the Premier League. It hasn't looked good with his time in Chelsea, but then I get painted in a bad light, and now what I just said on air, it's going to follow me for whoever listens right now.
Is this Spadoni a Liverpool fan?
No, I'm an American fan, so I root for all the Americans around. So
you
Weston
don't root
McKennie, shout out Juventus. I like Chelsea because of Pulisic, so yeah, I root for him.
But you don't, for, no Premier League team?
No, I mean, I'll root for Benzema. Shout out Real Madrid. They're the underdogs.
By the way, shout out to Tottenham. Tottenham yesterday smoking Arsenal in the North London Derby 3-0. Let's go, Harry Kane, 2 goals. Let's go, Tottenham. That's how you do it.
It's the Derby, Bonte, the Derby. The North London Derby.
The North London Derby.
Take a little trip
it's
to
not
the
the
Derby.
Kentucky Derby. It's the Kentucky Derby.
Shout
Come
out
on,
to Kentucky
dude.
Derby. Looked like a great time out there last
Just saying, it's an English thing. You pronounce it the English way. It's the Derby from the 408. Shout out to all the hard-working Union Glaziers, my beautiful wife Larissa, oh damn, my about-to-be one daughter Aria, and my co-worker Robert Bobby Wilbur. That's Tony C in San Jose.
And by the way, no confusion here, Gunna goes global. That's the only Gunna I know. Gunna goes global, not the guy who just got arrested. Gunna goes global, who was in the studio in Morning Roast from Filmo, California, here in San Francisco. That's the only Gunna I go by, and the only Gunna I support. Gunna goes global.
Yeah.
He's performing alongside Stunner Man 02 at Chase Center tonight.
Yeah, I'm a much bigger fan of Gunna Glows Global as opposed to Gunna.
Yeah.
I've never been a big Gunna guy anyway.
Yeah, I think he's overrated. Shout out to all the hard-working Union Glaze workers, my beautiful wife as well. That's from the 408. And Gene in Oakland. Last shout out here before we get to Anthony Slater and the injury report. Gene, good morning. Game 6, how you feeling? Who you shouting out?
I'm feeling good. We're winning by 7 or 8 tonight, minimum. I'm shouting out my daughter, who's finally getting her wedding reception in Scotland next month. Looking forward to joining her for it.
I love it. Scotland. Country I want to go to. Interesting.
Never
Scotland.
been.
Never been?
Nah. The mom's side of the family's from Scotland, but I've never been. From Glasgow.
Carlos and Conquer, not feeling your Pulisic take.
Yeah, well, no one does.
All right, shout out to DJ Holla for the vibes last night, 510. What bar? And Tamir, shout out to my guy Bonte for almost forgetting the Usher songs on Pregame Live last night. Listen, Festus put me on the spot. Hey, gave me a couple times to think. I had to think of the lyrics, but Let It Burn, Confessions, and what's the one? Oh, why? So why? When he's going out to party, he starts off the video. Ah, man, I just had the song. Go ahead, talk. I'll figure this out.
7 o'clock.
On the drop, in my drop.
Wait,
you don't have to call.
Dot.
You don't have to call. Confessions. That album is a classic. That album is a classic. All right.
Came out when I was in elementary school.
It's still hitting too.
And we used to listen to it a lot.
In elementary school. And the remix of Kanye is pretty legit. And you had Shine, who was doing it from jail. Shine, remember him from Bad Boy?
Oh my God.
Took a rap for P. Diddy. Shine was good. He had that one album. Which a lot like Black Rob. He had that one album. It was good. G-Dap. He had that one album. Special Delivery. Get my lip wrist all glittery. And Special Delivery, that song, it was like a 1-minute intro to the song. It was just the beat, and he's just talking. And then finally he raps, and the song is like 6 minutes long. Special Delivery. All right.
Prog rap.
All right. 415, shout out to Bonte for letting me know about Taco Bell breakfast. This issue's good. There's no way you had Taco Bell breakfast right now. Stop lying. Now time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report. That really hurt. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
All eyes are on the foot of Otto Porter Jr. today as the Warriors look to wrap up this Western Conference semifinal series against the Grizzlies. NBC Sports Bay Area's Monty Poole reported yesterday that Porter is officially listed as questionable for tonight's game with right foot soreness. Porter's been dealing with foot soreness for a majority of the season and was taken out of the game after the Warriors were thoroughly blown out in the first half of Game 5 against the Grizzlies. No word has been given as to whether the injury Porter Jr. sustained Wednesday night was serious or if he was taken out of the game as a precautionary measure in a game that was going nowhere fast. While he may not be lighting up the scoreboard with the 6 points per game, his energy on the boards and on defense have been key for the Dubs against the Grizzlies as they lead 3-2. Over in the East, the Bucks are going to look to finish off the Boston Celtics and even got some good news regarding Chris Middleton. Adrian Wojnarowski of ESPN reported that Middleton is making very good progress in his return and is on track to return for the Eastern Conference Finals and did not rule out the possibility for a potential Game 7 return against the Celtics in the semifinals should that series get that far. That was the injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. Anthony Slater coming up on the other side on the roast. Plus, we're going to let you know how to win those tickets. 8:15, you're going to have to answer a question. I hope you were listening.
You had to have been.
I hope you were listening because you have a chance, my friend, to go to Game 6 tonight against the Grizzlies and the Warriors. And that will be sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
nice cup of morning roast.
Oh, yeah.
Featuring Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky.
Hey, well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take it out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Last hour of the show, been a fun Friday here on the Morning Roast. Nice guy, Stephen Langford in for Joe Shasky the Butcher, doing a hell of a job. Got Spadoni on the ones and twos to Sam Lubman. He's back there getting ready for Giants and Cardinals. But we're getting ready for Grizzlies and Warriors. Game number 6.
It's Game 6 Warriors-Grizzlies for us. It's Game 5 of the Giants and Cardinals in their season series tonight.
Lubman's all about it. He's all about it.
Nah, he's
all
in his
about
Warriors stuff. He's ready for Game 6.
He's wearing Warriors, Giants, and Shark stuff. He's got Shark socks on, Warriors hoodie, and a Giants hat. That guy's
I
confused.
rep all teams. I get around.
You surely do. Warriors game of the day. Tip-off against the Grizzlies at 7 p.m. Warriors live starts at 5:30 p.m. on 95.7 The Game with Damon and Ratto, presented by Xfinity Sports Home, the ultimate sports hub experience. Let's get to our main man, a favorite of the roast, the one and only Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game insider. And Anthony, let's start off with this. As we say, good morning. Game 6 between the Warriors and Grizzlies. Another opportunity for the Dubs to close out the Grizz. Steve Kerr, what is the status with him? Let's start right there.
Not going to be there, it doesn't sound like. Mike Brown did did media yesterday. He's expected to do it again this morning at shoot-around. So no Steve Kerr tonight is the expectation, and maybe by a Game 7 because you can get through the weekend. But he'd have to I believe that you have to test negative 2 times in a 24-hour period.
So you think that makes a big difference for the Warriors tonight? Is that a big blow to the Golden State Warriors not having Steve Kerr on that sideline?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's in the prep meetings, on Zoom, coaching staff meetings, FaceTime, and Mike Brown, all that. He's even apparently, talking to them at halftime, postgame, everything like that. But I think it matters somewhat in game. But honestly, to me, I'm always it's more on the players type coach, especially once the coaches get you prepared for the game. Sure, there's some timeouts to be called in the game and some in-game adjustments, but I think the bigger factors tonight, how does Draymond play, how does Clay play, how does Steph play, not Steve being on the sideline.
Yeah, and continuing with guys who may or may not be on the court tonight, Otto Porter Jr. listed as questionable. Is that just the latest update with him? What have you been hearing, Anthony?
So they didn't practice yesterday. They actually slept in Memphis because it was an 8:30 local tip, and then didn't practice because they were flying back yesterday. I think listed him as questionable just because there wasn't really a status to update because they didn't practice. There was no chance to see if he could get on the court and how he'd feel. But when Mike Brown was asked about it yesterday, he was like, "I think he's fine." To me, the way they're messaging it out, I'd expect him to play tonight, but that's obviously not for sure. We'll probably know a little bit more after shoot-around in a couple hours.
No doubt about that. Otto Porter Jr. has been big. That's a big blow. It's Game 5. They try to burn the tape, Anthony, as we're saying. Flush it down the toilet, as Mike Brown said after the game. Down 55 at one point. And look, let's be honest. The Grizzlies, they've led basically for all but 45.7 seconds the last 2 games of the series. And they are a bit different without Ja Morant. The ball's moving around a little bit more. But Steven Adams, his impact, I didn't think he'd have this big of an impact, but he's been huge for the Grizz in these last 2 games.
I kind of thought his best days were gone. They're back in those Thunder series, and even the last. Remember him in New Orleans last year?
Yep.
I mean, he looked washed, to be honest. I think the Warriors are allowing it a bit more than they should. I mean, I know I've talked with Marcus Thompson plenty about this, but attack him more in space, isolation, maybe in some switches, high screen action, a little bit like they did with Jokic. He's laterally not what he used to be. He's a bruiser inside. Obviously, if you let him play his physical style, he will have an impact. But I just don't think they're taking advantage of his minutes like they should. And maybe that changes tonight. Maybe that's been part of the Steve Kerr FaceTime conversations over the last couple of days. But there's a reason we all kind of thought he was going to be played off the floor in this series, and I just don't think that they've leveraged that enough.
And which lineup, Anthony, do you feel gives the Warriors the best chance to do that with Steven Adams? Is it going to be that 3-guard lineup with Steph, Poole, and Clay, and Draymond and Wiggins? Are they going to have to play them a majority of the minutes tonight against Steven Adams in order to overcome that?
So if Otto Porter is available, I actually like starting Otto Porter. That gives you a big who can rebound, but also is shooting it. I mean, in the 2 home games, I think Porter hit 7 threes. So if he's available, to me, your 6 best players in this series are Porter and then add Poole to the starters. So I would go start Porter and then play a lot of that small lineup. And, yeah, a bunch of high screens. I'd get Draymond as the screener a bunch because that's the way to not have him up there playing, traffic cop with the ball, but he's still in the action. He still needs to be guarded if he's the screener. So that's what I'd do, especially with those guys spread. And you can't, I think we learned the other night, you cannot play Draymond and Looney together.
No, you cannot. We saw Steven Adams, and I saw your clips in your story, Anthony, on The Athletic, where Adams and Jaren Jackson Jr. just chilling in the paint while Draymond is sitting there at the top of the key and Kevon Looney there. Look at the Draymond Green and the turnovers and everything. But I'm with you with Otto Porter Jr. I was very surprised they started Kuminga for the 3rd straight game. It's not that Kuminga's doing anything wrong, but as a 19-year-old, we saw this with Kelly Oubre Jr. and his struggles trying to play with Stephen Curry. With all the movement going around in that starting unit and Draymond Green not being an offensive threat, a young guy is going to get lost in the spacing, win the screen, where to be. And so I thought the coaching staff kind of did Kuminga a disservice by starting him the last 3 games.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's kind of somewhat in their conservative coaching approach where if you keep winning games, stick with it. Remember in the first round, Steph Curry by game 4 was like, okay, he can start.
Right.
They were up 3-0, and it was like just stick with the rotation that had ridden you there. Well, the Kuminga starting lineup had been bad the previous 2 games, but they had won. And I think their thought process on it was it steals a few minutes early. Like it gives, Otto Porter, as we're seeing now and have seen all season, is not some 32-minute per game player. I mean, you kind of need to pick and choose at this stage of his career. So I think they didn't want to overburden Porter, and that's why they wanted to keep the rotations as they'd been. But as you saw in the first round, once they lost Steph Curry, boom, was immediately back in the starting lineup. I think there's no chance Kuminga starts tonight after what's happened the last 3 games. But we'll see who that 5th starter is. To me, it is either Porter if healthy or Poole if Porter's not there.
Yeah, and that's the name I wanted to talk about next was Jordan Poole because, after getting off to a hot start in the first 3 games, 31 in Game 1, 20 in Game 2, and 27 in Game 3, he had 14 in Game 4, and his only shot that he made in Game 5 was a 3-pointer. It feels like he's just been tentative with the ball, Anthony, ever since Ja Morant's been off the court. What have you seen from Jordan Poole these last 2 games to make him kind of get a little slower here?
Yeah, it's played out a little bit like the Denver series. If you look at his numbers, I mean, he was great the first 3 games, bad 4 and 5 against Denver. Same thing in this series. Tactically, I actually asked Mike Brown about this yesterday. I mean, I don't want to say excuse, but the reasoning they're trying to give for Poole's struggles a little bit the last couple of games is the fact that Adams is back in there. Memphis is just overloading the paint, as we talked about earlier. I mean, they're just completely ignoring Draymond, and especially in the minutes that Draymond and Looney were there together. Jaren Jackson's just sitting down there, and Poole has been effective in this series when it's spread wide open and he can get to the rim. It's just tougher to get to the rim right now because there's just 2 monsters sitting down there ignoring, the bigs. Yeah. So I think that's affected Poole, but also I do think there's been somewhat of a mindset change. He got hit in the head with a pass in Game 5, and then got crunched on a screen. You guys probably remember that sequence. He was asking out of the game briefly. He just looked out of it. And I have had some people wonder if that Ja Morant situation, and maybe we call it the Taylor Jenkins situation, kind of roping Poole into that controversy, maybe affected his mindset a little bit, but I mean, he wasn't even getting booed in Memphis. To me, it's not. They didn't make him some crazy. They tried to get him suspended. They tried to make him a villain. It didn't really work, so he shouldn't be very shook by it. I think he's just got to play better. He's got to be more aggressive getting to the rim, and they have to do a better job of spreading the floor for him, calling high screens, doing different stuff to get him going.
Yeah, I'm with you there, Anthony. Anthony Slater here on 95.7 The Game, the Morning Roast, or 95.7 The Game Insider, and Jordan Poole got popped there. I saw Steph Curry get popped on the screen. So Memphis has definitely turned up their physicality and points in the paint the last 2 games. The Warriors went in Game 4, Anthony. I know you know this. But they were plus 48 when it came to points in the paint, something I didn't see happening at the start of the series. Well, the last 2 games since Anthony Stevens Adams has been inserted into the starting lineup, they're a plus 28 from points in the paint, and really not even that close when you look at how Game 5 went. So Draymond Green, That's the man of the hour. We heard Mike Brown yesterday say he's got to let it fly. Let it fly. He's basically getting gifted pre-game warm-up threes. Now, you look at his series here, last series against Denver, 48 points, 37 assists, 8 turnovers. He's got 28 assists and 20 turnovers. So will Draymond Green let it fly like he said last offseason? What did he say before the end of the regular season, Anthony? This is the time of year I hit those shots. So will he even attempt those shots tonight? Because he needs to, because the defense for the Grizzlies is not changing.
Yeah, I bet he shoots an early one, right? One of those, and then he hits it and roars over to like where Joe Lacob is sitting. So it probably takes a few, but also, I mean, trust me, Memphis is fine if he wants to take 15 of those, you know. So I wouldn't expect it to just be a night where he's just letting it go. But I do think they can strategize better with, I mean, we've been talking about it kind of this whole interview, but if he's suddenly, you know, setting high, you know, 1-5, 1-4 pick and rolls, and then he's a dive man in the 4-on-3, right? What the lifeblood of this Warriors offense, especially in the playoffs back in the dynasty days, the Curry Draymond pick and roll. I think maybe some more of that where you force the big to come out on the floor, because you cannot just lay so far back on Draymond in those situations where, you know, you can just allow Steph Curry to come off that pick with nobody there to help. There was too much of the Draymond with the ball up top while Steph Curry's like on the baseline running pin down screens and back cuts and stuff like that the other night. To me, that plays into Memphis' hands. I'd go more traditional, you know, modern offense. They run the 80 pick and rolls tonight, essentially. Right. That's probably the way I would get Draymond going. And, you know, look, if he's wide open and it's late clock or mid clock and nothing's going, like, yeah, sure, take a 3 or 2, because as we all know, if he does hit a 3, that's like the biggest 3 in the building. It almost feels like 6 points with the way he celebrates it and then yells at the Memphis bench, like, get out here, even though they're not going to get out there.
Do you feel like that Draymond and Steph pick and roll can open up things for Steph, too? Because a big talking point after that Game 5 was Steph not shooting the ball within the first 7 or 8 minutes of the game. But going back and looking at it possession by possession, it didn't feel like he really had an opportunity to get a shot up because they were guarding him so well and weren't really drawing up plays for him. So do you think that that's going to open up things for Steph if they run the Draymond and Steph pick and roll to start?
Yes, because I think we've seen these last 2 series. By Game 5 against Denver, which, you know, remember, they lose Game 4 in Denver. Game 5 is like right down to the end, like nearly lost. The defenses kind of solve their stuff a little bit. You know, it's a difficult offense, particularly in the regular season, the Steve Kerr kind of motion offense to guard when you're not really that prepped for it. They're very unique compared to other teams. You go in and they kind of shock you because you're not used to how the point guard doesn't even have the ball. I got to chase him around. By Game 4 and Game 5 of a playoff series, when guys like Dillon Brooks have faced it for 2 straight weeks and prepped for it, they kind of know all the tricks and everything. And typically, it's harder for the Warriors to score using that type of system later in a series. So I do think, dating back to those Cavaliers series, like it's better this time of series to just kind of use your individual talent, go a little bit more traditional. Back in the Durant days, it was give Durant the ball in the mid post. Basically, This is what he was here for. So yeah, I think high screen would help unlock Steph, help unlock Draymond, help unlock everybody tonight. Jordan Poole too.
20 seconds or less. How does Game 6 end? Will you be back in Memphis on Monday, Anthony? I guess that's a better question.
I don't think so. I think I saw they're 8.5-point favorites. That's huge in the NBA. So huge. No Ja Morant. I mean, this would be a bad loss tonight if they lost. So I'm going to guess they win.
Yeah, I mean, talk about legacies and narratives and Monday on this show and Monday night. That would be, that'd be something else. So hopefully it does end tonight. Warriors would get 4 days rest. You would get a couple days off as well and enjoy your weekend. But Anthony, I'll see you a little later tonight. Warriors Grizzlies, game number 6. We always appreciate the time.
All right, fellas.
Anthony Slater, 95.7 The Game Insider. And before we react to him, let's give out the question. We're a couple minutes late here. Sorry, Matt Nahigan. Right now, it is time for Know the Show. It's time for Know the Show. The question is to win game tickets to tonight's game number 6 between the Warriors and Grizzlies.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God is right. As we were looking ahead to tonight's game, Steven talked about what he wants to see from the Warriors and how they pass the ball. When describing how he wants to see the Warriors move the ball, what word did he use to describe what kind of passes he wants to see? I'll give the question out one more time. The phone number is 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-GAME. 844-999-4263. As we are looking ahead to tonight's game, Stephen Nice Guy Langford talked about what he wants to see from the Warriors and how they pass the ball. When describing how he wants to see the Warriors move the ball, what word did he use to describe what kind of passes he wants to see? 844-999-4263. That is 844-999-4263.
See, that's good. That's good that they used me in the question too, because that really tests the listeners. Because I'm sure when you're on and you're talking, everyone's listening intently, understanding the words that you're saying, and then that nice guy comes around and it's like, okay, all right, I'll tune that out for a little bit. I'm gonna make my coffee and I'm gonna make my breakfast. All right, I'll wait till Bonte talks again.
You overrate me. Trust me, they tune me out. They're happy that you're here. They're happy that you're here, Langford.
Great test.
That is a great text. Before we get the answer here, let's go to Max and Moran for a second. Max and Moran, you're on the roast. What's happening, Max?
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call. I just want to talk about kind of over the past 2 games, I really feel like the Grizzlies have dictated their style of play on us. So going into Game 6, how do you guys think that we can get back to playing Warriors basketball as opposed to Grizzlies basketball?
I just think they have to not turn the ball over. They have to not turn the ball over, and they have to make shots. They have to make open shots. They're getting open opportunities. They're getting open looks. But you also don't want to get into the game where you're rushing and they're speeding you up. So you have to play at a nice, controlled pace, and that starts by just taking care of the basketball.
I think that also with what we talked about with Anthony Slater there at the end, and I did I pulled a cardinal sin within the radio and asked a yes or no question, but I asked him specifically, will that Draymond and Steph pick and roll game open things up for Steph? And he just flat out answered, yeah. Yeah, it's going to. So that's going to be the key there, is to get them going. And I like what you were saying about bringing Steven Adams just out of the paint.
Yep.
Just get him out of there. Force him to guard you at the top of the key. And that might be the key is maybe it's Draymond shooting a 3 and giving him something to think about. Or the Grizzlies might even have that mindset thinking, okay, if Draymond beats us, that's fine. But this is a Game 6. This is an elimination game for them. So they're not going to have that mindset where it's just, okay, we're going to leave you like John Moran and Jaren Jackson. We don't have any room to do that. So if Draymond knocks down a couple of 3s at the same time and gets Steven Adams out of that restricted area, out of that paint.
That would be big.
That'd be huge.
That'd be huge if you could hit a couple floaters, get to the rack, lay it up. Point to the paint, they got to flip that. It was flipped the last 2 games. Yeah. Also rebounding in game number 5. Grizzlies out-rebound the Warriors by 18, 55-37, but the offensive glass, 18-4. So the second chance points really went the Grizzlies' way, where they just dominated all the categories that the Warriors had dominated the first 3 games of this series. So give the credit to the Grizzlies here. Give the credit to the Grizzlies. Spadoni, you're looking at me crazy. You're looking at me crazy.
Why?
I think we got some breaking news, gentlemen.
What?
95.7 The Game breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right, so you guys know how we just gave out those 2 tickets to Game 6 tonight, right?
Right. Did we get a winner?
We did get a winner. Chris Zucci out of Oakland. He'll be going to Game 6 tonight.
Wow.
Attaboy, Chris.
So, but if you're, bummed that you called in, you didn't get a chance to win tickets, well, we got 2 more tickets.
What?
That we're giving out. 2 more tickets to Game 6 tonight.
Who loves you more? Who loves you? Say 95.7 The Game. We love you here.
So what's going to happen is between now and, let's say, 8:50, listen to the show. And again, know the show. We're going to ask a question about what happens between now and 8:50. Be the first person to call in with the correct answer on that contest line. 844-999-4263. Give us a correct answer, and you will be going to Game 6 tonight.
Wow.
So another version of Know the Show.
Know the show.
All right.
And the answer, I saw a lot of answers coming in on the text line, the Xfinity Mobile text line. Crisp was the answer.
Yeah,
Chris.
I almost gave that away when you were like, "What's the key for tonight?" Or when that caller asked, "What's the key for tonight?" I was like, "The passing needs to be crisp." And then in my mind, I'm like, "All right, I probably shouldn't say that." But yeah, listen until 8:50. Again, you're gonna want to listen intently. You can't just be, making your breakfast, having this on in the background, just having Bonte and I soothe the ears as you're getting ready to get your day started.
Yep.
No, you got to listen intently.
You got to listen. You got to listen if you want these tickets.
Game 6.
Game 6.
Another pair.
Look, I haven't even put this out there in the stratosphere. But in the back of my big old head, I'm like, damn, this could be the last game of the season at Chase Center.
That's wow.
It could be. Or you could be in the building for a celebration. That's it. I wasn't going to say the rest
Yeah,
of the
you added a syllable in that.
Yeah, I
you could
did.
have just taken out the celebration.
Yeah, I know.
We're going to go there to celebrate good times.
Yeah,
Come on.
That was bad. That was bad.
Man.
It was bad form.
But you get to go to Game 6.
You get the confetti on you. The Warriors are going to be high-fiving, hugging people after the game, saying, we're going to play the winner of the Phoenix and Dallas series. We're going to the conference finals. You want to be in the building for one of the biggest celebrations at Chase Center we've ever seen outside of Duke Blue Devils when they're cutting down the nets in the Elite Eight. You want to be there.
You can get confetti, then take the confetti, and then save that confetti, and then put it in a glass case. Put it in like a humidor, like they're doing with the baseballs now. Put it in a case, and just let the confetti sit there. And you have confetti from Game 6. You'll never forget it. Little keepsake.
Wow.
If you go to Game 6.
Wow.
Just saying. And if you haven't been, to Chase Center, going to Game 6, like that'd be damn.
That'd be pretty good.
This is the
good.
time,
It's a
though.
big game.
Like when we're constantly comparing Chase Center to Oracle too, because that's what always pops up every single game. But this is the type of game where you can establish your identity because FedEx Forum already had their identity.
Yep.
We know what that was.
Grindhouse.
And they lived up to that.
Yep.
Right? They did. I mean, even Draymond after the game saying, hey, I appreciated the crowd. This is the time for Chase Center to establish themselves and try to just stop those comparisons to Oracle because it's not going to be Oracle. It's a totally different situation.
Different. It is different. But you know what? A lot of people are saying, Game 4, I was disappointed. Game 4 was a good crowd. But you have to give the crowd something to cheer about. And that's why I want Steph Curry to come out and just hit the Grizzlies with the 3-point blizzard.
I dare any fan that was saying the Chase Center crowd wasn't loud enough to go to that game and try and cheer after not only the Warriors are starting off 0 for 15 from 3, but I think the Grizzlies were like 2 of 14. So when you're seeing 2 of 29 shooting from 3, I mean, it wasn't even a good basketball game to watch, so it's hard to get into that.
Yeah, no doubt. By the way, Kyrie Irving, all those shenanigans he pulled on the Brooklyn Nets, Nike saying, you know what?
Bye-bye.
We're good. They're unlikely to extend him to a similar signature deal beyond next season. Wow. So James Harden, stock down. Kyrie Irving, stock down. I actually got some sound about James Harden because I want to rub it into my buddy from Philly, Sean Singer. I'm giving out his government name here. The Philly Zoo, my roommate of like 6 years. I told him when the trade happened, Harden's going to disappoint you. You're not getting the new version of Kobe and Shaq. You're not getting Kobe and Shaq 2.0. You may have a little bit of Shaq and Joel Embiid, but you got no Kobe and James Harden. Let's stop the nonsense. Plus, we'll continue to break down game number 6. What do the Warriors need to do to win this basketball game? Will there be a game 7? And where's your confidence meter at? We have panic meters. We have arrogance meters. Where's your confidence meter at for game number 6 tonight? Right now, I'm at an 8.5. I'm at an 8.5 in confidence. And it'll go up to a 10 if I know Otto Porter Jr. is in that lineup. Langford, I'll get your answer on the other side. 888-957-9570. Where's your confidence meter at for game number 6 between the Warriors and the Grizzlies? Plus, know the show. You better be listening up until 8:50 because you will have another opportunity to win game 6 tickets tonight at Chase Center. Tickets. Who wants tickets? That's coming up. Brought to you by Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Club Wash from Outdoor Supply Hardware.
Benoni always comes in with the funky stuff. It is Friday the 13th. Anybody feeling a little spooky about tonight, game number 6 between the Warriors and the Grizz?
Tonight can be a trick or a treat for the Golden State Warriors, Monte.
Oh, well played. As Dibs would say, that's a 4.
Friday's the 13th.
That's a 4.
I'm not much of a superstitious type of guy.
Right.
So, when it's Friday the 13th, I'm just kind of, I'm reckless on Friday the 13th. I'm a
You're
reckless guy.
reckless?
Yeah.
I'm a little more cautious.
Yeah.
I'm a little more cautious.
I'm not afraid to walk down the sidewalk, like a lot of people are. Cautious. Come on. Friday the 13th.
Know the show. Know the show. Listen between now and 8:45, and we will have another question for you to answer to win tickets to game number 6. And that'll be the contest line at 844-999-GAME 4263. Been a fun show with Stephen Langford, the nice guy here at 95.7 The Game. Shasky's out. He'll be back on Monday as we break down game number 6. Talked a little bit about the schedule earlier, the 49ers schedule. We'll go in depth with the schedule when they have a couple days off next week with the Warriors Monday or Tuesday, hopefully. Hopefully they win tonight.
New Year's Day is going to be wild for Niners and Raiders.
I'm
That's
flying
insane.
in on New Year's Day. I'm not going to be there for New Year's Eve. No, I'm going to save me some chicken.
Yeah.
That's a pricey one, but
as you should.
I want to play this before we end the show.
Yeah.
Miami, they eliminated Philadelphia. This is for my guy out there in Philadelphia, Philly Zoo, and everybody out there, the 215. Even Jason Dumas. Jason Dumas, big Sixers fan.
Yeah.
Jimmy Butler walked off the floor at the Wells Fargo Center and said this.
Tobias Harris over me?
That's after Jimmy Buckets cooked him for another 30-point plus game.
Tobias Harris over me?
Over me? And then Embiid was at the podium. I was like, I don't know how we let that guy go. But Stephen A. Smith, this was a good line because I was watching this live and I was cracking up because James Harden took 2 shots in the second half and didn't score a single point.
2 3-pointers.
Didn't score a single point. And the effort. There was one point, Tim Legler on ESPN was breaking it down. By the way, 888-957-9570. I want to know where Dub Nation's confidence meter's at. Not the panic meter, not the arrogance meter. Where's your confidence meter at? I'm at an 8.5. Langford, where you at?
I'm at a 9.
You're at a 9.
Because they're in Chase Center.
Yep.
And are you taking the 8.5 just because that's the point spread for tonight? I think the Warriors are favored.
No, I just said 8.5 because it sounded good in my head.
Yeah. So you're 8 and a hook on the confidence meter.
8 and a hook. 8 and a hook.
I'm at a 9 because of how they've played at Chase Center. I really think they're a totally different team. And after that last game, it felt strange to me. It was a head scratcher when Draymond said on the podcast, we need to realize that this is a totally new team that we're playing now. So it feels like they're gonna be a little more
locked in.
Yeah, I'd say a little more studious on this new version
studious.
of. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Studious.
Your boy's been reading the dictionary lately.
Ooh.
I'm at the S's toward the end. I'm just kidding. What's that sound from Stephen A?
That's good. I'm sidetracked with Studious, and I'm sidetracked with the Prototype on Twitter sending me the Taco Bell breakfast box picture, and it looks so damn good. Oh, my gosh, I'm rattled. Here's what Stephen A. Smith had to say about that performance by James Harden.
That performance by James Harden requires an investigation. How in God's name do you play? You go 22 minutes in the second half and attempt 1 shot. It was a horrific performance, anemic and impotent performance by James Harden. And I'm really interested in seeing what the Philadelphia 76ers are going to do with Doc Rivers, because I smell something and it don't smell right at all.
He's so good.
The dramatic pauses and the effects.
I know a lot of people don't like him because his takes are outlandish or whatever, but that's not about it. It's not what it is. And that's not what it's about. He's very good theater. I think he's a very entertaining individual.
So
talk about reading a dictionary, by the way. What is anemic? It's a good word. I might write that one down.
Yeah, no.
I skipped out on that one when I passed the A's. Damn.
One more time, because he said a couple things other than anemic.
That performance by James Harden requires an investigation. How in God's name do you play? You go 22 minutes in the second half and attempt 1 shot. It was a horrific performance, anemic and impotent performance by James Harden. And I'm really interested in seeing what the Philadelphia 76ers are going to do with Doc Rivers, because I smell something, and it don't smell right at all.
So you must have skipped the eyes, too, because impotent was another word.
Yeah, impotent is another one. I need to figure that out.
He used that back to back. That's next level confidence.
Yeah.
But James Harden, to warn people, James Harden, this is what he does. This is what he does in the playoffs. And he had an effort. He threw a ball away. They were setting double screen, right? Embiid was setting the screen, him and Niang, former Warrior Niang, Georges Niang. And all of a sudden, James Harden is like, impatient, and he lobs a pass while Bam Adebayo is reading the pass. He intercepts it. So when Bam Adebayo has the ball, he's basically at the top of the key. James Harden is even with him. Now, Bam Adebayo has the basketball. We see chase down blocks or chase downs where the guy without the basketball can catch up to the guy with the basketball dribbling.
Yeah.
James Harden, it's effort. Bam Adebayo's sprinting, and James Harden is jogging back. By the time Bam Adebayo dunked the basketball, James Harden was at the free throw line. He gave no effort with his team down 14 points in an elimination game. I don't want to hear about James Harden ever being in the same category as Kobe Bryant, Michael Jordan, Dwayne Wade, Klay Thompson, Clyde Drexler, Ray Allen, Reggie Miller. I could go on and on and on. James Harden, fraudulent. Stop it with him. And whoever gives it, if Philly gives him a max deal, if I'm Joel Embiid, I said, Daryl Morey, get me the hell out of here right now. I can't play with this guy. And Joel Embiid said it last night, too. You said, I wish he was a little more aggressive. Yeah, we all do. Play with some pride.
He does not trust the process anymore. He's done trusting the process. He's over the process now. Over the process is going to be the new nickname for what Joel Embiid's calling with the 76ers. Over the process. But the James Harden thing, like, you know what's funny is toward the end of his time with the Rockets, it wasn't so much as like getting praised as just a guy who could score anytime he wants. He's also getting praised as an offender too, because he had those steals, those blocks, whatever, late in the game,
and that's asinine.
And it's just and that sort of thing. I go back to Dylan Brooks and GP2. One issue that we had with that foul was the timing of it. When you're 3 minutes into the game and you're up 8-0, that's not that same situation with James Harden and Bam Adebayo. Yep. That's in that point of the game where you're down double digits and you need to get some sort of stop, have some sort of energy, get him to the free throw line, get a hard foul on him, and he just didn't do it. That's just
ugly.
James Harden.
Let's go to E in Redwood City. Let's get back into the Warriors because they're actually playing, and they have Klay Thompson, Steph Curry, Game 6 Klay, Draymond. What you got? Let's go, Dubs. E, what you got in Redwood City? How are the Warriors going to win this game?
Come on, y'all got me?
We got you.
Hey. Curry, Klay, Poole combining for 80. 1. 2, Draymond, we clamping everything up. We need to be fired up, Dub Nation. Game 6. I don't hear no fired up on the radio, man. We got to go. It's go time. We're going to let these dudes know. We're going to send them back home. I didn't make out the shout-out line, but guess what? Shout out to that dude that was on the whistle tip, because instead of whoop that trick, we're going to whoop that trick tonight, boys. Yes, sir. Dozen 6, baby. He's for Redwood City. I'm out, baby.
I love that. Woo-woo! I love his passion. Love his passion.
Bub rub.
He's fired up at 8:40 in the morning, Dub Nation. He wants this.
As he should be.
He wants this.
The whistles got woo.
We are all bub rub.
Well, you want to woo-woo?
You think they're going to have towels in the arena tonight?
They better have something.
You think they're going to have towels?
Need something. Give me the towels.
Because they haven't worn the shirts. I don't know. People just think, hey, you know what? They gave us a free shirt. I'm going to take this home. I'm going to wear it later on. But if you get the towel, that's a sign like, hey, you better use this towel. You're not using it to dry your hands when you go to the bathroom. No, you need to use it in the arena as the game's going on.
I like the towel idea.
Yeah.
I love the towel idea. You know what? I'm not a big Thunderstick fan. But go ahead and give Thundersticks out. Make it as loud as possible. Make it deafening. You want to give out cowbells? I know that's Sacramento's thing. I know that's the thing that they do in Mississippi State. Give me cowbells. Give me Thundersticks. Give me towels. You need to be fired up, man. It's Game 6. You got a chance to go to the freaking conference finals and be 4 games away from the NBA finals. And do you fear the Phoenix Suns? I hope Phoenix wins. That's what I want because the Warriors could beat them. Dallas, on the other hand, they're scary. They are scary.
And remember, I mean, by the way, we're still in the midst of it. I mean, you got until 8:50, really. It's Know the Show. And if you are one of those fans, because we are getting some text here, stop making excuses for Chase. It never was like that. Well, if you want your chance, if you're that fan who feels like you can get the crowd riled up, then you have a chance to win a pair of Game 6 tickets. Again, it's Know the Show. We've been doing it since about 8:20, and we still got 8 minutes left. So continue to listen, and you could have a chance to win some Game 6 tickets.
Pretty cool! Antonio in Oakland. Antonio, how fired up are you for Game 6 tonight?
Oh, man, I'm so fired up, man. We're going to win by at least 20, man. And Steph and Clay, they're going to look like the Splash Brothers of 2015 through 2018, man. Oh, I'm so tired of the cocky Grizzlies. We're going to send them home. We're going to beat that trick down. You know what I'm saying? We will. And that's guaranteed, baby. I'm ready. Let's go to the conference finals, baby.
You know, sometimes you do a show, because I'm going to go by that one. Yeah. Sometimes you do a show and you start giving your opinions on what's, getting ready for the game. Right. And, you start talking and you go back and forth. Right. And you have these conversations. I'm fully convinced now after doing the show with you in Game 6, like Draymond needs to score at the top of the game. He's got to score at the top of the game. Like when he has that open look, take that shot. He took it in that game against the Grizzlies. Unfortunately, it clanked off the back iron. But if he takes that shot and he knocks it down, you heard what Anthony Slater said. Slater has been going to every Chase Center home game. And he said that just as much as Steph and Clay, when Draymond knocks down a three, that's when the crowd really gets going.
And he starts barking, he starts cursing. You see saliva all over his little gray beard, a little gray patch he has in his beard. And he starts going crazy.
He'll be on his own.
Yep.
You know what I mean? He'll be on his own in the middle of the court, cheering for himself, yelling at everybody. He needs to do that.
It did his defense turns up. It did a defense 10 turns up. And then Chase Center turns up. It's go time, folks. Let's see here. Confidence meter from the 510 is at a 6. Not too confident with Draymond Green bringing the ball up. Give it to Steph from the get-go. I think Steph will take that ball today. He's going to take that ball today. He's going to come out aggressive.
And run Steph and Draymond in the pick and roll.
Let's do it. Jim and Martinez. Jim, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Guys, I got my tickets. I'm ready to roll. At that game the other night, that was just an abysmal nothing, slap it off the table. We got to get out there. We got to play some D. Got to hit some shots. We got to make some noise. I'm not going to sit at home and watch on TV. I got to go and give the boys a little kick in the butt to get their defense going. And it's, what it comes down to. It comes down to hit some shots, play your defense, and stop with the freaking crazy, insane turnovers.
Yes.
It's just making me scratch my head against the wall. I can't take it.
You know what? I don't want it to be an etc. game for me. And what I mean by that is when those lazy one-hand passes, I start to scratch my head. I scratch it over and over and over incessantly, and I'm sitting here, what the hell is going on? The turnovers in the first half has to stop. It has to stop. For one game, all you need is one game in the series to get off to a great start, and you're going to roll this team. You get on top of this team by 10 to 12 to 15 points, they will tap out. I guarantee it. Get out on this team. Stop turning. I'm with Jim. The turnover's driving me crazy, Langford. It's driving me insane.
They're trying to thread the needle way too much.
Backdoor. And it's predictable. The Grizzlies know, Draymond, when you're not taking shots and you're out there with Looney or without Looney, they are playing the pass. It is way too predictable. So I think the Warriors just need to dummy it down. And high pick and rolls with Steph Curry. Go cook Steven Adams.
And outside of the game, I got to say this, because if they don't win in Game 6, the confidence meter, if they go to Game 7 and they're back in Memphis, that confidence meter is going to be, depending on how this game goes tonight, and if they force a Game 7, my confidence meter is going to be very far down. It's not exactly going to be a 9.
Langford.
But what I'm saying is, though, I don't want to see the Grizzlies in that next series. Like, I have turned on this team. I don't like them too much.
Yeah, I don't either.
Like I used to during in the regular season. Yeah. I was like, oh man, this is a plucky little group, and then they get out on Ja Morant. Mm-hmm. Oh my God, they're maintaining the 2 seed. Wow, what an impressive team. And then after this entire series, after everything that's gone down, and maybe it's not even the players' fault. Like maybe it's not even Ja Morant or Jaren Jackson or any of the guys' fault. It's Taylor Jenkins.
Oh man,
I just don't want to see this team in the next series. I can't. Like I enjoy the NBA playoffs, even if the Warriors aren't playing in it. I do not want to see a Suns and Grizzlies Western Conference final.
Warriors
or
don't,
Mavs.
Hey, Warriors don't win this game tonight, and I think your boy's calling in sick on Monday. I don't know if I'll be able to handle those 3 hours. I don't know if I'll be able to. I'm dead serious. TJ and 7 Tell. TJ, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah, how you doing? I don't know if you guys caught this, but last game in Memphis, when Zaire Williamson got fouled at the three-point, John Morant was, mocking Steph Curry's.
Oh, I saw that.
2, 3, 4.
Oh, I broke up. I did see that, though. GK before. Hey, know the show. Know the show. Lubman, let's get that question. Know the show. We got another pair of tickets to give out for game number 6, but that will come after GK down in San Jose. GK, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? You guys excited for the game?
No, I'm fired up. They're going to win this game, GK. They're winning tonight. I don't know by how much, but they're winning the game tonight.
I'm gonna call you. I'm gonna call you guys on Monday, and I want to talk about this game because I know we're gonna win. And can we play that song, "Whoop That Trick"? Like, can we play it at the Chase Center?
No, they probably will troll. They'll troll.
And I want Steph to hit the gritty, just like John Moran did. Thank you, guys.
No problem. Lines are lit up right now. Before we give out this question, Spadoni, hit me with the beat. We got to get this thing fired up. We got to get cranked up here on the roast. It's 8:48 in Dub Nation. It's time to wake up. If you're scared, go to church. Your confidence meter needs to be at 10. If it's 8 to 10, I'm cool. I'm cool with that. But you're on the cusp of going to the Western Conference Finals. The finals are 5 wins away.
I gotta say, I'm just fired up to be here today.
You win tonight, and you're chilling until next Wednesday. You're undefeated at Chase Center. This is your house. The Grizzlies coming to the Bay to try to steal what you earned. And that's a berth to the conference finals. Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green. You want to talk about a legacy game? This is what we call a legacy game. You do not leave this building without a win. By 9 o'clock tonight or 9:45 tonight, because the game tips off at 7 o'clock and you got TV commercials. We're going to be partying. We're going to be taking shots of Patron, Don Julio, whiskey, Hennessy, whatever you want. It's going to be a party in the Bay Area tonight. I guarantee it. So turn your game up, Dub Nation. Turn it up.
It's that woo woo.
Can we get you on the mic in the middle of Chase Center before this game?
Franco Finn?
You got to do this. You got to do this on the pregame show.
I don't know.
Because I know you got a camera next. I mean, you got to put your face like Stephen A. Smith. What he does when he puts the face into the camera. You got to do that same thing on Warriors pregame live.
I think I'm just driving into the arena. It's a mindset, right? I almost want to wear eye black today. Yeah, you don't wear eye black in basketball. It's almost an eye black game. Like I think I may just shave the eyebrows like Xavier McDaniel. All right.
Oh man,
I'm gonna break somebody's jaw.
That's how I feel right now. That's how I feel. The first hard screen they set on Jordan Poole, I'm going to feel like Xavier McDaniel.
I'm going to break somebody's jaw.
You got to go. You got to tell Molly, D, right? I understand you guys were the ones that played in the NBA. I got this. And then you just do it to close out.
Don't tip me because I'm sick enough to do something like that. Let's give out some tickets, man. Don't hype me up like that. Don't hype me up like that, man. Don't gas me up to do something like that on the pregame show because I will. Gatehouse better be rocking. I better see everybody at the damn Gatehouse, and you better be fired up. No, hey, I'm a little worried about tonight. If you're worried, don't go to the game. Don't go to the game. I need 19,000 confident fans here at Dub Nation to be inside that building tonight. They will win tonight's game. I guarantee it. By the way, we're giving away tickets right now. 844-999-GAME. That's 844-999-4263. The question is, if you know the show and you were listening between 8:15 and 8:45, here's the question to win Game 6 tickets. Stephen A. Smith says this player has to be investigated by the NBA. Stephen A. said this last night, that this player has to be investigated by the NBA. And I'll give you a hint. That player's name's not Stephen Curry. That player's name's not Luka Doncic. That player's name's not Jimmy Buckets, a.k.a. Jimmy Butler. So that's the question. Stephen A. Smith says this player has to be investigated by the NBA. Know the show. Know the show. Call the number right now, 844-999-4263.
Is this as excited as you've been for your time there? I mean, at Chase Center, when you're out there at the Gatehouse, I mean, you've had a lot of those moments, but
yeah, this is it.
Game 6 is.
I mean, it's it for right now, and if they win Game 6, then you get the next week.
Right.
And you got 2 guaranteed games at Chase Center again. But this is the biggest game. We keep saying this every single week. The biggest game in Chase Center history. The biggest game in Chase Center history.
Well, that's what happens when you have a young arena like Chase Center.
This tonight is the biggest game in Chase Center history. You cannot let the Grizzlies come in here and take what you earned.
Set the tone.
Set the tone early. And how do you set the tone tonight? I need the superstar to be a superstar. I'm looking at Stephen Curry. It's your time, Steph. It's your time. You got to come out there, high screen, pick and roll, all first quarter long, and go at Steven Adams and pick his ass apart. Pick him apart with threes, layups, get to the – because that – again, we talk about this all the time. George Kittle, when he catches a pass and he trucks somebody at Levi Stadium, that crowd reacts differently. When Sherman was picking off passes, they were yelling Uncle Sherm. Nick Bosa, we're yelling Bosa. When Lincecum was on the mound, when Barry Bonds was in the box, it sounds different. When Curry's bombing threes, and he does it early and often, because he's had some monster first quarters throughout the course of his career, including this season as well. And I know he's not shooting the three ball as well as he has in the past. He's not shooting from the floor. He's struggling from the field. He's got to come out and set the tone tonight. I need at least 10 to 12 points in that first quarter. And he's got to set the tone early and often.
Draw up plays for Steph. Like, draw up plays for Steph to start out the game. I mean, the big reason why he didn't take many shots, it felt like we were blaming Steph for not taking a three in that first seven or not taking a shot, for the first 7 or 8 minutes of the game. That's because they weren't running any plays through Steph. They'd have him take the ball up the court every now and then, but then they'd have him move off ball, and Dylan Brooks was hounding him. Figure out a way to tire Dylan Brooks out, get him confused, let Steph juke him, because that's what Steph does off the ball, and then let him get that open three. I need to see that curl around a screen and then that right wing three where he's fading away. You know, that's the Curry three for me aesthetically, where I'm like, damn, that's beautiful. I need to see that.
And if Jordan Poole gets popped on a screen, then somebody needs to.
I'm gonna break somebody's jaw.
That's what needs to happen tonight. Not literally, but you need to check him. You need to check him. Who won the tickets, by the way? Who's going? We got Chris in Oakland, right? Chris in Oakland going to the game. He won the first pair of tickets tonight.
Our next winner is Elisa Mulligan. She will be also going to the game tonight.
Alyssa, hey, you better be loud, Elisa. You better be loud. Mrs. Mulligan, Miss Mulligan or Mrs. Mulligan, you better be loud tonight.
From the 510, have we heard if Steve's coming back tonight? He will not.
Anthony Slater just reported that he will not be back on the sideline tonight. But if he has 2 negatives over the next 24 hours, he can travel with the team and coach Monday if there is a Game 7. We're hoping there isn't. The next time we want to see Steve Kerr is Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. That's when we want to see Steve Kerr again. So he gets extra days of rest, make sure that COVID is all out the system. We want to see Steve Kerr for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals. I'm feeling good right now, Langford. I'm amped up. I'm sad that we're getting off right now, and we're about to have crosstalk. We've got to wait all night long for this game to tip off. Now we do get a little matinee with Milwaukee and Boston. So I'm gonna ask you as we go around the league here: Will Milwaukee get back to the NBA or conference finals? Will they beat the Celtics tonight and end their season?
I think it's a very real possibility, but I'm giving this one to the Celtics tonight.
In Milwaukee.
Even in Milwaukee.
Ooh.
I think that series has heated up to that point because the Celtics, they still have been a fantastic team, and each series has been going back and forth. And I didn't think that Dallas was going to run the Suns as they did last night, but they did. I understand it's a different situation, but...
And look,
I think the Celtics can win this one and force a Game 7.
And I love what Willard said as he walks into the building. He said this to Guru yesterday. Phoenix had beat Dallas by 30, right? Miami had beat Philadelphia by 30. Well, Dallas came back and reversed the trend and said, we're going to blow you out by 20 plus.
Yep.
That 39-point loss means nothing tonight.
Nope.
Burn the tape. Every game is a different story. You come back out there on fire tonight, we'll all forget about Game 5. It is an anomaly, folks. An anomaly. And by the way, Zucci Man, our boy Zucci Man, that's who won the tickets. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
Zucci Man is in the building.
So that's Zucci's real name? That's Zucci Man's real name? I
Chris
didn't know
Zucci.
that. I didn't know that at all.
Wow.
That's his government name?
It's his government name.
He's a
government
paisan.
name.
You know what?
He's a paisan, man. Come on, Zucci.
I met him first round of playoffs. Good dude. Really good dude. We'll get the league on in just a second as Willard and Dibs. They set up there. Dibs got a lot in his hands, and looks like, I don't know if he's got his game face on. I don't know about Dibs' game face here. He doesn't look ready for game number 6.
Don't need it. Don't
Is
need
that a
it.
Celtics hat, Mark Willard?
No, it's not a Celtics
Listen, you got the leprechaun logo. What's up?
Well, hey, I'm pulling for the Celtics to push to Game 7.
All right.
Why not?
Why
But
not?
No, it's not a Celtics hat.
Gross.
Right. Just a little live lucky action because, I'll take all the luck that I can get tonight. We got a lot going on. We got a Warrior game that I can't even watch. So,
we'll get to that in just a second. I almost forgot. Spadoni, good reminder here. Know the show. Spadoni knows the show. He knows that it's time for the flex moment of the show, brought to you by Xfinity. Is looking for a judge for the interview portion of their audition process. This will take place Wednesday, the 25th at Levi Stadium. I think you would be an incredible judge, and they would absolutely love to have you. Then, the missus at the house, Anna said, so let me get this. You come in here complaining how tired you are, and all of a sudden you want to go down to Levi's and judge this competition?
Man.
For what? For networking, Anna. I need to network with the Niners. You don't need to damn network. You always talk about being tired and yada, yada, yada. So
That's a long interview process.
it's a long interview process.
5
So-
hours? I think that's my math's correct.
That's 5 hours.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
a long day down in Santa Clara.
There you
That's
The flex of the show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
It's not really a flex. It's more of a kid venting and not.
it was a flex. It was a flex.
Not venting.
It was a flex.
Are you talking about Gold
Flex.
Rush tryouts? Is that what that is?
So,
I mean, this guy, this is how I wake up this morning. I'm running my dog, and I'm dealing with AirPods where this
Penny.
man is talking about the problems that he has in his life as to whether or not he is going to be able to make it away from all of his Warriors duties to become a judge for Gold Rush cheerleader tryouts,
Man.
and whether or not the ladies in his life will be okay with
Lady.
this. Lady.
Don't get me on trying to get me kicked out.
No.
Trying to get me to the house and all my clothes are on the street. Mark, what you doing out here?
I mean,
going to be
if
ladies in your life if you go. That's for sure.
Shout out Michael Jackson. You are the lady in my life. The underrated song on Thriller, by the way. Some say the 10th best, far better than PYT, but
No. Now you just sent the show careening
It's-
down a mountain.
if you're a Michael Jackson aficionado, you understand the understated ballad, You Are the Lady in My Life.
I love that
far
song.
better than PYT.
Don't you go there with PYT. Oh my God, Pretty Young Thing. You really gonna do that, Dibs?
It was the number 5 hit on the album, and honestly, Baby Be Mine better than PYT as well. PYT is the number 10 song if you rank the top 10 songs on Thriller. Don't at me. You were a zygote when that album came out. A zygote, Bonte. You got to Google it. You were barely. You were barely. I mean, Steven, you were still 8 years away from being a gleam in anyone's eye. Don't come at me on Thriller.
I was going to
whippersnapper.
ask Langford if he got to the Z's in a dictionary, but he's in the S's right now.
No,
He's in the
yeah.
S's.
Off the Wall is better than Thriller, in my opinion, by the way. But that's just me.
Again, that album was 12 years before you were born.
That's fine.
You don't get to weigh in. And as far as Gold Rush cheerleader,
that's so unfair.
Michael Jackson hot takes is not where I thought we were going today.
well,
But that's
yeah,
okay.
not on the Game
Let's
6
go.
day.
Let's go.
On the Game 6
and
day.
you need to be able to flex and be a judge for the Gold Rush cheerleaders. I, about 8 years ago, was a Warrior Girl judge for the dance auditions. And my goodness, at number 22, do me a favor, put some clothes on, okay? You distracted me from your shimmy shake.
So...
Well, this is it.
I was able to do that a couple years ago.
Yeah.
Guru did the finals. I did the first round, and I took more notes. Breaking down
copious notes
than I did in all 4 years of college.
28's hip shake was a little. She mailed it in.
Where are those notes now? Do you still have them?
No, I don't.
Tucked
They've
away.
been thrown away.
Tucked away. She don't know. Storage unit. I
Well,
got you. I got you.
The
But this is-
catch there, and it was like, oh, I'm going too. But
This was
she sat at the
crazy,
end
though.
of the table, so
Oh
it was
my
all
God,
good.
this is so
I was on
funny.
the other side, and I was like, number 27. Not good eye contact. Had her eyes down to the ground too much. She needs to be engaged with
It's
the
so
audience.
funny, Mark, because you go to the panel.
A man getting upset at no eye contact from a woman. There's a new one.
It's so funny because you go into the room after
Come on,
the
man.
auditions, and it's the 4 or 5 dance experts, and then it's you, and they're all talking about like all the dance moves and this and that, and they turn to you and they're like, "What'd you think about number 16?" And I'm like, "Dude, 16."
Yeah, you're like, the tongue is on the floor. I'm like, yeah.
16. I don't know about 23, but 16 was like, I think she took my soul.
You're like, I just proposed to her outside the restroom. Is that all right? Is that okay?
I don't know if she can dance or not.
I mean, so here's the problem.
Oh my goodness.
Here's the problem. Conference finals are every other day.
Man.
If the Warriors make the conference finals, they'll be playing on that Tuesday.
Oh, sure. What a
then
problem.
the next day, and then the conference finals again. Your boy's doing double dips.
I tell you
if your
what,
boy wasn't double dipping,
it sounds like just a disastrous issue in your life. Let's see if we can work you through it. By the way, the other piece to this that you haven't mentioned to Dibs, this isn't just judging their
it's like
their
an interview process.
You're interviewing them for 5 hours. I mean,
I don't know who recommended me for this. I got a text from somebody out of nowhere, and I'm like, how did they get? And they were like, dude, you would be great for this. How do you know I'd be great for this? Langford was asking me about this.
I was like, what qualifies you to be great at this?
They were like, look,
because you'll talk about it on the air for 4 hours. That's why.
He's got a pulse.
He's a man. He's got a
he
pulse.
knows what the culture wants.
Right.
Totally.
He knows what the culture wants. I think you would be an incredible judge, and they would absolutely love to have you. It's a long day, but you would be a great addition to the panel.
Yeah.
And like, I was guessing maybe they listened to the show after the Niners-Cowboys wildcard game when I broke down the Dallas Cowboys cheerleaders. And I said, the choreography there before the game, I was locked in. I was like, oh my gosh, everything is bigger in Texas. They were just stepping, the high kicks, the way they waved the pom-poms. They didn't even rattle David. Who's our kicker again? Robbie Gold. Robbie Gold. That's how rattled I am right now. Robbie Gold. Dude, I was like,
David Wershing was nailing him.
I thought the Raiderettes was the best in the league. I said, man, they got nothing on the Cowboy cheerleaders. So I get it. They want me to step the gold rush up, but there's a problem at the house. I don't know. I may have to throw a ditch to Langford.
You got 2 ladies. You got one up, one down, and your little baby Chaz is probably shaking her head at you. Daddy, don't do it, Daddy.
Don't do it, Daddy. Don't do it. I may have to. Hey, Niners, call me in 3 years when the baby's in elementary school. Call me in 3 years. So Willard hits me. I didn't even read the text, but Willard hits me.
Great.
He goes, I'll take that for you.
I'm free on Wednesdays.
I
got nothing going on Wednesdays.
I try to pass it to Langford. He lives right there in Campbell.
Langford is actually the perfect candidate. Single and ready to mingle.
And I got permission. Well, I'm not single, but
in theory.
Yeah, but I got permission. She said it's good networking opportunity.
No, it's great.
Absolutely.
It's great.
It's a trap.
I'll be right there.
How do I look in this dress? Does this make me look fat?
Yeah.
Steve, you gotta learn. You gotta learn, man. You don't have permission,
baby.
If you look at my,
she sent you a test and you're failing.
As Draymond said, it's okay to admit what you don't know. It's fine. I admit that I've got to learn more. I do. It's a test. Maybe it is.
By the way, before I get 1,500 text messages, because our listeners always like to remind me, Bonte, you have to read the legal. So you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and AC1 San Francisco, and Odyssey Station, brought to you by DuckDuckGo, Privacy Simplified.
Do you really get text messages reminding you to do the legal? I don't get that at noon.
Swear to
God. It
God.
was like 12:09 when I read it yesterday. Nobody's helping me out.
Film on Mike hit me up. Hey, Blood, you got to read the legal. It's like 9:08. It's like, dude, I did it at 8:58. You could do it 5 minutes before the top of the hour and 5 minutes after.
Do whatever the hell you wanted.
Yeah, that's
doing the legal, by the way, is like
Nobody
jaywalking in a major city. You're not allowed to jaywalk, although you might get a ticket. And it has happened, but come on.
If the boss comes in here and pulls you over for not reading the legal, you just
But look, all the roasters are saying, Bonte, you got to do it. You have to judge the competition. You have to do it.
Of course you got to do it.
If I don't get to do it, Langford, you got to step up for me, man. Somebody's got to step up for me if I can't do it.
Yeah, well, I will take that bullet, but I think there are a lot of I think there are a lot of options better, and you just got to get creative, man. Bring Chez with you. Just come on,
right?
And then you can be like, I'm showing her some positive female,
powerful. Yeah.
Like this is this. She could look up to them. Maybe buy her a little cheerleading outfit.
But I mean, nap times at around 12:30. She's been struggling with that. Could get down to Santa Clara maybe in 30 minutes from the crib.
Nap during the ride.
And then bedtime is at about 7 o'clock, 7. So we're working overtime there. How these things work. They say 3 to 8. The thing can last till 9 o'clock.
The correct answer is nice guy Steven. I mean, he's closer to the demo because, I hate to break it to you, Bonte, but you are getting older. All of us are getting older. And by the way, speaking of getting older, I've got some news on my relative aging coming up later in the program.
Wait till y'all hear this.
Nice guy Steven.
Wait till y'all hear this.
Nice guy's in a spot where, first of all, his nickname is Nice Guy Steven. Could it be? It's not like he's Dirtbag Steven. No one has called him that in years now.
Yeah, it's only been a couple of days.
No, DB Steven is long gone.
That's what your girl's trying to do to you right now. She's like, let's test this nickname. You can totally go judge the cheerleading competition.
Steve.
We think it's great networking.
Yeah.
I support you.
Absolutely.
I trust you. I know your head's in the right place. And you're like, okay, I'll go. And it's like, that's the end of the Nice Guy Steven label. That's a wrap.
If you check my Facebook page, by the way, pictures of my tour as a judge, there's still pictures on there of the collection of 12 wannabe dancers who were all trying to curry my attention and my affection. And, Steve, sometimes you got to make hard choices in these moments. Yeah. It's like, oh my God, 27 can't dance a lick, but you're hired.
Yeah.
You win.
This is going to rattle me. Not game 6. Not the conference finals.
No.
It's Wednesday. And Wednesday's going to be looming. It is I can already see Wednesday. We're already at Wednesday in the morning roast. We won't even be talking game 1 recaps or whatnot. Or actually, it's in a couple weeks, I think. So I don't know what I'm going to do here. But I'm rattled.
You're done.
I'm done. I don't think I'm going to make it to Santa Clara.
Can't believe you let it get to you, man. You need to be better than that. You know what I mean? Like, would you be okay if Steph Curry goes out there tonight and he's like, I'm rattled? This is a big moment.
This is a big moment.
You can't let it get to you this way.
This is a big moment, Willard. Like the network, you got to get the foot in the door. But also, we were in the midst of not an argument, but we're trying to plan a Europe trip, and I'm like, well, that's too expensive. What are you talking about? No, we can't do that. Oh, what are we going to do? Like, I'm just losing my mind. It's post-snap, Bonte, so I'm a little groggy because they wake me up. They just, baby Chaz is on the bed, and I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Baby Chaz.
I'm just like, what the hell's going on? What time is it? What time is it? And I'm getting calls, and I see this text message right away, post-snap, so it's just...
that's going to be my favorite moment of today, no matter what, when you're making fun of the noises that a baby makes.
Papa?
What do you mean, Pop-Pop? Pop-Pop's just waking up. I got 2 jobs. Why don't you go and slow that down a little
bit? About to have 3, actually. Sounds like you got an offer on the table.
This is where the 2 jobs is backfiring. But, babe, you always say you're tired. You always say you want to spend a little more time here. Babe, that's a big day. I'm like, oh, no. It's all backfiring.
And how much brand building do you need to do when you're a radio star and a TV star of a team that's the most exciting thing in all sports? Do you really need a third tine in your fork?
Yeah, what are you
loose use
networking for?
Of the star word, all right? Let's stop with the stars.
What are you networking for? You want a 10th job? What are you trying to go get?
We live in the Bay Area, man. We can always use a check.
Right?
We can always use a check.
Got 7 jobs. I got $1 left over at the end of every month.
You see these gas prices? People are recommending Guru, but then Guru works from 12 to 3. Now, if we say, hey, Guru, go down there to Santa Clara, guarantee you he calling sick to go do that.
Steiny Guru next Wednesday.
It would be so worth it, though.
Like, I have a wife.
Yeah, Guru's reactions to every single,
Thank you, Spadoni.
Yeah. Tracy, here's what I see. I think your effort is in the right place, but oh my gosh.
Game 6, you guys feel confident? I'll guarantee you to win. I think they win today.
I really do, and it's not even from any sort of Warriors X's and O's situation. If you look around at the league, I've decided, what is it they say? 85% of what we worry about never happens. Yep. Look around at the league. We stress, we grind, we experience this on just such an emotional level. And what happens? Not one upset yet.
Yeah.
Not one upset yet. Miami moved on. It was it was chalk 1 through 4. in both conferences. Forget Boston and Milwaukee. They had the exact same regular season record, and they're so even. That thing could go either way.
Yep.
And I get that the Warriors are the 3 seed and Memphis is the 2, but we all know the Warriors are favored in the series. They're favored to win the whole championship. So, and I know Phoenix is facing a Game 7, but does anybody believe they're not going to win that game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, we grind on this stuff, but the later you go in series, the bigger the advantage goes for the home team, the more the reps, the more the crowd, the more all of the stuff starts to point in their favor. So if we follow the NBA script, the Warriors win tonight.
Yeah. Dibbers?
I was waiting for you to do your Shaq. I thought you missed a great opportunity there to give the Shaq prediction.
Saving it for our show. But
well, it is our show.
I guess we are.
It's
We're 9 to noon.
People are already saying, get the hell out of here, nice guy, Vontae.
No,
spread's 8.5, and I've been worried about it, but every time I think about the spread and the game tonight, I think about Shaq, and then I think about Mark doing Shaq. Maybe I'm donut-fueled coming off it's a Donut Friday, but nice. What did Shaq say, Mark, about immediately in the aftermath of the Game 5 debacle?
I guarantee you that Steph and Clay are going to win by 30 on Friday night.
It's a 4 for Shaq.
Not bad. It's not bad.
I prefer a little bit more of a mumble, but he likes, he's all about clarity. But
I guarantee you that Steph and Clay are going to win by 30 on
that's
Friday
closer
night.
to a 5 right there.
I will say at home, the others. This is a game where the others need to step up. The others need to step up.
That's a little bit of late Muhammad Ali in there as well. Unfortunately, rest in peace.
Oh, boy.
But
Too many hits
Don't
to the
look at
head.
me to do a Shaq. I got no Shaq. Don't look at me.
Come on, Steve. You're in drive time now. You got to stretch out.
Come on, Ernie.
Okay, anyway, that's all I
Come
got.
on, Ernie.
By the way, I was thinking about this, and maybe it's something we get into in the later weeks.
Chuck.
In the last year plus, Bay Area sports, between the Giants in that pennant race with the Dodgers, the Niners in their run where they start off 3-5, and it's a roller coaster that ends up in the NFC Championship. And now we got the Warriors a game away from the conference finals. Been a hell of a ride for the pro teams out here.
I mean, 4 years since a ring, but most markets would laugh at anybody complaining about 4 years since a ring. Yeah, but here the word
Harden.
Totally.
Word that comes to my mind with all these teams on a year in and year out basis is why I support them so much is relevancy.
Yep.
There has not been one season, quite frankly. I mean, maybe you could call Giants in the middle of the pandemic, but there's really not been one season where the teams have not been relevant. And if they've been bad, like with the Warriors a couple of years ago, there were very clear reasons for it that were understandable. So, I mean, that's you look at the brasses that are running these teams right now, they're very, very good.
Very good.
They're very, very good at what they do, and they remain relevant year in and year out.
Yeah, and relevancy comes into play later in the show when I break down the Niners' schedule game by game. I've got them at 11-6. I'll explain. Mark actually can't wait for me to go game by game, which is pretty cool.
I love it.
Yeah.
But I've got breaking news, though, as we go game by game.
Oh, is it breaking?
I'm going to throw the injuries that you have not actually taken into account in your 11-6 record, and it may shake your record up.
I've taken it all into account, and I'll actually give you Trey Lance's completion percentage and his yardage, Cupcake.
Well, what if Trey Lance, you think Trey Lance is going to play 17 games this year? I'll tell you right now that he's not.
Jimmy. Oh.
Whoa.
You know what?
That's just life.
You know what? We're going to break down the schedule when Shasky gets back on Monday. Last year we did 3 hours on it.
You want Bonte to be on for the rest of your show with that comment, don't you?
I mean, you guys are always welcome to hang out. I mean, Howard Beck's coming on in 15 minutes, so if you know.
Nice.
Bonte's got a kickball change and a shimmy shake the judge. He's a busy man.
I know you don't want to go home, Bonte. It sounds like it's pretty controversial around those parts right now. But
man,
I'm sure the word is out that she's listening and she's like, "Oh, you brought it to air, huh?
Oh
yeah. So you know,
I got something to bring to
maybe
air a
I'll
little
stop
bit
by
later.
a florist.
But
go get some flowers real quick. Peonies are in season.
Yep.
By the way, The Girl Is Mine is the 10 seed on Thriller. I apologize to PYT. PYT
The Girl
is the 9
Is
seed
Mine.
with Paul McCartney.
That
just
was
got
great,
off.
though. That song is great. The girl is mine.
Early collab.
Mine. Girl
Early
is
collabo.
mine.
The gosh darn girl
what?
is mine.
You were negative 10 years old. What do you know?
I know a lot.
You do. You know a ton.
Yeah.
You know I'm a big fan.
Yeah. But dude, Game 6, though, they're just different at home. I don't know what it is, but the Warriors are just different at home. I don't care what anyone says about the crowd and whether they're not into it or not. Even in Game 4, when they did not play their best game, it was one of the worst games of the series, and they still won. Yeah. I'm feeling very confident.
So here's the other side to what we were saying, which is that if you follow the NBA script, the Warriors win tonight. And we could throw this out to our callers for sure. If it doesn't follow the script, if the Warriors were to lose these next 2 games and the big three become the owners of 2 of the 14 3-1 collapses in NBA history, and their climb back to the mountaintop, which has been so impressive, so many told them they couldn't do it, and they are on the precipice of doing it. But if it doesn't get there and it happens with a 3-1 collapse, well, what kind of a black mark is this for Steph, Clay, and
Well,
Dre?
we'll get there Monday if they lose tonight. Somebody flooded it out yesterday, and I was like, you know what? Let's not even throw that out there in the stratosphere. Let's not speak that into existence, because legacies would be tarnished. We'd be the laughing stock of the NBA world.
Windows would close.
Dynasties
would end.
And things would be happening this offseason. But we're not going to get there. We're not there yet.
No.
We're not there yet. But Monday, if they lose, oh boy.
No.
That's it for us. You guys have a great show.
Okay, brother.
Best of luck, Bonte.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, here we go. This is one of them days. This is absolutely going to be one to remember for sure. Flick your limes through your Corona bottles. There's nothing to worry about here. You know what yesterday was? As I watched the Phoenix Suns take on the Dallas Mavericks.
We got a buck coming here?
For multiple reasons. You damn right we do. Oh, open that jar, because I want to give this one.
You owe, by the way.
I owe a lot.
Kyle's brilliant.
What do I owe? What's in
you're
that thing?
13 deep
13
right now,
deep?
yeah.
Gucci.
On Friday the 13th, I owe 13?
You can give me that 20 back I gave you.
We got to change that up right now. So I'm going to go ahead and make it 14. That Phoenix Suns Dallas Mavericks game was a meditation sensation. Oh, cash me out one time.
Oh, yeah.
Because, first of all, it's an Ottoman game. Kyle Madsen, this is one of those moments where when you're like, okay, Daddy needs a new pair of shoes.
Totally.
Daddy needs one time. Give me one time. And you put your one-timer on the Pittsburgh freaking Pirates. That's one of those where you feel stupid after you do it. So he sends the Red X early. I show up at dinner. We go out to dinner last night. Game's on. Third quarter. Mavs are already up by 20. I'm like, meditate. This is done. Not only because it means I don't need to pay for donuts, but the bigger picture, the more important picture is, don't you see how the NBA script goes? We're simply in Chapter 7. We're freaking out. I can't believe the Warriors were down by 55. Clearly, there's something rotten in the state of Denmark. They cannot figure out this lineup, and Memphis has got their number. No. Memphis was just at home. And now the Warriors are at home. And you get blown out in one place and return the favor the very next 48 hours later. We've watched it in all of the series. Not one series upset has happened yet, and I don't expect one to happen in this series either.
And if it doesn't happen in this series either, that would mean that I guess the Memphis Grizzlies would win because they're the higher seed, but the Warriors have been favored. So this one is a little bit awkward because, yeah, the 1 has beaten the 4, the 2 has beaten the 3, but in this one, Memphis is the 2, the Warriors are the 3, yet Memphis is the underdog, the Warriors are the favorite.
Right, yeah.
So
Memphis is them dogs, and so I just look at it through the eyes of Memphis. I think this is the way you front run as a fan. You're ahead, and you're like, oh my gosh, we're going to collapse. This feels really hard. Do you know what this feels like for Memphis? Do you know how hard it is to do what they're being asked to do? I mean, the data's there to tell you how often it happens. Almost never.
Less than 5%.
What they've done so far is the easiest part of an incredibly long, hard journey. So if they're able to do it, we'll talk about that at the time. But what they're being asked to do is unbelievably hard. It doesn't happen, almost never, does it happen? So I would be, I don't know what word we want to put on it, very surprised.
Stunned.
I would be very surprised if the Warriors didn't win this game tonight. But we'll get into it with all of you. 888-957-9570 is the number. Xfinity Mobile text line at the same number is always rocking. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you so much for being with us. Song of the day time, Spadone. Let's get everybody in the mood for what is going to be an unbelievable Game 6 Chase Center experience.
The hurt doesn't show, but the pain still grows. Some stranger to you and me.
Yeah. I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Thank you.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Not really. Tonight there's one outcome. Thank you, Phil. I want to hear all the cars bumping that on the way into Thrive City tonight, because that is what this is. You can feel it in the air tonight, and they have been waiting for this moment for all their lives, or at least for the last 3 years. That's why I said what I said yesterday when we're going, well, what about Bielitsa? And is Otto Porter okay? And Jordan Poole needs to do this. And what about Looney? Let's talk about Kevon Looney. Hold on a second. Do you understand what tonight is for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green? They're the core. They're the core of this whole thing. They have been for the better part of a decade, and the whole conversation for the last 3 years is, can these 3 guys lead this team back in the face of the loss of Kevin Durant, massive injuries to all 3 of them, but especially Klay? Can they still get back into championship contention? And most told them no. They're 1 game away from proving everybody wrong. Tonight is about them. You've got to go protect your court and win the game.
You have to, and if you lose, well, it's not over. But what happens if you lose is you get into a situation where, of the series that have been 3-1, Mark, that have gone to a Game 7, the team with the 3-1 lead has only won 62% of the time. 62% they win, 38% they lose. And by the way, this does not account for the home court factor. I could look at all 34 instances, if you'd like, where the team up 3-1 has to go on the road. I would imagine it's less than 62%.
I agree.
Winning percentage. Normally, it's the favored team. Okay, fine. We have Game 7 at home. We can now handle our business at home. If the Warriors lose tonight, they would have to avoid the 3-1 collapse on the road in Memphis, a place where they recently lost a game by 75. I know the final margin was only 39.
No, it was by 75.
That was a 75-point loss,
You're right.
Quite frankly.
If they had played a full 48 minutes with what was going on, it might have gotten to 80.
If it was a game where the margin of victory mattered for the next game, Memphis might have beat them by 70 or 75. It was that much of a lopsided game.
Gabe Kapler would have beaten them by 80.
Yes, Gabe Kapler would have bunted up 80, by the way. That's the way.
By the way,
that's the way that would have gone.
Did you have this thought at any point in that game? Because I did. Again, in certain sports, you're allowed to do certain things in certain moments. Did anybody get mad at the Grizzlies for shooting threes? You're up by 50.
54.
Oh, here comes a rainbow 3. Yeah. Nobody says a word. How is that different than bunting when you're up by 7?
Well, it's an 18-possession game, Mark. And, you know, when it's an 18-possession game, you're allowed to do, the unwritten rules of the NBA. Now, when it gets to be a 20-possession game, when you're up by 60, that's a different story. And I expected you to know that nuance.
An infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah, and there are an infinite number of outcomes. By the way, 34 of the 269 occurrences of a 3-1 lead have gone to a Game 7. So the Warriors want to avoid that. They want to have this end here in Game 6 with a one-sided, let's take the drama out of it, kind of decisive victory. But what you said, I think, is interesting, because this comes down to be in large part about Steph, Klay, and Draymond, if this thing goes the other way, if it goes south, if they blow a 3-1 lead, this one falls squarely on the three of them and also indirectly on Steve Kerr.
Do you know how many of the Suns-Mavericks games had a final score that was not a double-digit outcome?
I would guess 1, but it might be 0.
No, it is 2, but even those. The closest game in the Dallas-Phoenix series is a 7-point game, and it's actually a fake number because it was a 121-114 game win for the Suns, where in the fourth quarter, they sent everybody to the concession stands, and Dallas turned what was like a 20-point deficit into 7. And then game 3 in Dallas, the Mavs won by 9. The home team has easily controlled all 6 games. All of them. The home team has controlled them. And it has not made the loser feel poorly about their next game. Not once. So I'm taking that energy and I'm going to apply it to the Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies tonight. In the air. Tonight. 888-957-9570 is the number. Your calls are welcome throughout the day. Howard Beck, one of the top NBA voices out there, the Crossover Pod, Sports Illustrated. He joins us coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
Tonight, will the Warriors close out the Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
You got him started, Mark.
Well, that's kind of the goal. Because, once you wind him up, he goes at a pretty high rate.
He does.
Yeah.
And he's only one donut in, I'm imagining. But they used to do, it was Phil Collins Friday until I joined Steiny Guru and Dibs. And I was like, Spadoni, you're like 27 years old. Knock it off. And then we went to a 50 Cent Friday. Playing on the F artists, and I was like, okay, this is a little bit better. And then today, you came out with the Phil Collins, and so now we're back in the late 80s.
It's okay. It's just like Steven this morning, who loves the album Thriller from Michael. You're allowed to. Isn't there anything you love that actually came out before you're born or before your time?
Frank Sinatra.
I love Willie Mays highlights. I never watched him play. Never saw the guy play. I mean, come on.
Sinatra for me, and it reminds me of my late father. So, like, anytime any Sinatra comes on anywhere, it's an automatic turn it up. Even if I'm not necessarily in the Sinatra mood, it's an homage to the old man.
Speaking of someone who does it his way, how about Howard Beck, crossover pod? Thank you very much. Sports Illustrated, the transition at a high level on a Friday, so we can get Howard in here and talk a little hoop. How you doing, Howard? What's cooking?
Hey, guys. Always good to come into Phil Collins and Philip Bailey. That's phenomenal stuff.
I mean, yeah, you're an easy conversation. That's kind of what we were thinking, Howard.
I didn't know where else that was possibly going to go.
Yeah,
Mark, but okay.
That's why I paused. It was a pause. It was a lengthy pause for effect. Howard, what do you think? Because we've kind of gone through a 48-hour process since the Warriors lost by 112 points the other day. Problem for the Warriors, or simply late series, on the road, home team won, no issue here?
I just want to know, are the streets okay? Is everybody still, hunkered down indoors? Are there fires burning? I was curious what the panic level is right now.
It was more yesterday than it is today, is sort of my just, kind of reading of the tea leaves, if you will. But there is, I would say, people are calm, but under the surface, there would be a huge fear, obviously, if they did not win tonight.
Yeah, that would be bad for the Warriors. I tend to think that we overreact to whatever just happened in a playoff series, and sometimes these things swing wildly. I cite this one all the time, even though I can never remember which version of Heat Spurs it was. But one of those years where every game was a 20-point win by the other team, so you had these 40-point swings. And so you just never know. No one game is definitive or indicative of where things are headed. But when it's as bad as it was the other night, I mean, either it's a massive humiliation and a huge alarm bell, or it's simply, you know what, you could only just laugh that off because it was so absurd. And obviously they're not 50 points worse than the Grizzlies. And it was just a strange game for the Warriors, period. And a lot of that is the Grizzlies, and all credit to the fact that team plays its butt off, and they pounce on every mistake, and the Warriors made plenty of mistakes to help them, and that's a big part of this. But the Warriors at home, with everybody presumably back on their games, and unless there's something else going on in terms of injuries or something, you just expect, Steph's going to have a better night, Clay will shoot well, Jordan Poole will get back to who he's been this season, and they close it out. That's the expectation, and I think it's a reasonable one, but that was pretty alarming the other night. And the fact is, this team, while we talk a lot about championship DNA, is really, it's just three guys, and those three guys are all older, and Clay is post 2 serious injuries. And so the rest of this group, this is pretty much all new to them. And so, we got to kind of factor that in.
Do we also have to factor in the last two games in totality? Because Game 4, the Warriors were, I won't say lucky to win, but they had to dig deep and win a very ugly game. And then Game 5, Memphis kind of had them in that same sort of space where the physicality of a jawless Grizzly team was a problem for Golden State. Does any of that weigh on your mind as far as the styles make fights argument?
Yeah, I alluded to this a minute ago, but you guys know this. The Warriors, even at their best during that 5-year run, they've always been kind of turnover prone. They get kind of loose with the ball. They get a little too cute with the playmaking. Steph does it. Draymond does it. Draymond's obviously had a lot of turnovers in this series. And so, that's been a concern even in the best of times. And right now, they have less room for error, and they're playing against a team that, to your point, pounces on every mistake and is off running in the other direction. They're younger, they're sprier, they're more athletic, and they're you can't give up transition opportunities, and you can't set them up for those with too cute passes or imprecise passes. And the Warriors have just seemed kind of out of sync.
Howard, I'm interested in almost kind of furthering that question as to whether or not the Memphis Grizzlies are actually better in this series without Ja. We live in this age of analytics. The data all year long will tell you that Memphis has performed better without Ja, but everyone seems to be terrified to even bring that up because he is fantastic and he is a star, at least on one end of the court. But what's your take? Why won't anyone say maybe Memphis is almost better, at least better performing without Ja?
I don't think there's nobody will say it. I think it's just kind of a weird thing, right? They're 21-6 playoffs and regular season without him, and it's not meaningless. Like if you were 5-1 without your star and you start doing that, maybe they're better off with that. Like that would be ridiculous. When it's at 21-6, you have to actually at least consider what's going on, right? And the fact is, Ja is by far their best scorer, their best creator, and he is their one, he's their one elite offensive player who breaks down a defense, right? Without him, you have to find other ways to score and to force a defense to adjust to you. But one, it speaks to how good a player Tyus Jones is as his backup. So part of this has to do with just, like where the drop-off is, right? Like if your drop-off is Ja to Tyus Jones, okay, that's one thing. If it were Ja to, I don't know, who's the worst backup point guard in the NBA right now? I'm reaching for, like if it were, Elfrid Payton.
Right.
Wow.
I don't know if he's the worst. Sorry, Elfrid Payton. I didn't mean to.
What are you going to do?
Straight catching strays. But that would be a different kind of drop off. And Elfrid Payton's a really good defensive player, which actually would fit in with what the Grizzlies are. But you have to consider when you lose a guy who's coming in, what the style of play of the team is anyway, and their personality and their whole makeup is about being tough, athletic, defensive-minded, relentless in the first place. That endures without him is more of a credit to the rest of the team than it is some indication of some deficiency on Ja's part. On the other hand, Ja's not a defensive player. Like that's not his calling card. But I would still say you can manufacture wins and a winning record without your star like this and have it raise all these kinds of questions like, ooh, are they better off without him? The bottom line is, let's say the goal is to win a championship, which, though they're a young team, okay, they probably do think that's a possibility if Ja is actually healthy. You're not winning it without him. Like you can go only so far with this approach where we're just going to be out tough everybody, out hustle everybody, manufacture points as we get them. That's fine. It will get you to a certain point. You need the elite talent, and Ja is in this league to get over the top. And so that's my ultimate rejoinder to that premise is that, yeah, they can succeed without him, but not at the highest level.
Right, and in the short term so far, it's been pretty successful. They could have stolen Game 4, and they dominated Game 5, but tonight, Game 6, how much do you expect the experience of the Warriors? You mentioned Steph, Clay, Draymond. They won't have Steve Kerr. He's in the COVID protocol, but Mike Brown, a coach who's been through many of these before. How much of that should be a mitigating factor in the Warriors' favor?
How much of what should be a
Just
mitigating
the
factor?
experience factor versus, Memphis, a team that's never been this deep in the playoffs before.
I mean, I don't dismiss it, and in fact, I think it's most of the time highly, highly relevant. On the other hand, when you've gotten to Game 6, the Grizzlies now have quite a bit under their belt. They've been through some things. They've been winning without their star. Like, there's a certain element where you grow up in a hurry, right? So yes, they are the team that doesn't have the championship experience. The Warriors do have it, but the experience has been coming along the way here, and the fact is, as I mentioned earlier, like, the Warriors' advantage in this area is really about three guys, and the rest of them are the ones you have to worry about to an extent.
Howard, real quick, the fact that Steve Kerr is out, how do you see that affecting this series, this game?
It's really hard to know, right? Like, sometimes you don't know until after the fact. Maybe things leak out, maybe even years later. But Mike Brown has been in that system and in that environment for a long time. He and Steve Kerr are certainly talking a lot. It's a different personality and a different voice and different presence. How does that affect that? Like, that's a really fascinating thing, right? And I don't know that there's objective answers on things like that. And we've seen these Warriors in their prime win all those games with Luke Walton at the helm and win with Mike Brown at the helm, and they've been through this before, and it hasn't really mattered. Is it a factor now? I tend to dismiss that, but it's just really hard to know. It's hard to know what happens in it's a 2-point game, final timeout of the fourth quarter, and it's Mike Brown messaging and drawing up the play instead of Steve Kerr. What difference is that? I don't know. I don't know how to quantify that, to be honest.
Howard Beck, the Crossover Pod, Sports Illustrated. Big day here in the Bay. Great to have you, my friend. Thanks so much.
Always a pleasure, fellas. Thank you.
All right, there it is. Howard Beck, not only with thoughts on the Warriors and the Memphis Grizzlies, but thoughts on Phil Collins, Phil Bailey, and things we love from before our time. I'll allow it.
Yeah, definitely things we allow and things we love before our time. Phil Jackson could have been the third Phil. We could have asked him about Phil Jackson, or maybe a thought on Phil Mickelson ahead of the PGA at Southern Hills next weekend. But he covered a couple of the big Phils, which is nice.
He did. 888
filled them in.
Bobby Phils too. I mean,
a little much there, Spadone. But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number.
Phil McCracken, the great Phil McCracken.
He comes up all the time.
Talk about that.
We'll get to your calls here in a second. Your texts, keep them coming on the Xfinity mobile text line as well. But I'm excited for right now because I hopped in here in a very, very good mood today. All kinds of reasons. It's Friday. The Warriors have Game 6 tonight, even though I'm going to have to do some sort of a DVR dance. We got Pearl Jam tickets coming up later on tonight. And one of my favorite donut purchasing experiences ever.
Ever?
Because not only did I come out of there with donuts, we came out of there with ego boosts and content.
Willard and Dibs have a lot to say.
My only weapon was my mouth.
But they just have one big question.
What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing right now? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing?
I got 4 miles to Larkspur.
How was that, by the way?
It was great. Did you enjoy your donut?
So far, one down, one to go at least.
That is the correct answer.
I'm definitely running one back.
So far.
I had the Oreo donut, which was
I threw
a bit
it in
of
there.
a,
I feel like you feel like it was a letdown, but you don't want to say that it was a letdown.
It was the Jamarcus Russell of donuts. I drafted it too high, and ultimately it was an okay donut. It was overdrafted.
I saw it. I dropped it in there because I'm like, this is different. I think somebody will take this number 1 overall, and there was only one of them.
Yeah.
It was the Oreo drizzle old fashioned donut.
Kyler Murray.
Yeah, with white frosting on it. And I'm like, someone's taking that number 1 overall. And you did.
Yeah.
And then, maybe just a wee bit of regret, but it's okay because you're going to eat 2 more donuts today, so it's fine.
I'm hoping for value later in the draft is what I'm hoping for.
You did it like a 49ers draft. Just mess up early, but it's okay. You'll get Kittle in the 5th round.
Solomon Thomas.
Yeah, here he comes. Eli Mitchell.
Seriously.
Right, so I walk into Donut Alley, and there's just a couple people in front of me. I'm in no hurry. But then here come 2 kids who clearly need to get to school. And kids before school, they're like, I don't give a rip if I'm late to school. We're at a donut shop. Mom is in the car. She's freaking out. She's like, you guys, the line is too long. We don't have time for donuts today. They're like, no, Mom, the line is moving. We're good. Did you see that other person? They just left. We're almost there. So anyway, I'm right in front of these 2 kids, and the person in front of me rocks the double dozen, okay?
The double does?
The double does, walks in and goes, I'm going to need 2 boxes.
Inside?
Great. 2 boxes inside. Donut Alley, right? So, not incorrect. But anyway, so person's up there, they're doing the double does, and I got nothing but love for that. Like, obviously, you're going to share. This is wonderful.
Does
we
it
get
up.
the double does. We're grinding on all 24 picks.
Let me get a.
How many do I have left?
Oh God.
Let me see.
You gotta Google it.
This mom behind me is losing bananas with every selection.
So it's double does, then
does,
it's you,
then me,
and it's impatient mom.
and then stressed mom, and 2 very unstressed kids. So 2 people working at Donut Alley, so you get 2 orders going on at the same time.
I love the alley.
You know what I do? 2 orders at the same time.
Yeah.
So anyway, they come to me. It's my turn now.
Yeah.
And I look at stressed mom. I go, stressed mom, you go first. I'm not in a hurry.
You let her go?
Go.
You're a good guy.
The kids have got to get to school, and I'm all about the future of our world. I believe the children are our future.
Fat.
Treat them well and let them lead the way. So please, you order your donuts.
Okay.
And then, of course, then the kids are like, okay, and mom is like, get the donut and get in the car. So they do that, and she's just, thank you so much.
Meanwhile,
Thank
double
you.
does is still
Double
cogitating.
does is on about number 11 now. She's
Not
like,
5,
thank
not
you
6.
so much. I'm like, of course, I'm not in a hurry. I have a stupid job. They'll be fine. So she goes, they get their donut, they're gone.
Gone.
Now we go back to me. Hey, Donut Alley.
Back to Willard.
I need a does. We rock the does, old-fashioned, glaze, more old-fashioned. Put that Oreo thing in there. Let's go. Pink box. Here's your $20 bill. Heading to the car. Double does is now on about 16.
No.
Is there a chocolate? Do you have a different? I'm like, oh my, what are you doing?
Double does.
I get outside. There's 9 people deep at Donut Alley on Friday morning at 8:10.
Stretching out to Magnolia.
This person, Perry's is like, what's the problem over here 3 blocks away? This person has stopped donut purchasing in the Bay Area. What are you doing? Double dozen is great. Have a plan. Write it down on a piece of paper if you need to. Please do not create 10 people at Donut Alley at 8:10 on a Friday morning. However, even with a what are you doing? Right as I'm about to get into my car, I wait because the Donut Alley people we're working hard back there. We got Captain Double Does over here. I'm like, hey, thanks, guys. Well, that was me using my outside voice.
Did you go Kapler, Bochy, or Harry Kalish?
Right. I'll see you guys again soon. Next time, I don't know what I'm doing on Pick Your Battles.
Donuts.
Give me one of the Oreo old fashioned. So anyway, I had right as I'm heading into the car, I'm like, thanks, guys. We got 2 sort of middle-aged moms about 2/3 of the way down the line. One of them says to the other, hey, that's a guy from the radio station. I'm like, we've given Donut Alley so much love.
Yeah.
They're waiting for us now over there.
Totally.
I give a little wave. My favorite part, the other mom goes, what radio station?
Uh-oh.
First mom looks at her like, you dummy. She goes,
it's Dave FM.
No, she goes, 95.7 the
Totally
game.
random.
Like, I mean, as if, how the hell do you not know?
Right.
That 95.7 the game once a month shows up at Donut Alley. Pick your battles. What are you doing, Mom?
Better recognize.
You better be listening to 95.7 the game. They're shouting out our donut shop all the time. So she gave her a what are you doing? I gave Captain Double Does a what are you doing? I got in the Kia and got to work to get you your Oreo drizzle just in time.
It's huge.
It's a good morning.
And it got here just in time because I got here a little early. Shout out Bay Bridge Friday traffic, which is
fun,
non-existent. Yeah.
Oh, good.
No, we were just.
I thought you were going to give me the opposite.
No. Monday through Thursday, it's an absolute cluster chuck. As we shout out Chuck in his last day as our fill-in producer. Hashtag cluster chuck.
Yeah,
good to be here.
Yeah, Monday and Tuesday were Bart days because it was so bad. Today, breezy. Got in early, and then it's a question of where's Mark with that beautiful pink box of his.
Man. Yeah. You know, I was old-fashioned.
Don't talk about that.
I was
Did I just get
old-fashionedly
fired?
late. You did.
Old-fashionably late.
Yeah.
No, it's very good. And by the way, if you're going to order a double does, you need to take the Noah's Ark approach. 2x2.
Yes.
Two
of
by
those,
two.
Two of those.
Thank you.
Two of those.
Yes.
Here's my $40.
Yes.
Get in, get out, get on.
Shout out the Old Testament. Noah was not like, let me get a giraffe and maybe a gorilla. Sure. The three-toed sloth, I guess.
Right. And then you run to the end and you're like, now we're going to go back to, you know what, actually give me one more of
Thank
the crumb.
you.
No. Have a plan. Execute the plan. Get the hell out the way.
Be like Noah. Be more like Noah. He's like, give me two of those. You two can mate, and then we'll have a third of you later, and then I'll take two of these, two of those, two of you, two of them. And they go 2x2, Mark.
Boom, does.
When you're
get
going
out
double
the way.
does. Yes.
Get out the way. Get out the way. Let's go to that guy in Oakland.
Is he that guy?
He's that guy on Willard and Dibs. Hey, that guy. What are you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I'm actually making a smoothie. You know, all this talk about donuts makes me want to dump this thing and head to the local donut shop. But, hey, I got a fill for you. We got Puxatani, so that's a good one. Hey, and on Friday, I don't know if it's a payday Friday for you guys.
Yes, it is. That's why there are donuts. That guy.
What's that?
I said, yes, it is. We don't get the donuts unless it's payday, that guy.
Oh, okay. So we got to get a little Doughboy hashtag Friday going on, a little cube going on. But, hey, a couple of things on the Dubs here. So, Willard, I'm with you, man. I'm feeling good this morning because of what I saw last night with the Mavericks getting blown out in 5 and then coming back strong in 6 last night and blowing out Phoenix. So I'm feeling good about that. I'm feeling good about the Chase Center is undefeated in the playoffs. I'm feeling good about the Dubs have not lost 2 in a row in the playoffs. So, and I think Jason and his mom live at the Chase Center. So there'll be no lucky 7 for the Memphis Bells, hashtag Rock the Bells tonight. LL Cool J in Chase Center. And then, hey, the one thing that concerns me, though, is the slow starts, man. You know, we haven't won a first quarter this whole series. So what do you think the going into it, the thought process of how do we get off to a fast start and before we drink the first beer, we're not down by 10 points. I appreciate it. You guys have a great Friday.
Bet Memphis in the first quarter and then worry about the game after that.
I mean, I'm worried much more about who wins the fourth quarter than the first quarter.
Exactly.
I think it's been over-discussed a little bit, but I also get it. You love to get off to a good start.
Yeah.
And I do actually think there are some basketball reasons for it. I know whenever it happens repeatedly, we just hammer, well, they're not ready to play. They're ready to play. What do you think? The Warriors are like, oh, I didn't know it was 7 o'clock. Like, they're ready to play. I think there are basketball reasons for it, which we can get to in just a second. More of your Warrior phone calls. Plus, Dibs.
Yeah.
Game by game, right? I mean,
we're going
schedule's
game
out.
by game.
Okay.
And also, I do want to tip my cap to Rita_Oak, who has devoted herself to drawing Jimmy. And today is 100 Days of Jimmy. And if you haven't followed her on Twitter, it's at Rita_Oak. Today's drawing is 100 Days of Jimmy with a picture of herself drawing Jimmy with all her 100 drawings of Jimmy in the background. It's an incredible It's an incredible marker as we are 100 days since she decided she would draw Jimmy Garoppolo every day until he is no longer a Niner. Today's 100 days of Jimmy, and her homage today is a self-portrait in many ways. It's beautiful.
There's no way she thought we were getting to this day. I mean,
no.
And by the way, does she keep doing this on into the season if he stays?
She's pot committed, Mark.
I mean,
she's into it.
Holy smokes.
Yesterday, she actually did an homage to Thriller. It was Jimmy G as Michael on the album cover. So I think it's just a great way to mark where we are and where we've been. Schedule release is out. And 100 days since Jimmy Garoppolo was supposed to be gone.
All of that coming up next, but your phone calls are the key. 888-957-9570 on a huge day.
Huge.
And a huge night. We can feel it in the air tonight. Come on. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
95.7 The Game.
It's about to get real up in here.
Oh, I know it is.
And I'm not talking about Chase Center. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Plenty to get to on the Warriors, the 49ers schedule as well. I want to... The text line just sent some very interesting stuff.
Yeah.
And I want to acknowledge who I think might have been one of the women outside of the great Donut Alley, 4 miles to Larkspur.
2 ladies outside.
They
the
were.
donut shop. Yeah.
And we were trying to get them inside, but Captain Double Does wouldn't get the darn donuts.
Glazed.
So I'm only assuming as I tell that story because we get a text and 415, it says, he's talking about me. And then the next text is, I knew his last name was Willard, but I forgot his first name, which is fine. Nobody calls me by my first name anyway, unless they're mad at me.
Mick Willard.
Yeah, like whatever. You can call me whatever you want.
Hey, Mickey.
I assume this is her, the one who said that's the guy from the radio station.
Yeah.
Which is more about Donut Alley than it is us. We give them a lot of love, and their donuts are delicious. I just had another one during that top of the hour break. It was phenomenal.
I didn't.
I am double chocolate old-fashioned in. Yes, you did, you liar.
And my special someone's not listening, so I can come correct.
But anyway, thank you very much. I tried to wave. We were in a hurry. You might know. I'm in Larkspur at 8:10. I got to get to the city. We got a show to do, or else I would have stopped to say hello. But that kind of stuff makes our morning.
Yeah.
When we know that you put A, B together, Donut Alley, it's Payday Friday, pick your battles. So if that is you, and you are you, thank you. And I'm sorry I didn't get to stop by and say hello, but that made for a very fun morning.
Yeah, and in 2 weeks, you'll be back there at Donut Alley, either buying your own donuts or buying donuts for Kyle, because pick your battles. Your boy Dibber Claus has been hot. I've been top of the table now 3 of the last 4 cycles now, Mark.
You've been crushing it, and I do want everyone to know that I went to Donut Alley because Kyle's still in Washington, D.C., not because I lost.
Right.
Yeah, I've been reimbursed for that purchase. But I also, the story for What Are You Doing of what happened there this morning, it took a minute, and so I also felt bad because I thought I should have been like, well, hey Dibs, what are you doing?
Right.
And what are you doing this weekend?
Well, what I'm doing this weekend is running around and taking care of honeydew errands, but in advance of that, Mark, what I'm doing is having a second donut and perhaps even a third donut because I'm in a spot where I got a little bit of a free run at it right now, Mark.
What do you mean a free run? Like you're just going to let yourself go?
I'm going to pack on some weight.
Okay.
Because it's sympathy weight. My beloved supper, my special someone, is pregnant with my child, Mark Willard.
Come on.
Your boy.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Your boy, Dibber Claus. Yes. I am going to be, in September, I'm going to be a father. For the 3rd time. First time with my special lady, my special supper.
Yeah, let's go.
I mean, we could have gone to the breaking news sounder, but
I think we should.
So as I'm back there,
hit the breaking news. I mean, it is.
Yeah. Breaking news. Brought to you by
and it is breaking.
Podcast.
It's all breaking down.
Win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season.
Could use $5.6 million.
I was going to say.
You get your podcasts.
If anybody wins the $5.6 million prize, please donut to the Dan Dibley Baby Fund. Dan Dibley Baby Fund. Call 1-800-DIBBER-CLAWS. 1-800-DIBS-DIBS-DIBS.
Hashtag buy me diapers.
Oh.
And I don't know if you've seen what strollers go for these days, but
no,
I mean, it's incredible.
No, I have not.
My second born, Keon, and of course, both my boys are so happy for Dad because I'm going round 2. I've got a special someone.
This is round 12, brother.
Well, the oldest will be 21, and Keon actually is about to turn 19.
Free babysitters.
Everything, like in this second go-round, is completely different. Many things are going to be the same, but so many things, including strollers these days. I don't know if you've been, like, stroller shopping.
No. I have absolutely not been stroller shopping.
Okay.
I don't know what diapers cost. I don't know what strollers cost.
Oh.
I do know what my health plan covers for a vasectomy.
Okay.
I do know that, but I have no idea what the rest of the stuff has.
And shout out Dr. Shupan, the great urologist who successfully rocked me the reverse vasectomy.
You got to put that thing down, flip it, and reverse it.
Well, it's so funny because everyone talks about snip, snap from The Office. It is not a snip, snap situation. The snip, if you've had the snip, you know the snip is like a 5 to 10 minute outpatient.
Yes, right.
So I had the snip about 12 years ago, and my snipper, he's talking about his upcoming trip to Atlanta with his assistant as my vas deferens are burning. And I'm like, excuse me, doc, would you mind like holding off on your Alabama itinerary for just a minute while we pay homage to my no longer functioning scrotum? Skip ahead 11 years. The snap. So the snip is the snip. The snap is a 6-hour surgery.
TMI was like 5 minutes ago.
I'm sorry, too late. Katie barred the door. Nahigian doesn't have his phone right now. He's not even here.
Looking for my phone.
Just call me Snipper Claus.
That's a 5 as well.
By the way,
you guys are on fire
I know
now.
exactly where Matt Nahigian's phone is because I do believe I received the last text that he sent before he lost it. But anyway, we'll get to that in a second. I hope I sufficiently acted surprised. Obviously, this is something we've known in this room for a minute or two.
Yes.
But sharing it with all of you out here in our audience, like, man, could not be happier
Thank
for
you, brother. Thank you.
You're absolutely crazy, but I could not be happier for you.
I get a lot of that.
And based on what I know, babysitters charge these days.
Oh, God.
You know what strollers cost. I don't know that. I do know what babysitters cost. Brother, I'm here for you. Okay, you need a Friday night out.
Yeah,
$22.50 an hour. Let's go.
Seriously,
your boy will cross the bridge for you. No problem.
Well, I'll hire one of your teen kids at about half that. But quietly, everything's more expensive. But I am thrilled.
Dude, good
we
for
are
you.
thrilled.
No, it's so good. And Supper, if you're listening, my goodness, congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
I know it's a first for her, so it's incredibly, incredibly special.
And I've been holding back on the news until we get to that point where everything is copacetic and we're through all of the early days. But September, you won't see your boy. By the way,
I was going to say, Week 1, National Football League,
go on.
95.7 The Game. We are accepting applications for fill-in radio hosts.
I like it.
9 to noon, 95.7 The Game.
So many things are different now than 20 years ago. Stroller prices now, you have to you got to put money down, and it's like you want a 5-year loan on that stroller. But also, paternity leave is a thing.
Oh, yeah.
20 years ago, there was no such thing as paternity leave. It's, here's a cigar, we'll see you on Monday.
Right.
Your boy's got some time coming to him.
Yep. We got your back.
I'm following the Damon
covered.
Bruce plan, which is you get a year to take it.
Yeah. So, you got to do it. You got to use it. Yeah.
Night.
See you later. But do know we will still be texting you for selections at 11:50 every single morning. Good luck while Supper's trying to get you to change a diaper, and you're like, "Hang on, I got the Giants on the money line. I'll be right there."
Totally.
Good luck.
Daddy needs a new pair of shoes for his baby. So,
what do you mean the 49ers are only giving 3.5 this weekend? Are you kidding me? They're going 11-6.
Liquidate all diapers is going to be the new podcast. Too soon? Are you all right? Yeah.
That was not an image I needed in my head at all.
It's funny because Beans on YouTube is like, good luck finding formula. Right. All of a sudden now I'm like concerned about this formula shortage we have.
I have heard about that.
I'm terrified. What am I going to do?
I mean, you got time.
Of course.
If there's a shortage, that's kind of like, remember when the toilet paper thing happened in the pandemic and people are beating each other over paper towels at the grocery store? Like, I need 700 things of toilet paper for and it went away. It was fine. For a few weeks we were all banana heads, and then TP showed up at the store again. Formula will do the same.
Dibs, as long as Supper channels her inner Kyle Shanahan and relatches, it's all good.
Relatch.
Wow.
He went a long way to get that in there. It's a slightly offensive 3, but I love the efforts, Badone.
Oh gosh! All right, so congratulations.
Thank you,
man.
brother. I was
we're
trying
here for you.
I was waiting for a slow news day, but with this damn Warriors run and Kapler with the mustache versus beard and the schedule release, there is no slow news day anymore.
Do you know if you will be purchasing a pink stroller or a blue one?
I do. Yeah.
You do?
Your boy's gonna be a girl dad.
Okay.
First time. Right. Yeah. It's. So I'm going to lean on you for advice on how soon before my daughter turns on me?
Yeah, so I will be here for you this fall, and I'll be here for you again in 12 years when your life goes absolutely upside down. You got no chance. So just give hugs, give love, shake your head, get your wry grin ready.
Okay.
Holy hell.
Okay.
But no, man, that's unbelievable.
Thanks, bro.
That's unbelievable.
I could not be more excited, and I'm actually looking to launch a podcast called Grandpa Daddy, because Supper and I talk about the fact that, most of my peers are ready to be grandparents. My sister, Hurricane Gale, is a grandma. You're more likely to be a grandpa at my age than you are a daddy, so Grandpa Daddy. There are many great Grandpa Daddies, including Marty Brenneman. Chuck was telling me Joe Buck is a Grandpa Daddy.
Yes, he dove back
my
in.
mentor, Barry Tompkins, was a Grandpa Daddy. His youngest child is now darn near 30.
Okay.
So anytime you're a dad around 50 years of age, you're a Grandpa Daddy. I'm looking forward to that.
Please post to Instagram some pictures, if Instagram even still exists at this time, but at the high school graduation of your daughter, please post some pictures. You will be...
have a walker.
I'll be 72.
You'll be 72.
Yeah, I'll be Tyler Walker.
God bless you.
In a walker. Walker Bueller.
Bueller.
Yeah, Christopher Walker.
Bueller.
Walker, Texas Ranger.
Thank you.
Unbelievable. Well, by the way, do we have any Kobe Bryant? We don't wishing Dibs. Yeah, a good girl dad life.
I don't know if he actually ever said that. He gave it to a Sports Center anchor, and she relayed the story.
That's
on there,
right.
But I don't know if he ever actually said it.
It was L. Duncan, I think.
It did, and actually, it did come up sort of after he passed away, talking about how excited he was in life to be a girl dad. And
Van Pelt's got a good one though.
Does he?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll pull that up.
All right, pull that up. I was gonna give Dibs a little girl dad wish, because you're gonna need it, brother.
I appreciate it. And my guy Steiny's got 3 daughters, and so I'll be leaning on all of you.
It's a different experience. It absolutely is. But speaking of Kobe, his once upon a time teammate, of course, Shaquille O'Neal, said something right after the game in Memphis the other night that did stick with me, because he's Shaq. Now, listen, Chuck didn't agree with him, but Chuck is Chuck. He's going to root against and make fun of the Warriors any chance he gets. But Shaq right away was like, I promise you the Warriors are going to win this one by 30.
I'm guaranteeing you Golden State going to blow these boys up by 30. Guarantee.
Guarantee. Going to blow these boys out up by 30. Because that's the NBA script. Part of me this morning, as I'm watching what happened last night, there's a piece of me that's like, are we just pawns in a big game here? Think of the stress that we put toward this. I mean, I feel like without the Warriors, you still have a full head of hair. No?
Me?
Yeah.
I mean,
right?
Probably not at this age. That got a little personal.
I mean, we put so much into it. Our mood the next morning is one way if they win, it's another way if they lose.
Yeah.
And then we get concerned when we see things that we think carry over to the next game, and we go, oh my gosh, there's this X's and O's problem here. And you know what? There's still a piece of me at this hour that thinks there is. All I know is we've watched 8 quarters without Ja Morant, and Memphis has won 7 of them. And the Warriors have led for 45 seconds total of those 8 quarters. Now here's the other side. We fall in love with this journey. We read all the chapters of the book, but the last chapter of every book is the exact same. The favorite moves on. Miami wins in Philly. Phoenix is going to beat Dallas in Game 7. Milwaukee and Boston, I'm going to set that aside because they had the exact same record in the regular season.
Right.
They're practically the same team, and so I don't know which way. That one is a true coin flip. Go back to the first round. Minnesota, Memphis. Oh, my gosh. Look what's happening. Devin Booker's out. Luke is out. There's going to be the 1 seed, 2 seed, 3 seed, 4 seed. Both conferences all move on. So when I see that, and I see Dallas blow out Phoenix a couple of nights after being blown out in the other city, it does make me feel calm with regard to tonight. You leave open a 10% chance that you're wrong because, yes, even in the NBA, there are upsets. We believe Warriors once upon a time took down a 1 seed, but it's so rare. It is so rare. There's a reason it's only happened 13 times that a 3-1 deficit has been erased. What Memphis needs to do tonight is so much harder than what the Warriors need to do tonight, I'm going to fall back on the story of the NBA that we know and feel very confident that the Warriors are going to win tonight.
I like that fallback position, but part of it does still scare me because of what you said about 1 seed, 2 seed, 1 seed, 2 seed. Memphis is the 2 seed, and Memphis was better than you during the regular year, and Memphis was better without Ja, winning percentage-wise, than they were with Ja. And Memphis, over the last 8 quarters, has been better than you in 7.5, if not 7 3/4 of those 8 quarters. So a lot of the things that you are leaning on are truisms, especially when it comes to, 96% of teams up 3-1 go on to win the series. But there are some troubling signs. The way Game 4 went, for example, the Warriors were terrible. Memphis was just a little bit worse, and you were able to win that game. Game 5, you were god-awful, and you can write that off fine. You can dismiss it. The other piece of this is Memphis has been dominant in the first quarter of all 5 of these games. They've led, I believe, in all 5 first quarters. So you're going to be home. You need the crowd to be in it. Memphis has been better in the first quarter. Memphis is the higher seed. Memphis has more confidence. Whether or not they have momentum or not, that'll be determined, obviously, tonight. But this one, to me, feels a little bit more like Boston-Milwaukee than it does Phoenix-Dallas and, the Philadelphia.
Miami-Philadelphia.
Yeah, the Miami-Philadelphia series.
So if you don't want to take my view on it, let me provide a different one for you. Vegas tells a story by what they put out. They always do. And you remember I freaked you out the other day. I made you get the willies when I was telling you that Warriors -4 for Game 5 in Memphis was kind of like a creepy Halloween front door where, the old single man down the street. Yeah, come on in, kids. It's
too creepy. Don't go back to that.
It's just a bag of M&Ms. I knew that number was telling you. Vegas was like, take the Warriors. I mean, it's going to be easy. You can do -4. And what? They lost by 55.
At least.
Tonight's number tells you the opposite. And I'll go further. It's not just tonight's number. It's also the overall series numbers across the board in the NBA. They tell a story. Tonight's number at 8.5. You're telling me I can have a Memphis Grizzlies team plus 8.5 points.
Down to 8.
That has seemingly dominated the Warriors physically since Ja Morant went out. You're telling me I can have them and 8 points? Piece of cake. Oh, come on in, Grizzlies fan.
Stop doing that.
Come on right over here.
Stop doing that. Especially on the eve of me having another child.
I have peanut M&Ms. It's right around the corner.
Your creepy Halloween analogy is getting creepier for me, I'll be honest.
Just go into the closet. There's candy in there. Okay, let me give you another one, but I won't do it in that voice.
Please.
NBA championship odds. So the Dallas Mavericks only need to win 1 game. Memphis needs to win 2. But we're essentially talking about the same thing, are we not? Dallas needs to win 1 road game. Memphis needs to win 1 road game.
Right.
In order to get to where they want to go. Do you want to know what the numbers are right now? Championship odds. I bet you could guess the order. In fact...
Wow, Spadoni.
Game show music, please. Can you guess the order?
In the West?
No. Across the NBA.
Across the board?
We got 7 teams left.
Okay.
Can you correctly guess the order of their odds to win the championship? Number 1 is?
Philadelphia.
No.
I'm
Philadelphia's not even in. What are you talking about?
I'm just messing with you, dog.
Number 1 favorite to win the title is?
It would have to be the Golden State Warriors.
That is correct. Number 2.
I'd say the Miami Heat right now. They're already through.
So sorry. It's still the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
Phoenix Suns are number 2. Number 3
then
is?
Miami, yeah.
Miami Heat, number 3. Number 4?
Boy, man. Milwaukee.
Milwaukee Bucks, of course.
Bucks
the only other team with a lead. Absolutely.
Home,
okay, number 5.
Would probably be Boston.
That is correct.
And then Memphis.
Number 6
Memphis.
is? No. And it's not even close. I want you to listen to this story right now. This tells a story. Vegas is telling you that the Dallas Mavericks versus Memphis Grizzlies odds to win the whole thing, Memphis Grizzlies are 2.5 times more unlikely to win the championship as opposed to Dallas, who has a Game 7 on the road against the team with the best record in the NBA. So,
well, Memphis needs to win 2.
Right.
Dallas needs to win 1.
But if Memphis wins tonight, don't you think people will overwhelmingly believe that they'll win Game 7? They're going to be back at home. They will have dominated the Warriors for 12 straight quarters. Again, I'm not saying this, that, or the other is or isn't going to happen. I'm telling you, this is what Vegas is saying about the task at hand for the Grizzlies right now. They are plus 5,600 to win the title.
56-1.
56-1. Dallas is only plus 2075. Okay?
21-1, basically.
Absolutely. Boston plus 975. Milwaukee is plus 423. Miami plus 402. Suns plus 286. Warriors plus 217. Those are your up-to-the-minute Vegas compilation consensus odds. But
to win the chip.
To win the whole thing.
Never tell me the odds.
Now, again, that's not just to beat the Warriors. They also realize that if they were to move on, they're going to have to somehow beat probably Phoenix and either a Milwaukee or a Miami or something like that, and all without Ja, because he's doubtful for the whole playoffs.
Right.
So I get that aspect of it, but take those numbers and realize what they're telling you in terms of the task at hand for Memphis. It's absurdly hard.
It's big. It's very big, but if you're Memphis and you're Taylor Jenkins, you realize you just need to win one game. You just need to win this game. You win this game, and I'm sorry, but 8 points is too many. I'm not laying the 8 as we start a new cycle of pick your battles today. We got a whole weekend, and you can go ahead and lay the 8 if you want. And I know Charles, we're going to win by 30, but I'm not so confident that they're going to go out there and win this one by 30?
I don't think they're going to win by 30, and I'm not even going to mess with the spread. I'm only worried about them winning, but I love their chances to do that.
And what's your approach for tonight? Because you're going to Pearl Jam, and it's a closeout Game 6, and I know you're going to watch the game at some point because you love the team, you love the game, you love your job, but will you try to be dark and then watch it clean, or will you dabble with your phone in between Pearl Jam hits? What's going to be your approach tonight, Mark? Because you got a big day ahead of you.
Very, very difficult. First world problem. Don't want to act like I'm actually upset about this by any stretch.
Yeah.
However, very difficult, and I got to get to the bottom of it. I got to exactly figure it out, because one option would be record game, turn phone off.
Sensible.
Would love to be present at the Pearl Jam show. However, going to have to get some pictures and video a little bit at some point, at least on the pre-end. And if I do turn the phone on, I know you, Jimmy Jacks, are going to be texting me 1,000 miles a minute.
Not me.
Yes, well, somebody
Not
will
me.
on our thread.
Yeah.
Kyle will for sure.
Hot take, Jake.
My gosh, that
coming
man
off a vacation. Oh,
Plus,
he's going to be on fire.
Then I'm going to get home to my boys at 11:30, and you think my son's not going to run right to the door and be like, "I can't believe what just." I mean, he's going to tell me right away.
The biggest loss I've ever seen. What a win!
Can you believe that the Warriors lost by 21, Dad? What does it mean? I mean,
what did you think of the last second shot,
there's
Dad?
Zero chance of me getting to the TV without knowing what had happened. So I might just need to be game casting it on the phone.
Put your phone away. Put your phone away.
Okay. Jack White
Thank you.
and Arcade Fire coming up next. Your phone calls at 888-957-9570. I'll share a quick story with you, too, coming up next. I've been through this before, and it was way worse during a Giants World Series game.
It's called the tease, people.
Yeah, I'll tell you what happened. That's coming up. Willard and Dibs.
on 95.7 The Game.
Just as I thought it was going on.
Believe me, I don't want anybody I'm super uncomfortable with this conversation. I want everyone to know we're just having fun with this. Like my whole oh no, I've got concert tickets.
Of course. It's not a real world problem.
No.
Do I pay the water bill or the electric bill because one of them's getting shut off?
That's a problem.
Come on.
Although, actually, gosh, you just reminded me, my water is getting shut off today.
Oh, boy.
It is not.
No joke. Just for the day. They're doing some work, whatever.
Gotcha.
Thank you for reminding me. I left before they turned it off. I'm going to go home and I'm going to have no water.
If it's yellow, let it mellow. If it's brown, go downtown.
I'm going to have to get some water for Penny from somewhere else. But anyway, okay.
Don't talk about that.
Sorry,
seriously. Well, before you get into the 90-degree position, just remember there's no flush for you today.
No, God.
You got to take that on the road. Are you good? Are you a road team? Can you win on the road?
I can be. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Grocery store right down the street. All good. No problems there. But anyway.
As a former grocery store worker, find another place to go, mister.
No. They're actually, it's customer. The employees have their own.
Oh, this is one of the, okay.
Yeah.
Because the store I worked at.
I'm not like going into the back and be like, oh, we got a pallet of Kleenex here. And, oh, by the way, I'm going to go use your bathroom.
Yeah.
No.
Shout out the Red Hill Safeway where I used to work in the 80s, where the only bathroom was the employee bathroom. And occasionally you'd see Jimmy Joe. It's like, dude, this is not for you, bro. This is my break room.
Hey, Pearl Jam, this is not for you. Very good.
Look at me.
I love how you did that. Nice job.
Brought my A game today.
Yeah, very, very good. Somewhere along the line, I don't know what year it was, but the grocery store is sort of like, no, we have to have bathrooms for the customers. But yeah, they didn't used to. It used to just be the employee thing. It was like, sorry, you're bleep out of luck. Literally. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
All right. 888-957-9570. So years ago, because of who I was with at the time, being a fan of this person, no joke, when you get concert tickets, you get them months in advance sometimes. So you don't know what's going to be going on by the time that concert rolls around. In this case, because of the pandemic, I got these concert tickets 2 years ago. 2 years ago, I got these tickets. I didn't know Game 6 of the Warriors and the Grizzlies was going to be coming at you. I ended up at a Bob Dylan show in the middle of Game 4, Giants-Royals World Series. Okay? Remember, in that moment, the Giants are down 2-1. And I'm thinking, this series isn't going anywhere anyway. And they've won 2 of the last 4.
Right.
We're good. Head off to Bob Dylan. And I'm not really, I respect the hell out of Bob Dylan. Not really big on going to the show. Hey, baby. It was like Bochy for 2.5 hours. Okay, fine. We'll be at Bob Dylan. I'm staring at my phone the whole time. I can't. I'm just one of those people. I can't record and go later. I got to be involved in this live. So even if the experience stinks, I'm pretty sure that's how that's going to end up tonight. And if it ends up tied with 2 minutes to go, right in the middle of even flow, then I don't know what the hell I'm going to do. But, we'll figure it out.
You're better than that. And, what you,
I don't think I am.
You are. And what you preached at the start of the week that I've been carrying with me all week long is the idea of be here now. And you just wanted to live now as best as you possibly could.
Be here now.
When you get there and Eddie comes out, it's one thing if you're looking at, I don't even know who the warm-up act is, if there is a warm-up act, but the Warrior game will probably start before the warm-up act. But as soon as Eddie comes out and Eddie's buddies, and you start to hearken back to your youth from 30 years ago when they actually were a band that people gave a crap about.
Wow.
I lost my phone. But in that moment, put the phone away, be here now. The Warrior game, whatever happens is going to happen. You can catch up on that later.
We'll go to the phones in just a second, but we do have an update. This is the first time this has ever happened. Our program director, Matt Nahagian, has texted the Xfinity mobile text line.
Give the number and read the sponsor. Look.
He clearly borrowed a phone from someone else in his family.
I need your phone.
Because it's got the same wackadoodle East Coast area code that he has with his phone.
I'm from Philly and Chicago.
He just wrote, look, on my way to Oakland to get the phone. It's been found. Look.
He did not put look.
He did. Apparently someone went,
looking for the phone.
Nice.
And they found it. I received what I do believe were the final text messages before the phone departed Matt Nahigian's pocket.
Our boss.
9:24 p.m. last night, I get a text. You here? And I respond, where? Pearl Jam, section 209. I go, no, I'm going tomorrow. You know this. Then the next text is where you know Matt has probably had 47 drinks. The next text, all he writes is, daughter.
He's got 2 sons.
I'm like, what are you? Yes, I have a daughter. What are you talking about?
I'm going to have one.
And then he writes, nobody knew it. As in, like, nobody knew the song Daughter.
Don't call me daughter.
I just went crazy. And I'm like, cool, get it. You know, have a great time. He writes, dude, I'm in heaven. 10:07 p.m. I get, dude, I'm in heaven, and then the phone
Gone. Act like you've been at a concert before with
Put
your
you on
phone.
blast, Matt.
It's so great. That is so funny. And so now he's obviously the phone was lost. It's a classic lost and found.
Look.
It was lost. Somebody found it and turned it in. And imagine when you find that phone, because we've all done it. You find a phone and you immediately press the power button to see what the picture is on the home screen, right? To see if maybe you know somebody, maybe you know, what is this? You push that power button and you see that bespeckled beauty. You look at that and you go, wow, I think I know this guy.
Look, Matt, if you wanted a Friday off, just say so. If you want to go to Pearl Jam again tonight, just say so.
Stacy, I lost my phone.
Don't text me at 10:07 p.m. and then tell me in the morning that you lost your phone and you're driving to Oakland again. Nobody's buying your act. Nobody.
Right. And, I mean, daughter, you know, quaint little song. I told you yesterday that might be the one song where you can kind of check out.
Or maybe he was having a premonition about what you were going to talk about on the air today.
Yeah.
Don't call Dibs' daughter.
Right.
You're not allowed to call her.
Well, she's not taking calls yet.
Not
She
yet.
won't be born till September.
Not yet. Wow. All right. 888-957-9570 is the number. Hey, Doug, in Berkeley, on the Warriors. Doug, what are you doing?
Hey. Good morning, guys. I am doing well. I'm off today. I am just about to get on my bicycle to go for a bicycle ride in this beautiful East Bay air, and I'm listening to you guys just as I get out of the car and throw the bike out. And I got a couple things to say. One, the segment you just did a few minutes ago bordered on too much information with regard to the bathrooms and the grocery store, and that was kind of funny.
Well, we push the envelope here, Doug, and sometimes it happens.
And Doug, when nature calls, you can't send her to voicemail.
Understood. It bordered on too much information. You didn't go over the line.
Thank you.
You're cool. All right. Number two, we're all worried. I posed this question to you guys about 6 weeks ago. If you had to pick the winner between the 15-16, 16-17 Dubs and the current Dubs, which team would you pick? Because we all know we picked the 15-16, 16-17 Dubs, and I said that's what Memphis is. That's what Memphis is, and that's why we're worried. Obviously, I don't go with those long odds of, it's this game, tonight's game, one game at a time. Let's hope our guys can call on the experience and dig deep and get this done.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, appreciate it. Enjoy the bike ride. His point basically, Memphis is now what the early first championship Warriors were. I don't know if I quite buy that.
I'm not buying it at all.
Yeah, you remember what those Warriors were. Like, even though it surprised a little bit, you weren't sure they could get all the way there to the end that soon. It felt a little ahead of schedule, but they were also one of the favorites. And, oh, by the way, they were healthy. They're healthy. They had their guys. I love what Howard Beck said
earlier to us, I think it furthers the point that I was making yesterday, which is I don't understand why we're so afraid to say that the Grizzlies are better without Ja Morant. I'm not saying that they should trade him or release him, but if you do look at the data that we have for the full season and you look at this series, Memphis has been way more effective without him. And Howard didn't disagree. But if you want to talk about actually winning the whole thing, well, we know what it means when it comes to the end to be able to have someone where you can say, here's the ball, go get us a shot. It's what Kevin Durant did for 3 years for this team. And so they're not going to go all the way without Ja. They're not at the height of their powers. And so I don't love the comparison.
No, I don't love it either. And especially when you look at that Warrior team that was down 2-1 to Memphis, they had their full complement, like you're talking about. And I always have a hard time with which team was better, the 15-16 or the 16-17 team, because here we are in 21-22, and it's a whole different world. And by the way, Phoenix is licking its collective chops at the idea of facing Memphis without Ja Morant, if that's what comes to pass, because they understand that Memphis is not as good without Ja as they are with Ja. Now, in this particular series, in this moment, in this matchup, it's a different story because of what this Memphis defense can do to the Warriors offense.
Couple things. The Jack White Arcade Fire tickets we're going to do just between 11 and 11:25. Is that the plan? That's what we're going to do. You're just waiting for the sounder, as you know. When you hear this sounder, okay, then you go ahead and call the contest line. Be caller 5. You get a pair to see both Jack White at the Shoreline and Arcade Fire with Beck at the Bill Graham Civic. This is all courtesy of Live Nation, so that's coming up a little bit after the 11 o'clock top of the hour. Also, Willard Dibs, brought to you by Lucky California. It's bringing you your quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. This week, 24-ounce jars of their Full Circle organic pasta sauce, 2 for $5. Try them at Lucky California, the golden state of eating. How about Fox in Oakland? Fox, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Fox?
Hey, gentlemen. Good morning.
Good morning.
Just enjoying listening to you guys. It's a great back and forth, as always. I love you guys, as you know, and I appreciate you.
Appreciate you.
Thank you. So, quick question for you guys, then a suggestion for Willard regarding tonight and something special for Dibley at the end. So my question, which I can take offline, if we're assuming the Warriors are going to come out with the victory tonight, what do you guys think will be the key to the Warriors winning? And then, Willard, for you, if you want to have the option to bust out your phone a few times during the Pearl Jam concert and avoid any potential spoilers, maybe consider putting your phone on Do Not Disturb. That should help you out there in that department.
Yep.
And then lastly, Dibs, huge congratulations, brother, to you and Supper. I have 2 daughters under the age of 5, so I'm genuinely excited for you to enter this new chapter in your life with a new baby girl. And lastly, as a congratulatory gift, congratulations sensation, if you will, I'll have a virtual gift for you next week. Quick hint, it will be food-related, and it will be a gift that keeps on giving.
I appreciate it, and that's $1. I'll go ahead and pay it for you for the congratulations sensation. That's incredible.
He's got I think he's got an in the formula department, and he's going to send you about 78 jars.
It's big.
Yeah.
It's if there's one thing that if I could have one wish bestowed upon myself, it would be the ability to take sleep and put sleep in the bank.
Sleep in a bottle.
I mean, if you could just like for example, lately, the past whatever number of years, I've been getting between 7 and 8 on the regular. I've been putting 8s on the board like a madman. And I know that my baby that will be born in September, she doesn't give a crap whether or not I sleep or not. She's got her needs, and when she wants to eat, she's going to wake me up. And when she needs to be changed, I'm waking up. So if only you could take all the sleep, Mark, from these great years I've had with a couple of college-age kids and a pretty simple life, if I could just bank this sleep and then in about 4 months from now be able to go to the ATM of sleep and be like, let me pull out 3 hours.
Yeah, it's time for a
pull
big,
3 right
big withdrawal.
Quick. Oh,
I mean,
he's so great.
Do you realize how easy the What Are You Doing content is going to be once you have a baby? Because let me tell you right now, we can just put one out there. You're going to end up using it this fall. But can I say something right now to everybody who ever talks to anybody who does announce that they're having a baby?
Please.
You know the stupidest thing that one human being ever says to another human being?
Tell me.
Oh, we're having a baby. Huh. Get your sleep now. Oh, gosh.
I need to slap you in the face. First of all,
please.
Like, we get it. Like, you're just getting off your chest the difficulty of what parenting was for you, number one, and you're projecting it onto someone else. But number two, that doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
What do you do? You could sleep for the
Get
entire
your
month of
sleep
July,
now.
and you're still going to be exhausted in September when you're getting 2 hours of sleep.
Yeah.
So to your point, you can't bank that thing.
No.
Don't get your sleep now, Dibs. You know what I want you to do? Get your travel in now. Get your golf in now.
Not bad.
Get your workout in now.
Yeah.
Because that's the stuff that actually matters that you're not going to be able to ever do again.
That's the stuff. And, yes, it pertains to sleep, and you're not quite there yet because you're still shy of 50, and I'm in my early 50s, but I wake up now anyway. There's not a night that goes by that I don't wake up. You know me, I go to bed about 9:30.
Unbelievable.
And like last night, I saw the text this morning, I saw the text come in at like 11:15 from the show thread, and I catch up in the morning, and the ex and my two grown kids, they were texting at midnight, ha ha ha, Dad won't see this. It's like an old family thread, and they know I'm not in.
Yeah.
But I wake up at 1 and 3 and 5 anyway. So once baby gaga goo goo, once she's making her noise and waking me up, I'm waking up anyway, Mark.
Gaga
goo goo.
Thank you. It's
I'm
a 4.
at the stage of life where every single night I'm like, I'm going to bed at 10:30 tonight. And then at midnight, I go to bed.
Right.
That's it. It's every single solitary night. It's the exact same damn thing. Now, we also got to answer Fox's question. He did ask for a good old-fashioned pregame show question. What are your keys to the game?
I love it.
Well, here's what I would say. I mean, I don't know what the key to the game is going to be. I know what I'm looking for, what I'm sort of hoping for. I've said the same thing now for a couple of days.
And you nailed it, I think.
Well, this is about the big three, because what we have talked about is the NBA script suggests that the Warriors are going to win this game. What we haven't dealt a whole lot with is ... What if they don't?
Oh, boy.
Okay, so let's go there for a second, because that's where it crystallizes that this is about Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green. If they were to lose this game tonight, what kind of a black mark does it leave for them? And I'm not real big on legacy talk in the middle of careers because I don't know what's going to happen next. But I will say this about those three guys. There's two things that would happen if they lose tonight and therefore end up in a really tough spot. Obviously, if they lose tonight, they can save it by winning on Monday. But nobody wants to go down that road. So if you lose tonight, what you're bringing into play is, A, the conversation that's been going on for 3 years about we're going to climb the top of the mountain again. This dynasty's not over yet. And most people have told them they're crazy. That's what tonight's about. You're a true championship contender when you get to the Final Four. You're not if you don't win this game. If you don't beat Memphis, this was a nice run, but it wasn't really the thing that you've been saying you could do again. If you win tonight, it is. And so that's that accomplishment. But the second thing it means is if they lose tonight and then Monday doesn't go well, that threesome will be the owners of 2 of the only 14 times in history where a 3-1 playoff lead was lost. And that's going to stay with them. That will absolutely be a part of their Wikipedia page in 10 years. And they don't want that. So tonight for me is about them. We can talk about Jordan Poole, and some of you want Bielitsa to have a role and is Otto's foot okay. Steph Curry's got to hit the shots, Klay's got to hit the shots, and Draymond's got to set all of it up. It's got to be about that's the thing tonight. It's those three putting the organization on their back and taking them to the conference finals.
Make the shots is what you said after the game on Wednesday and into yesterday's show. If they make their shots, then you're going to handle your business. Do you know how many cores of players have ever blown multiple 3-1 leads in the postseason?
Whew. I'm going to say none.
A great total of 0.
Yeah.
No core has ever blown multiple 3-1 leads in the playoffs. You go back to the 76ers in 1968, the 76ers in 81 blew a 3-1 lead. That's a different core. The Suns, the Spurs, the Suns had their blown leads separated by 25 years. The Warriors blew one in 2016. We know that in the NBA Finals. By the way, that's the only time in the NBA Finals a team has ever blown a 3-1 lead. So they already have that albatross around their collective necks, knowing that 3-1 choke job in the finals is theirs and theirs alone. No one's ever done that before. So if you have a second 3-1 blown lead, you're absolutely right. That is a legacy tainter.
Well, and we're way too early to even really have the convo.
We're not way too early anymore. We're just too early.
We're one leg into the 3 games that would need to go Memphis's way.
But that first leg is one gigantic leg. That's a big middle leg is what that is.
The reason I feel like our minds are going there is twofold. One is simply the seeding, which is that Game 7 would be on the road.
Right.
And that's uncomfortable. And the second part is not that they lost Game 5, it's that they lost the way they did, like getting blown off of the floor.
Right.
Everybody go sit down in the second half. This isn't even a game.
It's forgivable if you come out and handle business in Game 6. We won't even remember that Game 5 if they win this game and they go on to take on Phoenix or Dallas.
And I think they already don't remember Game 5. That's the difference between us and them. I don't think Memphis remembers Game 5. If they do, they're cooked. And I don't think Golden State remembers Game 5 because it's not the way elite athletes' minds work. They're feeling fine today. You know what Steph did this morning? He had breakfast. Okay?
You sure?
I'm positive.
Is that breakfast news?
Well, I mean, I wonder. 2 eggs? 3? We'll see. He didn't do what we did. I promise you that. He ain't 2 chocolate old fashions deep. But
I'm already getting some blowback from supper about my 2 donut morning. You did what? Yeah, so because apparently she's listening to the podcast.
First of all, congratulations, Supper.
Yeah,
and good morning to you. And just get used to it because what Dibs is now getting ready to do, and you do need to warm up to this. You're getting ready to finish all of those kids' meals that only get half eaten. That's going to be the next year of your life. It's your job as the dad.
Yeah.
When she orders the chicken fingers with French fries and has half of 1 chicken finger and 6 fries, it is your job when you're done with your meal to look at that 2.5 chicken fingers and 17 fries that remain and eat them.
I have to.
It's your job.
I hate wasting food, too.
Can't stand
Don't sleep on those kids' grilled cheeses either, Mark.
Hope you're a fan of Gerber's, Dibs.
Yo, if I looked like I could pass for 12 years old, I'd order them damn stars all the time. That kids' menu is filled with deliciousness. They don't mess with all the other stuff that messes it up.
No.
Tell me you don't still like a burger that does not have any vegetables on it. It's just meat and cheese and goo and bread.
Yeah.
Like, what's wrong with that? That's the way the kids eat it.
Snack size, too. 3 bites and it's over.
It's so good.
Yeah.
It's so good. What tastes better? There's 3 kinds of French fries in this world. Your French fries.
Right.
French fries in the car or your kids' French fries.
I would go
great question.
car 1, kids' fries 2, and your own fries are 3rd. Because the car fry, I would put that second only to the tortilla chip from the burrito place where you get the burrito and you drive it home and you get, let me get a side of chips. Those chips don't make it home.
Well, no, that's right. Because then you're hungrier in the car.
Always.
And it smells up the car.
Oh, boy, it's so good.
Yeah, a car French fry is delicious. But your own fries are expected. Your kids' fries, well, that's a gift. I mean, sometimes you're still hungry after your meal and you're watching that kid. You're like, come on, kid, run out of gas. I got those fries. No, don't eat another one.
Don't sleep on those fries that got left in the bag that fell out, too. It's like, oh,
those are good fries.
More left.
Those fries fall out on purpose. When I got multiple fries in the In-N-Out bag, I'm like, whoops, I spilled a half of them. That one's yours.
Yeah.
And then mine's a double fry. I mean, come on. That's being a dad. It's being a dad.
I'm mad at you.
Dad tips. I love it. I'm rusty.
You've heard the latest news, traffic, and weather, but there's something else you should hear. Consider getting a COVID-19 booster as recommended by the CDC. Willard Dibs, sponsored by Twin USA and BioNTech and Pfizer. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We also got to do your schedule thing. You got the whole, we don't even need to watch 49er football. You're going to have a kid.
Yeah.
And so you've already got all the wins and losses all set.
Buy your playoff tickets now, 49er fans, because you're going. Wow. It's called the tease, people.
That's exciting. And Game 6, obviously, tonight. Let's go. Willard and Dibs.
Will the Warriors
tickets, which will be given away within the next, what do you think, 20 minutes, Spadone? Within the next 20 minutes.
Even 12. I thought you said 11 to 11:15.
Did I say 11 to 11:15 or 11 to 11:25?
Within 20 minutes. How about that?
Okay.
Carry it to the next quarter hour. Look.
He's got his phone. He's tweeting. Somebody named Melinda at Oakland Arena found his phone. She works there, and gave him his phone back. So, tremendous. By the way, how does that all work? I mean, first of all, there's two hows. How the hell you lose your phone? Like, what did you put it down on a seat and just go get nachos? Like, what? Because I never, at a concert.
What'd you have? A Truly?
It fell out of my fanny pack. I had it zipped up. It must have popped out of the fanny pack. Look, they're back in. Fanny packs are in. You gotta Google it.
Actually, I think the Giants are giving one away next weekend.
Yeah, they are.
They are.
Oh, boy.
I'm looking at the boss's Twitter, and 13 hours ago, he had his phone to take a video, and he writes, "I've died and gone to heaven."
Yeah, no, he texted me. Let's see, 13 hours ago that I'm in heaven. Yeah, no, you're in Oakland.
But my phone's in purgatory. That's a religious joke.
It's Fanny Pack Friday, ladies and gentlemen.
Totally.
Matt's got his phone back. So when Melinda finds it, how do you find the person? What do you, like, okay.
She presses the power button and sees a picture of him and goes,
like, wow, what a stunning man.
I wish I hadn't have looked at this picture.
Oh, God.
You can't fire me now. I'm going to have a kid.
Yeah, well, yeah, you're not even here. That's right. The ageism lawsuit starts in July. Oh, gosh. Okay, it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. 888-957-9570 is the number if you want to get into Warrior basketball. But I'm telling you, I'm just this maybe we'll wake up tomorrow morning and this is going to feel like a faux thought, fake news, whatever. But when I watched Dallas and Phoenix last night, it helped. It helped. I'm like, oh, so the team that got busted by 30 is now busting the other team by 30? And the only thing that changed was the venue? And actually, that's a very repetitive story in the NBA. So, look, this is a different series with different teams, and it's not like upsets have never happened before. But at the same time, in the NBA, they are very rare. It is like, you think about the playoffs in the NBA and how different they are from NFL playoffs, certainly Major League Baseball. Like, upsets don't happen very often, and especially from behind. You know, I can think of a few. Wasn't the Amari Stoudemire situation was a 3-1 situation, wasn't it? When he came off the bench and got suspended. Wasn't that a 3-1? Or was it only a 3-2? Phoenix was about to move on, and then Amari got suspended, and that was it. The Spurs eliminated the Suns. I can't remember if that was a 3-1 or not. But, you know, it takes something like that. Like, that's another comforting thought. Think about the 3-1 losses that we've seen in recent history. Certainly the two that the Warriors have experienced.
Right.
And each time it took an act of God. Like, it took a crazy act. One was Draymond's kick to the hey-how. And
Mitch cup check,
and he got suspended
on the cup check to LeBron.
Two balls outside.
Yeah,
a week and a half earlier, when the Warriors erased a 3-1 deficit, it took something that now has a nickname in order to win.
Yeah,
Game 6 Clay.
Well, think about the last. There's been 13 instances of a 3-1 deficit overcome. 2 of them were in the bubble. Actually, no, this was pre-bubble, 2020, where the Nuggets beat the Clippers and they beat the Jazz back-to-back. By the way, the Doc Rivers factor, you can't underestimate that. Hopefully Mock Rivers will join us coming up later today.
He's warming up in the other room right now.
He's been a part of a couple of these collapses. And then back to 2006, where the Suns collapsed against the Lakers, even though they were up 3-1 in that one. So it does take extraordinary things to happen in order for that to come to pass. And Memphis, without Ja Morant and I know that they've been better in these last 2 games without Ja. To think that a Ja-less Memphis can beat Golden State, and I'll say 3 straight times because they basically beat him in Game 4, other than the fact that they didn't win the game. Memphis has been better. Can they be better for 4 more quarters in San Francisco against this core? I don't think so.
Think about that, too. That's something else that we need to add into the whole idea of the pressure that's on Steph, Clay, and Dre tonight. If they were to lose this game, I mean, we're seeing the intricacies of Memphis without Ja the last 2 games, but history won't remember those intricacies.
Right.
If you lose a 3-1 deficit and the other team doesn't even have their star player, I mean, how would you put that into words? If this group loses this series, it means what for the way people will discuss these 3 players and their playoff story?
They couldn't win without KD. That's what it means. And it means the first championship was flukish because the Cavaliers were hurt, and then you needed KD to win the other 2. I'm not saying it devalues the whole dynasty, but it definitely takes them from being one of the truly great dynasties in history. It brings them down a notch, and it just does, because the Nuggets, both of their 3-1 recoveries were in the bubble. The one before that was the Warriors collapse. The one before that was the Warriors in that same year coming back against the Thunder. But, that year was a 73-win year, best regular season ever, and you didn't win the chip. So the one chip you won without Kevin Durant, well, all the naysayers will say Kyrie was hurt and Kevin Love was hurt, and they beat a depleted Cleveland team, and it wasn't an asterisk chip, but you needed Kevin Durant to win the other 2. So if you blow a 3-1 lead to a Ja-less Memphis, that's going to be a real legacy tainter.
That's interesting. That felt a little heavy-handed to me for a couple of reasons. Here's
My description?
Why. Yeah. I think it's bad. I don't think it's quite that bad.
I'm just saying that's what the haters would say.
Well, sure. And the haters are going to be there. I mean,
haters are going to hate.
I could flip around and ask you about Kevin Durant's playoff legacy. What's he ever won without Steph, Clay, and Dre? Right? He's never won anything. So you can call it fluky or injuries or whatever. I think that is tying this team to those teams a little bit too much. It's been 7 years, okay? So I think the Warriors are almost a victim in this potential case. They'd be a victim of saying the dynasty is still alive. To me, this is sort of a regeneration of that team. This is a new group. Jordan Poole is a very, very big piece of this puzzle, and I know I'm making the point that it's about the big 3, and it is, but this is a different version of them. This is an older version of them. It is very much a less dominant version of them. It is a group that has a smaller margin for error. So if something goes haywire here, I'm not going to let it devalue 7 years ago. However, it is going to be part of the story.
Right.
And it will be fair to look at those 3 players and say, hey, you had wobbly moments in the playoffs sometimes.
And I think especially looking at the one player, and no, not the chef, and no, not Klay Thompson, but Draymond Green. Because Draymond Green is the one player who is blamed for that 3-1 collapse against Cleveland because he couldn't control himself and he acted out Mitch Kupchak on LeBron James and he got suspended and you lost that series. And then also this year, because what did Draymond Green say about a month and a half or 2 months ago? We're going to win the championship. Not, I like our chances or I like where we're at. He declaratively said, we are winning the championship. So if you go up 3-1 against a team that loses its best player, now whether or not they're better without him or not, that's not appropriate for this conversation, in my opinion. If Memphis comes back without Ja Morant and they beat the Warriors in 7 after Draymond Green declaratively said, we will win the chip, and what you said about Vegas making them now the odds-on favorite to win the chip, this one falls on his doorstep more than it does anybody else.
See what Patrick Beverly said yesterday about this?
Pat Bev?
Pat Bev.
Instigator?
So, the first time ever in the history of Pat Bev that Warriors fans will be like, I like that guy.
No way.
Yeah?
I don't believe you.
Well,
he sat there and stared right into the face of Richard Jefferson and Kendrick Perkins, also known Warriors instigator. And they were having a discussion on NBA Today. And here's what Jefferson had to say. Jefferson says, quote, "You just got blown out at a historic level. At one point, they're down by 55. That's not the Warriors team that I've grown to know, respect, and at times you have to fear them. That's not the same team." Followed up by Kendrick Perkins, quote, "I think we have to move forward because it's not the same team, and we can't expect them to be the team of the past. They are who they are. When I look at the Warriors, they're in trouble." Now, here comes Pat Bev to save the day.
Nice.
Beverly, quote, "That team winning the championship. I don't know what you all are on. This is the Golden State Warriors we're talking about, man. That boy over there, Poole, can hoop. This young boy, Kuminga, the boy can hoop. They're going to play whoever in the Eastern Conference for the championship." That's Patrick Beverly, who was just playing Memphis a week and a half ago.
Right. Why is he no longer playing Memphis?
Because he's not on a good enough team.
Because they lost to Memphis.
Yeah.
And they had Memphis. Thank you. They played a tougher Memphis than what Golden State's playing in terms of overall player capability. Now, I know the matchup without Ja has been somewhat favorable to Memphis in a short sample here in this series, but I appreciate Pat Bev weighing in. He's probably fresh off of his vacation that he was able to take.
Well, it seemed like he was taking a shot at the Warriors, actually, when Ja went for 47. Remember, he went to Twitter and was like, well, just saying, never went for 47 when they played us.
Right.
So it seemed like he was taking a shot. But when we're talking about Kendrick Perkins versus Patrick Beverly, and both of them are Warriors and just NBA instigators, you're talking about one who's still in the game. You're talking about one who was in these playoffs. You're talking about one who played this exact opponent. Again, he didn't bring up Steph and Clay. He brought up Kuminga and Poole. Kendrick Perkins and Richard Jefferson have never played against Jonathan Kuminga and Jordan Poole.
Right.
So I put some weight on this. This felt good, where he's like, you guys got to understand what it's like in this particular group, these teams, these players. Now, I don't know why he puts out Kuminga as maybe a key to winning the whole chip.
Yes.
But
he's not.
This carried some weight. This absolutely carried some weight.
Carries almost no weight for me.
Really?
Because, and I love Patrick Beverly, the way he plays. He plays the way that I always wanted to play. He's feisty, he's ornery, he's physical, he's disruptive. That's the way I always tried to play because I didn't have any talent. He's got far more talent than I could even dream about, but he plays with that edge. But this sounds to me like a guy who is bitter and is angry at a Memphis team that eliminated him and his Minnesota Timberwolves, because Minnesota had a chance to beat Memphis. They were up by 20 in 2 straight games multiple times, and they let them off the hook. And what Patrick Beverly is really saying in this quote is, I like the Warriors' chances because they've got some guys who have heart, as he turns around and looks at Karl Anthony Towns and a disinterested D'Angelo Russell.
You think he's taking a shot at his own team?
Yes, absolutely.
D'Angelo Russell's like you.
Yeah. I mean,
just announced that he's having a baby.
Attaboy, D-Lo.
Yeah.
I'm about 25 years your senior.
That's all right.
But I'll walk you through it,
We
kid.
can get a little play date going this fall.
I like that. And, I got plans with some other coworkers with some possible toddler play dates going. But to me, this was more of a shot at his own team.
Interesting.
Saying, the Warriors are going to win it because Memphis, you stink. We should have beaten you. But if I had a little bit more heart behind me, we would have beaten you.
I read it different. I feel like he's putting some respect on who the Warriors are and who they can still be, even beyond the big three. Oh, you know what time it is right now. Your chance to see Jack White, June 4th, Shoreline Amphitheater, Arcade Fire with Beck, November 19th, Bill Graham Civic Auditorium, courtesy of Live Nation. Here we go to the contest line. Call in at 844-999-GAME,
844-999-GAME. Caller 5, you win a pair to see both. Jack White at the Shoreline, Arcade Fire with Beck at the Bill Graham Civic Auditorium. Hey, Mike in Oakland, next up here on Willard and Dibs. Mike, what are you doing?
I am listening to Willard Dibs on the Odyssey app.
Well, that
Strong.
is the preferred action by all human beings. Thank you, Mike.
I would think so. So, Willard, I got a question for you. I am getting off work about the same time as you are. Of course, I started my shift.
Maybe a little earlier, yeah. I got you.
And I am going to the show tonight, too, the Pearl Jam show. And I'm not as young as I used to be. And I'm thinking I want to do the nap, but do I do the BIB or do I do the floor or the couch? Got a few hours to work with. What are you planning to do?
Great question. I think the bib nap is too risky with such a big night. The BIB nap is the back in bed nap, which is a guaranteed 2+ hours. This feels like a couch nap to me. Favorite blanket, not fully out cold, 30 to 48, maybe 62 minutes, Mark. That's what I would advocate.
Yeah, I would like you to go get some protein. Find a couch. Go get some protein.
Medium rare.
Turn on. Please, yes, always medium rare. Turn on.
Infinite number of outcomes.
Infinite number of lunch possibilities. And I want you to go turn on your maybe second favorite TV show so that you don't care that you are going to fall asleep on your couch. But Dibs is right. When you wake up, you'll know where you are.
Yeah.
You'll know what day it is. You'll know what time it is. If you get back in bed, you will wake up, and I don't want you to have a heart attack because you could wake up at 4 o'clock this afternoon and think it's Sunday and think that you missed the entire show. We don't want that. Mike, I think the building tonight is going to be filled with people who aren't as young as they used to be.
Yeah.
But you got this, brother, okay? Couple of pre-party cocktails. Get yourself where you're going safely. We're going to be fine. And let's be honest, this is a very NBA-aware musical act tonight. Yeah. We're not waiting. The phones are going to be on. I fully expect Eddie Vedder to update what's going on. They're going to be inside the old home of the team, for crying out loud.
Right.
If you think this game's not coming up on stage tonight, I got 5-1 odds says this is going to be announced by Eddie Vedder when the Warriors move on to the conference finals.
Before I sing alive, the Warriors are still alive. They've won Game 6.
The place will go bananas.
Totally.
Come on, Eddie. Come on.
Before we sing, even flow, we're all even at 98. You know.
Conference finals, Memphis. This is not for you.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, come on, let's do it.
And I think if you're looking for a good nap programming, we are in the second round at TPC Craig Ranch. It's the Byron Nelson, a guy by the name of David Skins, Mark. David Skins,
That's
English
actually a
golfer.
Great name for a golfer. Are you kidding me?
Skins is 8 under today. He's 14 under and in a share of the lead. Hello, friends.
Is he wearing a golf shirt? Or is he going skins?
I think shirts and skins.
Yeah, shirts and skins.
Absolutely. If you're looking for a nap, we're still a week away from the PGA Championship. It's just millionaires playing for millions at the TPC Craig Ranch. Hello, friends. And for all of you heading to Pearl Jam, go ahead and put that head on the pillow. Grab your favorite Afghan. Night-night.
By the way, I ain't napping before this show.
No? You're pretty jacked up.
Going to the dog park. We're going to get Penny a run.
Seriously.
Get Penny a good run. Oh, my gosh.
Great.
Penny yesterday, I was Jimmy Garoppolo. I threw her into a defender so badly.
No, you
Oh, my gosh.
She threw her into trouble?
She went over the middle, and it was a collision that would have stopped Sunday Night Football. I threw.
What was the breed of the offending dog coming over the middle?
It was a mix.
Shih Tzu?
Yeah, about a 60-pound. Looked like it might have had a little pit in it. I threw the post route to Penny because Penny is.
Are you throwing tennis balls? Or are you throwing the conch?
No, yeah, tennis balls. She's a very ball motivated dog. Keep your head out of the gutter. She's very ball motivated. We went post route over the middle. This defender just took a route that I was not expecting.
Oh man!
Penny's looking back over her head, following the ball. In air, she leaps for the catch, and up in the air, pow! Both dogs go flying.
Two dogs?
The two dogs outside. The other dog was like immediately like, arr! right? And then ran to the owner. Penny looked at the other dog like, yeah, and then ran over to me. And then right as she got to me, she's like, ow.
She toughed it out, though.
She toughed it out.
She made the catch?
No. It was jarred loose, but she did not have enough room to come down with the ball. It was a personal foul, 15 yards on the other dog. And
Targeting?
A first down. Yeah, no, we didn't throw her out of the dog park, but it was a 15-yard penalty and a first down, and we handled it. But, man, I felt like Garoppolo. I'm like almost killed Kittle. I just threw her right into the defense.
Yeah.
Brutal throw.
The heart goes out. You were probably thinking about Jimmy G, and, Kittle, I'm sure many times came back to the huddle in the same way. Jimmy.
Rita Oak is going to meet me at the dog park today, and we're going to do a graphic of the throw that I threw as Jimmy Garoppolo.
Brutal.
Almost torching my dog.
So the other dog was Dylan Brooks, and your dog was kind of GP2 a little bit?
A little bit, but everybody's healthy. Everybody has been listed as probable for today's dog park experience.
That's great.
Yeah.
And Penny's probably looking at a pretty decent stretch in the crate tonight during the Pearl Jam show.
Kids will be around. Sitter's going to be around. No,
nice.
She'll be fine. She'll be fine. She will have some people to love and snuggle with. And,
now that I'm staring down the barrel of being a dad again here up in 4 months, what's the situation with your kid being the sitter for the other two? At what age will you feel empowered to let your, 14-year-old?
15. I got 15 and 13, and they're both totally empowered, but not overnight, not for too long.
Right.
Because if you leave them they'll fight.
The 15 and the 13-year-old?
The 8-year-old will do something that they are not equipped to handle. Let's be honest, none of us are. When the tantrum comes, what the hell do you do, right? But they're not empowered. They're not equipped to do that. So you got to limit the time, but they are fully able.
So an afternoon stint, you can have the two of them tag team.
Yeah.
But an evening / an overnight, not quite.
Correct. Yeah. So we'll hustle straight home. Yeah. There will be no post party after Pearl Jam tonight.
Gotcha.
We will celebrate.
Because you're on the clock.
We will celebrate the Warriors' victory. That's right. And get to that sitter as quick as possible. Right. Send that Zell out and move on into our weekend.
Wickedly expensive sitter.
Oh gosh, yeah. I'm not kidding you, man. I'm available.
The wickedly talented.
I'm available for you. Very experienced. Have 3 kids of my own. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com. Pick your battles. Looms. Steiny Guru loom. But more on the Warriors. And can we go through the schedule? Can we go through the Niners schedule here real quick coming up?
I got them 11-6, Mark.
All right, let's do it on Willard and Dibs.
And Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're getting there, brother. We're getting there. As Steiny and Guru are in the other room, running material, getting ready.
Yep.
Just kind of starting to feel that certain sort of way.
I was day drinking.
This is a big old Friday night. Big old Friday night. Gosh, your announcement today, we got Game 6.
Yep.
We got donuts coming out the wazoo.
Oh, boy. I got a tummy ache.
We got Eddie Vedder in town. And I've got 5-1 odds that Eddie announces it as soon as the game goes final. What's the over-under tonight? I'm going to predict the score for you here.
On the game?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that's a great question.
Warriors.
My Pick Your Battles comes from the other game tonight, but the over-under is 218 and a hook.
Okay, 218 and a hook.
Spread is 8, down to 8.
Okay.
So 118, 110 is the predicted Vegas number.
Well, no, that'd be 228, right?
It'd be 113, 105, Mark.
113,
105 would be 218.
Yeah.
My fault.
That's okay. Yeah.
Strawberry lemonade, truly.
I miss him.
Memphis is not scoring 105 points tonight.
Okay.
Memphis is not scoring 100 points tonight.
So you're thinking like 109, 96.
112 to 98.
112 to 98. That's the official Mark Willard prediction?
Yeah. Oh, well, that's the announcement that Eddie Vedder will make tonight at about, what do we got, 7 o'clock tip-off, so it's actually about 7:10, 2.5 hours, carry the 4. Yeah, 9:45 tonight. They'll be about halfway, maybe 2/3 of the way through their set. Hey, the Warriors have won 110 to 98. Something like that. You know, Oakland Arena, alive, Warrior fans all over the place tonight. Let's do this.
Yeah. I like a 112, 104. I think the spread is going to end up being right about bang on the number. I think the 8's one of those scary kind of numbers where it could be Warriors by 4. Memphis comes down with 17 seconds left. They miss, they foul, couple free throws. Dylan Brooks does a Dylan Brooksian thing, misses another 3. They foul again because we're so mad we're going to lose. And then the Warriors hit 2 more, and it winds up bang on 8.
Okay. All right. That's nerve-wracking for everybody. Thank you for that visual.
Well, I think it's going to be a close game.
You do?
I think it's going to be a tight game.
Yeah, no, I do not think the Warriors will be up by 55 at any point tonight. That is my prediction for this game.
My prediction, and again, this is not my Pick Your Battles prediction, but it's a prediction I've made every single game on Twitch, and you're welcome, Twitch audience. Memphis +3 in the first quarter. Just bet Memphis in the first quarter. It's been an absolute certifiable lock.
Well, we mentioned earlier, this is where people get all hot and bothered about who starts. And I heard, Fitz came on our station a couple weeks ago. He said, stop fixating on who starts.
Right.
It's not that big a deal.
Fake internet crap.
Right. Like let's get to who finishes and let's just get to who plays well, what's working, what's not working. But I do think all of the Warriors' experimentation with a starting lineup is affecting. I know I got your jaw. I got to save money for a drink tonight at that show. But anyway, all these starting lineup experimentation is leading to different things in the first quarter that are kind of going Memphis's way because they're like, no, this is who we are. This is what we're going to do. I want the Warriors to go back to the money 5. Let's go. Just start them. Start them. Finish them. Sink or swim with your guys. It just feels like there's too much tinkering going on. I love Jonathan Kuminga. I'm not very comfortable with him figuring things out on the fly to start games. I think there are moments to put him in games, but just let's go. Get your 5 best players on the floor, and let's play some basketball in your home arena.
And I think that's what Bob was advocating, going with your super small, savvy lineup against their bigs. Instead of trying to match your bigs with their bigs, go with a small lineup, stick to your guns. But, Memphis in that first quarter has been a certifiable lock. So, I would go ahead and ride with that early. I think the Warriors do right the ship, though, and they win it late. My Pick Your Battles coming up next segment's from the other game.
Oh, is it?
Which is another lock. And this is from a guy who is coming off a 7-3 cycle and winning. Yes, thank you, Spadoni. Winning yet another in these great donut cycles.
That is if I don't take that pick first, of course.
Take it.
Kyle's pick will go first. I will go second. Who was the medalist between the two of you? Dibs was. Okay, so you're last, brother.
No doubt.
You're last. So you'll
I've got
take
all
what
kinds
we
of
leave
picks.
you is what you'll do.
You know what I'm taking right now, Mark?
What are you taking?
I'm taking the Niners in the opener at Chicago. We got a Soldier Field. And the opener and the National Football League. I got the Niners opening the season 1-0 with a win at New Soldier Field.
I want to be there so bad. I love Chicago. Have you ever been to Chicago? Chicago's a great city.
Went there with the ex and our children when they were younger. We had the worst vacation ever.
Oh, good.
However, when you look at the pictures from that Chicago vacation, they are the most delightful, adorable.
Yeah.
You look at the pictures, it's like, you guys had the best time. We fought like cats and dogs.
Yeah, kids and campers, keep that in mind when you're looking at social media and everybody's always having dinner, everybody's always having wine, everybody's always having a wonderful time. No, they hate each other.
We put Quest in the
They all
closet.
hate each other.
We had a one-room hotel room with 2 beds. Quest was really giving it to Keon. Quest got put in the closet. Harry Potter.
I tell you, the only thing that messed me up, I love Chicago. Bruno and I, once upon a time, did an NFL Sunday on Michigan Avenue, just up, down, nachos, beers. It was phenomenal. The only thing I hated was that NFL Sundays in Chicago don't start until noon.
Right.
I had to work out, Dibs. I had to work out in the morning because I got to 10:30. I'm like, what am I supposed to do with myself? The pregame show is barely starting. Brutal. Keep football on the West Coast clock, please. However, the rest of Chicago is amazing. The Giants will be at Wrigley while the 49ers are at Soldier. Give me both of those stadiums in a beautiful parlay. I'm looking for plane tickets to Chicago. I'm out on Vegas because that's too much.
We're
sorry.
not there yet, Mark.
I know, but
we're taking these games one at a time, Mark.
New Year's Eve in Vegas, I'd love it, but you're expecting us to be coherent the next day for a football game?
But first,
thank you.
The Niners must come home and take on their division rival, the Seattle Seahawks.
Nope.
I got the Niners beating the Seahawks, Mark, in the home opener Sunday, September 18th. Your 49ers go to 2-0 on the nascent season with a beatdown of the fighting Pete Carrolls.
Well, you know the Seahawks, they stink.
But then, week 3, they go to the Mile High Stadium to take on the Denver Broncos, and I'm being told Russell Wilson actually plays in that game. I have the Niners losing in week 3 at Denver. Yes, Spadoni, that Denver team, better than your Raiders. The Niners are going to be 2-1 after week 3 and a tough loss at Denver.
4 for the joke.
That's Sunday Night Football, by the way.
Yeah.
5 prime time, night time, 49er games. The league is telling you that the Niners are going to be good, whether you believe it or not.
Primetime game number 2 comes in the next week. Game number 4 against the defending Super Bowl champion Los Angeles Rams. And I know Shanny's got ownage over McVay in the regular season, but not so fast, my friends. I've got the Rams coming to Levi's, winning this first matchup between the two. The Niners fall to 2-2 on the season.
Wrong, and super wrong.
And then week 5, it's the first of 2 games on the East Coast. They're going to stay at the Greenbrier in between 2 victories. A win at Carolina over Jimmy Garoppolo and the Carolina Panthers.
Oh, don't do that.
And then a win at Atlanta over Jimmy Garoppolo and the Atlanta Falcons. Jimmy gets traded from Carolina to Atlanta. The Niners beat Jimmy back-to-back weeks. The Niners go to 4-2, Mark, after week 6.
I did not have that on my bingo card, but I'll accept it. Okay, fine. Yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo plays for both teams, and the Niners beat them both. What a moment for Trey Lance. That's great.
And then, week 7, Jimmy Garoppolo is not the opponent as Kansas City comes to town. Kansas City decides to stick with Patty Mahomes, but the Chiefs will beat the Niners at Levi's. San Francisco falls to 4-3 after week 7.
It's 3rd and 13. Mahomes is running around. He's off schedule. Oh my gosh, Nick Bosa's been held. Mahomes throws deep down the left sideline, and Tyree. Oh, it's intercepted because Mecole Hardman's not quite fast enough. Oh. I'm so sorry, Chiefs. I'm so sorry. Tyreek plays for Miami now. Yeah.
And Tyreek's waiting on a Tua throw as we speak, as we're sitting here right now.
Staring at his watch.
Niners go to L.A. for week 8. I've got them splitting with the Rams, so I've got a plucky little road victory over Los Angeles. They get to 5-3, heading into the bye week in week 9 before they finish their LA 2-step in week 10 with a win over the Chargers at home to get to 6-3.
Okay, let's hold it right there at the 9-game mark. I will also mention that game in LA at SoFi is the day before Halloween. I will be going to that game in costume. I'm going as Kelly Stafford, and it is going to be
that is crazy.
It's going to be so much.
It was crazy
fun. Yeah, we're going to go shopping afterward. Anyway, pick your battles in the rest of the
blonde
schedule.
wig.
No,
Boy.
Are you out?
I'm out.
I'm out.
I'm going to leave my phone there too. And then I'll go back the next day and get it. It was crazy. So pick your battles and the rest of the schedule next on Willard and Dibs.
Check out this Odyssey exclusive station.
Hey, this is Dua Lipa. What's up? It's Doja Cat. Yo, it's Billie Eilish.
Festival favorites.
It's crazy.
We put all your favorite big font summer headliners in one place.
What's going on, y'all? This Post Malone.
Featuring Billie Eilish, Dua Lipa, Doja Cat, Post Malone, and more.
I feel old.
Search for festival favorites on the Odyssey app to listen.
Hey, Mike, what are you doing way up on that ladder? You're going to hurt yourself.
Oh, I'm trying to unclog these gutters.
That's smart.
life and years ahead. With Fidelity Income Planning, we'll look at what you've saved, what you'll need, and help you build a flexible plan for cash flow designed to last, so you can go from saving to living. Fidelity Brokerage Services, member NYSE SIPC.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, we've reached that time. We are knee-deep in player props with Pick Your Battles just moments away. Steiny and Goo right after that. And Spadone in the other room having his own personal Phil Collins concert on a Friday as we get ready for one of the bigger nights, at least in recent memory, in Bay Area sports. So, yeah, here we go. Huge Friday night. Let's see if the Warriors can get themselves into the conference finals, courtesy of their Chase Center experience tonight. Prayers up that Chase Center has many more games ahead in the weeks to come.
Hopefully this is not the last game at Chase Center in this postseason. Hopefully it's the first of another, maybe 6 or 7 of these babies. Yep. And get a whole nother rack of games, because the idea of a Phoenix Golden State Western Conference Finals series, and I know that they still have to beat Dallas, Warriors have to handle their business, etc. But think about the idea of Milwaukee, Miami, Phoenix, Golden State. That would be a pretty sweet last four.
Speaking of a rack of games, you have the 49ers at 6-3 through their Sunday night football experience against the Los Angeles Rams at Levi Stadium. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mark.
Now it's time to head into the holidays, as we've got Thanksgiving and Christmas looming, and it starts the week before Thanksgiving. Levi Stadium rocking again on another prime time Monday night football against the Arizona Cardinals. Will Kyler Murray have signed his contract by then?
I would hope so, Mark, and as a result, I have this down as one of those 49er hiccup games. I've got Arizona winning in a hiccup special Monday night in prime time. Calamari can sometimes give you a little bit of that acid reflux. I get the Niners 6-4 after a Monday night date in Arizona.
Gotta update my statement there that it would be Levi Stadium. That is going to be the Mexico experience, I do believe.
Yep, it is.
Mexico experience.
Estadio Azteca.
Yes, Monday, November 21st.
At altitude, absolutely. It's a tough spot for both. And depending on who is in the visitor locker room, it's about a quarter mile from the field, by the way.
That's all right.
It's quite a jaunt.
They're
at
athletes.
Altitude. This is a weird one. I've got the 49ers losing that one to dip to 6-4. It's a sharp week going into New Orleans, and the Saints aren't very good. I've got the 49ers coming back home and winning over the Saints to get to 7-4, and then it's the battle we've all been waiting for. The former Niner coaching staff against the current Niner coaching staff. Tua against Trey. This game's in Santa Clara, which is one reason I like the Niners in this one. I like the Niners to beat Miami in Week 13.
Watch out for that receiving core. You better have some defensive backs. I hope Jason Verrett is ready for that game.
I hope he's still upright and able to partake in the proceedings in that one, because the next week you've got a tough one. It's Tommy. Tommy's coming to town. Game 3 of a 3-game homestand. I think Tampa Bay is still just better than San Francisco. I've got Tampa winning that one in Week 14.
That is,
I love your editorial comments, Spadoni. Like, you know any more than I do.
It's a ferocious take.
When I'm doing the buzzer, it indicates the L's that you're saying.
I see.
I'm not critiquing.
No,
screw the rest of the AFC West.
No, lean into it. Tom has a high ankle sprain in that game. Turns out Blaine Gabbert will be going against the 49ers.
So I think I've got him at 8-5 at this point, Mark, with 4 games left to go. A trip to Seattle, that's a win. You get to 9-5. Washington comes to town. The Commanders.
Yeah, Carson Wentz.
That's a win. You get to 10-5. And Spadoni, here's a bad schedule spot. New Year's Day in Vegas.
Hey, old acquaintance, be forgot.
Oh, my God, my headache.
Let's forget that the Raiders were ever here, too.
Yeah, that's a loss for the Niners at Las Vegas. Absolutely.
Yuck.
That's a loss in Vegas.
That was
You think
disgusting.
you fly in day of there if you're Kyle Shanahan?
That's an awful early flight. I think you got to fly in on the 30th and try to acclimate to the culture.
I think that they should go to the Aria on Christmas and just stay there for a week and a half.
Yeah.
See if they even show up for the game.
Aria is very nice. I stayed there when we went to Warriors Summer League.
Whoop.
And then I've got the finale at home, a win over Arizona. The Niners go 11-6, and they're a wild card team.
right.
You're welcome.
Wild card. Okay.
Don't even bother watching these games. I just gave it to you on a platter.
Are the Rams the team that's going to go 12-5 and
Yeah.
eclipse them in the NFC West?
Absolutely.
Is that it?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right.
And I think Arizona also makes the playoffs in that division. 3 teams inside the division go to the playoffs.
I got Arizona missing the playoffs this year.
Okay.
What the
Well,
hell
maybe
do I
your
know?
schedule comes out on Monday.
That's right, it does.
I look forward to that.
No. My schedule's going to come out on the day after your daughter's born.
Okay.
That's when I'm going to do my prediction.
September 10th. I love it.
Let's find out who's actually playing in these games before we predict them. But that's just me.
That's less fun.
Totally.
It's more fun to just reach back and see what you grab.
No, you know what I think is fun? I think it's fun to have other people buy donuts for you. Let's pick our battles. It's a clean slate, Jake. Here we go. He's still not here, but as the loser of the last round, it is none other than Kyle Madsen's in absentia selection, courtesy of the great Joey Spadone. Spadone, if you please.
He is taking the Memphis Grizzlies +8 against the Golden State Warriors.
That's just gross. That is an angry, emotional pick.
Bitter.
Somebody who texted me 48 hours ago and said Warriors by 1 million tonight is literally just mad at his team. And I've never felt more confident in the Warriors than I do right now.
It's the Washington, D.C. of picks.
I mean, what a complete, ridiculous cop-out by Kyle Madsen. That hands the baton to me, where I will take you to the Warrior-Grizzly game as well. But you know I'm not picking on the game. I'm not picking on the spread. I'm picking on their point guard. That's what I'm doing, because I think the Warriors are going to focus a defensive effort around Tyus Jones tonight. He's been sneaky, setting their offense up. He's also hitting, in the last game, well over 50% of his shots and over 50% of his three-pointers. He's not doing that on the road. Give me under 15.5 points for Tyus Jones, under 15.5 in this game tonight.
I like it. If that happens, I like the Warriors' chances. I'm so excited for so many different picks. But first, we turn to the always a bridesmaid, never a bride. And
wow.
In this cockamamie analogy, I am the bride again, Spadone. But here he is, the pride of Monterey.
Pacific Grove.
Whatever. Ballpark. I should have given you Sand City.
Sand City.
He's been to the aquarium. Joey Spadone.
Still a member. Shout out. Member entrance back open at the aquarium, by the way. Go get your tickets today.
Yeah,
those jellyfish.
God,
boy.
Dude. Those lines during the pandemic, Dibs, I got to tell you.
It's an experience. Yeah.
Yes.
I'll say, dude.
Touch a stingray, then keep your hands to yourselves. After that, it's a pandemic, people.
Those sea cucumbers. Boy, do those feel weird.
We'll talk about that.
We'll talk about that. We're going prop bet as well, gentlemen. Stephen Curry. He needs to show up tonight, boys. We're going over 27.5 points.
Yep. I almost took that from you. I looked at it, I sampled it, and then I decided to put the whammy on Memphis instead. But I like the pick from Joey Spadone, and it leaves.
Sorry, not to cut you off, Mark.
Yeah.
The looks that Steiny's been
I
giving
know.
me all week at some of these picks.
Yeah. Well,
He's been right.
His vans are up on the table already, and his show hasn't even started. So we'll see how that goes. But here comes Dan Dibley, America's favorite dad-to-be, with his selection.
I'm excited. And, if you're Steiny on a payday Friday, it's a wind him up and let him go kind of show. Just let the goo run. You got to let the goo eat. 42, 34, and 40 are the point totals for Antetokounmpo from the last 3 games. Boston has no answer for Giannis Antetokounmpo. The over-under is 33.5. I'm going over 33.5 on Antetokounmpo tonight.
Sounds too easy. Why is it so easy?
It's not that easy, but you watch it and you go, man, they're really holding him in check. And you look at, he's got 22 in this early third quarter. And in that fourth quarter, you remember the last game, they bloodied him, which was the stupidest thing you could do. You don't want to make a Giannis angry. Giannis got angry. Giannis got even. I'm not saying that Milwaukee wins. Milwaukee's going to win.
I've already gotten the double gut punch in trying to bet anything on this series. I can't figure it out. These two teams are so even, and it feels like it's a 4-point game with 2 minutes to go, no matter what.
Right.
And I don't see why tonight would be any different. Although I do think Warriors fans should be activated by the idea of Boston not being in the playoffs. Because if there's any team in the East, the Warriors got their own issues, but if there's any team in the East that can mimic the style that Memphis is doing right now that could give them problems, it's Boston. So let's get them out. Milwaukee and Miami, I don't think would beat the Warriors. Boston.
Who guards
scares me the most.
Giannis? Giannis goes for 90 against the Warriors.
That's fine. That's fine.
You assuming Middleton doesn't come back?
Middleton actually has already announced they expect him back for the next round. And actually, they haven't even ruled him out of a potential Game 7 in this series, so he's getting close. So Middleton will be
even
around.
with Middleton, you'd think the Warriors have a good chance.
And I should have stuck to my guns and just gone Memphis +3 first quarter wagering. I'll probably bet that in real life anyway, but this Giannis line, it's fun betting on Giannis point props because he's going to try to score every single time he gets the ball.
Well, it's an elimination situation for them
you
tonight,
coward.
almost. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified. Nope.
He
nope.
chickened out.
Nope. Oh, totally. Steiny and Goo time.
By the way, give me that 20 I gave you earlier. You're in debt over here. I can change you out the 20 while we welcome in our buddies here.
I'm good for it, and so's everybody else in our donation jar. If you want to get in on what Willard and Dibs we're all trying to do to use our show and our platform to help out those in need, giving.ucsf.edu. Please, a donation with our let's see, collective efforts all together, we would be so thankful. Hi, Steiny and Goo.
What's up? What's up, y'all?
What you doing?
It's payday.
Oh, I saw it.
Steiny's ready. Go ahead.
27.5 seems like a friendly number for Steph Curry.
Well,
I think he's. I would.
Even though he's
hold on, let me look at the numbers.
He's going over that, is what you're saying.
Even though he's only shooting 32% from 3-point range in this series, I think he's going to have 28 or more.
I agree, and the main reason I agree is not because I think Steph's going to be hot tonight. How can you predict that? But what I do think is if you watch the NBA through the years and you get late in playoff series, you think Steph might end up on the free throw line a time or two in the fourth quarter
times last
of a close game. And so if Steph's got 20 or more going into the fourth quarter, I'm loving that wager.
I'm not loving it the way that guy shoots free throws. I mean, seriously, at what point do we cast a light on the fact that he's in a slump? I think an even more compelling line, and this speaks to, I think, their ability to win the game, Draymond Green over under 6.5
points.
I'm going over.
As I mentioned earlier,
that
is so sad.
When he gets 8 points, they win. When he gets 8 points, they win the game.
Yeah, and he's going to get it tonight.
He's going to get over 6.5. It's minus 134.
Yeah, he's gonna
so
fill
you
it
know how
up.
many people are out there go the other way because I was thinking go over.
Hashtag fade the Goo.
Yeah. Goo feeling good. Can I tell you something that happened to me yesterday?
I love that.
Yeah, I'm going selfish. Is it crossover or crosstalk?
It's crossover.
I hear you, Shaz,
it's crossover. Yeah,
but the technical term I think is crosstalk.
I don't think there is a technical term. It's whatever we want it to be.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, crossover is what I'll be doing tomorrow morning. Got some new Giannis's. I'll break them out tomorrow. Full court. But I'm leaving the studio yesterday to the Batmobile.
Steiny's look on his face when you talk about hoops and your exploits, it's my favorite.
But I'm excited. Like, I really am.
You should be.
Willard, I'm not a big ham hock chicken guy, meatloaf. But during the pandemic, I put on a few in my cheeks and my stomach, but it's salt and sugar. The Red Bull I'm drinking now. I'll leave the gym and get Funyuns in a big Red Bull. No, that's the worst thing you can do after you just burn 500-600 calories. With that said, I'm walking to the Batmobile yesterday. I do got a witness. Shout out LeBron. Lady goes, "Sir, do you play for the Warriors?" Just randomly. Hey, I was like, and I looked at her like, now, if I was single, in my single days, I would have said they got me on the practice squad.
Please. I'm way more interested in what your response was than what her comment was.
Well, Spadone's my witness. He heard it all, and I'm looking at her. I had my shades on, so maybe that had something to do with it. And I'm looking like, This can go so many ways. We'll be at the whole ship tomorrow, but I didn't do any of that.
Wait, it's game day today.
Yeah, it is game day today. But she didn't know that. But Spadoni said she was in her 50s. I'm thinking late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah.
But he said 50s. But it had me fired up, man. So I'm just saying, I'm ready to ball tomorrow.
You have a wife.
Yeah. No, I know.
I have a wife.
I was saying if in my single days it could have went different.
I have a
that
wife.
playbook would have been, I'm on the practice
Spadoni told me
squad.
that she had cataracts. So, I mean,
wow.
What if she would have said practice squad? That's a football term.
You got three kids and a bunch of
That's all.
problems is what you got.
Yeah.
No, you still didn't. You're avoiding the question. What was your answer?
Oh no, I just work
You
at
just said
95.7
no.
the game.
Oh.
Steiny and Guru 12-3. She goes weird. That was true. Spadoni's my witness.
You should have at least been like, no, but I interviewed Steph Curry 2 weeks ago.
I wanted to say
you
that.
could have done that.
The best part was literally. The best part was when she
But I
said.
felt good. Spadoni heard it all.
The best part is when she said, "Are you? Do you play for the Warriors?" And then Guru immediately doesn't say anything back. He just says, "Spadoni." She thinks I'm halfway across the street. Spadoni. She thinks I play for the Warriors.
I must have just missed this.
Yeah, you. Yeah, we don't walk together.
You're speed, by the way, Steiny.
Yeah. Him and I go
may have
different
cut me
ways.
off yesterday.
You
Oh,
get
yeah, I
enough
know.
time together
I know.
every day.
You're right.
Yeah, but I'm feeling good. That's all.
But hey, Spadoni, get out of that left-hand lane if you're not going to go
Yeah,
fast.
those
the other
electric
thing
vehicles
is,
like to cut off those
stay out of the
fast
left-hand
lanes.
lane because you had to take because you don't have carpool, Chief.
Doesn't matter.
I'm going to the
How do you
carpool
know?
lane.
How do you know?
And how
Because
can
I
you?
saw your Subaru doesn't have a sticker.
It's a Ford Taurus, first of
All
all.
right, same.
Couldn't be
Look at
further
Steiny
from a
being
Subaru.
police, a pocket police.
Don't let me catch you in the carpool
You
lane with
cannot
one person.
incorrectly accuse someone of being a Subi driver and get away with it. That's not
Wow.
that easy.
Yeah, I
I
didn't
used to
like
be one. I had the Subi Outback.
Defensive, actually.
Yeah, I mean, I loved it. I
Look
loved it.
at
But I've
you.
learned, man. People they think a certain kind of way. You pull up in a Subaru. It's just different. It's just different. I'm not even
Past
for or
the Grey
against.
Poupon.
I just noticed it offends some people. You got to be careful.
Really?
It does. People they start making judgments about you. You
Wow.
pull
So-
up in a Subi.
We can all breathe a collective sigh of relief now because Dibs went public with the info.
Oh, about to be an uncle.
We don't have to keep it under our hat anymore.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Congrats.
Dibs.
Thank you, Steiny.
Let me
Thank
give
you.
you an official one
Yeah.
on the air.
I
and
appreciate it.
boy.
Exactly.
We having a little party or
Dibs,
something?
well, that's up to Dibs, but and look, we're all close enough that you know that we can say this and get away with the hilarious thing.
Okay.
For me in life is whenever you announce, and this is no matter who you are or what you are,
Right.
when you announce that you're pregnant, you're having a baby. There's like a handful of different reactions that you can have. Only if you're between like 27 and 34
Right.
are people just genuine like, yay, congrats. There's all this other stuff that happens if you're 22, if you're 53,
I've been there.
if you're having your sixth kid or you're having your fourth kid or whatever. People are just like, and with Dibs, it's always like, congrats, man. And then everyone's face goes, I couldn't do it.
Yeah.
That's I couldn't do it. I can't believe. Congrats.
That's
I
beautiful.
couldn't do it. It's the same reaction
Well,
for
it's
all
funny
of us.
because Steiny and I mean, we've been really good friends for damn near 20 years now. And
Damn.
so about a year and a half, 2 years ago, when this was all starting to like, hey, this is where I'm thinking about going with my life.
This
and
dope.
Steiny,
Shout out Mary J. My life, my life, my life.
Totally. And Steiny is a good friend. It gives me the look like, dude, I mean, I don't even know where to begin with the are you sure and the you must be crazy line of questioning.
Right.
And he knows my girl Supper
is
very
awesome.
well, and he knows
Sure.
that we're happy, and he knows that this is what we want and all that. But still, every time any of this comes up, he gives me that look, like that one eye, like, yeah, like, dude, I mean, are you sure? Are you really
Lou
sure?
Alcindor.
We've got a segment on this show called "What Are You Doing?"
Yes.
we've all considered using this story at 9:45.
Are you guys going to find out the gender?
Yeah,
or
it's a
you
girl.
Go,
It's
oh,
a
it's
girl.
all right. Oh, my
Yeah.
goodness.
Oh,
All right.
that's right. I did
Yeah.
know that. I knew that. I knew
And
that.
it's funny because Steiny made an on-air reference of like
No,
a
girl.
veiled reference about 8 weeks
Oh,
ago,
that's
an accidental something about a diaper or something. And
Did you text him?
when he actually called me later, he's like, "Dude, I'm sorry if I said something that I shouldn't have." It was such a throwaway. Nobody caught
Okay.
it, but he and I. But he felt bad, and so
I did I had one of those texts to Willard about 2 weeks ago, too.
I've gotten the Steiny and Goo post-show apology also.
Oh, wow.
Also, not
You were
a big
involved.
deal.
My fault,
Well, they started talking about the watch party. And for some reason, they are under the impression that possibly Dibs wasn't invited. So
It was
they're like,
just
we took it to
two
the
on the
air.
text thread.
They're like,
I
we're
go-
so sorry we put that on the... I'm like, you think I didn't invite my
And
man?
I told Steiny,
Like,
I think you messed up. He goes, why? I said it was just, he goes,
What
Guru,
if Dibs wasn't invited?
you're
I'm like,
special.
Right.
And then we find out we
Shoot.
might have been left off the original invite.
That's right.
I didn't bring that
Yeah,
up.
no, you guys were backups. Dibs couldn't come, so I went to Steiny and Goo.
Well, it's radio without a net because we bring everything in our friendships to the air, which is what makes it so
I love
authentic.
it.
But sometimes it gets a little bit slippery.
Congrats, man.
Thanks, bro. I'm excited. And
New
I was-
life.
And I was telling Mark that this time I had a kid 19 years ago. There was no such thing as paternity leave.
Look at it.
I've already been
Willard
in touch
and
with
who?
Powers.
Yeah.
I'm accepting applications for fill-in host 95.7 The Game. this
So
fall.
there's a fringe benefit. The other fringe is, hey, you get married again, you get more wedding gifts.
Oh yeah,
And
by
this
the
will be
way,
your first turn with a daughter.
yes, and this time the bachelor party's for keeps. Last time I did it wrong.
damn. Okay.
First bachelor party, I did it wrong, and we had a nice time. Golf trip.
Yeah,
actually,
yuck.
my then wife actually came. What kind of a bachelor party do
Wow.
you? I mean, it was a family thing.
Oh, I'm out.
It was lovely. This time it's for keeps.
Oh, look at
This
it.
time it's for keeps,
Hubba,
boys.
hubba.
You know what? That
Yeah.
sounds like it could be like game on or
Yeah.
game up. That
Look
could be
at
the
him.
whole slogan for the rest of this.
Hashtag game
Yes.
up? Who would
Yeah.
do such a thing?
No, what's the Giants one?
Yeah, it
it is.
is. Game
no,
up.
so yours is this time it's for keeps.
Yes.
Sounds like it's like maybe what the Warriors will do next year if they're trying to repeat. This
Yes.
time it's for
Look
keeps.
at
I mean, didn't Bud Selig do that in baseball with the All-Star game once upon a time? This time it counts.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's
That's it.
what's your bachelor
And
party
it's going
now.
to be a BYOIV
Okay.
sort of
Oh, that's-
event. Bring
I
your
get
own
it.
IV.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's 4.
Willard, is that a Celtics hat?
This is the second time I've been asked that today.
On the day of a
no,
Warrior game.
definitely not a Celtics hat. It's got the clover on it. It's that
Okay.
Live Lucky brand. They got hats all over the place. It's a golf hat. It's a Live Lucky. Yeah. This
But you
is-
can see,
yeah,
looks like
yeah.
a Celtic
You
hat.
can tell. I wear golf hats that apparently look like different sports team hats. You
Yeah.
got asked about the Pirates hat last week,
All
Celtics
right.
today.
So-
None of it.
You and I are completely different with our entire attire because I
I'll
like
take
to wear
that as a compliment.
I like to wear every other team under the sun. If it's hey, I can get a Southern Illinois Saluki hat. Give it to me.
I can't do it.
Yeah,
I
you're
can't
like
wear it.
only the
I
locals.
cannot wear it. Yeah, if it's a Giants hat,
Wow.
it's a 49ers hat, it's a Warriors hat, or I'm out. I'm not like the rest of the hats are going to be golf hats or no
Gotcha.
logos or other stuff going on. Yeah, I'm not.
So you
wearing
wouldn't
it.
wear like a University of Vermont hat.
I mean, probably
I
not.
just thought of
like, it's
Newhart.
just too random. Yeah, I mean,
see, I like random.
That was my show.
My brother Daryl, my other brother Daryl.
If my kid ends up on the golf team at the University
Gotcha.
of Vermont,
Vermont.
I'm in. But outside of that, I'm out.
And Goo, you know I love you, but I thought we agreed one cowboy item per day.
Yeah, man.
You're rocking double cowboys today.
Because the schedule dropped, and I got the Niner record. I'm saying it from my boy. Yeah,
I just
he's
went through
ready.
it. I got him 11 and 6.
I heard you.
Yeah, Mark
But-
loves when I do that.
What's the Cowboy record? That's what I want to know.
17 and 0, Mark.
It's a broken record
It's a
of
broken
dysfunction. When
That's a
you
3.5.
don't like the team's quarterback, I've never felt this. I've been out on Dak before it was the thing to do. I'm telling you, the worst quarterback contract in the NFL. He's been exposed, and it's all bad from down.
I don't
from
disagree.
here.
I think it's actually the same conversation the Arizona Cardinals are having right now. Like Dak Prescott, he's good, but do you sign up long term with the quarterback who's good and therefore can keep you relevant, but is not going to win you the Super Bowl?
Now, what if
That's
I told you
Kyler Murray.
guys? Yeah, what if I told you this about Dak? And I've taken this to the Lone Star State. Station will remain anonymous. They got pressured, and I'm all about the plight of Warren Moon and black quarterbacks in the NFL. They got pressured to pay Dak.
I don't
And
know.
his foot was facing the other way, and you're going to give him the long-term money after not proving if he can come back from that.
I mean,
but the extenuating circumstances about the race and all that was out there, and that's why it went down to the fourth quarter. It actually went OT, Willard, because they're like, "Where's the cut?" And they gave it to him, and they're going to reap what they. I'm telling you, man.
But what else were they going to do? I mean, the Warriors brought a long-term.
They could have put a franchise
extension.
tag on him, man. But they were like, "How are you going to do him like that? He already got hurt."
I mean,
but business-wise, that was the thing to do.
But that's why quarterbacks make what they make.
Yeah.
The teams end up with no other option. The Warriors showed up with a max extension to the hospital for Klay Thompson. What are you going to do? What are you going to do? Let him go?
Well, he's a champ.
Right.
Okay.
I got you. But you see what I'm saying? Like, what was their other option? This is what happens. The Raiders, Spadone, what's their other option? We're going to sign up long-term with Derek Carr in a division that has Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert on the come, and Russell Wilson? Is he going to win that division? No. But what are you going to do? Let him go?
Yeah. Yeah. Just two quick things. One, before he gets into the schedule, he's only got 15 of the 17 done. And the second piece is, I'm hoping that you guys have booked Mock Rivers today to talk about Philadelphia and all of that mess that happened yesterday.
They're bringing him back, though. Philly, the report dropped.
I want to hear from the horse's mouth today, noon to 3. I don't want to take your word for it. I want to hear from Mock Rivers.
We want Mock Rivers in the 1 o'clock hour. And Steiny, we want you reacting to Patrick Beverley's prediction that the Golden State Warriors are raising a banner in another month.
He felt
yeah.
Why do I believe him, though? That wasn't shtick. That
Wait
was
a minute.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. You didn't hear that?
But you believe him today.
Yeah.
That's all
We
coming
hadn't
up.
talked about
What about yesterday?
I believe we have officially instigated all we need to do.
Yeah, we
and
have.
Steiny Guru next.
Night.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points.
Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow. Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
It's okay to admit you're worried. It really is.
I did that yesterday.
Some people say I like to provoke. I don't think that's true, but last game at the Chase Center this season tonight?
No.
Last game at Chase?
Nope.
Better win tonight. I didn't think they'd be here.
They got everything you need to get it done tonight.
And that is what?
Pedigree. Irritation
Pedigree.
from reading the tea leaves that, maybe age is creeping in or whatnot, but
it's creeping in.
they'll come. I expect them to come out and handle business.
In fact,
tonight.
I told you, I don't know if I told you exactly, but so I have a buddy.
Okay.
All right, and I call him a wise old sage. He's a little older than me. He's been around a little bit. And he listens to the show, and he's a monster sports fan.
I like him already.
Very, very intelligent, and prides himself on telling it like it is. And so,
sound like me.
He wrote me an email yesterday, and he said, "Can you please read this email on the air to explain something to Warriors fans that clearly some of them, would never lump all of them together, need to figure out." So I'm probably going to read that letter at some point, or the email at
You want to
some
say
point.
it ain't Dan, huh?
No.
Okay, Dan Daly.
No, I've just called him the wise old sage.
Right.
He likes to stay in the background. No, Dan Daly?
That's my guy.
He wants me to mention his name 3 times a show.
So he's like my guy, Relaford. Yeah.
Exactly. Game 6 tonight. Chase Center, 7 o'clock start. All starts right here, 95.7 The Game at 5:30. Warriors live. And, hey, Warriors, I think, when's the last time, here's a question for Warrior fans. When's the last time the Warriors had this much pressure on them? And, I try to tell you this all the time, Goog. I always think pressure is a good thing, kind of. I never, pressure's on, they're in trouble. No. But when's the last time the Warriors had pressure on them like this? And I was thinking, well, when's the last time they lost in a playoff? Well, that was the final. But you know what? They were hurt.
Answer.
They were hurt.
Okay.
So
I got the answer.
Okay.
3-2 going to Houston when they were down.
Is that 8?
Yeah, but that was with Durant.
That
was with Durant.
Okay, I think you're kind of right.
That was to me. I thought it was over, Steiny, and they were down 4-2. The
2 years after they came back from 3-1 against the Thunder.
Okay,
I got you.
But you could say, "Goo, that don't count because KD is not here."
No, he's not,
and Steve Kerr is not here. He won't coach tonight.
Right.
I'm just keeping it real, Steiny. Is that a story? And this is just in coaching. And are they missing their captain?
Yes, they are. But it's not a story until and unless they lose tonight or lose the series. Then it's a story. If the Warriors go out today, Warriors 112, Memphis 99, and they're going to the Western, nobody's going to care. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think the only thing people are going to care about is when is Kerr coming back? When is Steve Kerr coming back?
And if regardless of what transpires tonight, let's just say I'm being proactive today, Steiny.
Mm-hmm.
They close it out tonight because of what transpired in Dallas. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals will not start, if I'm correct, help me out, Wednesday, May 18th.
It starts Wednesday no matter what.
Okay, all right, gotcha.
The Western Conference Finals.
So the Warriors could benefit from that, man.
Well, my answer would be yes and no.
What's the no part
The no part is once it starts on Wednesday, Friday, Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday, Monday.
And that's not been getting a lot of run.
I know it hasn't.
On why maybe we're watching what we're watching and maybe we're a little stunned. Ooh, man, they're coming fast and furious.
And we don't know Otto Porter's status tonight.
Wow.
I think it's still up in the air. I have a feeling he's going to play.
Now, why do you say that? I got a feeling he's not.
Because it's his other foot.
But what took him out the game? When you get older, you know what? Like, it ain't a cramp.
That's a big game.
It ain't a sprain.
That's a big game.
Okay, now
he's a gamer.
What if he reverts back to I'm far as shooting the ball because he made some big shots the other game 4 here in Golden State? I believe it was, Steiny, the clunker game where he made some big shots in the 4th. My question is, what if we get the Otto Porter Jr. that wasn't having success from the field?
That's still more important that he's a body inside right now, right? Because they're getting out-rebounded.
I don't know why I think Looney starts tonight.
I think Porter's going to start if he can play. Okay. What would you do at 888-957-9570? You go back to the small lineup with Curry, Poole, Thompson, Wiggins, Draymond Green.
Oh.
Or do you go to Otto Porter starting in place of Poole? Or do you go to Looney starting in place of Poole? Which do you do at 888-957-9570? And I guess, first of all, do you even think it really matters who starts this ball game tonight?
I think it does because we saw this team get off to pedestrian starts. And that's why I'm asking Steph Curry to come out and be assertive. And people can say, oh, yeah, please. But it matters, Donnie, how you get started. You want this crowd in it. You want Memphis. You want that doubt to creep in. Because I'm going to tell you, if we get to 6 or 5 minutes or even the first quarter and this game is close, then the mental edge to me goes back to Memphis. Like, they don't have anybody that scares us.
What about the pedigree of the Warriors?
Yeah, that kicked in when you're winning.
Steph Curry shooting 32% from three-point range in this series. Klay Thompson shooting 29% from three-point range this series. See, when I look at those numbers, I think, you know what? You might be able to claw past Memphis.
Or Denver.
But you bet, well, they shot better against Denver. Curry shot 40% from three against Denver, and Klay shot 45% because he had that one big game, I think it was game 4 against Denver. They're going to need better than that against either Dallas or Phoenix, right?
Yeah, and I'm looking at those numbers you're just telling me, way higher than I thought, and yet Denver still got 2 games in that series. 1, help me out.
Yeah. So it is a payday Friday.
Are you ready? I got mine yesterday.
I guess I'm ready today. Thank you. We gonna have one today?
Yeah.
All right.
I got mine. Yeah. I've been having mine you've been throwing shade, but
what are you talking about?
You know, I've been going up to top, like my tab, you know. I got it. I even bought my girl Susan a drink. Our girl Susan. Yeah.
I thought you meant my wife.
no.
I'm like, wait a minute.
I
You've
have
already
a
been
wife.
after my mom.
Right.
Now you're going after
Shout
my
out
wife.
Mary. I was day drinking.
Yes,
Hey,
exactly.
I got real quick, Sonny. I got something. I should ask you, Willard and Dibs. I'll probably save it for Monday. So little Daryl's going to Santa Clara.
That's
so we're
so
going to have a
cool.
graduation party, and the wife says, "What's Matt's address?" And I'm like, "Hey, just save the stamp and the spit from your mouth on the envelope. Like, I'll find out if he can make it or if he wants to. You know what I mean?" So before she thinks like, "Oh, Steiny's guy," I'll run it by him.
What?
You want to come by the graduation party?
Oh, what?
In
In
June?
Sac?
Yeah.
I'd love to get invited.
Maybe in the June. It's going to be in the June.
Oh,
yeah.
Absolutely.
All right. Yeah, we hear you talking now.
Depends what.
Go.
What time of day would it be on a
About
weekend?
3
do you
o'clock.
think? You know what? I could parlay an early round of golf
It's all
near
good.
where
I'm just
the.
throwing it out there.
Okay.
Yeah, but she start running with it. Give me all the names. I was like, slow down. Bonte, Chad, everybody. Dibs.
7:07. Payday doesn't even make Steiny excited. Well, it's a Friday. That's the big.
And we got a game.
That's the big. Well, we don't have a game.
What you mean?
The Warriors do. We don't want to
So
start
you're
acting
telling
like
me
that.
when you go to Spaces, which is phenomenal from everybody in our workspace that does it after a game, you don't feel like you need a shower or a reporter to talk to you about what you saw, and you do your post-game presser with Spaces. That's the beauty of it.
I feel like I need a shower,
dude. I did it.
I shower in the mornings usually.
Yeah, the night ones I'm done with. You got to start the day off.
Although you know what, like I don't know how you are, but
I'm not a big sweater.
If I go, let's say I go golfing and then I come home,
you better get in the shower.
Yeah, before you get into bed.
Yeah,
you can't
man.
Well, don't tell me when to shower.
No, that's like me coming. My wife would not. I can't even lay on the couch.
There's
if I
another
came from
bed in the
Shoe
house for somebody else.
Yuck.
I didn't say I did it.
No, but the way
sometimes you're so tired though you don't.
Oh, I've been
but
there.
Then you don't sleep as well.
Yeah, right. And then my neck, when I play hoops, Steiny running up and down, my neck and my back.
He stinks.
Now that's a 4.
510. Steiny, all the stats you bring up don't mean a thing.
Wow.
The Warriors win tonight.
Oh, that's
I've got an open letter on the other side from an expert that says otherwise, that the stats do mean something. And there's a reason why the stats are looking like the stats look. We'll talk about that. We got Game 6 tonight. 7 o'clock tip-off. What do we got? Boston first.
Man, what an appetizer.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun day, fun weekend. Looks like the Bay's going to have nice weather.
Giants at St. Louis. Schedule came out.
Don't you what the hell are we even working for? Seriously.
But this ain't work.
What are you kidding?
No, seriously, Tony. Come on, man. We are blessed. Like, this is not like it's a crime we get paid. That's how I feel.
So there's nothing else you'd rather be doing right now. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I plead the fifth.
You got a list like a roll of toilet paper.
Wow.
All right, the Warriors, they try to close out this series tonight against Memphis at Chase. Tip-off 6 o'clock. I'm sorry, 7 o'clock. Tip-off for Game 6 is at 7. Get it? It's going to be right here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live, 5:30, presented by Xfinity Sports Zone. The ultimate sports hub experience. How long can the Warriors keep going in the postseason? One game from the Western Conference Finals. Do they close it out tonight? We shall see on 95.7 The Game.
Will the
This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny. Okay. This is James Wiseman, and you are listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All right, what's going on, Bay Area? We got Game 6 tonight, Chase Center, 7 o'clock start. You going?
Nah, I'm going to sit this one out.
Okay.
Yep. Be in front of the LED, Samsung 75-inch 90.
Wow.
Yep.
All lights
I'm
out.
going to have a quick soda with you guys in the cafeteria.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm watching it. Probably at home. Although, maybe I'll go out and watch it.
Look at
Problem
you.
is, you go out and watch it, and then, it's...
I need to hear the commentators.
It's tough to lock in.
Yeah,
It's tough to lock in.
I love that.
But, see, I don't need to hear the commentators.
Well, I taped the game anyway, so I'm going to run it back regardless. But why don't you need to hear them? Don't you want their thoughts? And
Not really.
It's interesting.
No, not really. I'll hear about it the next. Like, it's funny. You come in today or any day, you hear what this guy said last night? You hear what Patrick Beverly said? No, what Beverly said? He thinks the Warriors are going to win. You hear what Charles Barkley said? No, jump shooting team can't win. So you hear everything. You hear what Mark Jackson said? No, and I'll never listen to what Mark Jackson says. Anyway. Okay. All right, cheap shot. My daily. Do you see Eddie Johnson go after our guy Sherwood
What
Strauss?
was going, boy? But I'll tell you this. Point to Strauss, because I love Eddie, and we've had him on when we were doing pre and post. You don't remember?
Eddie's cool.
Eddie's the man. He's mad. He's nervous, and everybody in Phoenix should be nervous because it's 3-3.
Gotcha.
So when I was reading you could tell. Yeah, he was triggered. Dallas can't beat him in Phoenix.
Sure, why not? Now, why do you say that? This is where we part ways so often.
I'm Daryl Steinmetz.
Mm-hmm.
They lost by 30. You told me that the other day.
And they won by 30,
but
they lost by 30, and they won by 30.
Baseball, football, and basketball, there's no bigger home court advantage to me than in the NBA. Just with the rims, the backdrop of when you shoot, and that's all that explains this series. Can the others, I know Luka's going to show up, can they remain hot from deep, Steiny? I don't know. But what you been seeing from Chris Paul? Playing like Cliff Paul.
And? He stinks.
No
Hall of Fame.
It's the day after game. One day after.
Okay.
What
Speaking of which, speaking of which, here's one thing. And I don't know if this is. Well, you know what? It's my show, our show.
Yeah.
If I think it's a time for it, I think it's a time for it.
Just do it.
What do you think the Warriors are? Curry and Clay are in relation to their careers here. You know what I mean? Their careers.
I haven't.
What do they got? How much they got left? What?
Okay, listen.
Are they going to be better next year? Can they win it next year? If they don't get it this year, is it over? If they don't get it this year, can they be better next year? Come on, man. Where are they? These guys have been around for a while. How long can we keep thinking that these guys can play at a championship level? I'm just asking the question.
I'm going Brett Favre, Donovan McNabb, 4 to 5 more years.
Okay.
And get this. This is the caveat. They can complete it this year and then go back-to-back winning it next year. That would be 2.
This is one day after.
Yeah. No, but listen to what I'm saying.
So this is what you said Wednesday. Okay. Then yesterday you came in and said, Steiny, I'm not making any more predictions. I'm sick of this crap. They look terrible. They can't win this.
That was
now
in the
they're
heart.
back to
I was
back.
questioning the cardiac muscle. You're talking about the physical. To the naked eye, I don't see slippage yet. And I told you as much.
What?
I don't see especially Clay.
Okay.
Clay is going to take this offseason and be like, this is the first offseason to where I'm complete.
Okay.
I'll rest, then get back after it and be stronger. And not only be stronger, my endurance will be longer because I'm starting from game 1 of 82. So when I look at Clay and the ball not going in right now, if that's what people want to call it, I get it. But I look at him like he's going to be super spry. So
you
I put
have
him
not
on the
seen
shelf.
any slippage with Curry or Clay. I'm going to give you one chance to think about that before you double down.
It's not slippage.
What is it?
The results right now in this season from Steph, and this is what it is about Steph, because I just broke down Clay. That was so well. Steph this is the year after averaging 32.
Mm-hmm.
He went berserk. It was all on him. So in my mind, Matthew Steinmetz, has he been the Tiger Woods in his prime? No, when you look at the numbers, but the team is right there 1 game away. So I'm looking at you, and I mean this. I ain't protecting nobody, even though we love the chef.
It's funny. I didn't even bring that up, so that must be something what does it hit you in the cardiac muscle?
I'm telling you, I don't see slippage yet. Now, if we go into next year and the numbers continue to be what they are, then I'll say, you know what? Maybe you're onto something. And I'll tell you what, that doesn't mean they can't win it because they're doing it now.
Against Memphis.
No, they're doing it to the league. Like they're one of the last, 8 teams left, and they're 1 win away from being the last 4.
Okay. So, like I said, I got a buddy, man. He's a little older than me. He's a fitness expert.
I need him.
He's done a lot of he's just an expert on the body and the aging process and what you must do to maintain a high level of play. And by the way, somebody here is saying, Steiny, if I write you a letter, will you read it on the air? The answer is no, because I don't respect you because I don't know you on the text line. This gentleman I've known for quite a while, and he's proven accurate.
I hate he don't like
much.
the limelight. Say his name.
Not everybody's like you.
Or you.
Call him the wise sage. That's all.
Okay.
He says, Matt, I'd love for you to read this on the air to your callers who seem to be guessing about what is going on with Steph Curry and Klay Thompson. Matt, it's not guesswork. Your callers are too young to understand. Here it is. When you age, you don't lose your shot. At 65 years old, Klay Thompson and Steph Curry will still be great shooters. What you lose are your stamina and your legs, and those affect your shot. You're breathing heavier, and your legs don't give you the lift you had before. A guy like Curry, who is 34, but has the miles of a 36-year-old, is declining because of those two things. He spent his career running full speed all the time to get open. Klay Thompson, unfortunately, doesn't have the lift he had before. Players, Daryl, are like batteries. They don't just stop. They decline as they get older. Your battery stops, you turn it off for a while, and it will start up again. But the legs are tiring out for these guys, and it affects their shot. The legs don't respond with the quickness they once did anymore to get them the open shot. That's what's going on with the Golden State Warriors. And then he also says Thompson and Curry, to a lesser degree, they will have good games here and there, but they'll never be the same again.
That's your boy?
He says there's no guessing. Okay. This is what's happening.
All right, I got something for that. And I appreciate that. And that battery analogy, I loved it. Okay. But listen to what we're saying, and you tell your friend, if he's listening, I'll tell him. Everything he said is real. Nobody can outrun Father Time. But Steiny, look where the team is at. If that's truth, and next year it'll gradually, you lose a little. Are you looking at me and telling me Michael Jordan on the second three-peat was the same Michael Jordan in the first three-peat?
No.
My point is, as a collective unit and the brand of basketball this team plays and their IQ on a good day, I put it up there with anybody, Steiny. My point is, we're already seeing, and you tell your buddy this, that the Warriors can be a threat even with the battery not at 100%.
I don't agree with that.
Okay, and I get that, but we're watching it now. They may get it all. They may go all the way. And when they're popping that bubbly, to me it means more. This chip number 4.
No doubt. This is why it'll mean more because they're declining.
Exactly. But we're all declining. Steiny, you and
Jordan Poole's not declining.
Well, I got you.
Kuminga's not declining.
But
Giannis is not declining.
Yeah, but that's
Devin
just birth
Booker's not
certificate.
declining, and neither's Luka.
I give you that, but you're just talking about evolution. Now you're talking birth certificate. That's all. Chris Paul's declining.
No doubt.
Kevin Durant's declining.
He's a little different because he's got a size advantage on everybody.
But my point is,
Steph Curry shooting 32% from the three.
I have nothing for that. You're right.
So why wouldn't you just say, what's so hard about saying?
Are you saying that's age, or I'm saying it's Memphis' D? Because you were
everything. It's age. It's Memphis' defense.
And being in the ring another round.
Exactly. You're right. They probably win tonight. They get to the Western Conference Finals. But can the Warriors, like Steph Curry is shooting 32 from 3 this series.
That scares me.
Klay shooting 29.
Oh, my gosh.
Is it realistic to think, well, you know what? They're going to get back up to 40 in the Western Conference Finals and the NBA Finals. They're going to get back up to 40% shooters from three-point range, and they're going to get better than they've been in the first 2 series.
What if I told you this to that, Steiny, and I heard somebody say that Klay was trying to hit, or the Warriors were trying to hit the 5-point shot, which doesn't exist, with their, if you want to say with their cold shooting now. But when you look at it from, hey, Goo, are they going to go into this Western Conference Finals and then the Finals, if they win, and shoot at a clip at 50%? That's too much.
No, it's 40.
What if I told you it's just one game at a time? Like tonight, I'm expecting them to win. Steiny, I'm expecting Klay and Steph, if what you say and your buddy say is true, that they'll control. Fatigue makes cowardice of all men. Nobody can outbe. But I expect the best of them tonight.
Okay. And then what about game 1 in the Western Conference Finals? And then game 2.
Yeah.
And then game 3 against a better team. Because I'm going to tell you, I think Dallas and Phoenix are both better than Memphis, especially without Ja Morant. Would you give me that?
I'll give you that.
Right.
Okay, I want to say this to you. And we're not in Memphis, thank God. If you had to poll the Memphis coach and players, and you said through 5 games, the Splash Brothers were going to shoot at this clip, but yet you would be down 3-2, do you think they would think they wouldn't be up? Because that's more. Now, Steiny, I'm not protecting when I say this. It's just another compliment to the team, not just these two brothers, Steph and Clay, that they're up and what they do best has been marginal.
I'm telling you that if Clay and Steph essentially continue to play like they're playing, they're not going to win a title. That's what I'm saying. Does anybody out there disagree with me?
Vegas would have that.
And usually, and here's the other thing. Usually, I would throw Draymond in there. But anybody going to say Draymond is playing his best ball of his career?
And what about what I said? Let's real quick on Draymond, Steiny. What if I told you I think the tank is getting on empty in regard to how he plays, and they were shooting at prolific clips to where it was okay for him not to go to the basket or try to generate any offense? What if I told you I feel like that tank and that style of ball is running on empty, and it's helping Memphis, and it's going to help whoever they play moving forward? Like, we know where it ain't coming from. And that was good the last time when we were going to the chips, Steiny. I'm telling you, I feel like defenses are caught up to that. And now you're telling me Looney, two great players to give you all their heart, but they can't be on the court together? We kind of knew it, but now it's a real thing. My point is, that doesn't bode. That takes a bullet out of your chamber. You can't even fire. And Dre, he ain't even looking. Well, you know what? He's got a couple dunks, but you know what I mean, man. That concerns me.
My guy, he doesn't think they're going to win it this year. He actually thinks Memphis got a shot at winning the series. I'm not going that far. I think the Warriors have a chance to win it. If I had to bet, which you know I hate doing, and I don't do it because of just this reason.
Yeah.
I would have to bet that the Warriors won't win the title this year. That would have to be my bet. Now, of course, that's a safer bet than they'll win it because there's still 7 teams left. But I still think they can win it. But I do feel like, I go back to the 80s all the time and 90s. And there's just so many similarities to... the Celtics were at the top of their game, but here came the Pistons, and the Pistons were younger, and then the Celtics beat them in a 7-game series where Bird made the steal in Game 6, and they hung on, and then the next year it was over.
Right.
So that's what I feel like I'm seeing with the Warriors. They're still a great team. They're still going to put together big-time games, and we are not done seeing Steph throwing up 48, 47. It's just not going to happen as much. And that's why I feel like if they don't get it done this year, they're not going to win it next year. Because, to me, the decline is starting. Doesn't mean they can't win it this year, but they're going to have to overcome other teams' youth and other teams' athleticism, and sometimes that gets hard. But again, I'm not here to say they're done. No, but I just after what, right? But they've gotten worse the longer each series has gone, and the teams they're going to play next and the round after that, to me, are significantly better than the 2 teams they're playing or have played.
Yes, Tupac said it best, Steiny. I'm listening to you. And I know you ain't hating on purpose, because you ain't hating. You're stating facts, but it's how you feel. But let's just say the Warriors close Memphis out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
And they lose in the Western Conference Finals 4-2.
Okay.
I will come back in here Monday, and I mean this, and I'm not by myself. And I look at the landscape of the league. I look at everything that went down this year, and I would have the Warriors in my top 2-3 teams to win it all next year. Okay. And this is what they don't have.
What about when go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I was going to change the subject.
Remember the and you're going to laugh. Remember the alley-oop and the lob that they could do to JaVale McGee, and that a possession was so easy and it wasn't taxing.
Right.
Like, they don't have any remote type of outlet like that. So I'm looking at Wiseman coming back. You know, everybody has just another year up under their feet. They got rest. I'm still betting on the Splash Brothers. But what I'll say to you, Steiny, and your friend, as soon as this series is over, it's 0% from deep in the Western Conference Finals. Right. So just because somebody thinks, hey, but they can shoot 50% the next series, like that's still out there. Just because we think it and you feel it, they start fresh.
But this is where I don't feel like people are looking at it realistically. We've had a whole season now with Steph Curry shooting 38%. 5 percentage points down. We've gotten to the postseason. He shot 40% against Denver from 3, still below what his career was, and now he's down to 32. The idea that as the playoffs get tougher and tougher and tougher and the defenses get more physical and the refs let them play just a little bit more, the notion that now, I think they're all going to shoot over 40%. Can it happen? Yeah, it can happen. Do you think it's likely to happen? Do you think it's likely to happen that Steph Curry and Klay Thompson are both going to shoot over 40% in the Western Conference Finals from three-point range?
Just for the sake of this discussion, I'll say no, but Steiny, where is it written in stone that they can't win?
Well, because the team's going to be better.
35 or 30.
Because the Memphis Grizzlies, whether you like it or not, and I know they're a different team without Ja, they're missing their best player. They're missing their best player.
But still playing good D.
Yeah,
Team-wide D.
They are.
That I'm seeing.
Right.
And I understand.
And guess what? Every team that makes the Final Four plays great defense, whether it's Dallas, whether it's Phoenix, whether it's Boston, Miami, or Milwaukee.
This one will be, and I know it's easy for me to say, if they get it done, Stouty, this one will be, it'll be.
That's right. That's why I've been saying for months, if they win it this year, that's why I looked at Steph Curry in the eye and said, Steph, if you win it this year, this will be the one by far that will dwarf all the other titles. The reason it will dwarf all the other titles is because of all the challenges that I'm laying out right now about their age and about,
basketball life.
So, if the Warriors win it, I'm not going to be, Steiny, you were wrong. Yeah. No, I'm going to say, actually, I was right. And the reason I was right is because you acknowledge that this was by far the hardest one to win.
Okay.
That's why this one's going to be the best, if they can do it.
Hey, that's poetic, but I'm going to say this. And you can't take this from how I feel, and I believe there's other people walking around in Dub Nation. Mad Steiny, sometimes in sports, when you're at the back nine and you get that young stud on your team, it prolongs people's careers. And when I'm watching this Warrior team, we've already discussed it. They're top heavy. They're one-dimensional. They're hitting you from the outside. They have no counterpunch. I hate it. I want them to get an active big. Guess what? All I'm asking is there's a chance. They drafted that active big that can't stay healthy through 2 years, but if he can come back and not be Lou Alcindor, Steiny, but if he can show some flashes, what does that do to the core, Klay, Steph, and Jordan Poole? We ain't even talking about him in this birth certificate conversation. That makes the game easier. Right now, everything is through those two, man.
See, I tend to look at it the other way.
Okay.
Why were they able to throw lobs to JaVale whenever they wanted and Bogut? It's because Steph and Klay were great shooters. The greatest ever. They were the greatest shooters of all time. That's why JaVale McGee got 48 dunks.
Right.
If they're no longer the greatest shooters of all time, then it won't be as easy to throw the ball to Wiseman or McGee or whoever.
So let's say 8 o'clock comes tonight at 9 o'clock, Steiny, and the Warriors win by 18.
Okay. Might happen.
None of this, So none of this is based on
nothing
the next
changes to me.
But the opportunity for them to win and what you deem may be attrition, if they get it done and then get to rest and come back next year, I'm like,
see, I don't. Well,
we can have that doubt, but yet they're putting up banners. And if they're not putting up banners, what's the next thing? Best thing. You want to get as close to the throne as you possibly can.
But it's about banners. It's about banners.
But my point is, if you get close to the banner, Western Conference Finals, Steiny, you just need a tinker.
No, see, that's where I completely disagree. If you get beat in the Western Conference Finals,
go ahead. What if they got swept in the Western Conference
Finals? If the Warriors get
Steph
swept,
and Clay are coming back.
Right,
Poole's coming unless you do something drastic.
Then what?
That's on Joey Light
listen,
years.
if the Warriors get swept by Phoenix or Dallas, there is no chance in hell they're running it back. None.
And that's a big.
Hey, feel free to disagree, but that's
I'll leave that alone.
It's not who Joe Lacob is.
But that's not what's going to happen either.
Well,
because we're watching.
But you thought the Warriors were going to sweep Memphis, and here we are in Game 6.
Clay are going through, and it's no shade at Chris Paul.
Listen, I don't think Steph, Clay, or Draymond are going to be better next year than this year.
Oh, wow.
And I actually I'm starting to think that kind of goes for Clay. And they're all still really good.
Yeah.
But they're getting up there. And we're starting to see signs. So can they hold on? Can they hold on? Beat the Memphis Grizzlies, gut out a win in the Western Conference Finals, suck it up in the finals, and put up banner number 4.
And then come back with your big next year in Looney, Kuminga and Poole another year. By the way,
I'll tell you what.
That's exciting.
You want to hear me? You want me to make a bold statement about somebody who ain't going to be on the team next year?
I would love.
I will. Right on the other side on 95.7, The Game.
Take that for data.
Will the Warriors close out the Grizzlies at Chase Center?
Do you understand what tonight is for Steph?
at carsforkids.org.
You're listening to KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco on Odyssey Station. Presented by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I got the schedule in my hands.
Yeah, we know. 7 o'clock tip-off, and Game 7 would be Monday. Not Sunday. I know you thought it was Sunday, didn't you?
No, it's Monday.
Yeah, that's what I said. Game 7 Monday.
Could you imagine?
Yes, I can't imagine.
Speak that into the
universe. I can't imagine. Would I bet on it? No.
Would you think Kerr's back if there was a game Sunday?
I don't know.
Yeah,
everybody handles COVID differently.
You're right, man.
I got a real quick.
Take your time.
How the hell are the Warriors going to be able to re-sign Gary Payton II?
With a check?
Okay. Okay.
You don't think I'm not saying any discounts.
If you're a team out there and you've actually paid attention this season, and you've seen Gary Payton II, he's making $2 million this year. You wouldn't give him the mid-level?
I would.
You wouldn't give him $6-7 million a year
in a Texas second.
That's $21 million for the Warriors.
Wow.
Oh, and they got to pay Jordan Poole too.
Well, technically they don't have to.
That's true.
Yeah,
that's true. But they might want to.
Yeah.
All right, let me see. Let me go to the board of my favorites. Let me see. We got Polo. I know him.
Steiny, real quick before you do that.
Sure. Huh?
I've come in here and I put him in the Hall of Fame. I'm not blaming
Kuminga?
Jordan Poole. What's been going on in your mind with Jordan Poole?
He's 22 years old or whatever he is.
All right.
He's not physically strong. So teams that are long and physical are going to bother him a little bit. Playoffs are a different type of ball game.
And he's been getting banged up, too.
But again, he's the other guy. Like, he may have 28 tonight.
Right. I ain't mad at him. I'm just...
But what did he have during the season? Like 20 games of 20-plus?
Yeah.
Well, how's he doing now? Like, that's not happening now.
Team-wide, though.
Exactly. Because the playoffs, it's harder in the playoffs. Should we go to, let's start off let's go. Fillmore Mike.
Our guy.
Let's start the game.
Payday.
Let's go, Fillmo.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Hey, Steiny, you've been saying that for months, that this is going to be the sweetest championship, and I totally agree with you. In regards to tonight, though, I broke my neck to go home to watch that game. I'm not watching the game tonight, bud.
What?
I'm not watching the game.
Come on.
I just let it happen.
No.
Because I so much to get home just to watch the game. I didn't work out. I was supposed to go play basketball at City Sport. I didn't even go. I'm like, man, I'm going to go watch the game. I should have played basketball at City Sport. But my last thing is, y'all, this is for the board op and the producers.
Ooh.
Y'all use bag alert, major bag alert. Y'all use that a lot, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wendy's got a drop y'all got to take, bro. Y'all got to take that. You got that bag. You got a biggie bag. That slap. Y'all got to take that drop.
Look at him.
I'm giving it to y'all, man.
All right, look at him, Steiny.
I went to Fillmo first for a reason, and you saw why. How about this one?
But you got to watch the game. That hurt me.
This is a problem with sending a text like this to me on a Friday, on a payday Friday. Steiny, why do you talk with so much attitude, man? Because it's a sports talk radio show, man.
I'm calm.
You ever see me out?
You
see me out in the real world? I mean, I'm the same person. Don't get me wrong. But I'm a little rough around the edges on the air. I'll admit it.
Damn.
Fans tend to not like me, which should be problematic for sports talk radio.
That's better
if you
than
really
people.
Think about it.
Yeah, well, when you say fans.
I could have substituted people.
Yeah, that's more what I was
You know what I'm
thinking.
saying?
We got a great text.
Oh, yeah?
510, my day got off to a crappy start, and you guys have made it better.
Really? Even though I said that Steph and Clay are done?
Well, that ain't new.
I didn't say that.
That ain't new.
I didn't say that.
And you're wrong. Honestly, Steiny, I got 2 more years before I go there. And if you lose in the Western Conference Finals, you know how many other organizations would want to?
But they're not.
Ask the Sixers and Daryl Morey.
But stop it.
Okay,
stop it. This is the team that says they're light years. So you can't go changing the goals. This isn't, we're as good as this. No, you're Joe Lacob. You're the Warriors.
Right,
What?
What about the last 2 years?
We're so
They didn't even
much
make the
far.
offs.
We're so much far ahead of the rest of the league. It's not even funny. That was the
Derek
quote.
Jeter, the last 2 years. Come on. What is that? The last 2 years, they
Well, they
weren't
got
even
hurt.
a player.
Well, they got hurt because they're older.
But the bottom line stayed the same. They didn't add a banner.
That's right. That's right.
What is it really now? Are we still really light years, or are we just excited and ecstatic?
Well, I haven't heard Joe
Lacob.
Joe Lacob say, you know what? We're not light years anymore.
No. I saw him with Poole after Monday's game at Chase. And he's getting, was it an ice cream? It was something. It's a concoction at Chase. And then in my mind, Steiny, they were having Joe Lacob.
Lacob doesn't drink.
No, but it was
he
like
doesn't
food.
drink alcohol.
It was food.
Okay.
It was a concoction.
Well, he eats right, too, Joe.
Okay. Well, he looks good.
I know that for a fact. Nachos with cheese, he doesn't like it.
But Poole was getting interviewed by the great Karen Burke, and then he gave Poole the concoction. It was like not a strawberry banana split, but it was a food. Like what we had with the waffle cone. It looked like that with the nuggets.
That's got a lot of calories.
But anyway, in my mind, I'm looking like, in a couple months or even a year, that's going to be a bag. Just how big will it be?
Yep. I don't know. How much can you pay a sixth man? How much can you pay a guy who can't even break into the starting lineup?
It'll be some changes. He'll be in there.
For who?
It don't matter right now. We got to get
No.
Hey, at this point, what if they go small? What if they run the?
They're going to start those
be
three?
Part of the small lineup.
So next year it's going to be the starting lineup's going to be Steph, Clay, Poole, Wiseman, and
we're
then
going to see Ariza. No, what
Draymond?
What if? Yeah, I don't know.
And where's Wiggins? Wiggins coming off the bench? No chance.
No doubt.
You can't.
But what if he did though? What if Wig came off the bench?
Why would you do that? To me, it makes you worse. Why wouldn't you have Jordan Poole come off the bench? Other than you're going to pay him $25 million.
Yeah, well, that's what it looks like now.
Let's go to.
I'm thinking about the game tonight. They got to win.
You can think about more than one thing
I'll tell
at one
you what,
time.
They lose tonight.
Oh,
it'll be worth 2 losses.
No, it won't, because then they'd be eliminated.
You know what? Whoop
Jason, you know what? We gotta retire that.
The NBA. I'm shocked that it's getting as much run. What happened? You didn't like it?
No, we'll go to Jason in San Jose. We got to get Jason on because he's the first guy in 3 weeks that agrees with me. Well, my friend anyway, not me. What's up, Jason?
Steiny Guru, what's going on? Good afternoon, fellas.
How are you, buddy?
I'm good. Yes, I do agree with your friend Steiny. Heading to the playoffs, my biggest concern was their health, stamina, endurance. As they go through these rounds, the NBA is so good this year, and the West especially has so many good teams. It's a grind, and there's no sweeps. There's going to be no sweeps across the board for this year. We are built on strength and numbers, but when you go into the playoffs, you go more in that smaller rotation, and with Iguodala out, Payton out, and now Porter, our guys just need to play better, whoever's on the floor. We need to be more disciplined. They got to fix the turnovers.
Yeah.
The core is averaging like 2+ turnovers a game this series. With all that said, they are still good enough to be big step into a chip this year and next year as well.
I agree.
Manifesting the parade. I'm fired up.
Jason, that's why, and thanks for the call. Jason, that's why people mistake my enthusiasm about this year for, Steiny doesn't like the Warriors. No, wrong. What I like is drama. What I like
we all like
is
drama.
Right, and those crap titles from a year ago, there was never any titles, never any drama.
Right.
It wasn't fun. It was fun for the fans.
Mike
Don't get me
Tyson's
wrong.
career on line one. He was never in a real fight except once, and he got knocked out. But he was under meds.
Yeah.
Hey, this is why I love the text line. Steiny, he gave Poole a coconut juice in a coconut with flowers on it.
Okay.
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
And I said something about waffle cone. But anyway, I had the envision that it would be a bag. Are we on that Wendy's commercial?
I don't know. I'm looking. There was a text I wanted to read because I thought it was really good. Oh, Poole's money don't kick in till Wiggs is off the books. Come on, Steiner. I know that.
Well, it don't have to.
That's why. What?
It don't have to. What if they do something this summer?
What do you mean?
The Warriors.
With
if
what?
They extend Jordan Poole.
It doesn't kick in till next year.
Oh,
He's making
okay.
$4 million next year, no matter what. It's what happens after that. Oh yeah. He's only in his third year.
Wow.
But my point, and this is my point, 510, and I appreciate you saying that. But my point is that's why I maintain there is no chance that the Warriors extend Poole this year and then Wiggins is on the team after next year.
Well, he would. Wow.
Because they're going to have to pay him. And they don't.
And can he be
they
Wiggins?
Can't keep paying guys. They just
It
can't.
costs to be the boss, and they're paying guys now. But Joey Lake, like I said, Steiny, to me, if people driving around, we're worried about this year, not next year's problems. They got action, but they got to take care of it fast and in a hurry. And I'll say this. You asked me the other day, Goo, why all of a sudden now are the turnovers an issue? Because you ain't making them from three like you used to.
But they've always been an issue.
Yeah, but when you're hitting three left and right, cha-ching, 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 you're like you can get past it. Now it's like, oh my God, another turnover because you're shooting in the 30s from deep.
Steiny, did you just call those titles crap titles?
Yeah, I did. I was gonna stop. I was gonna throw the.
It's like when I said Steph Curry out there running around like a nitwit, and people went
When
nuts.
did you say that?
3 years ago.
Oh, I wasn't that been here.
And I meant it in a very, very positive way. Here's what my point was with see, like this is where the text line gets my my haunches up.
Yeah.
Like
I'm tough.
Part of me's like, all right, Steiny, go make sure they know you didn't mean crap titles.
Yeah.
But I don't want to. I don't want to say, well, that's not what I meant.
Selfish.
That's right.
Yeah,
I'm Matt Steinmetz.
Drama.
That's who I am.
Yeah, you want
right.
You want drama.
I would have liked to have seen the Warriors not get Kevin Durant, and then see what would have happened over the next 3 or 4 years.
And I'm the guy
because
that told
the minute Durant came,
and I'm the one that told you the original recipe still could have won.
Yeah.
And you didn't want to see them come back without KD from the debacle of the collapse in 16.
What do you mean?
That if when the book comes out about
I wish
this dynasty,
Durant hadn't bailed him out.
Right. I wanted to see them get back to the mountaintop without Kevin Durant. Now, when you read the book, one of the biggest chapters is omitted because it didn't happen. We got robbed of seeing them, the big three, go back and try to get it back.
Right.
And I don't hate KD, but
exactly.
I basketball hate him for it, and so did the basketball world. Where's he at now?
Everybody's so short-sighted. Everybody's so short-sighted. It makes me sick.
Oh, man.
Spadoni gone.
Yeah.
I didn't even notice. Let's go to, we got Warriors run it back. Warriors lead the series. Calm down. Warriors calm down. Warriors win in a blowout. That's not going to be taken. Let's go to Dale. Warriors talking about running it back. I'm kidding,
Game
Joe.
day.
What's going on, Dale? How you doing, man? It is a payday Friday. Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Oh, man, loud and clear. Let's run it back.
It is a payday Friday. I'm digging the show. I love your passion, both of you guys. I just want to say there's one thing, Steiny, I want to kind of turn around a little bit. You're talking about, the guys are on the decline, and of course, Father Time, we know. But we're comparing apples to oranges. Part of the reason I believe aren't shooting at such a high percentage is because they're being asked to do so much more. We don't have a center. So we don't, and that's a big piece. So much disrespect on Bogut. Nobody talks about him. Nobody talks about how important a piece he was. Iggy's not there. The guys are being asked to do so much more. Steph is on the decline, but last year he averaged 32, being double covered all the time. If we had a center, I think the guys would be shooting a high percentage, just like they were very close to what they were doing before. So let's see what happens. This would be the sweetest one because it's going to be the toughest one. One more thing to say. I hope Wyatt.
Oh, he cut out. What do you think he was saying?
Wiseman. I heard the W. He said he hoped Wiseman.
I thought he was going to say I hope Warriors.
Oh. You know what? You might be on.
Back to Wiseman.
No, well, he talked about, thank you, Dibs. He talked about the center. They are working. Steiny, I just.
God. Never has so much been said about somebody who's done so little.
No, I'm talking about the invisible man. And I'm not even going in on JaVale. I'm not going in on Zaza. I'm not going in on Bogut.
Where are you?
Don't you yearn for the next active big?
I'd rather Warriors? Have Bogut than Wiseman. I'll tell you that.
Please. My point is they have him.
Bogut was the number one pick in the draft. Bogut was the linchpin of the Warriors' defense when it was at its absolute best.
Yeah, go ahead.
Andrew Bogut. Somebody get this clip to him. Andrew Bogut was so effing good, it's not even funny the year that the Warriors won it.
Nobody doubts that.
How about that? Yeah.
I'm talking about a young, dominant stud, 7'1", 260.
Yeah, they don't have one of those.
He'll be back. He'll be back next year.
He's not 260.
I put 20 pounds on him so I can get to the lab.
All right.
Yeah.
All right. You got the text? You got the phone line up?
No, you know what? I'm going to put
Picks? Oh, you don't have anybody? No. Rich in Fremont. He's
we're going to be
He's
uncles.
Old news. Let's go to Rob. Rob's in San Francisco. He says the Warriors need to calm down. I wonder if he means you and me need to calm down. I'm sorry, you and I need to calm down. I bring it from so many angles, it's unreal. How you doing, Rob?
What's up? I'm doing great, guys.
Cool.
Hey, I love the show.
Thanks.
But Steiny, I definitely agree with everything that you've been saying over the last couple of days. And it goes to the fact that, like you were saying, I'm an 80s Warriors. So I've been a fan since the 80s. So I've been watching the Warriors for a long time. And I have a different appreciation. And I understand the appreciation that you're talking about. So everything that's going on right now, the Warriors, we're writing the legacy, the story as we go. It's like we could talk about the Bulls and the Bulls from when they were the greatest to now. We can't do that right now with the Warriors because we're still writing it. We're still in that moment.
Mm-hmm.
Now, my second point is, as far as tonight's game goes, we got to leave what happened the last game in the past and just be in the moment because, we don't have that powerful center like you guys have been referencing to.
Man.
But at the same time, we do have the skill set and the intelligence to put the best foot forth and come out with a vengeance. Now, if we don't do that, then I think he can go to 7. But like Steiny's saying, and like you guys are saying, it's highly unlikely. And I don't want to go to 7 because you just don't know what's going to happen,
Yeah.
But love you guys and keep it going.
Thank you very much, man. You're having fun.
That's why I'm nervous.
Yeah, 510, you're right on the money. Warriors lost 16 finals because Bogut got hurt. Nobody remembers that. Bogut got hurt. 510 says, Steiny, your arrogance makes me sick, bro.
Look at you. Who's got the most nastiest player in this series?
Yeah, it's not really arrogance, although, I have every right to be. It's more, I don't take myself too seriously. Like, people take me more seriously.
Angels fly because they take themselves
What was I going to say? Boy, I had another.
You know who said that?
Listen, here's what bothers me. People are like, Steiny, you're a Warrior hater. You like the Warriors. You want them to lose.
I called Skip Bayless in front of Steph.
You think I don't want to be on that float this year with Curry?
No, I know you want to be.
Because there's been a little talking behind the scenes. Let's put it that way.
With you and him?
I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's our guy.
I'm just saying.
Who's got the
more
most?
my guy, because I go way back with him.
Well, he asked me my Masters pick. He said
and
John Rahm.
You couldn't even come up with one golfer's name.
I said Tiger
exactly.
in a quick second.
Exactly. It doesn't really count.
You put money on it. Then I said,
doesn't really count.
Hey, it's Tiger.
I made him laugh. The bad gambler. Hey, anyway, look. That's what scares me about tonight. Who's got the nastiest player?
Nastiest
in this series. Come on, please.
Okay.
It was supposed to be Draymond. It's not.
Why not?
It's Jackson Jr. and now Mr. Samurai.
Who's Mr. Samurai?
Adams.
Oh.
Okay, so they got 2. They are swallowing up Draymond from a physical standpoint. He can't get nasty. So that's why tonight I expect the Warriors to come out with Mike Tyson. What low post presence do the Warriors have?
No, they never had a low. They have never had a post up player in the last 10 years.
Was saying, but now you're not shooting like you used to shoot.
Go
need that.
Go fire Bob Myers.
Where's the Brandon
Go
Clark
fire
on the,
Bob
on
Myers.
the Warriors?
Brandon Clark is not a low post
Zaire
player.
Williams. Brandon Clark can get a.
Zaire Williams is a 3-point shooter.
Hold on. They can get a rebound in the paint and go right back up there.
That's
what
different
I'm calling low post.
Well, you need to clarify.
That's what I'm calling low post because I'm seeing that too much. They're going in there, taking it. I tell my son that watching the game, getting the rebound, going up with it.
Yeah.
We don't have none of that. We get the rebound, and listen, I'm saying we stand there and look and throw it out there when you were right by the basket. That's playing out.
Let me tell you something. And we talked about this off the air.
Know it.
And I don't know whether or not I should be bringing this up or not. But we talked about Little Darryl going to Santa Clara and whether he should or shouldn't give it a shot.
Walk on.
And I'm telling you right now, you tell him to play in the paint, he ain't going to play a minute. Get his ass 30 feet from the basket. I don't care how big he is.
But what about rebounding?
It doesn't matter.
That's why they're losing.
They won 4 of the 5 rebounding battles.
But you're ignoring the present. And that's God's biggest gift.
I never liked that. I actually never.
I was reading it the other day. I said, you know what? I'm you. That's mine.
Let me tell you something.
And I break it out and you don't like it.
The most important part of life is the future. If you don't think that you have a positive future, the present don't mean nothing. Zero. Okay. Not a thing.
How do you get to the future if you don't enjoy the present?
You can hate the present. You're still going to get to the future.
Ain't no steal.
I'm just telling you.
I feel like I'm in church. Hey, but I read that. I like
I wouldn't know what that feels like.
Hey, listen.
Here's my question. So I went to Catholic high school.
Okay.
And back then I was living under my parents.
What was the name?
Holy Name. You should know that.
Wow, they got one out here.
That's Holy Names.
You just said Holy Names.
I went to Holy Name, singular.
Name. Wow, okay.
They have Holy Names out here.
Mm-hmm.
So we had to go to, obviously with my parents back in the day, I have to go to church on Sunday. But also we had Mass once a week during the week at Catholic school.
Okay.
So if I went 2 times a week for 6 years, that means I wouldn't have had to go 6 years because it would still be once a week on average, right?
Okay.
So you buy that?
Yeah, you got to.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's why I haven't gone to church in a while.
Oh, I ain't buying that at all.
What do you mean?
That was your math. That was your math, and it worked for you.
Well, I'm behind now, obviously, but what I'm saying was I was 26. Even though I hadn't gone to church for 5 years, I was still probably at break even.
But
because I'd been going 2-3 times a week in Catholic high school.
See, it's different. And my best friend Paul Montemayor used to go to catechism.
I like him.
Yeah. But anyway, you church yourself. And I go to church every day. I don't have to be at the cathedral. In the car.
That's a
restroom.
Nah, that's
in the bed.
I tried that too.
No,
I used to try that too.
You don't need.
Hey, Mom, I'm going to go up to my room and pray.
No,
you're still getting your ass to Mass, Matty.
No, you talk to the Lord.
You know what?
You don't got to have somebody. You got to.
When's somebody going to drop dime?
Before I get in trouble.
When's somebody going to drop dime? You think he's really a good listener?
He's the best.
Big man?
Yes.
But you never know.
He took me out of my car accident. I should have been out of here.
You're just taking people's words for it. You don't know.
Going to parties and their gunshots and you didn't get hit?
What's that have to do with him?
That's him.
That's the luck of the draw.
I don't want to.
Let's go to Matty. Matty's in Portland. He disagrees with me.
Yeah, I bet. Oh, man.
Hey guys, I agree with you, Steiny.
Oh,
the last championships with ED, where we were winning, it was just a foregone conclusion, man. Like I didn't even have to watch them half the time because I already knew we were going to run up the score on them, and the guys are going to be sitting by the fourth quarter. So I agree with you 100%. But this basketball team now, I saw on Warriors World.
Oh, God.
My guy, go ahead. What'd you see?
Are you really going to do this,
That's
Matty?
our guy.
You know what? Talk to Guru.
Go ahead. What'd you see, baby?
Give me a second. Look at. This is what I said.
Okay.
They said the Warriors got to stop stop playing with their food and finish the meal. And that was great.
So clever.
That's exactly what they're doing. They're playing around with their food. And I know Steiny doesn't like the whole page or whatever, but they just got to finish the job. And bear with me here, guys. I called a couple months back, and Steiny, you asked how I was doing, and I told you I had been better. And you told me this too shall pass.
Yes.
It is beginning to pass, and I couldn't think more. I mean, I'm so grateful for you guys on the radio. I listen to you every day. Like, one of the best parts of my day is listening to you guys. So 100%, guys, thank you so much. And I appreciate what you guys do, and hopefully you and your families are safe. And I am very grateful for everything I have in my life. So thank you very much, and go Warriors.
All right, thanks, Matt. That's a guess.
Oh, man, I'm going to tear up. See, no, seriously, man, a thug tear. That don't hit you.
Yeah, I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. I just got a text.
From the devil, who?
I'll tell you on the other side.
All right.
On 95.7, you get, because I got it. Listen, if I make a mistake and I get corrected, I will always acknowledge the correction with you. On 95.7, the game. He disagrees with me.
Yeah, I bet.
Will the Warriors close out the Grizzlies at Chase Center?
Do you understand what tonight is for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green? Tonight is about them.
Klay loads up a three. Switch from the left.
Nothing tickles your goo.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
All righty, Steiny and Guru. More important, Game 6 tonight at the Chase Center.
Bam!
At Chase Center, 7 p.m. tip-off. All starts at 5:30 right here, Warriors Live. And let me tell you something, Warriors do not want to go back to Memphis. That's obvious. And they would love nothing more. I think there's good... The schedules obviously come out after the Suns lost last night. I think there's good news and bad news. You know, the Warriors wrap it up tonight. Obviously, they get 4 days off or whatever it is before they start the Western Conference Finals on Wednesday.
Which will be huge.
But boy, once those Western Conference Finals come...
Bam, bam, bam.
Yes, sir.
I mean...
Like a Muhammad Ali flurry.
I'm going to give you 2.
All right.
You got to play the games.
Yeah.
And they're coming fast. Hey, let me tell you real quick.
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard about this because you're street. Kendrick Lamar dropped a new album.
I know that.
Steiny, I listened from song 1 all the way through.
You better be careful.
Nothing like good music. Intellectual music with verses that talk to you. Because we were talking about church. Well, I was.
You see, he's on my shirt. Bob Dylan. He talks to me all the time.
Jay-Z said he was the rap Bob Dylan.
By the way, I just got
a text from.
Yeah, I got a text
from.
Apparently,
JD.
You weren't exactly right, but so what you said something about Wiseman,
and I added.
We need our Wiseman. We got it. You said he was what?
260.
And I said not 260.
Right.
But I was right. He's not 260, but according to Golden State Warriors owner Joe Lacob,
he said
Wiseman is 7'1" and over 250 now.
There we go.
All right.
And my whole thing with the 260, Joe, if you're still listening, Steiny, was he's in the lab packing on that muscle because he looked thicker. And I still got the 3 games at I'll leave it alone. We got a game tonight. The 3 games at Santa Cruz, and I'm like, oh, my God, this dude's going to be a monster. Nate Thurman type body, possibly.
You don't want him to be a monster in the G League, though.
Yeah, I just told you.
Let me tell you something about Wiseman. And I know, you're high on Wiseman, and I got to see.
He's everything they don't have.
Well, I got to, he played 3 games in college. I have no idea. I don't know what he is, but what I've said from the get-go, relax. Let him go. Let him go. Let's see what he's got next year if he's healthy.
Yeah.
But people are throwing bust out there, or this.
You only can be a bust if you fail. And we're like, oh, geez, he can't. No, come on, man. You've been hurt. Embiid went through the same process. Come on.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. Wiseman's, you've got to find out what he is and how good he can be. And I think the Warriors probably have a far better indication of what that is than us.
Before you get to the finals.
All right.
I'm yearning for some new nasty. And I appreciate everything Dre has done and is doing. I appreciate Looney. But Steiny, I want, and Dub Nation wants some new nasty. And people are going to pay. Teams are going to pay if Wiseman pans out and whoever else they get to come in here. Size does matter, as Fitz said.
As long as I know Joe Lacob's listening, I wonder, Joe, I think it could be. I'm worried about Peyton the second. Somebody comes in with a big number.
This man has spent money at every turn.
Listen,
Joey Wallace is his new name.
Stop buttering him up.
He probably ain't listening anymore. But Joey Wallace,
he doesn't like that synthetic praise. Okay, he doesn't.
Remember that time
he likes
I was
real
in
talk.
Bob Seats and I saw him and I was going to go up to him and I was going to be like, I'm Steiny's partner. I caught myself. I said, if he tells Steiny, who the hell was that?
Gracious.
Yeah.
This is a free-for-all on a payday Friday.
What's going on here?
You said it, Bobby. You got... All right, let's go to a Polo. Polo's... he calls a lot. What's up, Polo? How you doing, man?
Yes, sir. Yes. I'm doing pretty good.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm going to have to not agree with you. Hey.
Fair enough.
Draymond, Clay, and Steph only played, what, I want to say 11 minutes this regular season together, and they took out the Nuggets together. Not only that, Curry was just the running MVP of last year behind Nurkic. I want to say that too. If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, they not. One day I asked Jeannie Buss and the Lakers how they defend with LeBron in there. The Lakers, the Warriors. Yeah, we're gonna be here next year, and Jordan Poole should take some notice from Lou Williams being the sixth man of next year and wait till his turn to actually take the team over whenever they're actually done and ready to hang up the shoes and retire with the Warriors. They're not going nowhere. That's all I got for you.
Appreciate it, Polo, as always. Listen, I'm
George Poole's going to be a starter.
Here's what, okay. Oh, gosh, I heard somebody saying this yesterday, and I'm not saying, oh, he's wrong. Somebody said, listen, you know what you can expect out of the big three. Do you anymore?
Well,
so somebody said, look, somebody said something like, listen, this is a big game for Poole. He's got to step up and, throw in Otto Porter Jr. because, Steph, Draymond, and Clay, Wiggins. Steph, Draymond, and Clay, we know what they're going to do.
Well, we
don't
know.
Exactly.
Right.
And why don't we right now?
You can have your theory, I have mine.
And that's why I worry about those three going forward into the next 2 years.
But how could you not look at Clay and say, okay, it's miraculous he's even back and playing? It's almost like it doesn't even matter the results. And I know that's ludicrous. But the fact from a scientific standpoint, he's lasted this long, he's going to get a rest. He's going to get an offseason and opening night. Hopefully they're raising the banner.
33.
He'll be playing.
It's 33.
Okay, but LeBron and everybody's
Stop saying
different.
LeBron.
I'm going to say Clay.
Okay.
They're not going to fall off a cliff. Like, he's in the starting lineup next year.
Okay.
So is Curry.
And this is, okay.
So is Dre.
You can believe that.
Hopefully it's Wiseman.
You can believe that.
Okay.
I happen to believe that what makes Clay just super duper special is his lift on his 3-point shot.
I'm with you.
I think he's lost a little bit on his lift, on his 3-point shot. I also think...
But when he was scoring 40 and he was getting hot.
Right, but those games are fewer and farther between than they used to be.
All right.
Can he come back and be the player? Of course he can. I don't think that's a realistic... I wouldn't bet on it. Listen, and I'd love to ask Myers and Joe this seriously. When you look at the big three, all right, you got Draymond under contract for a couple more years, Steph, Clay, they're all going to be here for a few more years. I don't think if you're Joe Lacob or Bob Myers, you say, all right, we can count on those guys playing 80 games a year, and Steph's going to average 27, and Clay's going to get back to 20. It's not an indictment on them as players, but as a front office, I think you have to look at those three as, what do we do if they're not the players that we've seen them be in the last 10 years, which they probably won't. So, I don't think you go into next year and say, all right, Steph's going to be back, Clay's going to be better, Draymond missed 38 games, he's going to be... I think you now have to factor in, well, what if they are hurt more? Their play declines a little bit more. That's the way a GM has to practically approach it. Because if you expect those guys to be who they are, and now one of them does get banged up, or one of them does... We start saying, man, he slipped. And you don't, and it catches you by surprise. It can't catch you by surprise.
And listen, but isn't this the season, the perfect example of what you just said? Dre, I'm going to call it catastrophic. Anytime you miss 35 games with the back issue, he was out. So are you telling me you'd rather a player be out than look like, okay, hey, Steiny's lost a half a step, but he's still available? Clay wasn't available the whole first half of the season.
Right.
So my point is, 2/3 of your big three were out.
Right.
You got nothing from them.
Right.
But yet, what you talk about, Steiny, guys stepped in. Gary Payton II. We saw strides from Jordan Poole. We saw Kuminga. Mm-hmm. To me, you already have the Geico of, now I ain't telling you how many games you're going to win, but you are now a threat to come from the 4th slot. I'm going Kentucky Derby. The 5th spot, the 6th spot. If guys led by the big three are ready to go. And I'm looking at Kuminga's body. I'm being proactive, Steiny. I'm looking at Wiseman. I'm looking at Poole. I'm looking at Moody in those long arms. What have you not seen? I think they passed the test of watching 2/3 of the big three go down and still have the number 3 seed. And Steph not be prolific as he normally is from deep and the field. We saw the movie that you're talking about that could be a nightmare, and they got
Ask
through
your question.
Okay, tell me, just give me a letter grade on what I just said. We saw everything that you're bringing up.
No, we haven't. We haven't at all. They're going to be worse next year. Like, I don't like.
See,
I
I'm
hate to
looking at
talk.
that
I
totally
hate to talk
different.
about
Okay.
it like that.
Right.
But like to me, you know what I need to see in the next 3 weeks, the next month, whether Steph, Clay, and Draymond are getting stronger or weaker. Because if these guys, I don't want to say peter out, but if these guys start showing the effects of this, like, okay, yeah, Draymond Green missed half the season. How does he look now? Does he look like, wow, he looks fresh as a daisy? Look, those are silver lining of having... No, he does not look fresh as a daisy. Klay Thompson, he came back. He struggled. He found his footing a little bit. Now he's struggling again. Steph Curry, one of the greatest players of all time. All right? This year, he's down.
But where are they
He's
at
down.
collectively, Steiny? One game away from going to the Western Conference Finals.
See, and that's where I have more of a tendency to say they played Denver. I mean, you're right though.
Yeah.
They're there. But I'll tell you right now, if they beat Memphis tonight and lose to Phoenix, my main man who just texted me about Wiseman, he ain't going to be like, all right, good job, guys.
And he shouldn't
We're
be.
back.
Yeah, but still, you know, and I don't got to ask you this, Donnie. Your guy in Atlanta, Slink. Teams, and I know you're talking about, I don't care about that goo. This is the Warriors. We hang banners here. How many teams would love to be where the Warriors are right now?
It's a great question.
I'm counting them. I can count like the two that are left in the East.
Would you rather be? How about? Would you rather be the Warriors or the LA Clippers?
I'm going Warriors.
Okay.
All
What
right.
about the Warriors or the Dallas Mavericks?
Because everybody
Warriors or Dallas Mavericks?
Warriors. Dallas. They don't. Hey, when this thing's over, they're really going to the lab. Like, they got to change, Steiny. They got to find Lucas Robin, and they got to change this Harden type of play that he's
I'll
playing.
take any team with a 25-year-old superstar. Because Luka Doncic is a 23-year-old Steph Curry, essentially. He's going to be a problem for 10 years.
I got a question for you, though. Okay,
right.
here I go. And I know our boy I'm about to bring up is not a finished product, but
Don't
on
do
a
this.
good day, I could tell you Jordan Poole is on a leash.
You're crazy.
If you were to take him off that leash, do you got your next superstar?
Don't you dare.
Yeah. No, I
Don't
did it.
you dare. Like, we just watched Steph Curry. So stop saying superstar.
Well, if we're saying he's getting a bag for any player for a reason.
Wiggins got a bag.
Yeah, well.
Is he a superstar?
He didn't come. We're talking about Jordan Poole, Steiny.
I don't think he's a superstar.
You think he's a future?
I think he's part of it. How good you think you? How great?
Okay,
Warriors,
let's be real.
Warriors won titles with Steph Curry as their best player.
No doubt.
Okay, you think you can win a title? You are you ready to project right
No,
now?
see that- but
well,
that- yeah.
that's what a superstar is.
But I'm
if he's a
talking about his
number one,
upside
can
right
you
now,
win it?
what you see with Jordan Poole, every team would be lined up to try to get this dude. Let's be honest.
You know, this
and
is
if
what
they're gonna bring
bothers
him
me.
off the bench.
This is what
he
bothers
could start in 97 other cities.
Okay, this is what bothers me.
That's all.
It's like Kuminga. Kuminga. You know what?
He's shining.
What if I said, guess what? Atlanta Hawks got a guy you never even heard of who's as good as Kuminga. A Kongwu.
I wouldn't get mad at that.
Well, what I'm saying is a lot of, and I'm not even saying that about a Kongwu. I'm saying everybody's got young players they love. I mean, is Jordan Poole significantly better than Tyler Hero?
That's a great comp. I would say no, but he made some growth this year, Steiny.
No, of course he
where
did.
Everybody's
but stop
he
saying
solidified.
superstar.
Yeah.
He was a 35% shooter
I'm
from
saying
3-point
star.
range.
You know what I mean.
Well, there's a big difference. A star, you need about 3 stars, including a superstar. Is he the superstar? I got to get to this guy who got on me about God.
Phone lines packed.
What's new? You have a way of just being so inclusive. It's unbelievable. People just gravitate to you.
Who is this guy over here? Listen, I'm just telling you, why did that feel good rolling off my tongue?
What?
When I said what you're describing and what worries you, we seen that movie this year. Like, that felt good.
Right. That's why this is the last year.
No, Clay, come
Here's
on,
the other
Steiny,
thing.
a great offseason of uncertainty.
I also can't stand when people talk about the Warriors' young players like they're already
now I'm not doing
playoff tested. Nah. Like, I can't stand when people Curry, Clay, and Draymond are one of a kind. Right. They'll never be. Poole, Kuminga, and Wiseman will never be Clay, Steph, and Draymond.
Right.
You know why? Do I know that for a fact? No. But I bet on it. You know why? Because I've been alive for years, and I've never 21. Seen anything like Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green.
And that's no shade at the other trio, Steiny, but they still have they play a part in what they're going to be.
From the 415. We talked a little bit about God.
Yeah, we did.
A little bit about God.
Gave him some love.
I'm a Catholic school guy. 415 says, this is so disturbing to hear Steiny talk about God like this on the air. If you don't believe in God, just leave it out. But mocking God is horrible. Let me tell you something about God. And I learned this from my mother, who just texted me this because I'd asked her about it. God has a sense of humor, first thing, pal. If you want to make God laugh, tell him about your plans tomorrow.
That's wow.
God's got a sense of humor, and he knows mine. He knows I'm a little irreverent.
She's awesome.
And God and I have already been through that. He doesn't hold that against me. He knows that's part of my act. I'm going to heaven, no doubt about it. I'm a good guy. I've already been assured.
Where was I at doing that?
The other thing I told you about heaven. It worries me. This everlasting life thing is freaky. Really is.
For you too,
you want Rich and Fremont?
That's our guy.
Tell them about our podcast.
Where's Austin and Leroy? They don't show up after losses?
Oh, we got Priest.
Oh, yeah. About why?
I don't want to get chastised by Priest.
No, I love Priest. He reminds me of Frank Red.
All right.
Yeah. That's my guy, Frank Red. They got the same type of voice.
Oh, I disagree.
Oh, then you didn't listen to Frank.
By the way, Frank Red
is the
musician.
That's a boy.
Oh, shoot. You know what? He sent me, what do they call him, a sample?
Yeah.
On Facebook, and I listened to it. It was pretty good. And he says,
if you want. That's my guy. I'll reach out to him. Maybe he told you and you forgot. But anyway.
No, I did forget.
Was it nice tune?
I thought so.
Yeah. Jazz, rap?
Yeah.
All right.
Priest is in Palo Alto.
Our guy.
Hey, Priest. Can I start? Hey. Can I ask you a question first?
Go ahead.
Just please tell me, you got a good sense of humor, right? Like when we go back and forth, you're having fun with it, right? You're not like, this Steiny guy's a jackass.
Yeah, I mean, it's just talk, man. I mean, you know what I mean? I don't take this stuff all that seriously.
There you go. All right, cool.
You know, I mean, you got a show to do, right? So that's how I view it. It's a show.
All right, Priest. So transition.
This is my opinion. When you say that Kuminga, Wiseman, and Poole have no chance to be as good as Clay, Curry, and Draymond, I totally disagree.
Oh, all right.
I think Wiseman has a chance to be an absolute phenom. I feel the same way about Kuminga. And I think Poole has already shown he's on a track to do just about whatever it's about the work. And that's the same thing with all three of them. And when you throw in Moody, I don't know if Wiggins is going to still be there, but this front office has drafted extremely well, and they will continue to do so. And I think what blinds you from seeing past these big three, the OGs, is the fact that you haven't seen the procession yet. It's coming, but you can't see it. Like most people, Steiny, you lack vision. Like most people, they do. They see these guys every day.
I know.
And I am telling you, as far as I'm concerned, and I saw this with Steph and Clay, I thought they were going to be outstanding before anyone else did, long before Jackson said what what he said. I felt the same way about Kobe and Shaq. I told Greg Papa years before they did it that they would win championships, and he laughed.
All right.
I'm telling you.
Okay, I got one for Priest.
Priest Guru's got something for you real quick.
Priest, let me just say this, and I'm saying it to Steiny. If he doesn't remember anything from this show today, he's talking about the big three, let's say next year, and I know it's about Game 6 tonight, but next year, if the big three slipped, I'm like, brother, we already seen that picture.
We already seeing it.
Thank you.
We're seeing it right now.
And Priest, I'm going to say this to anybody that'll listen. I'm not going to – we can almost put Moody in the three that you just mentioned. I'm not saying superstar, but I like what I see, Steiny. Okay. What Priest is saying
Thanks, Priest. Appreciate it. Okay.
Oh, you got come on now.
He got more time than anybody else.
Well,
okay, this is what
my guy.
This is what I'm trying to think of the right word. This is where this is where you lose me.
Okay.
And I actually do think, and it's what kind of bothers me, is we talk about the greatness of Steph, Clay, and Draymond. The
undeniable,
greatness. Right. Undeniable. But yet you're putting a 19-year-old, a 20-year-old, and Poole, and you're already saying it's the next one. It's like, are you kidding me?
No.
That is disrespecting the three of the one of the greatest big threes of all time.
Right.
And they won championships.
Right. Okay.
So it's like, can they be good? Yes. They can, how good can they be? Right. I don't know. But stop saying, look, they're Steph, Clay, and
you should know me by now, and you should know. Hold on.
So what
you
are
should
they?
know Priest. They are a part of
what?
the big three still being here.
But they're not going to be.
I told you
what
early,
are they in 2 years when the big three's done?
It's still their show. And what I'm telling you is we've seen teams win. That's why I went to the Jordan second three-peat. They don't have to be 99% of it. They could be 91% of it.
Listen,
that's what I'm telling you. I'm not telling you those three are where they're at now.
What are they going to be?
They're going to do the heavy lifting.
Listen, what are they going to be in 2 years when Steph, Clay, and Draymond are significantly are not as good, not nearly as good as they are now. I'll tell you who they're not going to be as good as Clay, Steph, and Draymond in their primes.
But if you still have what's left of their primes, Steiny, the bridge is what we talked about.
I'm not talking about the bridge.
Infusion of youth.
I'm not talking about the bridge.
Go time playoffs. That's
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about the bridge. I'm talking about these three independently.
Right.
They're getting talked about in way too high a manner. We're so used to how great Steph, Clay, and Draymond are that we're thinking that after those guys are kind of gone, these guys are going to be them.
Oh no,
they're not going to be them.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I'm saying those guys, to me, aren't the original three, aren't going anywhere. And you got what Iggy was saying you didn't have, that infusion of youth to make next year. The big three won't break their back because they got to play 40 minutes a game.
I don't buy that. I just don't buy it. I believe that next year, the Warriors' big three will break down similarly to the way they broke down this year.
And how did that work out?
They worked out with a 53 wins. But who's most responsible for the 53 wins? It's the big three.
Right.
So to me,
Jordan Poole too.
I've told you this. I do not believe the young players are going to get better than the greatest players are going to drop. We're talking about champions, like flat-out champions. And the reason the Warriors have even gotten this far this year, to me, is their championship pedigree. We're already seeing Poole struggle in the postseason. 888-957-9570. I get to everybody's call on the other side. In case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. 7 p.m. tip-off from Chase Center. Game 6, Warriors, Memphis. Don't miss any of it right here on 95.7 The Game.
The The Odyssey app has tons of exclusive stations, such as Slash's Snake Pit. Simplified.
Like most people, Steiny, you lack vision.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, Priest, we love you, buddy.
Yeah. You cut me and Priest off. It's all good.
I did not cut Priest off.
You cut Priest and I off.
Okay.
All right. Yeah. What are you about to say? I can do it?
You want the tabulator on cutoffs between me and you?
Well, I didn't mean to cut you off. Mine's out of excitement. Yours is out of irritancy. Dude, I can't wait for tonight.
Oh, boy.
Seriously. And I'm not good with these games.
Let me guess.
Like, no NBA game tomorrow.
Let me guess.
I'm not good with
Dead serious. You think the Warriors are going to blow them out tonight?
That's where I'm, honestly.
Yeah.
But I thought that Monday, Chase. I just, this is fascinating.
Let's see. All right, we'll take, let's go to, okay. Eric, let's go. Eric in Turlock.
There you go.
Hey, Eric, how you doing, man? My daughter, 1-0.
How y'all doing?
1-0 in Turlock this year in soccer. They got a 3-1 win over the Turlock Warriors the last weekend.
My alma mater. That's a shame.
Yeah. What you got, buddy?
Hey, so I just want to talk to you guys a little bit. You know, Steiny, you were saying, the next big three is not going to happen. I'd have to disagree just on the lines of having a coach like Steve Kerr, the experience he's had with Greg Popovich, who is undoubtedly a Hall of Famer, not to mention Phil Jackson and the amount of players that Steve Kerr's played with. I mean, I think he knows how to groom and mold players based on their skill sets and what they need to work on. I think having Curry as a player, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green, those guys are great player coaches themselves. I mean, I can't see how those guys can't turn into be phenomenal players. So I have to disagree with you, man.
That's fair. Thanks, Eric. Appreciate you listening. Appreciate you disagreeing.
Yeah. But it'll be a minute before we find out.
Find out about what?
What they are.
What, the big three?
Yeah, the second big three, if you want to call them that.
Well, I know what Jordan Poole won't be. He'll never be Steph Curry. There will never, ever Marshawn Lynch, you like that?
I was like, where's he going?
Ever going to be another Steph Curry in our lifetime.
That's like you telling me there'll never be another Michael Jackson.
No, or how about Michael Jordan?
You're Marvin Gaye.
How about Michael Jordan?
Okay, they'll never be
How many titles they went after Jordan?
What if you're Kobe? What if you're Patrick Ewing? What if you're Karl Malone?
Patrick Curry.
You don't have to break each player down. My point is you can be great. You can be great.
Right.
You're right about Steph. But if Jordan Poole is a perennial 11-time All-Star, I'm betting on the kid. I like what I see thus far. I'm just telling you, and I love it, Steiny. I think this year we saw a glimpse into 2/3 of the big three going down and the ship not sinking.
Regular season's different. How about that?
No,
I'm sick of that,
that
too. Come on.
But Clay's going to be
here's the other thing.
82 next year, hopefully.
Well, here's the other.
Drake.
How many?
How
many?
He'll be there.
Clay's
going to
be what?
He'll be there for at the start of the season.
I bet he won't even play back-to-backs next year.
That's fine.
Well, there's 10. Boom, gone.
I got Moody. I got Poole.
Moody.
I got Kuminga.
And that's the problem. You actually think those guys are going to be as good.
Two-way wig.
That's, you know what?
All-star this year, only because
you said he was having a bad year three weeks ago.
You won't let me let that one
I won't.
Down, but I'm been
what
his
the
biggest
hell?
supporter.
2 days ago, the Warriors were but reminds me of old times. Then Steiny, what was I thinking? I was wrong. And then today again, they're back-to-back champs this year and next year.
Yeah, I didn't like
infinite number of outcomes.
Steiny, see, this is the one.
Yeah, right.
Okay, this gets to the heart of the matter. The 707. Steiny is wilding today. I guess that means I'm on one.
Yeah, you're right.
I bet he wouldn't say this stuff to any of the Warriors. Hit the pike. Of course I would.
Talking about the future.
What wouldn't I say to whom?
Well, you had a list to Steph when we were out there.
Thank you.
I do appreciate you bringing.
And you know what? Like people be like, "You'd never say that to Draymond." Absolutely, I'd say that to Draymond.
Done it.
You know why? Because Draymond For the same reason he waved the towel in Memphis on Wednesday.
Respect the real.
No, it's not about me. It's about they are not afraid of criticism. The fans are more sensitive to criticism than the players.
Well, those are protectors. We don't do that 12 to 3.
You know what? That might not be a bad nickname for you.
Who do I protect outside my kids?
Curry. You
he
protect
don't need
Curry.
me what?
You protect Curry.
Until he slips and falls and is not the most voted All-Star, he don't need me to protect
this
him.
year in All-Star voting. I'm sorry, MVP voting.
Yeah.
8th.
No, I didn't say that. I said All-Star voting.
Well, there's a slippage, too. He was 3rd last year,
Still facing
right?
the league, one of them, if not the him, Giannis, Bron. You're crazy.
Let's go to Troy. Troy in Oakland. Let's talk about the big 3. Hey, Troy.
Oh, what's going on, fellas?
Hey, what's up?
You got
there
it?
You go.
Hey, I just want to let you know, Steiny, you are 100% right on this. I don't know how Guru could possibly think that Jordan Poole is even in the same atmosphere as Luka Doncic. That's not even like a question.
Goo?
That's new to me. You said you brought up Luka. I'm just saying you brought up Luka.
Gotcha.
Who would want to trade places? So I'm not telling you caller if he's still on there. I'm not telling you Poole is as good as Luka. I'm telling you may have a star, a diamond in the rough.
No, you do.
Right. And I'm not telling you he's going to be Steph Curry. Nobody's going to get to those heights. My point is you got something while you still got juice left with the big 3. And my whole thing today, if you rip the mic from me now, is the Warriors can still win chips if the big 3 are at 84%, if you got a great balance and infusion of youth. I get that. So that's all I'm saying. They'll never be one. And I don't know why you didn't give me any love on this. Jordan's second three-peat, he wasn't the same as the first 3, but he was good enough upstairs and physically and at all the other positions, team-wide, coach well, they still got banners.
It's going to be hard.
If the Warriors get this one tonight, Steiny.
Here's what I think everybody's neglecting.
This year, go ahead.
Steph, Clay, and Draymond getting worse is going to make it harder on Kuminga and Moody and Poole. Like, people think, well, if they drop a little, but the young guys get twice as good, we'll get better. Guess what? I don't see it like that. I think it may not that they can't rise to the challenge, but whether you like it or not, this team is all about the big 3.
Right.
And when they begin to decline, so much more is going to be asked of Poole and Wiseman, and we have no idea how they're going to react or what kind of players they are. For all we know, let's just say hypothetically, Curry and they start to age, and now Kuminga, it's like, what if in 5 years, Kuminga's a 22-point scorer, but we don't win?
Yeah, but
because every team's got really good. What if he's Julius Randle?
But what if
he's
just
Julius
talk
Randle?
About with God in the present?
That he's overrated.
You can't pull your hair out on the future while this team right now has one victory away from going to the Western Conference.
That's what our guy says.
And raising the banner. That's what this is about. Banner number 4. What did Kyle say? Shanahan? We all may die tomorrow. We don't know. Whatever he said.
Oh, I thought you were going to actually say that he knows something about hanging banners.
No, he doesn't. I don't know if
he wouldn't know
knows
whether to put it up with Scotch tape or
we
hooks.
got to get to that Chris Sims sound.
You know what? We can, but I don't think anybody wants to talk about the Niners today.
Well, they just had the schedule drop.
I don't think anybody wants to talk about the Niners today.
How can you not wear my football gear just for that?
Hey, guys, I have to be real. Future of these guys, the big 3, is a conversation for another day.
Thank you. I said it.
I have a lot of anxiety and stress for this game tonight.
That's what I'm
especially
talking
after
about.
the loss. So can we get some hype talk?
That's you doing
Oh, that's
it.
what I'm. Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
get crunk.
we're number 1, baby.
You got a game tonight.
I don't have a game.
I feel like I do. Jeff Garcia.
And that's.
Holy mackerel.
Let's go to Yeah, M Squared wants to talk about the Warriors' future, so he's out.
This is, yeah, all right.
No, I'm kidding. Jorvel, what's up, Jorvel? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how's it going, man? Love you guys in the afternoon, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
My question is, thank you. The question is, how do you all of a sudden get to a big three status? I mean, big three status for always all-stars. Like, when Barkley and Pippen and Olajuwon joined, when the guys from Celtics, when they joined together, like, big threes are big threes. These are like young threes. Like, they're not qualified to be given a label saying that they are like a top three dudes in the league. Like, if you really take Kuminga, Poole, and those guys, and you kind of match up with some of the younger dudes that are in the league, they really don't stand up. They really don't hold water to like that kind of a caliber player. So I'm with you, Steiny. I'm like, let's bag back from the whole big three thing. These are some very young, talented players, but are they a big three? No, I'm not gonna. You see what happens when you put them guys out there regular season and you pull out Draymond, Clay, and Curry. What does it really look like? Does it look like a big three? I don't think so. It looks like a bunch of young guys out there trying to learn basketball. But to that, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate y'all.
All right, appreciate it. And listen,
go ahead,
because you say this a lot. Don't rob these guys of their potential. And I'm not robbing those guys of their potential. I don't know what they're going to be.
And I'm with you.
But I just think we use Steph, Clay, and Draymond as like the measuring stick. And I kind of think that's unrealistic.
All right, I'll say this about that.
I mean, do you think they're like maybe Poole, Kuminga, Wiseman? You think they'll be as good or better than Run TMC?
That's a lot of
Three
praise.
Hall of Famers.
I'm like
Three
Priest.
Hall of Famers, and they won 48 games one year.
I won't. I'll say it's doubtful, but I won't rob any youngster trying to get to those heights. I just won't.
Of course I won't. But
and
I also won't. But I also
Yeah.
won't say these guys are. I'll tell you what. Once Steph and Clay and Draymond leave, these guys are going to pick it up without a beat.
And none of us have said that.
But it's like there's an inference there.
Well,
I believe there is an inference
and you
there.
know what? If that's what people are hearing with their two ears, I need to fix that. My point is, I'm going as is. What is the structure and makeup of this team? And to me, it's collectively coming back the same next year with the addition of Wiseman. That's my prediction. So when you say, hey, Goo, you may not want Steph to play 82, the big three, I get that. And then I look at what you have at your disposal to kind of supplement their absences. And you got stuff, and we saw it this year. So that's why I'm looking at the big three like a thing of ketchup. Yeah, it ain't full where they're at in their career, but it's enough left in there to put it on my fries and my steak to make my meal better. And that's what we're talking about, Steiny. They don't have to be 100. They don't have to be what they were in 16.
We'll see.
Because it looks like management with Myers and Lacob and company, if he's listening, they may have hit some diamonds in the rough right now for these youngsters to carry their load, but I'm not telling you they got to carry they're capable of carrying the load.
Of a difference.
I love that word.
Between the three championship players and these young players who are showing potential.
Okay.
And here's the other thing. If the Warriors don't get it done this year,
okay,
it's over. It's over for a championship, I think.
Right.
Because
you can't. Yeah,
I can't what?
Now, if they blow it to Memphis, and we saw the same story over and over, and it's a lack, I would be deflated, Steiny. And I think that here I go. Verbiage is important. I would think heads would roll. But if you're telling me you lose 4-2 to 4-3 to Phoenix, and Clay came in at half the year, and Draymond, to me that means, Steiny, that don't mean you got to go hit the nuke button.
Man,
like that. Okay, guys are going to be rested.
People think what did Bill Walsh say?
Yeah.
Get rid of a guy a year early than a year late. I'm not saying they should get rid of anybody.
I get that.
And I also think we are absolutely positively kind of diminishing the idea of the decline.
Well,
it's going to happen, and it's starting to a little bit right now. Do you really think that the Warriors? Let's say, how can the Warriors win it next year if the big three is not as good as they are now?
Okay. Before I even tackle that, I don't think you're giving enough praise or you're hitting the plus button on the calculator for where they're at, for where they're about to be, which is the Western Conference Finals. Nobody had that at the outset of this season, okay? And I just feel like, Steiny, even if they get there, like you're not looking at that as a feat. You're not looking at that like, damn, they kind of got something out of that ketchup bottle. I didn't even think it was going to come this soon. So I don't know how you could say if that happens and they lose in the Western Conference Finals, how all of a sudden it's just the bridge just breaks and collapses about next year.
Okay,
That's all.
Bring them back.
Because I'm asking
Bring
you,
Steph back at
are
35,
you giving them any credit if they close out tonight before the ball tips on game one?
I thought they were going to win, 46, 47 games. I said the goal would be win a series.
That's what I said,
Okay,
too.
they're on the verge of winning 2.
Okay.
So, yes, they've overachieved a little bit.
And with that...
But first of all, half the fans don't think they've overachieved. Half the fans think they're underachieving with Steve Kerr.
And why I think that's a bigger accomplishment than it actually is what they had to deal with, implementing Clay back. Dre going out, and then Steph going out. So to me, I'm like, that's a big deal. And I know it's not about lowering your standards. That's a big deal to me. And if you're telling me with all that happened on the Warriors' plate, the whole organization, they fit all that in the pot of gumbo and got to one series away from the finals, why the hell couldn't you get one, have a good summer, everybody come back, Wiseman?
Because the season is 6 months long, and Steph Curry, Draymond Green, and Clay have been through it for 12, 13 years now, and it is a grind that is just... that they're going to come back in November and it's going to be like, man, how do we approach the year? How do you approach the year next year?
That's on the table regardless. Though.
Actually, you're right.
Okay.
We don't need to talk about that right now. Let's go to Glasses. Glasses in Vallejo. Hey, Glasses.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
Okay, so I have been wanting to call you for several days because I'm not sure why we're not expanding strength in numbers. Player development, there's not an organization like the Warriors that is capable of developing the talent of young players. When I saw preseason, I saw the future on the bench. This is so exciting. And then Curry came off the bench during the playoffs. This is what I envisioned in preseason. You know what I said? The joy is back. The joy is back. I like entertaining basketball. I want the team I root for to be relevant. You're going to the Western Conference Finals, you're relevant. You're in round 2, you're relevant. I don't watch losing basketball. So that game the other night, turned that off.
Turn that off. I hear you.
I know you guys want me to be like a fanatic, but I am a little bit more than a casual fan.
All right.
And I think basketball, you guys remember those commercials? I love this game.
Yeah.
That's what I like. I like to see well-played basketball.
Me too.
It's beautiful.
Thank you, Glasses.
Man,
Appreciate it.
Call back.
She turned the game off.
But I gotta get it.
See,
I didn't.
See, and I don't even want to even go there. But what does that say about a fan if you turned the game off? Even a guy like me, who's the biggest fan of anybody, I watched every second of that game.
Well, some will say you got some pleasure.
I watched every second of that game. I went to Spaces with Shasky.
Yeah.
I watched Chuck and Kenny.
I didn't see you in Spaces with Shasky.
Yeah.
You got a burner? I was looking for your avatar, Steinmetz.
Steinmetz.
I was looking. I said, he must be doing something.
I was on the... I was on the thing.
You heard me?
Spaces. No.
I kind of let it off.
What?
Spaces with Shasky.
Oh, you had to horn in on his night?
Well, he did it with
Ponja did that to me. I was a little... I actually, come to think of it, I haven't talked to Nahegan about that.
Shasky did it with me. But Shamari calls all the Allen. It's love.
Steiny, it's your job to watch it, my dude. And it's making me sick. I watched more Warrior games in the last 25 years than anyone.
I want to bring you up on the sideline. I was too busy during that era of dancing and romancing.
Nah, I couldn't do sidelines.
You know what I mean? I want to find you.
The televisions. Can you imagine Fitz throwing to me now? Let's go to Matt Steinmetz.
Still looking great.
Warriors 58-12. Okay. Let's go to Steiny.
What you got?
Hey, Bob. I think the Warriors are in a little trouble here. Steph Curry.
It
doesn't work on TV.
Steiny, would you have a suit jacket on though?
Oh yeah.
Why don't I remember you? I remember Ross.
You can Google it.
No, YouTube. You mean
Google? And go under images.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead. Yeah.
707 says I'm the biggest hater.
Hey, did I just say A on the air? Who's your player tonight? Who's got to be there for the Warriors tonight?
Curry.
You can't say Wiggins.
Curry.
That's my answer. I've been looking for him.
Actually, that'll change it. It's Clay. I'd like to see Draymond produce.
You didn't give me any. I want to hear your feedback from what I deem how long the Splash Brothers and the team has carried him offensively. Like, I think that's running out and playing in the defense's hands. Even no matter what happens in this series.
So you're blaming Draymond.
I'm not blaming him. I'm saying if you're going to tell me there's slippage up top with the Splash Brothers and the percentages, then you got to get dynamic or you got to compensate for that. And if Dre's not going to shoot, I'm looking at Steiny,
who's going to defend?
Well, defend what? Because who's defending Memphis right now? Nobody defending a damn thing in the paint. You know why? Because you're 6'6". You're short. Okay. You're small. So right now, all the things
what are you saying about Draymond as a defender?
No, I'm not. I'm just telling you in this series, it ain't working.
What's not working?
All the goon stuff that he can do.
They're up 3-2.
Yeah. All right.
Seriously, like,
what are they really up since Adams came back?
Well, the other thing...
That's all I'm saying. That's what scares me. I ain't blaming Dre.
See, here's the other thing about Draymond Green. Okay, he's slipping. There's no doubt about it, right? Oh, no, you said none of the three were slipping, I think.
No, I'm saying offensively, him passing...
What about defensively?
He's still there, but...
Is he slipping?
Well, when he's going up against monsters like this, I'm going to say yes. How'd he do against Jokic? Jokic said he made it difficult, but damn, Jokic was still filling up the stat sheet. My point is size matters, Steiny.
Well, they don't have any, so you may as well pack it in. If it's all about size, they're done.
Okay.
Because they don't have the size.
All right.
And that's why, but they were never at their best with size predominantly.
Okay, right. But that's how good they were and how above everybody else they were. My thing to you, and I'm on record as saying, sometimes your best defense is offense. Not with Dre. I need him to... Steiny, you got to bring something now.
Why'd the Warriors win titles?
They had everything.
What did they have? What
IQ. Offense.
So they had IQ even when they were turning it over and everybody was pulling their hair out?
When you score 900 points, it's just...
They're not scoring 900 points anymore, and their defense is slagging.
Wow.
If that's a word. Yeah. And it's going to continue to get worse as long as the big three continue to play a fair amount and Poole plays. I get it. Draymond has slipped defensively, but for the Warriors to be at their very best, Draymond has to play great.
Right. He can't play two guys. He can't play Jackson Jr. He can't play Adams. Like they need more Dre's. That's how dominant Memphis has been on the glass, Steiny.
In case you missed any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny and Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single day. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. 888-957-9570. You want to keep talking Warriors for the last half hour, or you want to actually talk about not a game, a schedule?
Go.
No. Although I'll get out of here. You want to talk schedule? I'll roll down there early.
Look, fellas, I apologize.
Will the Warriors close out the Grizzlies at Chase Center?
Do you understand what tonight is for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green? Tonight is about them.
Play.
All right, Big D, give it to me.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you right now, I haven't seen one person on the text line say, let's talk schedule. 49ers schedule. All right, who do they open with?
Chicago.
Oh, boy. Yeah.
Don't let Damon hear, but that's a little of a dub. But I'll tell you what it is.
Damon will be in here in about 10, 15 minutes.
Oh, that's a win, right? Trey or... You know what I'm getting mad
I'm not
at?
doing this.
Okay, but real quick, do this. Is there a chance that Jimmy is the starter?
I hope so.
I'm getting really irritated.
Why?
Because it's not fair to Trey. And you move mountains to draft Trey.
Yeah.
And if you
And
run
you made a
Jimmy
mistake.
out there after all...
Maybe you made a mistake.
I won't be able to take it.
Maybe you made a mistake.
How could...
He
so that's
ain't
like you saying
good
Wiseman a
enough.
bust, but he didn't hit the field.
I didn't say Wiseman.
No.
Talking about Trey Lance. Trey Lance was healthy. Wiseman was not healthy. Trey Lance didn't play. He couldn't beat out Jimmy Garoppolo. He wasn't as good as Jimmy Garoppolo last year. Will he be better than Jimmy Garoppolo this year?
It's his show, though, to show
Why?
us.
Why is it his show?
Because what you
I think Kyle knows a little more than you do.
Speaking of Kyle, we got words from his Chris Sims, his best friend, right? Let's hear this. This is where I got mad.
You got to make me do this.
Hit the button.
Let me tell you something. This could be a boss text coming up. You guys are missing it. You guys are talking about something nobody wants to hear about, and the Warriors are playing Game 6. Here's Chris Sims.
Shanahan gave us they think he's ready to start at the NFL owners meeting, right? Sure. That's when he said that. So I think that they're there, but are they scared a little bit or not know what they're going to get? I think, of course, they are. You know, anybody you talk to that saw training camp last year, either that was part of the 49ers staff or when they went and worked with the Los Angeles Chargers there, and you hear people that witnessed those practice, you know, there had to be concern coming out of San Francisco early on in the year last year. I know there was. There was too many people that were like, "Whoa, man, Trey Lance practices. Ooh, the ball's everywhere. It's this where it's that where it's everywhere. Ooh, man, he's not ready yet." So that's got to scare them to a degree. But at some point, like to your point, you got to rip off the Band-Aid and see what he's got. We saw a little last year. Shanahan will manage him the right way.
That's Shanahan's best friend.
Wow.
Chris Sims.
Was that an endorsement?
Look, the good news is if Trey Lance doesn't play this year, he'll probably be in the Giants starting rotation next year.
I'm not. Throws
a better fastball than
it's
Logan
his show.
Webb.
It's his show. Who pitches in
better or worse?
Come on. Look at you going, boss. You didn't. Steiny didn't went corporate on me.
See, nobody wants to hear about football. Dude actually texted in all capital letters.
Well, we got
I'll tell you what. The NFL schedule may be more relevant than what our guy Austin wants to talk about.
I've been looking for you, eh?
See, now this to me, this topic, if it's true, this one's irrelevant. What's going on, Austin? You want to talk about Kuminga?
Kuminga. Hey, that's my guy. I wanted him in that starting lineup.
Yeah.
Got him in the
2025. He'll be a good player.
Different.
He ain't doing too good.
No,
he's a rookie. But
young.
Tonight's game is going to have to go with Draymond, Kuminga, and Wiggins at the defensive end.
Yeah.
What's his name? Adams don't want to guard Draymond. Hey, we go chest them legs out. We go push that ball. We go push it. We go push it. And Draymond go be there to organize that defense and keep them in line. We go see because Memphis, they physical, but we're not too physical. We getting these touch fouls, while Memphis is not getting touch fouls. We're being physical. We got to be physical. Memphis getting 30 free throws attempts, while we only getting 11. Where they do that at?
That's the refs. I mean, look, the Warriors, they've gotten screwed by the officials all 10 games in this postseason. Every single game, they've taken a beating from the officials. It's happened every year of the dynasty.
Stop.
And it continues to happen.
So that's what Dibs calls a bit, what you're running right now. Your dad's a ref. Your family.
He was a ref. Oh, shoot. I owe him a call. I forgot.
No, that's what I'm talking about.
I'm dead serious.
No, I appreciate that. Don't forget about your parents.
People I don't forget about my mom.
Not you.
No, I don't forget about my mom.
Don't forget about Pops. He brought you in here.
No, he did. See, we got into that yesterday. No, he didn't.
He had a part.
Very
50,
little.
50, where I've come
Dude,
from.
he was, look, That was a different generation. He was at the bar when I came out, all right? He was knocking back 6 Schaefer beers outside Philly.
But he took care of you.
Taught you
the game of basketball.
They didn't even have cell phones back then. He didn't even know. He didn't find out he had his third kid till like 2 days later.
You wouldn't
when
even
he
know
got home that night with half a load
then.
on. Huh?
You know, when you didn't have cell phones, you might not see your boy for 2 weeks. You might not even know they were mad at you. Oh, well, I hadn't seen you. Now it's like a tracking device. I found out my car stores the addresses where I go. Oh, my God. I found that out.
Well, just don't let anybody drive your car.
Yeah, well.
There's only one interesting thing on the 49ers schedule. 49ers Raiders on New Year's Eve. Ooh.
Yeah. That could get wild.
Yep.
Vegas.
Hold on. Mark Knopfler.
Sounds like vodka.
We could get wild. Dire Straits also had a phenomenal solo.
Hey, who
career.
was the concert the boss was at and everybody was talking about
my
last
gosh.
night?
By the way,
Jam.
shout out to our teenage boss. All right. Last night, I'm seeing photo after photo of social media of this Pearl Jam concert from our boss. Come in today. Where's Nahegan? He's out today. What do you mean? He was at Pearl Jam. He lost his phone.
Somebody returned
What are you, 19?
Oh.
Actually, I shouldn't say that. I'll probably lose my phone at the bar.
Yeah, but anyway, a good Samaritan, man. There's some still good people out there.
There are. I love doing stuff like that.
I can't recall you ever saying you did.
I do that all the time. I'm like DeMarcus Cousins, though. I don't draw attention to all the social work I do.
I hate that.
Like other guys.
No, now you got to do it. People do it for you.
I don't. I like to live my life in anonymity. Lay off Poole and Kuminga, Steinmetz. They stink. How about that for laying off? Insufferable. Oh, today's going to be fun.
Yeah, now why would the 510 text this? Hey, Steiny.
Yeah. Okay.
Did you not say congrats to Dibs for having a baby?
No, I didn't.
You did.
No, I didn't. He's crazy.
Well,
I'm not congratulating for a big No. Yeah. Listen, and I did congratulate.
I heard it.
Dibley and me and our other buddy Dana.
Yeah.
This is kind of old news for us. And we've been like, are you sure, Dibs?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
He said as
Dibs,
much.
are you sure?
Yeah, he's sure.
Are you sure? And he goes, and
He's
Dibs
so
is always
smart.
like, it's live. It's a roller coaster. What are you going to do?
All that
Just
knowledge
pack
he
it
has,
in?
he got to give it to another.
Oh, different ball game with girls.
Well, you're right. I got one.
We're going to see what
You
Dibs
got
is made
3.
of.
I need to call you. Well,
Yeah, we're going to see what Dibs is made of with a girl.
Wow. It's a trap. He'll be fine.
We'll see.
He got Auntie Gail, his sister.
Hurricane, yeah.
Well, I called her Auntie. Yeah.
Who do you want to...
I ain't got it up.
Yeah.
We got
this is the drop. David is in Oakland, my hometown, where I'm from. How you doing, David?
Hey, guys.
Hey.
Hey, love the Mark Knopfler reference. I saw him at the Greek right before COVID.
Dude,
Knopfler.
He is unbelievable. One of the greatest guitar players of all time. Easily one of the greatest.
And a great songwriter, too.
Unbelievable. Hey, Telegraph Road, unbelievable.
Awesome.
Unreal song, Telegraph Road, off Industrial Disease. All you, David.
Yeah. So, I think, what you said about how there is sort of this inference that the young big three is going to come in and just automatically replace 3 Hall of Famers, including 2 unicorns. I mean, if you think about that, that's just silly to have that kind of expectation. There's just too much unknown, and I will especially say on the defensive end, where's the defense? Did Wiseman ever look like he knew what he was doing on D?
Yeah. Thanks, David.
But
listen, and real quick.
Taking it out of context.
Real quick.
Yeah.
No, and listen, I'm not saying they're not going to be good, but I'm not going to say they're going to be like those other three guys. That's all. Let's see what they develop
And there's
into.
nobody walking around this free world saying that.
I don't know.
So when he
you hear the way
calls,
some of these Warrior
he
fans
got offended and his radar went off because he thought people were saying that. Nobody's saying that. I'm saying right now, as currently constructed, you got some youth to lean on in the regular season.
Yeah.
I can't wait.
Well, guess what? They need more than the regular season. It's the playoffs now.
Dude, I brought up your images. Why is Barnett interviewing you? And I'm going to give you the best compliment ever. Your hair younger.
That was the greatest
your
picture
hair
I've ever
better
taken.
now than it did then.
The picture with Barnett that I've used for my avatar, first of all, it's probably about 15 years old now.
Well, you're in a T-shirt. It ain't that one.
Oh, no, that's when he interviewed me.
Yeah, I just
No, I'm
said
talking about the one where I have,
don't listen to
I have a
me.
nice blue striped shirt.
Oh, yeah, that's your
I am
one.
with
Yeah.
Barnett.
Yeah. This one you got like the John Travolta in Grease, the white T-shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah. But your hair, it ain't aging.
No, I got good hair. I got a spare.
We got good hair.
I got a. Well,
In the black community.
Why would you wear a hat then?
I was having a bad hair day.
So you didn't shower this morning?
What? My wife wouldn't let me leave I wouldn't leave a house without showering.
Steiny, recommend a beer for me this weekend.
Ling Ling.
It's Yingling. Ling Ling, I think, was an ape that they gave to the moon. They let him come to the Ling. No, Ling Ling might have been a
Ling Ling.
Ling Ling was like on They
got
it was
the
a
Yin Yang
Russian
twins.
monkey they put on
Yeah.
Sputnik.
I'm out. Yeah.
I'm sure that's not correct, but nobody's going to know that at this point. Let's go to M Squared. I'll do him a favor and let him on the show. What's up, M Squared? How you doing, bud?
What's happening, guys? Happy Friday. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You guys both made really good points. I think that the challenge with the young group, the four young guys, Poole, Moody, Kuminga, and Wiseman, is that people want to make wild swings with them. Either they're going to the Hall of Fame or
like
they're
goo.
busts. And you can't say either about both. Exactly. You made the best point of the day.
I know.
Oh my God.
There's no way you can say that those guys are going to be anywhere near the Hall of Fame careers of Draymond, Clay, and Steph, or the Run TMC crew. So, I think it's a huge stretch. But the point I really want to make is, Guru, I think you bring up a great point, but I'm not sure that everybody's hearing it. I think where Guru's going with this is, and Guru, correct me if I'm wrong, but if let's just say, the big three right now are 90% of the Warriors' winning formula, if next year the guys in the young group can grow, and it makes sense. It makes sense that Poole can grow, Wiseman can maybe get his feet wet, but Kuminga should make a big jump, Poole should make a big jump, and Moody should take a roll. If those guys next year, let's just say that the big three are 75 and those guys are 25, and the next year it's 60-40, and at some point it's 50-50.
Yeah.
Well, then, Steinmetz, you have a formula where those guys, our big three, can decline gracefully. And
there it is.
They can decline. Yes, you're right. Thanks a lot.
Appreciate it.
No, you're right. They can decline gracefully as they exit in the first round.
We don't do church here, D. Bruce, but I was telling Steiny.
David Bruce in the house,
it's
ladies
just
and gentlemen.
His nature.
Hoping to decline
Yeah.
gracefully.
Ling Ling was a panda. That's right.
Yeah. But he's focused a lot of times, DB, on the future, and I had to remind him that don't overlook the gift that is the present.
And I said, present's
With a
overrated.
nice haircut. I'll see you, DB.
What's going on?
What happened?
No, I can't hear you, but your light's on. Why don't you come over here? I can hold it together for 3 seconds. So,
I was like, I can't hear him. He's got good pipes. Yeah, here we go.
There we go. Hi, everybody. Face Off Friday. Face Off Friday, back by popular demand. Kids want it. What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I'm fighting it for my life.
I'll tell you what, we have this tradition now on Payday Fridays where things kind of just get a little loose.
I love it. Yeah. I love that you guys go drink with the audience as soon as the show is over. I think it's fantastic. I wish I need a fill-in on a Friday just to come and hang out with you guys.
You did make your wait on Cameo. Yeah.
I'll slip in.
About a month ago.
If I got a shorter show, I can slip in, but not tonight. It'll be extra with Warriors Live.
Oh, there you go.
Ratto's got to be here to 6:30.
What do you expect in ID?
I think they win. I think they close out the series tonight. I think they handle their business, and I think they win. It's a weird situation, though. I mean, it really is. It's not a normal Game 6 because they need to, at the same time as they're trying to close out a game, they're trying to reestablish themselves in this series. I mean, they've gotten their butts whipped over their last 2 games. I don't care that they split them 1-1. This has been all Grizzlies since Morant's gone down. So
amazing.
It's a weird place to be where they need to reestablish their own identity and close the team out all in the same night tonight.
Now, you tell me if I'm bonkers, because I told Steiny Monday shocked me, D. That was lethargic, but I swept it under the rug, came in with my Warrior jacket the next day. Feels like old times. But when they got embarrassed up in Memphis, I rewound. I went back to those 4 quarters that transpired on Monday, and now that has me a bit on edge, D. Those are 8 quarters to where, let's put the right on the table. They should have lost Monday without Ja. And I'm sitting here telling Steiny, like, I expect them to wipe the floor with Memphis. But have they grown? Are they taller?
Why did you expect them to wipe the floor?
Giants now,
but the Grizzlies were the higher seed.
Yeah,
and they also had a lot of data points in the regular season that tells you that without Ja, they don't drop off. As
I didn't
a matter
think
of
that
fact,
would translate to the playoffs.
I didn't either. I didn't either.
I'm gonna be real.
No, I didn't either. But here we are, right? We're looking at what we're seeing, and it apparently does. Remember the Bill Simmons Ewing theory, where he would said that the Knicks were actually better with Ewing off the floor because it opened up the floor more. I'm not saying that applies to Ja, but they definitely have a grittier, more defensive mindset when he's not there, and everybody is just more on point. And they have won all minutes but 3 minutes of the last 96 minutes of basketball in this series. So the Warriors really got to get back to their identity. Because I'm a P1, I mean, I'm listening as soon as I get in my car.
Nice.
As soon as I get in my car, I got it on about an hour ago. You know, Matt, you were talking about when the run ends, you know, kind of looking at the horizon, how long until the sun sets, right? You're talking about aging gracefully. So I'm not as pessimistic as you about the crash or anything like that, but I'll say this. I'll meet you here. Next year, I think is officially going to be their last best shot to win a title.
Wow.
After next year is when all bets really come off about the aging process, and the only thing that will keep the Warriors on the real fringe of contention will be, hey, Jordan Poole really did take one more big step to get better. Oh, my God, Jonathan Kuminga really is 16 a night with 7 rebounds, bordering on an all-star. And James Wiseman, the big rumor, finally shows up and lives up.
I like that.
Did you make that up?
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's not bad.
It's the big rumor.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. I like that.
That's how it continues.
Well, the other thing I think that we got to acknowledge is, if they don't win it this year, obviously how it happens is going to be huge. But if they were to blow this thing and lose to Memphis, then do you just try to take one more stab at it and think about moving one of the young guys? Now, I know nobody wants to think, and we only have 2 minutes, so it's not going to take over the whole show.
It makes an offseason wildly more interesting. It opens up a level of options and second guessing that both
Monday morning quarterback.
Look, it won't be just us. Bob Myers and Steve Kerr have this meeting.
No doubt.
It's not just us. It's not just the media is now wondering what they do next. They will seriously wonder what they do next. But by the way, since we're talking about basketball anxiety and the basketball anxiety that the Warriors and Warriors fans have right now, how about Phoenix? I mean, do you think they're swallowing a little bit hard in Phoenix? Can you imagine if they don't even reach the Western Conference Finals because Dallas stuns them in Game 7?
He can't afford that.
You want to talk about your last best shot? Here it is, Chris Paul.
It feels like that.
By the way, I saw Dylan in concert when I was at Indiana, and I thought I decided that I was working security because it was my on-campus job. Sometimes I'd work security for concerts, and I would pick the ones I wanted to go to and the ones that I thought, I really don't, I don't need to see Bob Dylan. How good could he be? It's going to be a whole bit. No, dude, do not disrespect the legend. Bob Dylan was awesome in concert. He really was.
Great word was, and we're talking about 25 years ago.
Oh, yeah. No, it's
more.
It's about 23 years ago.
Jay-Z had a line. He says, I'm the rap Bob Dylan.
He's got a lot of nerve.
And I came in to tell Steiny.
A lot of nerve.
Like, I know music, DB, but I miss Bob Dylan. But for Jay to say that,
he's a first rapper.
Steiny, he said, I'm the rap Bob Dylan. Dude, I said, he's a bad dude.
Blood on the Tracks. That album's unstoppable.
25 to 30 years ago, I saw Bob Dylan, and I walked out and I said, that's the last time I'll ever see him.
See, that's the
because
thing.
listening to the record is 75 times better.
Yeah.
Hey, even yet, if she,
But I
it's
did.
like, oh my God.
But here's the thing: at least they were paying me to be there
That's
that night.
That's not a bad deal at all. And we are talking about a different year. How much time we got here, Spadone?
Spadone, how
Who
we
you
doing,
got,
Spadone?
DB? Who you got today?
So I know I get Andrew Siciliano just popping on
There
for a
you
little
go.
like NFL scheduling excitement leftovers.
Party pooper over here.
It's a ton. It's a ton, obviously, of Warriors and Grizzlies. Jared Greenberg stopping on by.
I like him.
And then Bob Fitzgerald, 6 o'clock.
Nice.
There you go.
You know anything about Greenberg? Other than like he's on,
I really don't know much about his background. I don't
He's
know.
good, though, D.
He is
We
good.
were talking about him.
Yesterday, I was like, I love that. Where'd this guy come from? Because he kind of came out of nowhere. I'm sure he paid his dues. I'm sure he wasn't handed
I'm a fan.
everything
I
like I
like his
think he
work.
might have been.
And you guys got him on.
Nice job.
Yeah.
Wears a lot of pastels.
Yeah.
Looks good. Following the footsteps of Krager.
I gotta believe
Craig Sager.
He,
Krager.
he started showing up on NBA TV.
Yeah.
And then now he's kind of a big boy.
Well, and didn't he get into he asked Durant a question that Durant didn't like, and that got him play
Well,
on TNT?
you know what?
I think
He might have
some
hit
men
out the
been there
park with
too.
that one.
A lot of people ask questions.
I'll tell you the guy tell you the guy I miss. Rick Kamla. What happened to him?
Man, that's a
Liked
blast
Kamla.
from the past. He was good.
We're all.
Or is.
How much we got now?
You like this? This is how you end it.
About 1 minute.
A minute.
I mean, you could start playing "Lay Lady Lay" or a little something from Dylan on the way out, just
God, I
to
wish
let
I could
everyone
talk fast.
have a nice.
You do, bro.
No.
No. Look,
I'm watching the Magic doc on Apple.
How is it?
If I could do a book report right now on any subject, it'd be the NBA teetering of non-existence in the early It was they had an image problem.
They did.
And
They had a
who do
coke
you give credit
problem.
to?
Yeah,
Magic and
yeah.
Bird for bringing it back. Stern.
They did a lot.
Bird
They did a
Magic.
lot.
Bird
And
Magic.
Stern.
What?
But those two did it. It's just it was just unbelievable. They played in the finals.
I
One
hate
was
we're running
white,
out
one
of
was
time. I'm
black.
listening.
One went to Boston, one
Okay.
went to LA,
Damn.
one went to Showtime, one went to Blue
It
Collar.
was thug life, though.
It just-
I could see
it
it
was
like,
perfect.
wow. And the world was different, too, D.
It was.
Society.
You could sell the image of white on black back then, and America was like, "Yeah, we'll buy it."
Oh.
Have a great weekend.
Yeah.
Hey, there
We
you go.
listened.
That's a weird way to end the show. There it is.
I'll see you Monday, maybe.
Oh, how much time we got left, Spadone?
Will the Warriors close out the Grizzlies at Chase Center?
Do you understand what tonight is for Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green? Tonight is about them.
Klay loads up a three, switch from the left corner. Curry backs up, baseline jumper, good. Draymond Green might have gotten a piece of that, and now Curry comes over and listen to this crowd.
We're talking Dubs all day.
It is a huge night for the Golden State Warriors, to say the least. I don't think it's an exaggeration to say this is the biggest game the franchise has played in, 3 years? Certainly since they moved to Chase Center. It's a big, big night for the Golden State Warriors. They do not want to be going back to Memphis. Confidence, should be running high. Everything that they could hope to ask for. To close out a series at home against a team that's never done it before, missing their best player, it's right in front of them. But as I was saying, during the face-off, Ray, the Warriors have been two different teams in this series, and they're in the weird Game 6 position where not only are they looking to close out their opponent, but they're looking to reestablish themselves in this series. They have lost control of the basketball in the series, even though they control the series.
Yeah, they've never really, other than one game, they've never really had control of this, but neither has Memphis. So this is yet one more sort of weird tale in what has been a weird series, where two guys got flagrant twos, one who probably had it coming, one who didn't. Each team had one extraordinary game from one of its players. And each team sucked once. But the other three games have been sensational watches. So I would expect that tonight will be another one of those, because I don't see either the Warriors or the Grizzlies, blowing the other team out. I think it's going to be a nail biter. So drink early, drink often.
Should be fun. Should be an awful lot of fun. There's no doubt. Should be a little stressful. This is why we are sports fans. We love these things. We love sports with consequences attached to them. And there are consequences attached to this game that are final for the Memphis Grizzlies, which is going to maybe bring out their surliest. I tell you what, you can't be grabbing microphones and chanting Grizz in 7 unless you really, really believe that that can happen. There is not false bravado going on with this Memphis team. They think they're coming to win tonight, and the Warriors better have their brass knuckles, because this is going to be a fight. There is no doubt about it. The easiest path is for the Warriors to become that snowball that yesterday we were saying they got hit by. The snowball that picks up all the skiers. And now you got poles and skis coming out of the snowball. It picks up a snowmobile, a sled dog, everyone down at the chalet. The Warriors need to become that snowball tonight. That's the easiest path to victory. Now, to become like an avalanche-level snowball, I don't know. I don't know if Memphis is going to let them do that. So they got to use these little bursts and little runs, and the way that they really burst and run isn't even how they perform offensively, Ray. It's not turning the ball over. The magic number, 12, 13, 14, it feels like the right amount of turnovers that is a survivable event for the Warriors and a decent win for them tonight. Anything more than that, they're inviting Memphis.
But it depends on the turnovers. We talked about it yesterday. It's if they just throw balls out of bounds, they'll be okay. They'll be okay with 16 or 17 because they average almost 16 a game probably throughout their entire run of success. It's how they turned it over in Game 5 as well as the number, because Memphis basically took away their passing lanes, causing them great consternation throughout the game, which is why they were lucky to lose only by 39. So if they just have their normal kind of turnover, that's a survivable event. It's how they turned it over the other night that they have to avoid.
Andrew Siciliano is going to be joining us at 4:15 to go over some of the finer details of the 49ers and the NFL schedule at large. Also, always good to check in with Andrew Siciliano, working hard over an NFL Network. Jared Greenberg is working this series for TNT. He's going to join us at 4:45 since he's back in town tonight. We're going to say hello to him. And a guy who is usually in town but no longer doing the broadcast because that's how networks handle broadcasts. Bob Fitzgerald's going to be joining us in Warriors Live, which is going to start at 5:30. Fitz is coming by about 6. At 6:30, we're going to get you out to Chase Center, and tip-off should be tonight, 7 o'clock. We got the Giants opening a 6-game road trip at the St. Louis Cardinals tonight. Logan Webb trying to go to 5-1. The Giants have won 5 in a row. They just split a 4-game series with these very same St. Louis Cardinals. So that should be an interesting weekend of baseball. The Angels are in town taking on the A's. The A's are back in Oakland looking to end a 7-game home losing streak. And, it's the Angels. We have not heard, we have not used, we have not discussed Mike Trout not once all freaking baseball season. We haven't said his name once on this show. And all Mike Trout is doing is leading baseball in on-base percentage and slugging percentage. He is so good, you don't even notice.
He's had an even better start to this year than I think any other. But the Angels in general have been much better because they've also got Shohei Ohtani, who's beating the ball to death. Jared Walsh is probably the next great first baseman in baseball. They've got hitters up and down the lineup.
Oh, and they got a little bit more pitching than they used to. They just got the kid who threw the no-hitter.
Yeah. They've got a lot more pitching because what they used to have is none at all.
Right. To go from 0 to even half a pitching would be good. They have two whole pitchings.
It took Houston to sweep yesterday's doubleheader in Minnesota for the Angels to fall out of first place. But I think this Angels team, barring injury, is going to be around till the end because I think they can mash like very few teams in the game.
We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. It is Friday the 13th, but it was a horror show last night for the Philadelphia 76ers. Oh, man. I don't think James Harden or Doc Rivers had much fun during the game. I'm pretty sure no one had any fun after that game. And basically today, the Philadelphia 76ers are being burnt down like an old wooden cottage in the city of Philadelphia. I mean, they are knives out for this franchise today.
Well, that's partially the fans' fault because for them to think that they were a better team than Miami is sort of preposterous. They went from a completely non-performing second banana in Ben Simmons to a sporadically performing second banana in James Harden. And the reason why Philly fans were so enraged last night and today is because Harden had one of his, playoff games where you can't find him. I mean, he was non-existent, and it was amazing to me that the Sixers only lost by 9, given how little they got from him and nearly anybody else. They got what they deserved, from start to finish. And I think, given the fact that Daryl Morey said, "Oh, Doc Rivers is coming back," it is at least an acknowledgement that he knows who screwed this franchise up.
He did.
He got handed a bad card with Simmons and exchanged it for an equally bad card.
Well, the card wasn't nearly as bad as it turned into while he was holding it because he didn't play it right. And hindsight is clearly 20/20. We see it all now. And Simmons was enough of an asset for him to fool himself that he had more than maybe he really did and deserved more for him than maybe he really did. But it's the way that team came together with trusting the process and the disintegration of this team and the threat that is now the James Harden player option or a possible extension that is hanging over that. It's fascinating. We're going to talk about it at one point today. Speaking of fascinating, if you like playoff drama, the NHL is throwing a party right now. The NHL has 3 Game 6s for us tonight, and tomorrow, Ray, it's your birthday. I mean, come on. I don't know if it is or isn't. It's Christmas. It's Hanukkah. It's Thanksgiving for you in one day. 3 NHL Game 7 set up tomorrow. Congratulations.
It is Ramadan without the fasting.
Oh, man.
No, it's a great thing. And they could still end up with 3 more on Sunday.
Yeah.
Which is 2 more than I think they've ever had in a first round.
It's been a hell of a first round for the NHL.
And the games have not been as compelling because a lot of them have been lopsided. But it goes to show that there is no momentum between games because, Edmonton won 2 games back-to-back against the Kings, 6-0 and 8-2. And now they're, they had to scrap last night to survive elimination. So you can't trust any team on a game-to-game basis except Colorado because they've already swept.
Are we going to start trusting the Golden State Warriors again? Can they get the trust back that they've lost over the last couple of games, even though they split those games? Should be a really, really interesting one tonight. We're going to get you set up for it this afternoon here on 95.7 The Game. I know that Anthony Slater already stopped on by the Morning Rose today. He's got some news about the team. Obviously, Otto Porter's availability tonight is a bit of a question mark. Anthony Slater addressed that earlier today. We'll get to that sound. We got an awful lot this afternoon, and it's great to have you here. Your phone calls as we deal with basketball anxiety, baby. We got it. We got it here in this city. And if this city has some basketball anxiety, don't you think they got a little in not Philadelphia? They don't have to worry about basketball for a long time.
They're very zen-like. Now they get the Phillies, and they're thrilled by that.
I meant to say Phoenix. Wow. They find themselves in a Game 7 with the Dallas Lucas. So we're going to talk about that. It is really good to be here. Happy birthday, Uncle Ray Rat. It's not really Ray's birthday tomorrow. He would hate to share that information. I mean, it could be. There's no way Ray will ever let us know when his birthday is. So tomorrow might theoretically be his birthday. There's a 1 in 365 chance of it possibly being his birthday, but there is 100% chance of 3 Game 7s in the NHL. That's why Ray is actually in a good mood.
I will celebrate in my usual way by having no contact with any people.
Sounds fun. If you're ready to go, so
actually, I should say I'm having Phil Mickelson over. He's got time.
He is available. He will not be playing much golf, and we'll tell you why maybe a little bit later on, or not get to golf today because it really doesn't matter.
We should get to that.
Yeah,
that's fun.
It's a fun little story. So we got all that coming up for you. If you haven't subscribed to Damon and Ratto, shame on you. Do it right now on the Odyssey app, and we'll stop begging you to do it.
Bill Burr, Slight Return.
My wife always says the same thing. She's always just like, where did that come from? You just go from 0 to 100 in 2 seconds.
From his Netflix specials and F is for Family, Bill Burr, Slight Return. This Saturday night, Oakland Arena. BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Oh, you can watch this. Why? Well, that's up to you. How? Well, you can do it on Twitch. You can do it on YouTube. Search Damon and Ratto. You won't be impressed, but it's there. You can watch. Thank you very much for tuning in the old-fashioned way. If that's the way you're doing it, it's good to have you here. It's a beautiful Friday afternoon. It is a big basketball game at Chase Center tonight. As a matter of fact, the biggest basketball game that's ever been in Chase Center. But for, Duke's national semifinal. It's the biggest Warriors basketball game, that's for sure, that's ever been at Chase Center. It's the biggest game of what I'm calling Warriors 4.0. We'll get to the 1.0, 2.0, where the delineations are for the Golden State Warriors a little bit later on. But as we get closer to 5:30, we're going to get more and more focused on the game. We got Andrew Siciliano joining us, talking a little NFL about an hour from now. Jared Greenberg, who is doing the sidelines for TNT, is joining us at 4:45. Ray, we were just talking a little bit about the NFL's ticket prices for 49ers and Raiders in Las Vegas on New Year's Day. What's it cost to sit in the bleeds? I'm talking 400 section.
There was a $3.99 way in the corner. That's at $3.99, by the way. I think you can figure that out.
Yeah.
But the other quotes I saw from somebody on Twitter was $5.50 a pop. I don't want to see football that badly. I don't want to see anything that badly.
You're not going to be seeing much from that level of the stadium.
No, well, the in-game experience has always been now more crappy than ever.
You know what
that
is?
Why would you do that?
You want to know why? Because the buy-in price is what they're charging for you to brag to your friends that you were at that game on Instagram. I mean, that's what it really is. That is a status symbol game. You were at the first 49ers-Raiders game in Vegas, and it was on New Year's Day, which means you spent New Year's Eve in Las Vegas. Hey, if 20 years ago, single Damon Bruce, I'm all over that game, baby.
All that means is you're going to spend $550 to sit in a plastic seat halfway up to the sky, bleeding out of your eyes, ears, and nose.
There's never been a time where I've been at an NFL game. Or even, I guess I want to attach this to college football, because college football does give you a bit more atmosphere with the bands and the student sections, and there's more to a party feel in a college football game. But I've never been at an NFL game as a fan where I don't want to say regret's too much of a word, where I didn't second guess where I had put my about $200 or $400 to get in there that day. If I didn't think, should I really have done this? Should I really? Would I have a better command of what's going on in this football game if I were sitting on my couch? The answer to that question has always been yes. It's easier to follow a game from your couch than it almost even is in the press box, much less from the stands.
Oh, no, there's no question. I mean, the television has made covering a game from the stadium almost useless, except that they have televisions in the press box, and you have to go downstairs and talk to those mokes afterward. But other than that, if you're a fan, it's absurd to go to a game. It's just, if you're interested in watching the game, don't go. Stay home. If you're interested in the tailgating and all the other blah blah,
the event of it all.
But at $550, Jesus better show up. That's the kind of event that you can pay $550 for.
Oh, how about this from the Xfinity mobile text line? Hey, Damon, tell Ray that I paid $650. $650. I hope you're at least in the 300s for $650.
I know I'm not supposed to do this, but I'm doing it anyway. You, sir, are an idiot.
No, he's just a football fan. Just a football fan.
I just said that.
Just a football fan.
I just said that. $650 for that.
We got some interesting NFL schedule news and notes to go over before it's all said and done. I don't know why, but there is so much point of pride amongst fan bases to have a primetime game. Like, I heard Guru even bragging about this for the Cowboys or the Niners. He was talking about how, when your team is in prime time, it just feels bigger. I'll meet you this far in the middle of the road. It used to. It certainly used to. Monday Night Football was a big deal. It was. It was officially a big deal. I have always preferred my football team playing in the daytime. I just think the football day goes better. Whether you're covering the game, going to the game as a fan, or just watching it on your couch. I like it when my team, when I don't have to wait around 12 hours for a game to kick off. I really don't like primetime games because you got to wait around so long. We used to have it, Ray. We used to have it better than these kids have it today. I know that you can watch anything you want, and you got on demand, and you can go ahead and you can have your DirecTV ticket package, which of course I do now. And you want that red zone, and you want to be able to see everything and have access to every game, and you can have that now, and it's a luxury. Like, once you do that, there's no going back. There's no doubt. But I miss the good old days. I loved it when you would get, like, at max 4, usually 3, sometimes just 2, though, network TV games, and then you'd watch NFL primetime like 3 times in a row on ESPN with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson. And that was your football day. You didn't get all the highlights until night, and that was NFL primetime. The actual highlight show on ESPN was almost the best moment of the entire football day.
Well, and now you're getting the highlights as they happen in the red zone.
Instantly.
Yeah, so, I mean, so many things about the football viewing experience are now obsolete because they bring them to you immediately, including allowing you to skip the game. Just go to
the all 22 and they just cut right through.
Not even the all 22. Just I can watch every game. I can watch every score. I don't need to see that 3rd and 7 that ends up as a 4th and 5. It's just there's somebody with Coke bottle glasses and a pocket protector somewhere in New York editing it for me. I don't have to touch a remote.
I'll tell you. Look, I'm not here to bash Red Zone. I love it.
No, I'm not bashing it either. I'm just saying it's. You literally don't have to do anything. In fact, if you could figure out a way to go to the bathroom without leaving the couch, you may as well just be a potted plant.
Diapers, baby.
Rash.
Depends. That's a good joke.
It's okay joke.
It's an okay joke.
Yeah.
NFL primetime. That highlight background music made you want to run through a brick wall. It sure did, 510. Thank you very much. But good times. I loved it, man. NFL primetime was at its zenith when I was in college. My best times in college, I swear to God, were Sunday afternoons sitting around with my buddies watching football deep into the night. And not because there was a Sunday night football game. It was like, finally, we can understand what happened today in football. NFL primetime's on with Chris Berman and Tom Jackson.
Yeah. Now fantasy has damaged a lot of the old traditions.
I mean, it's brought a mountain of information to your fingertips. And if you want to geek out on it, you can. And there are times when I like it. But there is something for having to wait for things that just isn't understood anymore. Like, raising 2 little boys. My son, in his entire life, will not understand the concept of you have to wait for next week's episode. But for maybe 3 or 4 shows that'll be served to them like that in his lifetime. Like, everything is just on demand, instantly. What do you want to watch? You want to watch Elmo when you want to watch it? Just type in word Elmo, hit yes, and boom, you're watching Elmo, kid.
Oh, he's got to have outgrown Elmo by now.
No, he's just getting in there. He's 2.5. Now we're entering Elmo's zone. It's scary, Ray. You don't want to be in the Elmo zone.
Oh, just keep him away from Daniel Tiger.
So we're kind of coming out of that into the Elmo zone. Anyway, we do have ourselves a big basketball game tonight. But to talk about the NFL in-game experience, Mike in San Jose is giving us a call. Mike, what do you got?
I appreciate a lot of what you were just saying about how not waiting for things nowadays kind of undermines the joy of some of those things. But despite Ray's carefully cultivated cynicism, you got to look at the in-game NFL experience like this. This is coming from a lifelong Raiders fan. I haven't been up to Vegas. I'm not even talking about tailgating at the Coliseum. What I'm thinking of is, you think of the playoffs in the NBA, the playoffs in baseball. How many games total are you looking at potentially? Maybe 16 if you're going all the way. Well, the NFL season was, until last year, 16 games, 17 games. Every game is incredibly intense. Even duds matter most of the season. So every game matters a great deal. So being at an event that matters a great deal, like a playoff basketball game or a Major League Baseball playoff game, is awesome.
It is.
And so that's why the NFL, like, I don't care about a baseball game so much or a regular season NBA game, but those Sundays at the Coliseum, I mean, they all mattered. Well, they didn't all matter, let's face it.
Right. You know what it is, Mike? And we don't have to get rid of Mike. We can leave Mike here, but we're having a good, nice conversation. What I thought was always cool about being at a football game, whether you're there as a fan or as a media member, is you felt the world's eyes upon that field. Like you knew you were at an event that got an awful lot of attention beyond the own stadium walls that you were sitting in, where it doesn't feel like that with a regular season NBA game, unless, of course, you're going to 5 straight NBA finals and the Warriors are now a big deal. But just like a normal night at Oracle during the Mike Dunleavy, Troy Murphy era, no one was watching but you. And no one was watching an A's game or a Giants game except for locally. When you're watching an NFL game, you feel millions of eyeballs on that stadium. You really do.
Yeah, but now that's Sunday.
Appreciate the show, guys. Thanks.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Yeah, now that's the Sunday night. The Monday night, I mean, they're desperately trying to pump that up. That's why they went out and got Joe Buck and Troy Aikman. I mean, in fact, that's probably the biggest news of the offseason is the fact that nobody who was a part of a number one team a year ago is on the same network anymore. I mean, they've all...
It's like wide receivers and play-by-play guys.
Yeah.
Everyone's changed teams.
Yeah, and if somebody had the wit to wait 3 months, they could have gotten $30 million of Brady's $37.5.
The 49ers are going to be in prime time 5 different times. As we said yesterday, they got a great trip to Chicago that is going to be one of the all-time San Francisco invades Chicago weekends. Again, it starts in Milwaukee, where they got a doubleheader against the Brewers, I believe, on Thursday. Then Friday, Saturday, Sunday, the San Francisco Giants are in Wrigley Field playing the Cubs. Maybe you go to the Friday and Saturday game, and then you skip the Sunday game because that Sunday is when they're kicking off their season at Soldier Field against the Chicago Bears. And again, that's 1-0. That's 1-0. That's 1-0, Ray. 1-0! 1-0 for the Niners! It's happening. Shanahan is going to undress Eberflus.
Okay.
1-0!
Stop it. I mean, you're making it sound like somebody lacing up their shoes is, nuclear physics. I mean, just
1-0!
Beating the Bears should not count as a full win.
They won't even average 13 points a game, I bet, this year. That's 1-0.
Well, until they go to Peterman.
The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. The Bears still suck. They really suck. Yes, the Bears still suck.
Obviously, there's the New Year's Day game in Vegas for the 49ers. I'll tell you, if I could get on an airplane and just go to one game, though, it would be in Mexico City. Like, that sounds like so much fun. I've never been to Mexico City. I've always wanted to go. That sounds like an incredible... I bet you the atmosphere in that game is just going to be the best atmosphere any NFL game gets all year. Any stadium. It's going to be awesome. I'd love to go to that game. They're also playing on Christmas Eve against the Washington Commanders. And I'm going to say right now that could probably be some of the worst atmosphere you get in any NFL stadium all year long.
Anybody who goes there, A, has been freshly kicked out of the house by the rest of their family, and B, couldn't find an open bar. Because why would you go to that game under any circumstances? The only way that could be worse is if it was pouring down rain.
What if you're a big Carson Wentz fan?
Then, again, you should be supervised by adults.
I see another win.
Ron Rivera. I mean, just
Showboat Ron?
Huh?
Showboat Ron? Riverboat Ron? Riverboat Ron.
Riverboat
Not Showboat Ron.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But no, he is going to just suffer the torment of the damned all year long because that team's bad. And it's one of a number of teams in the NFC who are just demonstrably awful this year. I would not be surprised to see the winner of the division do what they did 2 years ago and sneak in at 7-9 and have to win like their last 3 games to get there.
Of all the interesting NFL schedule news, notes, and quirks to get to, the least interesting is that the Washington Commanders and New York Giants are playing each other back-to-back games. There's a bye week in there, but oh man, you can't even pretend that that's an interesting news or note.
No,
it isn't.
Here's the one weird thing, though, about the schedule, and this is about as deep into it as I'm willing to go. A bunch of teams are getting to play 3 games in a row at home, and the NFL used to avoid that like aggressively. And now it's like 15 or 16 teams are doing it.
The Chicago Bears will not leave the city of Chicago in the month of December. They have 4 home games and a bye week in the month of December to get them through the entire month. It's the first time the Bears have played that many games in a row in December since the 60s, since they were playing at Wrigley Field, for goodness sakes. By the way, from the 510 says, Damon, my wife is taking me to Chicago for the Bears game to see the Cubbies at Wrigley. Any restaurant suggestions? Mike in Michigan.
There's no good restaurants in Chicago, as we all know.
I got one for you right here. Girl and the Goat. Go to the Girl and the Goat. Right? That's easy to remember. Girl and the Goat. Just remember that. Do it. I had my 40th birthday party there. Well, 41st at the Girl and the Goat.
It was so good you couldn't remember how old you were?
Well, no, because I had my 40th here. 41st was the next year. Maybe it was in 42. I don't know. It's all blurry after 40. It's an awesome restaurant. It's great. Go. And then obviously you got a million different pizza places, million different options.
My favorite. If you can't find a place to eat, don't bother.
It's good to eat in town.
I was just there in September. My favorite bar is Paradise Park. You ever been to Paradise Park?
No.
It's in Wicker Park.
No.
Great spot.
No.
Indoor, outdoor, lots of cool stuff to look at. Great sports bar.
If you're heading up to Wrigleyville, obviously you're going to be there a few blocks away. Because Wrigleyville's kind of been ruined by it's been Disney-fied. So you got to get even a little, for an old real Cub bar, you got to get away from Wrigleyville proper now into deeper parts of the north side. I love a bar called Niecy's. Check out Niecy's. It's nothing special. It's just a great place to get a drink.
You out on Sluggers?
I'm not out. You mean Murphy's Bleachers?
Sure. Any place with a batting cage in it, I'm in.
That's a Cubby Bear.
That's a good bar.
Until you get so drunk, you're like, you're not making any contact, and you just don't want to be in the batting cage at all. Anyways, that's a great trip. There are an awful lot of really, really interesting things about the NFL schedule. We'll be talking to Andrew Siciliano with them about them in just a little bit. One more thing, since this is kind of like the NFL segment of the show, or the hour anyways. Did you see that the Raiders have fired most of their executives since landing in Las Vegas? Their latest, Dan Ventrell or whatever his name is, no longer with the franchise. He used to be their general counsel, by the way, so it's really hard to fire a lawyer, but the Raiders did it anyway. He'd been with the team for 18 years. He gets let go with an incredibly abrupt statement that basically says he's no longer with the Raiders, end quote. That's it. So you knew something was weird to begin with. He is saying that he expressed to Mark Davis a hostile work environment and women are involved and he has retained representation and Ray, lawyers are coming.
Good. Hope Mark ends up wearing a barrel. Just, they never learn. They never learn. I mean, it's happened in Washington. It's happened in Dallas. It's happened in like 6 other places. It happened in Carolina, and Jerry Richardson ended up losing his team because of it. They never, ever learn. So the only thing to do is sue them until they bleed.
Make them pay. Pay up. You want to talk about a Warrior's truth? I know we went over a few yesterday. But what we got is Draymond Green, who, we've talked about how beauty's in the eye of the beholder when it comes to Draymond Green's value as a basketball player. I think Warriors fans understand what he's meant, who he is to this franchise. I think that intelligent detractors who want to make an argument that in many ways he is overrated, you can make that argument. Whether it's right or not, you can make that argument. Even Draymond Green's greatest detractors, and certainly his greatest supporters, have to agree that when he plays great, the Warriors are really hard to beat. So as we're cobbling together the recipe to beat the Grizzlies and eliminate them tonight, I think it almost even starts with him, Ray. I mean, sure, Curry, Clay, Poole, hitting a lot of threes goes a long way to winning. We all know that. Rebound, get yourselves back into the paint, score there. Don't be intimidated by Steven Adams. But when Draymond plays great, the Warriors turn into a monster. They really do. It's when they're at their best. The only way they can be at their best is if Draymond's playing great. And when he does play great, they're almost unbeatable. He has not played great in this series. He's got 24 points and 20 turnovers over the entire series. In the last 55 minutes alone, we've seen the Warriors' 2 worst performances. He's been at his worst with 7 points and 7 turnovers in his last 2 minutes, or the last 2 games of on-court minutes, which is 55. He's been terrible, which is big part of why they've been terrible. A good game from Draymond tonight solves an awful lot of problems.
Well, it also, you can extend that, though, to Klay Thompson. You can extend it to Jordan Poole. You could frankly extend it to the fact that Memphis has figured out how to play the Warriors, which is, own the paint, own the area around the basket, and interfere with their passing lanes. And that's impacted Green, it's impacted Thompson, I think it's impacted Curry to a certain extent, and it certainly has impacted Poole. So I think, some of this is Green, some of it is Thompson, a lot of it is Memphis.
What do the Warriors got to do to get past Memphis? That is the question of the day and the night in the NBA. Good times all around us. How about the anxiety level out in the valley right now? The Valley of the Sun. Suns are looking at a Game 7 against Luka. We got to take a peek at that. Some sound from Anthony Slater earlier today. Don't you go anywhere. We're coming back talking Warriors basketball and how this is the biggest game that Warriors 4.0 has ever faced. We'll explain what the different eras were within the Steph Curry era itself. All of that is happening. Coming up next year on 95.7 The Game, Damon and Ratto were brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. And of course, we're brought to you by our friends at Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
Time to fade this Orioles starter in Detroit. I'm Joe Giglio here to help you beat the books with BetQL. Jordan Lyles is off to a better than expected start in Baltimore. He's held opponents to 2 earned runs or less in 4 of his 6 starts. But the BetQL model thinks it's time to fade Lyles and his career ERA that's north of 5. BetQL has the Tigers on the run line as a 5-star best bet. I'm Joe Giglio. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL app today.
All right, best Warriors content. You're going to find it all over 95.7 The Game. And all you got to do is text the word Warriors to 20357. Hit the subscribe button. It all goes to your phone. Bingo, bango. You got everything you need. This is the biggest game of Warriors 4.0. Ray, I was breaking this kind of down today, and I know that this is going to cause some eye rolls out there, and I get it because it's not a band for everybody. But I liked, and I do like, the band Fish. I know a lot of people out there don't. The nice thing is they're never going to come to bother you. If you want to avoid them, you will your life easily. But they've been playing together for about 4 decades. And the only thing that ages faster than a never-ending touring rock band is a team. You know, if people age in normal people years, athletes age in double dog years. And then you got bands aging in decades. You know, for every 1 year on the road, that's a decade off your life, basically. So within the lore of all of Fish's touring, there are definite delineations in the band's life cycle. There's a 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and then 4.0, which is in the era we're in right now. 1.0 was the band's inception till they basically wrapped it up at Shoreline in about 2000, 2001, because they had accomplished everything. They'd gone from playing small diners to selling out 100,000 tickets for a New Year's Eve show. Like they couldn't get any bigger. They'd done everything, so they kind of went away. They had their first hiatus. 2.0 starts when they come back from their first hiatus and ends when there's a drug problem that's taking toll of the band, so they break up again. 3.0 begins when everyone's cleaned up a little bit and went through the pandemic. And then the pandemic canceled everything. Everyone had to go their separate ways, and then them returning to the stage right now, people are hailing it as 4.0. So I'm applying this logic to the Golden State Warriors. And tell me if you think I got this parsed out right in terms of my 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0 delineation of what I'm calling the Steph Curry era. 1.0 begins the day Steph Curry is drafted. And it ends the night the Cavaliers come back from a 3-1 deficit in the NBA Finals. So that includes everything. That includes Curry being drafted. That includes the sale from Cohan to Lacob. That includes Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr's transition. That includes the first title, the 73-win season, and then the loss eventually to the Cavs. Everything changes because they drafted Steph Curry. I mean, he's the first step. You could have hired Steve Kerr and Mark Jackson. Without Steph Curry, none of this happens. You could have sold to Joe Lacob. Without Steph Curry, none of this happens. So it starts with him.
You're skipping one small thing. I mean, I agree with your era, but the Monte Ellis trade.
A huge part of that moment. Yes. Seminal part of that.
Yeah, and truthfully, if you're going to add that, it's them getting Andre Iguodala to come out to play for them, because the first free agent who said in God knows how many decades. Yeah, I want to play with you guys.
Right.
I mean, that was a huge thing because it sets up everything after that.
Right.
But
Iguodala doesn't want to come here without Curry.
Yeah.
So 2.0 for the Warriors begins obviously with Kevin Durant. All the spoils of the Hampton Five are part of 2.0. The unbeatable feeling to all the weird feelings that ended the Kevin Durant era. Kevin Durant winning back-to-back NBA Finals MVPs, to his torn Achilles, to Klay Thompson's ACL. 2.0 doesn't end with Toronto closing Oracle Arena. 2.0 ends when Kevin Durant chose Brooklyn. So that's the end of 2.0. So you got the original Warriors, then the Durant Warriors, and now we begin 3.0. 3.0 is basically the opening of Chase Center, with a team that almost immediately bottoms out. Steph breaks his wrists. You get a throwaway year by Draymond. Then you got all those COVID games. You got Klay Thompson out, the torn Achilles. He's now rehabbing over 2 seasons. Everything is lousy at the beginning of 3.0, but it lays the groundwork to kind of marry an immediate and distant future together, which they're sort of doing, right? Like they drafted James Wiseman, who's waiting in the wings still. Kevon Looney has officially earned his stripes as a, real important piece of what the Warriors do successfully. You got Steph Curry then, who takes enough of an NBA pounding where he changes his body. He becomes incredibly stronger, and every now and then, Steph can drop some MVP behavior on you still. You needed to see it again, and he showed it to you again, where he can have a 2 or 3 month run that makes the entire planet pay attention to him first and foremost. So you have that happening along with, hey, what do you know? Andrew Wiggins has become not just a functioning NBA player, but he's actually an all-star with the Warriors. You got Jordan Poole, who's become a real NBA player. Jonathan Kuminga is real NBA player-ish. GP2, a great find. And when the pieces fit, good things are really happening to the point where they're putting together the really good regular season that they were just having this regular season. And 3.0 ends, Ray, when Klay Thompson returns. Klay brings you back to the way it used to be a little bit. And Klay, and I mean this, and I want everyone to hear this so there's no confusion about what I really mean about Klay. Klay Thompson rightfully gets to disrupt a team that was gelling without him. Warriors were playing really good before Klay Thompson got back into the picture, and then Klay getting back into the picture fogged up the picture just a little bit to the point where there are nights when Klay plays, it's still foggy. We hope we get a Game 6 Klay tonight. We'll find out. I don't know, but here we are. It's 4.0 Warriors. And 4.0 Warriors ends when it's over. When Steph Curry is done. When Klay is done. When Draymond's done. How long will 4.0 go on? Well, that depends on them, their aging process, obviously, and how quickly or rapidly that does or doesn't happen. And then the emergence of the young generation to boost them through it. How long can this go? So tonight, far, far and away, I think is the biggest game that 4.0 has ever played. This is a monster tonight. And if they win tonight, I think this year is an unmitigated success. And if they lose tonight and they go to Game 7 and they don't get it done in Memphis, it feels much, much different than an unmitigated success, does it not?
Well, right now, yeah, it's very much a mitigated success right now.
We're going to mitigate it?
I mean, it is for a number of reasons. Because, for one, Thompson has not returned to 100% yet. That's clear. And it's not just his shooting. It's, he's got more sort of slow motion rehab to do. I mean, these are 2 catastrophic injuries in a row. They are, indeed, they're aging out if they're not fully aged. I mean, it's an old team. And it's a little bit like those Boston Celtics teams in 66, 67, 68, where everybody was in their mid-30s, but they still had just enough left. And the takeaway from that is that the Celtics, when they looked like they were dead, stole 2 more titles. And I realized there were only 12 teams in the league then. It was a million years ago, blah, blah, blah. But that's the best comp for this team. It's that they're not out of gas yet, but they need more regular tune-ups. And that's why, where 4.0 ends, where 5.0 starts is still very much negotiable. Because among other things, you don't know about Weissman. You have an idea about Kuminga, but it's not a very well-formed one yet.
Right. He's NBA player-ish.
Yeah. I mean, it's just, there are nights when you see he doesn't play much, and it's not because they forgot he was there. It's because there are things he can't do yet.
Right.
And Jordan Poole may just decide at some point to go for the biggest money there is, and somebody might just say, you know what, we're going to make this a poison pill contract so the Warriors have to think about letting him go. That seems improbable, but it's not out of the realm of possibility. So everything's really fluid. But the other thing that I would suggest about 4.0 is that it wasn't when Thompson came back. It's when they all came back. And that was the start of these playoffs because you didn't have Green for a huge hunk of the season. And Thompson came back while Green was just starting his injury. And then before Green came back, Curry went out. And so really what you're getting now is you're getting a team that, as much as they've played together over the years, they're getting used to each other again. And that's not an instantaneous thing.
And it's not just them getting used to each other. It's Jordan Poole integrating himself to where he looks like he's used to playing with these guys too. And some nights there's been great success, and other nights, recent nights against the Grizzlies, it hasn't looked like the success.
Well, because playoff basketball, it puts some hair on you. And this is Jordan Poole's first exposure to it. And while Denver was an easy get because Denver was with one guy, it turns out that Memphis has about 7 of them. And they're all annoying as hell. And they are fun to watch because of it.
Welcome, good people, basketball fans all around the world, to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game,
Push a button.
KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
By the way, let me push this button right here. Anthony Slater on today's Morning Roast talking about whether or not Otto Porter is likely to play tonight.
I think listed him as questionable just because, there wasn't really a status to update because they didn't practice. There was no chance to see if he could get on the court and how he'd feel. But when Mike Brown was asked about it yesterday, he was like, I think he's fine. To me, the way they're messaging it out, I'd expect him to play tonight, but that's obviously not for sure. We'll probably know a little bit more after shoot around in a couple hours.
Anthony Slater using some instincts to determine whether or not Otto Porter can play tonight. Mike Brown asked about it. A little bit more obtuse.
I don't know. He went through some stuff out there, but basically it was to see if he, see how he feels. And so it's one of those things where it's a wait and see what he says and what our medical team says.
So one of the things that the Morning Roast talked to Slater about is how the Grizzlies have sort of figured out the Warriors offensively. I mean, that's why Otto Porter Jr., who has been a big part of some wins here, hopefully can go tonight because he has been a big part of their offense. Here's what Anthony Slater had to say about Memphis figuring out what the Warriors are doing.
The defenses kind of solve their stuff a little bit. It's a difficult offense, particularly in the regular season, the Steve Kerr kind of motion offense to guard when you're not really that prepped for it. They're very unique compared to other teams. You go in and they kind of shock you because you're not used to how the point guard doesn't even have the ball. I got to chase him around. By Game 4 and Game 5 of a playoff series, when guys like Dylan Brooks have faced it for 2 straight weeks and prepped for it, they kind of know all the tricks and everything. And typically, it's harder for the Warriors to score using that type of system later in a series. So I do think, dating back to those Cavaliers series, it's better this time of series to just kind of use your individual talent, go a little bit more traditional.
I mean, this is what playoff basketball is about. teams figure you out. They get used to playing you. Your actions aren't fooling them. Your left-handed tendencies aren't even fooling them. You know, you got option A, you got option B. Defenses are all over both options, so you better have an option C. And option C in the playoffs is who's got the most talent. Who's got the best player on the floor. And that's where Steph Curry needs to get a little selfish, calling for some pick and rolls tonight that might be outside the normal offense, but I think he's got to get going early here, Ray. I mean, what's the one thing that could change the feel of this series? How about the Warriors getting off to a good start in one of these games? Hasn't happened yet.
Well, I think the way Memphis plays them, you don't need Curry necessarily, but you need somebody.
Somebody. Give me a shooter.
Yeah, it needs to be Thompson, or it needs to be Poole, or it needs to be Wiggins, because Wiggins is the guy who they kind of guard, but not really. It might even have to be Green. You know, they might, maybe you punish them for not guarding him. You know, yeah, it's not a high percentage play, but they need to get out of the first quarter not having to expend so much energy to get back in the game the way they have in the first 5. So it doesn't really matter if it's Curry, but it needs to be somebody or a combination of other people, because being down 10 in the first quarter means you already have to start busting ass to get back in the game, and that wears you down too, especially if you're the older team.
I mean, here's the thing. Give me a shooter, and the Warriors got a really good chance of winning this game. You give me 2 shooters showing up, and that's when the Warriors win this game and cover. I mean, that's how that works. One guy just getting to his career averages. I mean, Clay and Curry are 40%ers. They've been low 30%ers shooting the ball this series so far. Somebody have a normal night. Somebody have a normal night. And like we were saying earlier, Draymond Green is such a barometer. If that guy is playing well, frosty, head on a swivel, making plays defensively, not giving up the ball carelessly, the Warriors feel and look like a different basketball team. It's going to be a big game tonight. Biggest game in 4.0 history for sure. This is Omar in Oakland. Omar, thanks for the call. What do you got?
Thank you for taking the call. And I want to say Ray Rattle's on fire today. And I want to say that the Warriors are like the Celtics. I'm a Celtics fan. They're missing that enforcer. They're missing that Bobby Portis guy. They're missing that Marcus Morris, that Patrick Beverley that's willing to do all the dirty things. And that was what's the guy?
Payton?
Gary Payton. That was Gary Payton. Yeah, that was Payton for you guys. But he's not really an enforcer. You know, he just plays scrappy. So I think the Warriors, they are a championship team, but they need to get that piece like the Bobby Portis or a guy like Marcus Morris or Jay Crowder that's willing to get in there and get dirty and also play a two-way defender, and that could give you, 10 to 12 points a game.
Well, I mean, Omar, we all know who the guy was supposed to be on this team playing that role, but we haven't even seen him yet. We don't know if James Wiseman is going to be that guy, but they drafted the guy they hoped would fill that role, but since he's not playing at all, he obviously hasn't yet. But that's the plan. That the big guy who you don't mess with is waiting in the wings eventually someday. And if you're talking about how would 5.0 start, it's, James Wiseman has turned out to be everything you hoped that he could be. Like, that's the different era of Warriors basketball.
But they also have a guy who does all the dirty work in Green. I mean, there's your guy. And they had sort of a backup to him in Payton. So they weren't lacking those guys. One has struggled, the other one is hurt. But, that's the nature of the playoffs. You don't get to go, the further you go in series, you don't get to have full strength anymore. You're not 100%. Well, nobody is. And you just have to eat that and cope with it. That's part of the hard part of this.
The further you go in a series, you would think coaching matters more because it's the little tweaks, it's the drop this, add that, here's my wrinkle. That's what coaching matters the deeper you get into the series. And let's be honest, this team is without its head coach right now. With all due respect to Mike Brown, Steve Kerr being out of the room changes things, even though Mike has done this before in this very same scenario almost a few years ago where he's coaching playoff games for Steve. they're down their head coach, Kevon Looney.
He's done a great job of already establishing the culture and the game plan, and Mike Brown and the whole rest of the coach staff is an extension of him. You know, we miss him, but we still feel like he's here. You know, it's not like he's still there in Zoom. We know he's in the coaches' meetings, talking to the guys. He's sending guys texts, so we were talking to him and stuff like that. So. We definitely miss his presence on the court and in the locker room. But, like I said, he does a great job establishing culture. Steph and Draymond are extensions of him as well. So we have a lot of coaches and a great staff. So we know what it takes. He already established the game plan and what it takes to win. So we just got to go out there and execute.
Mike Brown was talking about what's different as acting head coach second time around.
Steve asked me to be the defensive coordinator this year. And so a lot of times during our practices and our shoot-arounds, we're split. The defense is at one end, the offense at the other end. So prior to this year, I did both. I helped with the defense and I helped with the offense, and so I floated. So I had a better feel of what we're doing offensively. So I know in these last 2 games, I've learned a lot of what we're really trying to focus on offensively. That's the biggest thing, me having a crash course on that side of the floor, just because defensively my attention is not as much on the offensive end.
Feels like that's where it's been lacking a little bit, right?
I was lacking that when Kurt was there too, because Memphis makes you work for this.
But here's the thing, at least they were getting shots off. It feels, and turnovers clearly have a lot to do with this too, but that's Memphis playing defense. And it's look, when I said that Curry's got to get going early tonight, I mean it. I mean it. You want to feel a difference in this series? You get him loose. How do you do that? Well, that's up to you, coach. Like, I know that you've got 3 or 4 break in case of emergency. We're going to need them in the fourth quarter plays. Take 2 of them out of the emergency file and have them. We're going to run this in the first 3 minutes tonight. You got to get Curry, I think, going early. That gets the building going early. Now we have momentum, which we do agree exists within a game.
Within a game, yes.
And that's where the Warriors need to ride a little momentum. They have not started well yet. Change that tonight.
Yeah, but I also think you can get the momentum you're talking about if Thompson hits the first couple of shots.
Sure.
I think
he's a chosen son.
Yeah, I mean they have several chosen sons. I mean I think they would get jazzed if Poole hit a couple of shots early.
Just Draymond hit a 3. By the way, do you know what the Warriors' record is when Draymond hits a 3? I don't have it in front of me. It's very good.
Yeah, I mean making shots is better than not making shots. But
we'll be here at 6:30, by the way.
Yeah, it's that kind of analysis. And remember, you can't spell analysis without ANAL. But no, all they have to do is start well, and it doesn't have to be anybody in particular. People in that building, just like they did in Oakland, responded to whoever made a shot. And if you make a couple and you're not down 10, 5 minutes into the first quarter, now you've got an argument. They've been spending so much time trying to get back in games that they only one time have been able to establish control. And Memphis loves that.
Let's go to the first lady of the 95.7 The Game audience herself, Robin in San Francisco. What's going on? The audience. The Duchess is part of the broadcast team. This is Robin in San Francisco. Hello.
Hey, how are you? Listen, Bruce. Hey, Ray, I guess we're idiots. I went to game, the first, game 3 or whatever. The seat was $343, tax $411, way up top in the nosebleed. I felt like when I looked down, I got dizzy. And now my son can't go. I'm going tonight.
Well, hold on. We were talking about football. Hold on, Robin. We were talking about football tickets. Basketball games are totally different. Like, that is energy. Going to a basketball game is an NBA game is a million times better to be in person than I think an NFL game.
I know. I'm going to do it. 2 tickets tonight cost a tax was $511, and so we're nosebleed. But you know what? I'm a little tired, but we're going to go. We're going to go. So here's what I want to. We're gonna go. I got a take for you guys. I want to say something I've said to other shows, and I've totally been shot down by the other shows and the callers. But I want to hear what you guys think about this. The last caller who called in said we don't have that grind person. We don't have that dirty work. But I kind of disagree and agree. But what I think what we're missing. Now, listen to me carefully. Because everybody immediately goes to Kevin Durant and they chill out. I'm not talking about Kevin Durant. I'm just talking about...
We got to go. Robin, no more preamble. What's your point? We got to go. We're up against it.
Okay, when the offense breaks down, we don't have a player who can just go get us buckets, okay? Do we? When we need to put the hand in someone's ball like Jason Tatum or like somebody like that, we don't have that player.
Yeah, no, that's... And look, throughout the post-Kevin Durant era, you have not had that player. And Curry isn't the I'm going to go get a bucket guy. He's the greatest jump shooter of all time, but a jump shooter is not go get a bucket. The Warriors need their jump shooters to get buckets tonight. But they do not have that outstanding individual one-on-one guy. That is what they think. I hope they hope that they can groom Kuminga to be, because Kuminga can get off. And Jordan Poole can get off on a dribble in a way that neither Steph, certainly not Clay, really can, and not Draymond either. Anyway, we got much more on the Warriors and Grizzlies coming up in a little bit. Jared Greenberg, who is all over this game tonight for NBA TV. But we've got Andrew Siciliano from NFL Network talking a little football around the corner here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Coming in at 5
wants you to be there. Head to our contest page at 957thegame.com for your shot at winning tickets.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Warriors Live begins at 5:30 tonight, brought to you by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate hub for all things sports with live games, shows, news, highlights, all in one place. For goodness sakes. Huge game tonight. Warriors and Grizzlies. You just don't want to be going to Memphis for Game 7. I'm not saying that they couldn't win that game. Of course they could win that game. But the gut of everybody who's been watching this series screams, you don't want to be in Memphis. You just do not want to be going back to Memphis.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, I know you want the drama of a Game 7. I would much rather have the guaranteed ticket punch to the Western Conference Finals. So we got this team dancing with us for at least another couple of weeks. That's my selfish. You know, I know you believe in root for yourself.
Absolutely.
Do you understand how much easier the show gets, not with a Game 7 appearance, but with a Western Conference Finals appearance or an NBA Finals appearance? Now it's gravy time, Ray. I mean, we're coming up here with our feet up.
Well, my feet are going to be up anyway.
Well, I mean, I get to put my feet up.
I get your point, but the fun of a seventh game is worth the risk.
Well, hopefully you get your Game 7 overdose tomorrow in hockey. I mean, my God. Speaking of tight crowds, how's Toronto going to be tomorrow? Oh, those Maple Leaf fans, they haven't seen a closeout win in how many years now?
It's 2004.
I think they have the longest streak in the history of North American sports of not winning a closeout game. Only the Coyotes have a worse record in closeout games. It's insane.
Well, no, the Coyotes have gotten to a conference final since the Leafs have done it. So the Leafs are by far been waiting the longest, both for a closeout game at home and a cup. Their last cup was 67.
NHL gives us 3 Game 6s tonight, 3 Game 7s tomorrow. Toronto hosts the Lightning after blowing Game 6 in Tampa Bay. The Bruins are heading to Carolina for a Game 7 after a big third-period rally. The Oilers are at home to close out the Kings. So good times.
Yeah, the Oilers-Kings is also going to be a serious tight booty game in Edmonton.
Oh, sure. Well, I mean Game 7 in Canada.
No, but in 7 years where they've had essentially the best player in hockey, they have done almost nothing. They've gotten one playoff series, and the truth is, Connor McDavid is probably starting to get sick of this a little bit. And if he decides, you know what, I'm tired of ramming my head against the wall here, he might want to go. At which point, the Oilers are back in the crap again. And in Edmonton, they are every bit as obnoxious about it as fans in Toronto are.
Oh, yeah.
Because they've had a ton of first picks in the draft, of which McDavid was one of them. And they still haven't hit with any of them in terms of team success.
Well, obviously the NFL just had itself a draft, and what these picks look like, we're a few years away from understanding any of it. It's been a hell of an offseason for football, and it's amazing to see what an event in the media the schedule release has become, to talk about that, to talk about off seasons, to talk about how wide receivers and broadcasters moving around to new teams has really been the highlight of it all. Andrew Siciliano, broadcaster still for NFL Network and my choice of red zones, if you don't mind me saying, nice enough to join us here on Damon and Ratto. What's going on, Siciliano? How are you, pal?
I'm sorry to interrupt the hockey conversation, guys.
That's called vamping while we're getting you on hold. That's exactly what that is.
I've been here. I appreciate it. I was listening.
But look,
excuse my ignorance. Are like the Sharks in it or something?
No, they're not in it. But we got Game 7s.
I have no clue.
Game 7s.
What's that?
Game 7s tomorrow. 3 different Game 7s for hockey tomorrow. And there's a scenario where there could be 3 Game 7s on Sunday. We got the Warriors in a feels like they really got to win at Game 6 at Chase Center tonight. These are really good times.
No, I get all that. I was just stunned to hear hockey talk.
I think so is an awful lot of our audience. Thank God you're here, Andrew. So
we don't do this for them.
Yeah, well, that's exactly. The show is a 3-hour-long selfish act. We hope everyone just kind of goes along with it. So, look, we got ourselves a schedule. We got a Niners schedule. We got everybody's schedule, and it is... you can't help but start dreaming and doing the W's and the L's and what you like. You've seen it all. Obviously, you sit there right at the big desk. What is the first thing that jumps out about this year's NFL schedule that made you go, all right, circle that one?
I guess I would say Chiefs-Bills, and the idea that it's Sunday, middle of the afternoon, middle of the season. You would think that would be one of those big primetime ones you'd put in one of those massive windows. The other thing I would say is just thank God Tom Brady came back. Not that there would be a bad product in the field if he weren't, but just the Bucs schedule is amazing, right? I mean, the Cowboys, the Rams, the Chiefs, and it has added so much extra flavor to this schedule. I think it's cool that the Rams have, in essence, home games, speaking from an LA perspective, on both Christmas Day and New Year's Day. Now, technically, the New Year's Day game is a road game against the Chargers, but they'll be playing at SoFi Stadium on both of those holidays, 6 days apart. I think that's pretty cool here in LA. And look, it's hope springs eternal, really, for every team. I mean, I think for most teams, at least, you get that schedule and you start checking off wins, and you at least in your head project or hope that your team can do something, because 17 of the last 19 years, at least one team has gone worst to first.
One of the things that I noticed about this schedule more than any of, I want to say at least the last 10 that I looked at, is a lot of teams are being given like 3-game homestands. And my understanding was that the league tried to avoid that. And now, all of a sudden, like, Tampa Bay's got 2 of those in the first 10 weeks. Is that sort of a policy change, or have they just stopped caring about that part of the scheduling puzzle?
The 3-game homestand is less, how would I say this? They're disliked more in the league office, or less rather, than the 3-game road trip. They really loathe giving teams 3-game road trips. I think they could stomach 3 games at home. The Bucs, if memory serve, open up with 2 on the road.
Yeah,
I think, before they come home. So that's probably a make good there. And there are so many other things. As Mike North, the guy who makes the schedule, who's awesome, by the way, and hysterical, said last night to Rich on NFL Network, it's Elton John, it's Bad Bunny, it's all these other concert tours that are back. Certain teams don't want home games around the Jewish holidays, and certain teams don't want a game here because there's a marathon that's running around their stadium. There's so much to balance. There's always 1 or 2 teams that feel they're going to get the short end of it, and 1 or 2 teams that think they have a gift, like the Browns. Browns have, I think, 6 of their last 9 on the road, which is seemingly unfair, right? You want the weather, you want some of those games at home down the stretch, but if you look at their first 4, September, you could argue they should be 4-0 or a minimum 3-1. They get the Jets and someone else early where you're like, well, those are both wins. So there's no perfect schedule. I believe they had 120,000 playable schedules. They actually create millions of them, but the overwhelming majority they rip up at first sight. Nah, that's not going to work. It's got a fatal flaw. They had 120,000 that they said could have been used.
Andrew Siciliano here on 95.7 The Game, talking about the schedule release. I'll tell you, I don't know if anybody has had a better offseason than the Los Angeles Chargers in terms of offseason animation for your schedule release. Their anime release of their schedule is something that is worth watching multiple times because of all the little nuggets of funny information that they got cooked into that. Have you seen that thing?
Yeah, I have watched it multiple times. I saw the little shot at Mina Kimes. I saw the fact that I believe the Ram is sacrificing to the gods the draft picks. And if you noticed as well, the Whose House, instead of a Hollywood sign, had a W kind of put over one of the letters suggesting the Chargers would win it.
The Jacksonville Jaguar cutaway?
Of the Browns thing. Yeah, the Jaguar is like the lonely guy in London. We have no fans in the pub. What do you think of the Browns thing? Do you think it went too far?
No, I thought it was perfect. It was a big middle finger at them, and we all know why. And the fact that they just said, we're not even going to touch this with a 10-foot pole. We're going to give you like a placeholder placard with a rainbow on it. I thought was very funny.
The question, and I was laughing. I'm not personally offended. Why does the Chargers social media department give, in your words, a big middle finger to anyone?
Because that's all they got. I mean, that's it.
That's all they got.
They got those uniforms and some guy in charge of Twitter. That's all they got. And Herbert.
I laughed my butt off at all of it. But if I'm in the Falcons social media department, and I'm not, I would be saying, if you're in the Falcons front office, hey, it's funny, but do we need another 28-3 joke?
You know what? At some point, you either develop attitude or people develop attitudes about you. I think the Chargers are at a stage now where they almost have nothing to lose. So they may as well try to figure out a way to make a footprint in that town. And I think that's one of the things. I mean, and I was less moved by it than many, but I thought it was the kind of thing that a team that hasn't made many waves needs to do. Especially in a two-team market in which they're not only the tenant, they're the subtenant.
Correct. I think their social media department is amazing. I laugh my butt off at the overwhelming majority of stuff they do, including the anime thing. I thought it was great. Great. I guess maybe I'm talking big picture and using them only as small picture. It's like, where does it go from fun? Where's the line between fun and okay, now we're just taking shots at everybody? Again, not offended. All for fun. I thought it would bring about an interesting conversation. Does that make sense?
No, it's obviously protect the shield is no longer the modus operandi between teams when it comes to taking shots at each other and stepping over lines of bulletin board material. As long as it doesn't come out of anyone's player's mouth, it can come out of a social media department.
Exactly. And like I said, I'm all for it. It's the kids running the candy shop. Go for it. And that really goes for every team's social media department. Some are a lot more creative than others. Some are dull. The Chargers generally win the prize for overly creative and fun. And again.
Who got the worst schedule? And I know it's easy to say a team like Jacksonville because they're awful, or the Jets because they're only going to be favored twice in 17 games. But in a more objective way, as you look at it, who got the crummiest schedule?
Well, I'm going to play the semantics game here because we already knew who everybody was playing. Obviously, that is formulaic. So the Jets knew everyone that they were going to be playing. The idea that they open with the entire AFC North in September, to me, seems a bit off. I'd agree with that. The Chiefs, we already knew that they had a ridiculously tough schedule. The fact that I believe their first 10 games are against either winning teams or playoff teams, something like that from last year, that is a brutal stretch. The Rams play the number one most difficult schedule, and they play 10 teams with winning records, and that doesn't even include Russell Wilson and the Broncos, who you would think is a primo opponent, but last year Denver, as they were constructed then, were a sub-500 team. But they do have the benefit of the extra home game and then the game against the Chargers. The NFC teams have the extra home game this year, 9 and then 8 on the road. So they will be playing 10 games in their own building out of 17. So I don't think they have any right to complain.
Andrew Siciliano with us here. Obviously, 49ers and Raiders fans both saw that New Year's Day game in Las Vegas. Prices already through the roof on that one. Instead of asking you about the atmosphere, which we know is going to be wild, I want to ask you about the wild offseason that Debo and the Niners had together or are still having until things get settled. Everyone has their what the hell happened question. No one's really been able to find the right answer. You get to talk to a lot of people with ears on the ground. Have you heard anything that you're leaning into as maybe there's some truth there as opposed, and just in terms of why this whole Debo 49er thing went south to begin with?
I think it's all about the money. When it's not about the money, it's about the money. And I'm not going to try to put words in Debo's mouth, but I don't think there's anything a nice new fat contract with a lot of guaranteed money can't cure. I know in the early days of this thing when it was just kind of coming to a head, all our guys in NFL Network said it's more positional than it is financial. That's great, but I think it's if you're going to play me at running back, then my financial needs to be higher. I think they're tied together. I think when in doubt, it's always the easiest answer, and they're going to have to write him a big check. I think, like with Baker Mayfield and with others, that once the draft comes and goes, these trades are a heck of a lot harder to make because there's no immediate payoff. You know, so whether it's Baker or Debo or Jimmy or any other player that may get moved, these trades just don't benefit the team trading the player this season. And I think teams are loath to do them. So I would personally be very surprised if Debo isn't there in August or July, August, and September. And I'd assume it's with a new contract. But that's a big assumption, but that's what my gut would tell me.
Is there a contract other than the Deshaun Watson one, which was preposterous in terms of precedent breaking? Is there one that made general managers rethink a lot of the ways they value players financially? Was there one that just jumped out and said, "Uh-oh, that's going to be a problem down the road"?
Yeah, it was the Christian Kirk contract. The Christian Kirk for a good receiver, certainly. But the money that Jacksonville gave Christian Kirk totally shook up, reset, turned upside down, whatever you want to say, the wide receiver market. And I do think it had at least a partial effect on Tyreek Hill, on A.J. Brown, on Debo Samuel, and all these other guys who either A, got traded, or B, won a new deal or get traded. It just was ridiculous money. And to top it all off, obviously you're in Florida, so no state taxes. It's worth even more. Good for Christian Kirk. But I don't know. And I like Christian Kirk a lot. Is he a one? Is he a legit number one receiver? Maybe he will be now with Trevor Lawrence, but he wasn't that guy in Arizona. He's a very good player, but I don't know how many defensive. The ultimate test is when a team is getting ready to play, does that team's defensive coordinator circle player X in team meetings and say, we need to stop this player? Has that ever happened with the defensive coordinator and a very good Christian Kirk? Highly unlikely, but he was paid as much. Teams will always circle Debo Samuel in meetings, will always circle A.J. Brown, will always circle Tyreek Hill, and it just blew the market.
How many player X's did the Jaguars have this year? Because I kind of think they might just put X on the back of every jersey. Other than Trevor Lawrence, they may be the most anonymous team in football for years.
I mean, Trevor Lawrence is the guy. I think, it's going to be a second rookie season, if you will, or really a first for Travis Etienne. He got hurt in training camp, and we never saw him. He was their second first-round pick last year. I know they have high hopes for him. He missed the entire year. He could realistically be one of those guys. But offensively, no. There's not a lot there.
Yeah, we really didn't need to circle back for more Jacksonville Jaguar content.
I wanted to know.
Yet here we are. Andrew, thank you so very much. He's one of the best on NFL Network, and he is my preferred Red Zone boyfriend. He's the best. Andrew Siciliano, thank you so very much. Have a great weekend, pal.
Guys, have a great weekend. It's always great to talk to you. And please keep me updated with the hockey.
Give me your home number. I'll text you tomorrow.
Okay.
Andrew Siciliano here on 95.7 The Game. Ray, the two of you going back and forth about, second periods, shift changes. It's going to be fantastic.
Well, 1-800-Anthony.
We got a very, very good conversation with Jared Greenberg that's going to get us back on Warrior topic A, which is clearly topic A, but whenever you get NFL schedule, you can dance around that for a little bit. Leo in San Francisco wanted to talk some Warriors, and before we get Jared Greenberg on here, Leo, we thought we'd say hello. What do you got?
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. Always enjoy listening to you guys. Bottom line, basketball anymore, it's never been a game of rocket science, right? Maybe at one time a little bit of chess, but right now it's checkers with all the pick and roll stuff going on. And it's all about adjustments. And right now, with Memphis going with the two big guys, Jackson and Adams, I think the Warriors, a couple of things I think they really need to do. First of all, is I think they get Belize out there, someone who can hit a shot from three, because certainly Draymond can do that, Kuminga can do that, and Wiggins can do that. And Memphis is going to give those guys the opportunity to take those shots. And in addition to that, the Warriors are just getting bad shot selection between three shooters, okay, Curry, Thompson, and Poole. And I think at this point, what you want to do is stretch the floor. You're challenging one guy inside off the drives, and Jackson especially was prone to getting into foul trouble. The Warriors just have to go after him and attack him and hopefully, get that two-headed monster out of there. And I think with that and some better shot selection should help on the offensive end. And I still think Juan Toscano-Anderson, he brings so much energy, especially the way they played on the defense in the last game. They need to stretch that bench a little bit. I really appreciated what Spoelstra did in Miami by stretching out his bench. So when they got a little stagnant, his short rotation of 7 guys, he stretched his bench out, and it really made a difference against Boston in last game. So hopefully some minor adjustments like that and get the Warriors back on track.
Leo, thanks for listening, man. Good call. I'll tell you what, Bielitsa is a guy that if he can get in there and give you some minutes and hit a 3 or 2 and pull Steven Adams out of the lane, life could get easier. Will Steven Adams follow him is the big question, if that's the one-on-one. And this is where Otto Porter Jr., if he can get out there tonight, they've been using him as a 5 that either Jaren Jackson Jr. or Steven Adams is going to have to pay attention to. Will you follow them out to the perimeter? It's when the Warriors have looked their best in this series, Otto Porter was playing very, very well. Hopefully he can go tonight. Jared Greenberg is all over TNT coverage. This game's on ESPN tonight, which means that Jared Greenberg is walking around with a credential that says NBA TV. He is in Chase Center. He's covering the game tonight for NBA TV, and we're going to catch up with him next here on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises.
Here's a new Odyssey exclusive station.
3, 2, 1, blast off.
Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, Elton John.
Elton John Radio. Rocket Man. Hear your Sir Elton favorites along with Super. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome. Big doings at Chase Center tonight, and we're very happy to welcome back Jared Greenberg. I don't know if they've got him up on the big screen out in Thrive Plaza this time, but he's nice enough to join us once again from inside of Chase Center, I believe, this time around, as we get ready for Game 6 tonight. Jared, thank you very much for joining us once again on Damon and Ratto. We appreciate you, man. Thank you for stopping on by. How are you?
I'm great, guys. Appreciate you having me back on. Good to be back out here in the Bay. And disappointed my picture's not on the big screen. Somebody's got to talk to Raymond Ritter, please. Let's get this done.
I mean, come on, man. So here's the deal. We are hard on broadcasters out here in the Bay Area. We got there's a mixture of we don't like homers, but also fans kind of want a little bit of a homer broadcaster. It's a weird mix out here. People are never happy. We can't agree on anything. But one of the things that we have agreed on is that you've done a hell of a job doing sidelines in the games that you've picked up. I know you don't have the game tonight. You're here for NBA TV, but you've done a really good job on these sidelines to the point where you're like the one guy that we can kind of agree on around here, and we don't like anybody. So there you go.
Wow, this is a change from my high school days when nobody liked me. So I appreciate you guys saying that. It means a lot. I just hope people recognize how much fun this is for me and our entire TNT crew. That's our whole mantra, is to go out there and not take ourselves too seriously and have fun with it. And if the Warriors mess around again tonight, you'll be able to see us Game 7 Monday night on TNT.
Well, and I'll tell you, too, you got served up a series that has got actual, bad blood and drama, and you don't have to manufacture a concept of rivalry. This is happening.
Right. No, there's no question. I mean, games 1 and 2 and 3 were and 4, for that matter, were absolutely insane. Getting them all kind of mixed together now. I'm not even sure where I am right now at this point. But yeah, it's been a great series. There's this debate I have with fellow broadcasters and media members every time the playoffs roll around. Would you rather have a 7-game series where every game is decided by 20 points or more, or would you rather have a 5-game series where every game comes down to the wire, right? And I think it's a fascinating topic, and so far this series we've kind of had a mixture of all of that.
Toward that end, when you're doing your pre-show prep with everybody else, can anybody make sense of how this series has played out through 5 games? Because it seems like there were 3 really close games, 2 preposterous blowouts. 2 guys got thrown out. One guy got hurt after a phenomenal game. Other guys, started well and then failed. I mean, does this series have a unifying theme yet, even after 5 games?
Ray, I got to say, I am still, my head is literally still spinning. I felt like I was under the influence of something very strong during the last game, because what I witnessed the other game, Game 5, just didn't make any sense to me. With all the different scenarios we talk about that could have played out, we try and prepare for everything while always understanding you got to be ready for the unexpected. What happened the other night was to a level of unexpected that I have, in my more than a decade of being with Turner Sports, I have never experienced anything like I experienced in Game 5. It was out of control. But to that point, no, it's been the first few games. Obviously, was all that physicality and buzz, and then you got this John Morant injury. And the crazy part about the John Morant injury is that it coincides with Steven Adams being available. And as much as John Morant's the head of the snake for this team, what they were truly missing against the Warriors was somebody that could bang and be physical down low and dominate the glass. And, on top of the Warriors' turnover issues, which is, as you guys know, is nothing new for the last 10 years, what is a bigger issue now is the glass. And they really did a really good job. Jaren Jackson is screaming right now as he's walking into the arena. I don't know what's going on. He doesn't even realize I'm on with you guys, obviously. But the glass was such a big issue, giving up 18 offensive rebounds in Game 5. That's just, the Warriors can't win a game that way.
Jared Greenberg, you can catch him on TNT tonight on NBA TV as we get ready for Warriors and Grizzlies. And as you just heard, the Grizzlies are coming into the arena screaming. They're fired up. They're not just here to make a token appearance. They think that they can get this back to Memphis for Game 7 and then win Game 7. So the Warriors have definitely awakened a little bit of a different beast. And what has been odd is that they're even more ferocious to an extent without Ja Morant. Now, we all know that you never want to be down your best player in the playoffs, but it's unlocked a different level of defensive intensity. I don't know how much you are a fan of old Bill Simmons' work, but he used to have a Ewing theory where the Knicks were actually better with Patrick Ewing off the floor than on the floor because it opened up some space. And it doesn't quite directly straight line apply to Ja Morant's absence, but there really is a little something to them playing a better brand of team basketball without him that is not just borne out in the playoffs, but you can go back and see these data points from the regular season as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're 21-6 now in games that Ja Morant does not play, which is an insane number, and it's not a small sample size. And again, I think a lot of this in this series has to do with the presence of Steven Adams and how thin up front the Warriors and small how up front the Warriors truly are. But the one thing I'll throw out there, and listen, I think we can all agree, being down or up 55 points in Game 5 is kind of an outlier. I think the test for this Grizzlies team is what we saw in Game 4, where they're up by 12 in the fourth quarter, and they desperately needed a Ja Morant to put the ball in their hands when they were just hemorrhaging that lead and watching the Warriors go to town and take a 3-1 series lead. And that'll be the case again tonight, assuming the game's close. I think that's what the Warriors kind of have to bank on, is that they don't have a closer. They don't have a good second option out there if the game is tight. Now, if you're going to win by 20 or more, then you can get away with it. But you've got to make sure you build up such a big lead that without Ja Morant, you're going to be okay.
Jared, as you've been poking around Chase Center, have you heard anything about Otto Porter Jr.'s availability tonight? He is playing a strangely very important role for the Warriors in this series.
I don't think you can downplay it, guys. I think his presence tonight is massive. I've been told we will learn a little bit more in the next 20 minutes when it is Otto Porter's shooting time on the court. Now, he may elect to go down to the practice court, as you guys know, which is not in public view here in Chase Center, but there is a shooting time for him at 5:15 local time on the court. This foot injury, I didn't see exactly when it happened on Wednesday night, but he walked right by me to go to the locker room at halftime, and I saw him clearly limping and hobbling, so much so that it triggered me to poke around to figure out what his status was, and that's when I found out and reported on TNT that he was going to be out for the remainder of the game. And this is really like the worst nightmare here for the Warriors, because compounding the issue of Otto Porter is the fact that Andre Iguodala is not ready to come back. And they signed both of these two guys and treated them with kid gloves, Iguodala and Porter, all year long. Right? They barely played Iguodala in the regular season to keep him healthy. And with Porter, they had this incredibly strong minutes restriction where they rested him on certain occasions. They never liked to play him more than 30 minutes. They tried to keep it around 25 minutes, and they tried to maximize that, and they felt really good coming into the playoffs with both of these guys. And then the neck injury happens to Iguodala, and then now this foot injury, which he does have a little bit of a history of foot injuries. He's got a whole, medical record that's a dictionary size long. Otto Porter does in his previous stops before he got to the Warriors. And now this is a massive problem, because if they don't have Porter available, if his foot is not healed to play tonight, or even if he can play and he's not 100% effective, now they've got to ask themselves, can we afford to play Jonathan Kuminga, who has been really only a starter in name, right? He starts the games, plays anywhere from 4 to 7 minutes. They yank him out, and they don't bring him back in. And then Nemanja Bjelica, who was a major player in the Denver series, hadn't played at all through the first 4 games of any meaningful minutes in this series. He's the one who had to start the second half because they didn't want to start Kuminga. They didn't have Porter. They don't have Iguodala. And obviously you throw into this whole mix, if they had Wiseman, that would make a lot of this easier on them. This is a massive issue for the Warriors tonight if they don't have a full-strength Otto Porter.
Have you been able, from watching this series, to get a sense of who would be a better matchup for Phoenix in the conference final if Phoenix manages to get there, because I thought early on that the Warriors would be the better match. I mean, that would be, a more compelling matchup. But I'm starting to wonder if maybe Memphis isn't the team that Phoenix would like to avoid rather than Golden State.
Yeah, I think you could look at all these matchups, and based on how weird this regular season is, I don't even pay attention to what happened in the regular season, in the regular season series between these teams, because of, especially with the Warriors, how many injuries they had, and even with John Morant, how many games he missed. But I think if you're Phoenix, if you're hoping to play the Warriors, I think you're playing with fire a little bit there, just because of, and again, I don't mean to give the Warriors an excuse. I'm certainly not letting them off the hook because they've kind of made their own bed. But with all the injuries and the lineup changes that the Warriors have had throughout the course of the year, they're doing now what they should have been doing in December and January, and figuring out how to work in all these younger pieces, how it meshes, what lineups and rotations they have. And I don't think we've seen the best of the Warriors. We've seen spurts of it throughout the Denver series and then this series. But I think you give Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Draymond Green more time to figure this out, and the potential for Porter and Iguodala to get healthy. That's not a matchup, if I'm Phoenix, I would be happy about seeing. I would much rather take on the inexperienced Memphis Grizzlies, who are likely not going to have their best player available for that series.
Jared Greenberg on NBA TV tonight. He's working sidelines for the TNT crew when they get games and series back in their court. Thank you very much for joining us. Appreciate you once again, and safe travels. Enjoy. This should be a good one tonight.
Yeah, it should be a lot of fun. This building will be awesome tonight in San Francisco. I'd love talking with you guys, and hope to speak to you soon.
You got it. Jared Greenberg here on 95.7 The Game. Good at his job. Asks a good question. Got a nice wardrobe. Doing a good job.
We should call him back in 15 minutes and call his bluff.
Be like, hey, what's going on with Otto Porter? We need to find out.
Yeah.
Let's monitor any and all Twitter accounts. His, Andrew, that's his name. Slater. Anthony Slater. Sorry, we just had Andrew Siciliano on. By the way, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey station. Brought to you by DuckDuckGo. Privacy simplified.
So here we go. This is the biggest game the Warriors have played since calling Chase Center their home court. I don't think there's any doubt about that. This is a monster. Can they win a Game 7 in Memphis? Of course they can. They're the Golden State Warriors. They can do a lot of things that equal that was satisfying on a basketball court. But you don't want to tempt that fate. You really don't. And as dramatic as it would be, as happy as Ray would be with that Game 7, you want to go ahead and you want to close this out tonight. And you want to be able to rest up while you are waiting for a team that is 100% coming off a Game 7 of their own. That's what we got between the Phoenix Suns and Dallas Mavericks. And the Warriors, if they can just sit around waiting, watching that play, what's it going to be, Sunday afternoon, I'm guessing?
Yeah, there are no games tomorrow.
Yeah. So this is a very big night for the Golden State Warriors. Someone on the Xfinity mobile text line asked the question, do you think Joe Lacob honestly doesn't mind a Game 6 because it's extra money in his pocket, or does he want this done? Did he want it done in 5 games? That would be a good question, I think, for any owner but Joe Lacob. Joe Lacob understands that true value is not made in a night of basketball at Chase Center, even though they make money hand over fist every single time that happens. True value for the Warriors is in the bigger rounds ahead. And he wants to get to those bigger rounds. You want to know here's what Joe Lacob truly and really wants. If he could dial up what's next, he wants to win tonight, and he wants the Dallas Mavericks to win. Because then all of a sudden, he has games 1 and 2 in his gym. That's what he wants. He would have home court advantage in the Western Conference Finals.
And he would have the extra game if it went to 7.
Exactly. That's what he wants.
But you know what? That question sort of belies this notion that the NBA likes to arrange results to maximize profit, and that individual owners, love that stuff. Because, apparently, a home game for the Warriors at this point is $5 million after expenses are all paid. Why doesn't the NBA just take all the money from all the playoff games, put it in a gigantic pool, and then partition it off to teams based on the number of home games they get, so that there's less temptation to try to extend series, if you're even thinking about it, because
league memo, Ray?
No, it's not a league memo. It's trying to avoid the suspicion that always surrounds this league, even though it's mostly unfounded. I mean, just say, you know what? Yeah, if this was a regular season game, sure, they take in their $5 million, but we're going to take the $5 million instead, and then we're going to split it up when everything's done. That way you don't get questions like, gee, would Joe Lacob rather have a sixth game or get the series over?
Well, it's not as if Joe Lacob were in control of that outcome. That is just hey, do you think he doesn't mind wrapping it up to come home and make one more night of free money? You know, sure, look, Joe Lacob likes as much profit as the Warriors can make for him, but I think that any one-off of a game profit doesn't mean as much to him as... How about this? The Warriors, without going to 5 NBA Finals in a row, aren't in Chase Center. They're not. They're not in that building. It's the ultimate success that he's enjoyed that has allowed everything to grow from that. So he wants an NBA Finals appearance more than he wants as many games as possible in any round of the playoffs, because he knows that that's where the real value is. He is a big picture value guy, not a how much money can I make today guy. He's worried about how much money can I make in the next decade.
All that said, you take away the suspicion, which is what the NBA... I mean, there are still people arguing about that Game 6 series with the Kings and Lakers, and that's 20 years old.
Well, because you also had an official admit that he rigged that game.
Yeah, but he didn't work that game. Tim Donaghy did not work that game.
But he worked Game 7.
Yes, but he didn't have anything to do with Game 6, which is the one that everybody says business was done.
And that's the one that you can't even get highlights of.
Exactly. My point is, the NBA's got enough problems of that ilk without sort of tempting it to the point where, you know, let's have debates about whether owners would rather play an extra game or finish a series. And you could say anything you want about Joe Lacob, but the suspicion's there for all 30 of them. And so why not take that suspicion away? In the same way that why not take, you know, all the postseason awards and put them, you know, announce them the day after the regular season is over, so that you don't have the pointless arguments about Embiid v. Jokic v. Antetokounmpo.
So you just answered your own question. Manipulating the media is something that the NBA desires. And I don't think that they would want to uninvite the unwarranted attention that suspicion gets them. Like, the best way for everyone to be talking about the NBA tomorrow is for something funny to happen in a game that makes everyone want to talk about what was that last night. And the NBA sells that attention as much as they are interested in selling a result that comes without controversy. I think that's a big part of it. And that's why they would not pick one day to give out all the damn awards that pertain to the regular season, because there is more attention and more nonsense to be drawn out the more that they can manipulate the media.
Maybe, except that sometimes that backlash becomes so great that they have to hide a game from public view for 20 years.
But that's one and all. I mean, that's a one-off. That's an outlier more than it is fact.
But the conversation goes on about nearly any game. I mean, there was conversation about that when Green got thrown out of Game 1. This, more than any other sport, gets a tinfoil hat reaction to nearly everything, especially come the postseason. And I think the NBA would do itself a series of good turns if they tried to eliminate suspicion wherever they could. They can't get rid of it because people are crazy.
Right.
But in terms of, you know...
Well, what you're saying makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, it's, you know, Just the fact that the question is asked.
The reason why they won't do it is because owners are greedy and they don't want to take their money and put it in a big pot that then gets split. They just want, this is my money, I keep my money, screw everyone else.
Which is fine, but they would get it back eventually.
We got an awful lot of Warriors basketball clearly coming up when Warriors Live begins at 5:30. Bob Fitzgerald's going to be joining us at 5:45 to talk about tonight's game, so we're looking forward to saying hello to Fitz a little bit later on. Last night, man, the Sixers belly flopped right the hell out of the playoffs. Doc Rivers was catching strays in that postgame, and everyone was aiming at James Harden, who didn't really aim at the rim at all in the second half. What did he take, 2 shots? 2 shots, and he missed them both in the entire second half. Joel Embiid served him up this last night.
I don't know. I think he's been, obviously, I'm sure since we got him, everybody expected the Houston James Harden, but that's not who he is anymore. He's more of a playmaker. I thought, at times, could have been, as all of us, could have been more aggressive. All of us, whether it's Tyrese or Tobias or, guys coming off the bench. And I'm not just talking about offensively. I'm talking about, as a whole, offensively and defensively. I didn't think we were good defensively as a team. That took advantage of a lot of stuff that we try to do defensively.
Let me translate. I'm an MVP candidate, and I just watched that fat-ass jog after a layup after he threw a ball to an opposing teammate. Joel Embiid is done with James Harden.
I think in the same way he was done with Ben Simmons, because ultimately the teammate that he has always had the most affinity with was Jimmy Butler. And I think that's always been part of it. You know what? I might have a parade if he was still here, because whatever you want to talk about his personality, he got guys to play harder and play more consistently. And we need that more than ever.
Look, Doc Rivers is catching hell, but, heavy is the stethoscope. That's just, the world he lives in. Daryl Morey is the reason why this isn't working. He blew it. He played his hand wrong twice. The first time he played it wrong is when he held on to Simmons too long. He should have traded him immediately after last year, but he held on to what became quickly a declining and depreciating asset. And then when he finally does make the trade, all he gets is the NBA's fastest aging superstar in James Harden, coming in with a player option he's about to exercise for about $47 million. Here's where it gets really bad, Ray. So in Ben Simmons' infamous Game 6, which is the, he can't be here no more game against the Hawks in 2021, Ben Simmons had 5 points on 2 of 4 shooting that night, 8 rebounds and 13 assists against only 2 turnovers. And when it was all said and done, Ben Simmons had to go. He was +1 in the game. Last night, James Harden, he had 11 points on 4 of 8 shooting. He had 4 rebounds and 9 assists against 4 turnovers and was -15. Simmons made a field goal in the second half of that Game 6 embarrassment that redefined him. James Harden did not. They added James Harden and got a worse performance in crunch time than they actually got out of Ben Simmons, who had such a bad performance, they said, he got to go.
Yeah, but he also said he got to go. And how this got exacerbated was he decided, I'm not playing in this town anymore. I'm not playing for Doc. I'm not playing with Embiid. So part of that was forced upon Morey. The fact that he waited as long as he did is kind of an open question for me, because I don't know what kind of offers he got for Simmons, because Simmons' stock was basically at the earth's crust for a long time, and that he had to work and work and work to get anybody to listen to him until Brooklyn got sick and tired of Harden.
Well,
and now you had 2 guys who hated being where they were, so it was a marriage of convenience more than it was a moment of inspiration.
They basically asked the Warriors for everything other than the blueprints to Chase Center for an opportunity to trade for Ben Simmons. And Bob Myers basically didn't even take the call. The ask was so ridiculous.
Yeah.
They should have dialed back expectations. They really Daryl Morey miscalculated twice, big time, and then he brought back his basketball boyfriend, which is James Harden. Those two guys are. No one should know more about when to get out of the James Harden business than the guy who started it to begin with.
Yeah, but again, I think he put himself in the position. And again, he screwed this up probably more than 2 times. But the last time he did, he says, I got to get something for this guy. Who's on the market where I don't have to arm wrestle? And conveniently, just up the road in New Jersey or Brooklyn, there was another guy who didn't want to play for his team anymore. So, I think, he asked for the moon and the sun early, but when people just hung up on him, I think his ass got lower. But the Simmons had become almost untouchable in a lot of ways, because a guy who won't play on a good team with a good player is always suspect in the eyes of other general managers.
Sure. I'll tell you, though, there was a performance from James Harden last night that almost renders that guy untouchable. He was
absolutely.
Awful. He was awful.
Yeah. No, it was a trade that wrecked 2 teams.
Speaking of actual greatness, we are watching that in the Dallas and Phoenix series. Luka Doncic, boys and girls. I don't know what more you want. He's a better playoff basketball player than Michael Jordan was. And Michael Jordan is the greatest playoff basketball player of all time. Now, much like Michael, he is probably going to run his head into better teams and not win the ultimate prize until much later than right now. But the anxiety has to be real in Phoenix. They didn't think they were going to be going to a Game 7, either at home or on the road. They just didn't think they were going to see a Game 7 against Dallas, and here it is. The amount of pressure on the Suns might be enough to collapse them. It's that big. We talk about the pressure that the Warriors are under. It's nothing compared to what Phoenix is looking at when they get out there for Game 7 on Sunday. And by the way, Luka Doncic is averaging 32.5 points, 9.3 rebounds, and 8.5 assists per game. Michael Jordan averaged 33, and basically 1 point more than Luka here, with just 6.5 assists and 6.5 rebounds, 5.7 assists. Basically, Luka is destroying Jordan in rebounds, destroying him in assists, and is 1 point away in playoff scoring average. Luka Doncic is one bad man. He's incredible, and he plays at his own speed.
Oh, no, he's really good at 2 things more than anything else. 1, unlimited range, and 2, he runs the pace of a game the way that Carlton Fisk used to when he was a catcher. I'm slowing this game down now to my liking. We're going to go at the pace I like to go. The thing I cannot figure out is why on the road they're so easy to beat, and at home they're so difficult to cope with. Because 2 of Phoenix's wins have been by 20 and 30.
You know what it is? I think it's hopefully a formula that's in play for the Warriors tonight. Fringe is the wrong word. Role players at home look like real NBA players. On the road, they might look then less than real NBA players. And I think that the Dallas Mavericks have several guys on the team who that formula applies to. And hopefully the Memphis Grizzlies tonight have several guys on their team who, while fire-breathing dragons in Memphis, turn into less than that at Chase Center. And that's what the Warriors are banking on tonight. Their role players will play better, and Memphis's role players will be diminished just by being on the road. I know that they're hoping for that. And oh, by the way, getting Curry.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
I love it. Normally I get a warning, but that just happened. What do we got?
You're talking about role players. Mike Brown speaking to the media here before the game. Otto Porter Jr. is out tonight for Game 6 for the Warriors.
That hurts. Okay. All right. Nemanja Bjelica, we're going to see you tonight. We're going to see a little bit more Kuminga, maybe than just a token start. He's going to have to play. Again, a role player who should play a little bit better at home. Hopefully Bjelica fills that category too. That's not the news I wanted to hear.
Give him different news, Lucas. He wants different news.
I'll let you know when we have a starting lineup.
I want factual news. I just did not want that news to be a fact. That's bad news for the Warriors. Is it devastating? No. But it ain't helpful. Otto Porter's one of those guys you want pulling on the rope with you, and he has played very well in the best the Warriors have looked, and in the one game he saved. That is officially a developing story. We will talk more about this in about a half an hour from now when Bob Fitzgerald joins us on Warriors Live. Let's bring it back to what really matters, though. It's the big three. It's Steph, it's Clay, it's Draymond. I mean, it's almost the big 3.5 because Jordan Poole has been hard to find in the last couple of games. Jordan Poole isn't hard to find tonight. The Warriors move into that win column easier than if he struggles. Draymond Green, it's just real simple. Doesn't matter what you think of him. Doesn't matter what's happened up to this point, and he's been bad up to this point with 24 points and 20 turnovers over the course of the entire series so far. The Warriors, when Draymond plays well, are really tough to beat. And he needs to play well tonight. And he probably needs to play 5 more minutes than he was gonna because Otto Porter Jr. isn't playing tonight.
Well, when Draymond Green plays better, that's easy for me to say. When Draymond Green plays better, other people play better too because he sees to it that they play better. So it simply stands to reason that when he's a better player, the team operates better. Because he's not going to put up a bunch of points for you. He's just not.
No.
That's not who he is.
It's not the expectation.
But you're going to get assists. You're going to get rebounds. You're going to get defensive stops.
Intensity.
Yeah. Well, more than that, it's just he can see things happening around him just that much quicker than everybody else, which is why he can get the ball to the right guy at the right spot on the floor at the right time more often than really any other Warrior. He's probably the guy who makes more people better than any other player in the league. And that's why when you say, as you did, he's got to play better, you'll see that in everybody else too.
Oh, yeah. He's a barometer for the entire team in so many different ways. So we've got Warriors Live starting in less than 10 minutes from right now on 95.7 The Game as we get you to 5:30. Just to let you know what else is happening because it's a hell of a sports weekend. The NHL is giving us 3 Game 6s tonight. One is already underway, or 2 underway. Anyways, we got Game 6s tonight, 3 Game 7s in hockey tomorrow. It's Ray Day. What a couch day for the Ratto family.
Well, just for me. My wife will find other things to do.
God bless her.
Because while she will watch hockey with me, she will not do 9 hours.
No, it's a look at it this way. If I had to do 9 hours with you, I couldn't take it either.
You couldn't do 3. You keep leaving every time we go off on a break. And I know they're not for the bathroom.
We got Giants and Cardinals. That game is underway. Logan Webb against Jordan Hicks to start a 3-game series in St. Louis. Again, the Giants have won 5 in a row. San Francisco wrapped up a 5-2 homestand by sweeping the Rockies after splitting a 4-game series with these very St. Louis Cardinals. This is the first of a 6-game road trip for the Giants, who, by the way, have a really good article written about Gabe Kapler on the front page of ESPN.com this morning. It's probably not still there anymore as the sports day has moved along. But if you're a Giants fan, seek out that profile on Gabe Kapler. it was pretty interesting. Maybe the most interesting part of it, I thought, Ray, was the philosophy where he said, I want my clubhouse to essentially be a neighborhood that your children are riding bikes through. You'd want anyone in your neighborhood to be able to run out and care for your kids, give your kid a pointer or two or a critique or two how to be a better bike rider. And that's kind of the image that he drew up. And I've never really heard a manager quite talking like that before. There's some new age hocus pocus going on with Gabe Kapler. And I mean that in the best possible hocus pocusy way.
Well, Bruce Bochy did that too, only he didn't sell it the way Kapler does. I mean, that was always a big family. Every time...
Right. Consensus.
Yeah. Every time you saw them celebrate, it was wives and friends and kids. And, I mean, the clubhouse was packed. And Bochy was the guy who said, we celebrate every chance we get because I know what kind of a grind this is. And bring your families when we celebrate. So it's, that's an extension of what had already been in place and what the veterans had come to expect. So Kapler gets credit for understanding that that's what the team he inherited expected of him.
They did. What the difference is, though, I think, between the eras is that it doesn't matter that Hunter Pence is hitting 180. Boch is going to go with him again and again and again and again, where everybody now in the Giants knows that they are being reevaluated by the at-bat. And will be, there is an expectation that everyone has for their own careers, and then things go a little funny, and the Giants let you know what your expectation is going to be. Everyone knows what their role is, and everyone's kind of accepted it, and that is a little bit of a difference between the Kapler and the Bochy houses, where Bochy would err on the side of veteran presence 9 3/4 times out of 10.
Well, also didn't have a farm system to do that with. So he operated with what he had the way Kapler is operating with what he has.
A's are back in Oakland looking to end a 7-game home streak. That is a losing streak. They've got the Angels in town tonight. And what can I tell you about the Angels? They've still got Mike.
Name that fish!
Trout, who, even though you haven't said his name once this major league season, is leading the league in on-base percentage and slugging percentage. So Mike Trout and the Angels and Ohtani are here for the next 4. It's a 7-game homestand for the A's. And one last thing to tell you about is Phil Mickelson is officially persona non grata. He had to pull out of the Masters because nobody likes him anymore. He just pulled out of the PGA. By the way, he is the defending PGA champion. He walked up the big crowd at Kiwa, and he basically sidled up to that Saudi tour that Greg Norman is still stumping for and wants you to know that, hey, even though they might have killed a journalist, things get a little out of hand. Come play golf over here. The PGA has drawn a line in the sand. You play for us or you go play on the Saudi tour. There will be no in between. We got a little war of words happening on Planet Golf, and Phil has got no friends.
And Greg Norman is there too, because when somebody asked him about the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, the Washington Post reporter, he said, well, sometimes people make mistakes.
Make mistakes.
Yeah. So he's burying himself as well, and while I'm no fan of the PGA because it is exactly what you would imagine a professional golf association would be, it's hard not to have sympathy for them when the alternative is a dictatorship supported by happy-go-lucky white millionaires. Sorry, I'm not getting that. Don't want to get it. Go ahead, play there. Just don't come back.
So
enjoy a sand trap that goes on for 6,000 miles.
There is everything that you need to know about the world of sports, but the single most important thing in the world of sports is all we are going to focus on coming up next. Warriors Live is right around the corner. Meanwhile, thank you to Andrew Siciliano and Jared Greenberg for joining us here on Damon and Ratto, sponsored by Lucky California, bringing you quality brands that deliver all the incredible flavor and all the exciting varieties, all for less. This week, select sizes of Sunny Select Pasta stuff, $4 or 4 for $5. You can try them all at Lucky California, the Golden State of eating. The Golden State Warriors got Warriors Live coming up next here on 95.7 The Game.
Coming in at 5.
player.
Curry now stops and pops. It's a three. It's good. A break lob from Morant. Dunked it down.
And it starts now.
The Mays team is the best team. The Golden State Warriors have won the NBA title.
This is Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity Sports Zone, the ultimate sports hub experience.
Here we go. Damon, Bruce, and Ray Ratto with you for the next hour. It is nothing but Warriors basketball here on 95.7 The Game. Well, actually, it extends much beyond the next hour because at the end of this hour, we're going to get you to Chase Center for the official network pregame show with Tim Roy, and then at 7 o'clock tonight, we got ourselves Game 6 from Chase Center. Warriors and Grizzlies. It has turned into a little bit of a blood feud. There's going to be a blood moon, Ray, coming up Sunday night, I believe. A little astronomical event for us to enjoy. Hopefully this will be an event tonight at Chase Center that Warrior fans get to enjoy. They have not done much enjoying of the Golden State Warriors in the last two games, even though those games have been split 1-1. The Memphis Grizzlies have been in pretty much command of all the 98 minutes, save for 3 of them, over these last 2 games. And it's a good thing Steph Curry can hit his free throws.
Yeah, that's Memphis has finally showed who it is and done it in one of those rare ways in that a lineup change made the difference. They didn't think they could play Steven Adams. Now they're finding out that they can't play without him. And it's been a huge difference. That, not more than, but that and the Ja Morant injury are the 2 pivotal moments in this series more than anything else. I mean, I would even put the Peyton injury third on that because the series changed first when Morant went down, and then when suddenly Adams started to assert himself, because now the one thing the Warriors cannot combat, skillful size, is right there in front of them on nearly every possession.
Warriors Live brought to you by Xfinity Internet. Better streaming with our Flex 4K device, voice remote, Peacock Premium, all at no extra cost and no strings attached. Bob Fitzgerald, the TV voice of your Golden State Warriors, is going to be joining us in about 10 minutes right here on Warriors Live. Quickly, though, time for an injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. And we start off with this. By the way, Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. And when we bring this out early in the show, that means something is a little bit wrong. And tonight, something remains a little bit wrong with Otto Porter Jr.'s foot. He is out again tonight. That is not good news for the Golden State Warriors. Otto Porter Jr. had been playing very, very well. He added 4 huge threes in the big blowout win and didn't have a single point in the huge blowout loss. You want to correlate those? You go right ahead. That's how important he proved himself for the Warriors in this series, and they're going to have to avoid going back to Memphis without Otto Porter Jr. available tonight. Andre Iguodala remains out with his neck injury. He's going to be reevaluated next week. And of course, for the Grizzlies, Ja Morant, his bone bruise in his right knee, remains out tonight. And it's just one of the weirdest things we have seen in playoff basketball in a really long time, Ray. Normally, you want to go to war with your best player available, and when he's not, you are going to be less than. For whatever reason, the subtraction of Ja Morant has given birth to a much different team than the one that tipped off Game 3 of this series, and it might be the best version the Memphis Grizzlies can throw out there. I mean, now let's not get crazy, but if they had Ja Morant to play tonight, I'm sure that they'd play him. I don't know if that would dramatically increase their chances of winning the game. The Grizzlies seem to be better without him. And that is not a big overall arcing career statement. I'm just talking right now in this series.
Well, the one thing that is unmistakably true is that they would be better if they had Morant. But I think if Morant had not gotten hurt, at some point Taylor Jenkins would have realized, you know what? while I still have Morant, I've got to play Steven Adams too. And if that means Dillon Brooks has to sit, then Dillon Brooks has to sit. Because, Brandon Clark's getting his minutes, and Jaren Jackson Jr. is getting his minutes. Maybe they go big anyway, because that's the one thing that they'd been missing. And they were getting hammered on the boards. They were getting hammered in the paint in general. And that changed when Adams started getting 27 minutes instead of 2. And so maybe this happens, whether Morant plays or not. But it is at least coincidental that all of a sudden, when they stopped leaning on Morant for all their offense, they had to become a different team. And so maybe that helped with the clarity of making the move that they did. But that's the difference, is Memphis is playing big against a team that doesn't like teams that play big.
They're playing big, and they're also playing better defense. John Morant, a little bit of a blind spot defensively, and the Warriors were attacking that. Not in a savage way or in a, they weren't extra. They were picking on John Morant extra, but it was an avenue for them to find an easier than maybe other places to find a bucket for them. Now, Jordan Poole has been that guy that the Grizzlies decided we're going to go after. And what Jordan Poole does, not only offensively, but to give some defensive resistance, goes a long way to whether or not this team is going back home, sleep in their own bed, or going to Memphis for a Game 7.
Very much so, because, Jordan Poole hides a lot of sins with the way he scores. But the one sin he can't hide is the fact that he is a below-average defender at this stage in his career. And to Memphis's credit, they have spotted the things the Warriors don't do well, and they have attacked them aggressively in the last 2 games. In fact, really in the last 3. In Game 3, Poole could hide that with his offense. But in the last 2 games, they not only have attacked him on defense, they have attacked him offensively and said, we're going to make you work harder for your shot. That's what we're doing now. And he's had a hard time finding it.
Anthony Slater was on the Morning Roast today talking about why Jordan Poole has struggled over the last couple of games.
The reasoning they're trying to give for Poole's struggles a little bit the last couple of games is the fact that Adams is back in there. Memphis is just overloading the paint, as we talked about earlier. I mean, they're just completely ignoring Draymond, and especially in the minute that Draymond and Looney were there together. Jaren Jackson's just sitting down there. And Poole has been effective in this series when it's spread wide open and he can get to the rim. It's just tougher to get to the rim right now because there's just 2 monsters sitting down there ignoring, the big.
Having said all that, keep attacking. Go get one of those guys in foul trouble. Go get yourself to the free throw line. Hopefully the Warriors get just a scotch of a home whistle tonight and get to shoot some more free throws. Clay doesn't get to the line. Curry's not looking to go to the line. Jordan Poole, he has been a little offensively timid. Maybe he's, doesn't want to go in there and get tossed by Adams or Jaren Jackson. But tonight, he needs to be aggressive even if things aren't going well, because maybe that's how you can pick up a couple cheapies on a guy that would get off the floor if you could get him into foul trouble. Anthony Slater, again, saying that teams have figured out the Warriors a little bit here, Memphis has in the postseason.
The defenses kind of solve their stuff a little bit. It's a difficult offense, particularly in the regular season, the Steve Kerr kind of motion offense to guard when you're not really that prepped for it. They're very unique compared to other teams. You go in and they kind of shock you because you're not used to how the point guard's doesn't even have the ball. I got to chase him around. By Game 4 and Game 5 of a playoff series, when guys like Dillon Brooks have faced it for 2 straight weeks and prepped for it, they kind of know all the tricks and everything. And typically, it's harder for the Warriors to score using that type of system later in a series. So I do think, dating back to those Cavaliers series, it's better this time of series to just kind of use your individual talent, go a little bit more traditional.
Do you think the Warriors will do that tonight? Or is it the system is bigger than any one individual performance? The system is Warriors basketball. We don't deviate from Warriors basketball.
Yeah, but the system is so fluid, and the players have such a role in deciding what the system is, that deviating from the system is not automatically a boon. Deviating from the system almost means, well, we'll always stand out at the three-point line and just jack shots up. I think the system is designed for all their individual talents to be used as they define them. I mean, does Stephen Curry have a governor on anything he does? No. Does Klay Thompson have a governor on anything he does? No. That's the system. You know, Draymond Green has more latitude to do with whatever he needs to than almost any player in the league. That's the system too. The system is, you know, you guys figure it out. You know what to do. You've done it more than often enough for us to be satisfied with it. It's not a system where it's Tom Thibodeau saying, no, you have to box out on this guy and you have to do it at the same time every time. This system is incredibly flexible, and to deviate from that is to make it more static, and they don't want to be more static.
We've got our friend Bob Fitzgerald joining us here on Warriors Live. He is, of course, your television voice of the Golden State Warriors, and due to the way networks work, we have not actually heard from Bob in, this series. We have not heard from him since the Denver series wrapped up. It's a perfect time to say hello to Fitz here on 95.7 The Game. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How are you?
I'm doing great. How are you guys doing?
We're doing great. Really appreciate you hopping on the phone with us. So the Warriors, Bob, are kind of in a rare position where they have an opportunity to first get back into a series and then close it out all into the same game. Like, that's how poorly and sloppily they've played, to where they just need to show that they can get back into the series, and if they can do that, they can end it. And that's a really kind of weird game six setup.
Yeah, I think the thing you see in series, though, is that they're not really cumulative. Each game is its own individual entity, and I think the Bucks showed that last year, losing a game by 36 points, and then Milwaukee actually won the championship. It was an awful performance by the Warriors. There's no two ways around it. But Magic said it a long time ago: you lose by 1, you lose by 90, you still only one loss. And so, they're 3-2. They're at home. They have a chance to close it out. Nobody wants to go to Memphis for a Game 7, and so that's the challenge they face. But, this is the age-old speed and skill versus size. And Memphis has done what I would have done against the Warriors. Go as big as possible with Steven Adams and Jaren Jackson and Dylan Brooks and Kyle Anderson and play a zone look type of thing. Don't guard Draymond or Looney, and see if the Warriors are going to have an off shooting night. And the last couple games, the Warriors haven't shot the ball at all, and Memphis has been the better team for a large amount of the play.
In what ways is that just make or miss league, and in what ways is it Memphis not only making it uncomfortable to get the open look, but to make it more uncomfortable for them to just pass the way they like to pass?
Well, I think the make-or-miss league, Ray, goes away when you're not really honoring Draymond or Looney as offensive threats. They play that drop coverage, and then Draymond sets those high ball screens, and so you're living on a lot of threes, but Memphis is so long that they still get around some of those screens to contest those jumpers. But, I really think if you're looking for one thing tonight, if Draymond Green has 10 points, the Warriors will win the game. If he's in single digits, Memphis has a very good chance of winning the game. And I think Draymond sometimes doesn't believe in his own offensive ability. I don't mind him shooting 5-footers. I don't mind him attacking and getting fouled. You got to make Jackson and Steven Adams guard. And I don't mind if Draymond drives and then draws and kicks once he's made those big guys move. But when you see him out on the perimeter and the defenders are 10, 12 feet sagging off of him, you're entirely dependent on hitting jumpers. And not that the Warriors can't. The Warriors could make 17 threes tonight and win going away, but, Memphis is playing the odds. And right now, Steph is not shooting the three ball very well. Jordan Poole has come back to earth the last couple games. And Klay had a nice beginning, to Game 5, but, they're playing the odds on the way Klay shot the ball. So that's the gambit by Memphis. We'll see if the Warrior adjustment is that Looney or Draymond attack Jackson and Adams a little bit more. Maybe not to score, but at least to threaten the rim and then pitch out that way.
The familiar voice of Bob Fitzgerald here on 95.7 The Game. Draymond has struggled. 24 points against 20 turnovers over this entire series so far. They're daring him to score. He needs to meet them somewhere in the middle of that dare. He's just got to keep him honest for sure. In terms of changing the way this series feels, the one thing the Warriors have, like the one thing that they haven't done, is get off to a quick start.
Yep.
Dramatically, I thought you could see that when Steph Curry didn't even bother shooting until about the 4.5-minute mark of the first quarter of the last game. I think that they got to take whatever wrinkle they have for that fourth quarter. Steph needs to get a shot off play. They need to run it early, Bob. I want to see him get a couple of shots off in the first couple of minutes, hook or crook. Like, I don't care how it happens. They need to do it.
I think you're right on the money, Damon. When you think of the beginning of even the Denver games, the Warriors in this postseason have rarely had, a lightning or electric first quarter. The Denver games, it seemed like they'd get down 10 or 12, and then they'd grind back in and take the lead and things like that. And so, I'm kind of with you. I think this is one where, whether it's Steph or Clay, someone of Hall of Fame caliber says, we're getting off to a good start tonight. We're in our building. We're going to get the crowd into it. We're going to put Memphis on their heels a little bit instead of like a Memphis 8-10 lead that the Warriors are trying to climb out of all the time. So if that's more Steph looking for his shot, if that's doing some finagling in terms of tempo and pace, I love the one play, the terrible Game 5 that you never want to watch again. Off a made basket, Draymond sprinted past Steven Adams and got a ball and laid it in, and he was 20 feet ahead of Steven Adams. I might tell guys, even on a make, I want to see 50-foot passes ahead to increase the tempo, get Memphis out of this kind of bump and grind thing where they have the advantage because of their size and length. But clearly the starts of the game tonight has to feel a lot different than we've seen really much for most of the playoffs.
By the way, just because you're all over the league, how surprised are you to see Phoenix in a Game 7 against Dallas?
I'm not that surprised in this sense. Chris Paul's 37 years of age. He's defied gravity for that New Orleans series, but that took a little pound of flesh out of him. And the more they've played, the more Chris Paul appears to be a little worn down. And then I don't know or pretend to know, how healthy Booker's hamstring is. But Dallas, when it's Brunson, when it's Doncic, when it's Dorian Finney-Smith, whether it's Kleba, they got a lot of guys that can hit shots. They can play small as good as anybody. And so, the Mavs have played the Warriors exceptionally well this year. Either Phoenix or Dallas would be a huge matchup if the Warriors get past Memphis into the next round. So, shocked? No. Mildly surprised? Sure, because Phoenix had been such a buzzsaw, but I just think it's Chris Paul as the closer for them, and he looks like, a little tread's been taken off the tire in the last couple games.
Well, Warriors win tonight. It's right back to 0-0, waiting for somebody coming out of a Game 7. That would be a huge, huge advantage. Hopefully they find it tonight because they do not want to go back to Memphis. I mean, Bob, we both agree that, of course, they could win that game. They're the Golden State Warriors, but your gut, I think, is telling you the same thing mine is. You do not want to go to Memphis.
Oh, 100%. I mean, can the Warriors win that? Sure. I put nothing past these guys. They've proven it for, multiple years and multiple pressure situations. But this is one of those where, you want to win the Masters, you got to make that 8-foot birdie putt on 18. There's no reason to go to the playoff. So, a 3-2 lead, that's exactly what you want to do. You've held serve at home. You got the split in their building. I also think they wasted nothing in Game 5. Nobody's tired. Nobody's wondering, if we only made another free throw or something.
Right.
That's such a page turner to just never think about ever again that, that would be one where nothing from that game should linger into this one because it was just such a dominance that you just, 3-2 and, everybody point till tonight at Chase Center.
Be honest. How much does it kill you to not be doing these games?
It actually doesn't bother me at all.
Really?
Because here's the thing. I gave up a long time ago in life worrying about things I can't control. And we believe you did the first and second round, but after 2007, you're done after the first round. So that's a lot of years. I think it bothers me more when the Warriors go 15-60 and don't make the playoffs.
There you go. Yeah, at least
that's because to me, I love doing the games, but then I also